For over a decade, the formidable mercenary known as Long John has dominated the African landscape. In a twist of fate, he finds himself transported into the realm of the television series SEAL Team, where he emerges as the most formidable Marine. This is merely the beginning. An unexpected encounter with a solemn Special Forces operative, Zhuang Yin, a delivery worker named Lung Feng, a lucrative offer to become an instructor at Hunter Academy. A ferocious battle against gangsters alongside the dog-loving Keanu Reeves, and his rise to fame following the infamous Black Hawk incident in Somalia. All these cinematic narratives unfold before Long John as he faces one challenge after another, embarking on a journey destined for legend. Chapter 1. A violent bank heist. A saying circulates in Chicago. For African Americans, two places are particularly perilous: the womb and Chicago itself. The most treacherous area within Chicago is undoubtedly the West Side, dominated by three major gangs. In this vicinity, every establishment, from stores to gas stations, fortifies its windows and doors with iron bars, and cashiers are shielded by bulletproof glass. Even the residents who cannot afford security bars seal their windows with wooden boards, both inside and out. The streets are littered with security warning signs, while used syringes and condoms can be found in every corner, and tattooed individuals roam about with firearms in hand. With a resounding crash, a modified pickup truck careens through the entrance of a bank, shattering the iron barricades and tempered glass doors as if they were mere paper. The unfortunate bank security guard patrolling nearby is struck by the vehicle, sent sprawling several meters away, motionless on the ground. Robbery. Get down, everyone. Keep your hands on your heads. I merely seek some money. I wish no one harm, declares the masked man who emerges from the passenger seat, standing around 6 feet tall, muscular, and clad in a fitted leather jacket. His speech is calm and coherent, contrasting sharply with the frantic demeanor often depicted in films. Inside the bank, for customers, a middle-aged woman, a bespectacled businessman, a silver-haired elder, and a robust man nearing 6 feet, 3 seem unperturbed by the unfolding drama. They comply, obediently dropping to the ground with their hands on their heads. The masked man scans the 4 individuals quickly, his gaze lingering on the towering Asian man, revealing a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He senses a kinship, an aura emanating from the Asian man that speaks of battle experience and a hardened understanding of life and death. Despite being a former Special Forces operative, the masked man feels a twinge of caution. Perhaps it is the Asian man's non-threatening posture or his decision to remain face down that prevents any escalation. The masked man chooses not to engage him, instead striding confidently to the bank counter. "Good afternoon, beautiful lady. Kindly pass the money through the window. I will fill my bag and depart." "Remember, no sudden moves," he states succinctly, tossing a black fabric bag onto the counter. Okay, sir. Please remain calm. I'll get you the money," replies the female teller, clearly accustomed to such situations. While she outwardly reassures the robber, her right hand discreetly inches toward the alarm button beneath the counter, hoping to summon help. However, the masked man is no ordinary robber. His keen observational skills and quick reflexes allow him to detect her subtle movements instantly. He does not resort to threats, but speaks with an unnerving calmness. "You are merely a bank employee. The state has explicit laws protecting you during a robbery. Your safety takes precedence, and you bear no responsibility. I advise you against attempting to be a hero. The price of heroism is one you cannot afford. I know who you are. Trust me. I can find your family. The police won't be around you 24/7, but I will be. Before you act, I hope you consider your choices carefully." His tranquil yet ominous words wield far more power than a gun could. The bank employee, initially resolved to trigger the alarm, pales and withdraws her hand, realizing that while the bulletproof glass may protect her at work, it offers no safety. Once she leaves, the calmness and legal knowledge of the robber are terrifying, and today she finds herself facing such a villain. With no options left, trembling with fear, she begins to hand over bundles of cash from the teller's window. After providing a total of 19 bundles, she hesitantly raises her hands and stammers, "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. This is all I have. Please do not harm me or my family." "Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation. I wish you a pleasant weekend," the masked man replies, casting a glance at the Asian giant still sprawled on the ground. His wariness dissipates, momentarily convinced he may have misjudged the situation. Returning to the pickup truck, he slips inside with practiced ease. With a roar, the The engine ignites, tires screeching against the bank's polished tiles as the vehicle speeds backward out of the entrance. As the robber's vehicle clears the bank, the Asian man, who had been feigning death, suddenly springs into action. In a swift motion, he rises with the agility of a startled rabbit, his eyes fixed on the departing pickup, his expression betraying greed and cunning. With an unexpected burst of speed, he leaps onto an old motorcycle parked nearby, defying the expectations of his size and weight. The Harley's engine roars to life, billowing black smoke as he races after the fleeing robbers. Under the glow of the beautiful orange sunset, he quickly vanishes into the depths of the decrepit street. Minutes later, the modified pickup screeches to a halt in the underground garage of an abandoned building in the Austin community, one of Chicago's notorious neighborhoods, where the three major gangs have established their stronghold. In this area, daily gunfights and brawls erupt, instilling fear in even the bravest of Chicago's police officers. Hey, buddy, you were incredible. It's no wonder you're from a special operations unit. I've been in West Side for over 20 years, and that was my first time robbing a bank so effortlessly, the driver exclaims, leaping from the vehicle and tearing off his mask to reveal a man in his 30s that I am only in it for this one score. Once we split the money, we go our separate ways, and it's as if we've never met, the robber who had orchestrated the heist says, similarly removing his mask to reveal a bronze-skinned Caucasian face, devoid of any excitement, only a profound weariness of life. This robbery evidently harbors unspoken complexities. I am in dire need of cash. They'll take 100,000, and for a simple drive, you'll pocket over 90,000. I trust you want object, he says, dumping the contents of the bag onto the hood of the truck, dividing the nearly 200,000 into two piles. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out. Chapter 2. The enigmatic Asian behemoth. The gunfire erupted with an abruptness that left one utterly unprepared. The tall robber, who was standing at the front of the car dividing the spoils, had no time to evade as a bullet struck the back of his head, sending him sprawling to the ground. The shooter was not a young black man, yet he was clearly complicit in the matter, displaying no trace of panic. Instead, he gleefully shouted towards the stack of cardboard boxes behind the door, proclaiming, "Austin's finest marksman truly lives up to the reputation." With that, his expression shifted dramatically, as he spat disdainfully at the lifeless body on the ground. "Huh, conceited white pig soldier, did you truly believe I, Loka, would share the spoils with you? You were merely a tool to me." With a crash, the stack of cardboard boxes by the door collapsed, revealing a middle-aged black man wearing a cap, who stepped out silently. The dimly lit underground garage rendered visibility nearly non-existent, and coupled with the natural concealment of his dark skin, one would hardly discern the presence of another within. He bore an old-fashioned M1911 handgun, equipped with a laser sight, the very weapon that had claimed the tall robber's life. 3-7 was the agreed ratio, wasn't it? The young black man handed over 6 stacks of cash, his eyes betraying an unmistakable anguish and reluctance. Were it not for the knowledge that the tall robber was a former soldier, expelled from the Navy SEALs, and possessing considerable skill, he would never have opted to pay a hefty sum to enlist Austin's best marksman for this black-on-black bank heist. The middle-aged black man's peripheral vision caught sight of the remaining tall stack on the hood of the car, and greed flickered in his eyes, obscured beneath the cap. Without uttering a word, he raised his weapon and fired. The shot was as precise as ever, striking its target at close range with lethal efficiency. The young black man was hit in the forehead, his right hand laboriously lifting to point at the man in black, his wide-open eyes reflecting both the struggle to remain conscious and a profound regret. It was not remorse over betraying his partner, but rather a lamentation over his own lack of audacity to seize everything for himself. I, too, harbor no fondness for sharing the spoils. The black gunman coldly observed the body collapse, then gathered all the money back into the bag, pocketing it as he made his way out of the garage. He had anticipated a bountiful gain that would afford him a respite for some time. Yet, he was entirely unprepared for the unexpected twist of fate. Having effortlessly dispatched the mantis to ensnare the cicada, he discovered there lurked an old hunter behind the scenes. As he strode with a sense of triumph through the garage door, a lasso suddenly descended from above, perfectly encircling his neck. In that instant, a towering figure, grasping the rope's end, leapt down from the garage's upper level. With sun-kissed, wheat-colored skin, a buzz cut, and striking deep blue eyes, he stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall and weighed over 200 pounds. Wasn't this the Asian behemoth who had cowered during the bank robbery, and subsequently pursued on a motorcycle? The sound of the rope tightening was deafening as the two ends began to sway like a pendulum. A noose, ensnared around the neck of an African-American man, tightened with alarming swiftness, propelled by the weight of a robust Asian man, lifting the gunman off the ground and suspending him midair at the entrance. No matter how fiercely the African-American struggled, he could not escape the suffocating agony that threatened his life. The white woman had orchestrated a thrilling act of black-on-black violence, reaping rewards without the necessity of a ticket fee, a fortunate circumstance she wished occurred daily. The Asian man, speaking fluent Mandarin, secured the rope to the exposed rebar of the wall, casually picked up the fallen bag of money from the ground. As he gazed inside to find stacks of crisp green bills, a smile of avarice crept across his face. He strolled leisurely back to his Harley motorcycle, completely disregarding the African-American gunman, who still dangled helplessly in the air, struggling for breath. To him, the life of such a person seemed less valuable than that of a starving stray dog, for he would at least toss a piece of bread to the latter. Once the rumble of the Harley echoed again, the Asian man vanished into the garage. From the moment he initiated the assault to the completion of the theft and his retreat, the entire operation unfolded in less than a minute, smoother than indulging in a fine chocolate. This audacious, meticulous, and precise method of execution underscored that this Asian behemoth was no ordinary individual. How fascinating! It had been years since he had encountered someone so intriguing. As the Asian man departed on his motorcycle, another figure, a robust man over 6 feet tall, emerged slowly from the thicket beside the garage. He watched the heavy motorcycle recede into the night, then glanced at the lifeless body of the gunman swaying in the wind. A contemplative smile spread across his face, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, juxtaposed with a menacing scar on his right cheek that resembled a centipede, imparting a terrifying aura. In the Ober community, one of the few remaining white enclaves in the predominantly African-American West Side, the Harley motorcycle from the Austin neighborhood came to a halt outside the garage of house number 205. The Asian man rode his noisy old Harley inside, but no one emerged to greet him. The atmosphere was quiet yet disordered. A poster of the Expendables adorned the front wall, featuring a muscular Sylvester Stallone giving a thumbs up in a striking pose. Next to it, a tagline read, "Success is doing what others wish to do but dare not. The Expendables await your joining." This was not merely a movie poster, but rather a recruitment advertisement for one of America's premier PMC teams, the Expendables. Stallone, or rather, Mr. Barney Ross, was someone he anticipated meeting one day. The Asian man acknowledged the poster from a distance, pressed the button for the garage door, and stepped into the living room, shedding his coat. In this perilous and abnormal world, the only way to swiftly amass wealth was to dance upon the edge of a blade. If he fails to successfully join the DG this time, the Asian strongman will have no opportunity to further enhance his abilities. Consequently, he will apply for discharge to audition for the Expendables, aspiring to become a legitimate modern armed mercenary, a private military contractor, PMC. He envisions earning substantial sums under the sun, freely spending in the streets without a hint of trepidation. This was the dream of the Asian youth in his past life. Yet tragically, he never became a part of it. The reason for his exclusion is rather straightforward. Those with the requisite skills seeking PMC roles are typically associated with prestigious international firms, which solely desire the finest armed personnel to serve them, unwilling to entrust their lives to individuals of dubious origins. The elevated demands of clientele directly contribute to the insurmountable barriers to entry within this profession. One must begin at the elite level of special forces, possessing a minimum of several years of experience with private security contractors, PSC, or hailing from significant national law enforcement agencies. In his previous life, the Asian youth was merely a veteran of an ordinary military unit. In China, such veterans number in the hundreds of thousands annually entering society, often struggling to secure even a position as a security guard. Faced with the increasingly exorbitant bride price, he was compelled to venture abroad, risking his life as a mere pawn in the mercenary trade. Such unqualified individuals, often viewed as expendable, would not be welcomed by PMC companies or teams, who fear that even a single bad apple could taint their operations. Fortunately, the Asian strongman's ancestral graves were blessed, allowing him to experience a fortuitous turn of fate in this life, culminating in a legendary and extraordinary adventure. Chapter 3. The temptation of $10 million upon being hired to the Middle East as cannon fodder. The Asian strongman was unexpectedly propelled into the air by American Special Forces, leading to a remarkable reincarnation akin to a narrative from fiction. He found himself transmigrated into the body of an American Special Forces soldier, entering a world that was a hodgepodge of cinematic and dramatic narratives. In his previous life as a mercenary, he had been pursued by American Special Forces, and now, in death, he had become one of his former adversaries. Akin to a villain transforming into a law enforcer, the Asian youth could not help but marvel at the whims of fate while lying on a hospital bed, exploring this new world. His original name was Long Zhan, an ordinary Chinese veteran, while the body he now inhabited belonged to Long Jibilin, who was in the midst of training as a Marine Corps soldier, aiming to qualify for the Navy SEALs through BUD-S, Basic Underwater Demolition SEAL Training. Becoming a member of the Navy SEALs is the aspiration of countless American sailors. Unfortunately, during an explosive escape training exercise, Jibilin suffered a tragic accident, sustaining a head injury that led to his hospitalization and subsequent declaration of death due to failed resuscitation efforts. Long Zhan's soul, inexplicably drawn, entered this world and occupied Jibilin's body. To those in this realm, it appeared as if the deceased Jibilin's indomitable spirit had revived, when in truth, it was a complete transformation of identity. Long Zhan not only inhabited Jibilin's body, but also assimilated all of Jibilin's memories. After a period of bewilderment and contemplation, Long Zhan embraced this extraordinary reincarnation, feeling grateful for the chance to live once more. In his previous life, in pursuit of the funds needed for a bride, he was compelled to venture abroad as a mercenary, ultimately meeting a tragic demise in a foreign land, likely with no one to claim his remains. During the quiet hours of the night in the hospital, Long Zhan engaged in profound introspection regarding the failures of his past existence. He concluded that the hardships he endured, to the extent of being unable to amass even enough money to marry, stemmed fundamentally from his own inadequacies. Faced with the gift of a second chance at life, he resolved to cherish it deeply, determined not to repeat the same mistakes and to avoid leading a pitiful existence akin to that of a wretched insect. Forced to languish at the very bottom of society, he made a solemn vow. In this lifetime, he would not only live vibrantly, but also cultivate a dignified presence. Striving to rectify the regrets left unaddressed in his former life, he aspired to drive the finest vehicles, reside in the grandest houses, and pursue the most beautiful women. Even in death, he intended for his ashes to rest in the most opulent urn. With an intense desire to rise above mediocrity, and fortified by memories from Khalil Gibran, he became aware that this world was populated with many familiar faces. Avidly reading novels, Long Zhan speculated that this might be a cinematic amalgamation of parallel worlds. Given the iconic status of the television series SEAL Team, it was highly probable that the elite team he aspired to join bore a connection to him. In this series, a plot unfolds wherein a character from Team B discovers a hidden cache of nearly $10 million during a mission. At the time, this character was alone at the scene. Long Zhan had once fantasized that if he were in that role, he would undoubtedly find a way to seize that fortune. Earning only a few $1,000s a year as a soldier, the allure of $10 million made the prospect of risking his life as an American soldier seem trivial. He could return to a comfortable life with his wife and children. Now, having arrived in a parallel world, he found an opportunity to realize his former aspirations, and serendipitously, his identity was perfectly suited for it. A thought crossed his mind. Although he was reluctant to serve the American government, continuing as a special forces operator for financial gain was not beneath him. With his understanding of the SEAL Team narrative, he believed that the likelihood of obtaining $10 million was exceedingly high if events unfolded as depicted in the show. $10 million equated to over 60 million yuan, a sum Long Zhan had never dared to dream of in his previous life. Contemplating the chance to acquire such wealth, he felt invigorated. This could transform his life dramatically. Eager to rise above his past, Long Zhan made a resolute decision. He disregarded the doctor's advice to withdraw from the SEAL selection due to his injuries and chose instead to continue participating in the assessment. He aimed to bolster his strength through the Special Forces training, thereby laying the most solid foundation for his pursuit of $10 million. After 2 years of relentless effort, coupled with the unexpected activation of unique benefits bestowed upon transgressors, he discovered an extraordinary memory and remarkable physical recovery abilities that far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Long Zhan has completed his initial preparations, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in his abilities, transitioning from a mere pawn of a mercenary to an elite special forces operative. Not only has he successfully been selected as a Navy SEAL, but he has also received the coveted training notification for the DG Green Team. Although his mercenary-style approach, honed over a decade of service, renders him somewhat out of sync with his comrades, he has nonetheless won the admiration of all his superiors through sheer prowess. If he can persevere through the rigorous training of the Green Team and prevail over its notoriously demanding instructors, he shall gain entry into the world's foremost Special Operations Unit. DevGRU, officially known as the Naval Special Warfare Development Group, previously referred to as SEAL Team 6, affectionately dubbed DG by military enthusiasts. The main supporting character in the television series SEAL Team is indeed a member of this elite group. Should Long John secure a position within this unit, his chances of encountering the series' main character and potentially earning $10 million would significantly increase. For this windfall, he has diligently prepared for 2 years, investing immense effort and dedication, and he will not permit anyone to disrupt his meticulously crafted plans. Today's decisive action against a rival mercenary was prompted by the latter's interference with Long John's objectives. In his eyes, eliminating the intruder was merely a rightful compensation for the disruption caused. This reflects the mercenary's pragmatic reasoning, which he believes to be entirely justified. The swift acquisition of 780 yuan confirms that robbing a bank indeed provides quick returns. Within less than an hour, the profit nearly equaled all his earnings amassed during his military service. Were it not for his desire to avoid derailing his future endeavors, he might have considered recruiting a team to pursue this lucrative line of work. As he counted the money he had acquired, a sense of temptation washed over him. Yet, recalling the futility he faced in his previous life as a mercenary, where he established a team and reveled in power in Africa only to ultimately be crushed by the might of the state, he dismissed such thoughts. To achieve wealth and live comfortably, he must forge a new path. Once he secures that 10 million, with sufficient capital for a venture, he plans to walk away. With hopeful murmurs, Long John rose, pushing aside the worn-out sofa and revealing a hidden compartment beneath the floor where he retrieved an iron box. Inside lay a bounty of U.S. dollars, a box brimming with cash. This $20,000, combined with his years of earnings, should suffice. Tomorrow, he would deliver it, marking the conclusion of a significant chapter, allowing him to embark on his Green Team assessment journey unburdened. As he placed the money into a canvas bag, an image of a delicate, tear-streaked face, eliciting sympathy from all who beheld it, flashed before his mind. Sighing at the memory of unfortunate events, Long John shook off the discomfort and turned on the television, seeking distraction. The evening news was just airing, reporting on the political turmoil in the Republic of Ivia in North Africa, where terrorist organizations along with rebel forces had invaded the capital. Evacuation efforts by various countries were actively underway. According to the latest updates from our correspondent, the Chinese Dragon assault team had successfully completed their mission and returned, bringing the hostages back safely, although the team had suffered significant casualties, highlighting a certain gap compared to our special forces. Had the Red Sea operation commenced as well? Upon hearing familiar content in the news, Long John immediately recalled a particular film. Opening a can of beer, he chuckled, remarking, "I must say, this world is indeed quite extraordinary. So many films converging without chaos, each following one another in an orderly fashion." He pondered whether the plot of SEAL Team would resemble those of the films he had seen before. If the storyline were indeed similar, he would possess knowledge of the narrative's progression, akin to having a cheat code, ensuring that winning $1 million would be a foregone conclusion. The more he contemplated, the more invigorated he felt. If his fantasies were to materialize as he envisioned, he could spend the money without restraint, perhaps even atop others' shoulders. Alas, the opportunity for real-world validation had yet to arise. The existing films were of little use now. It seemed he would have to await his induction into the Naval Special Operations Research Unit, hoping it would mirror the SEAL Team he had watched. The mere thought of stepping into the base of SEAL Team 6 stirred his emotions, rendering the news on television utterly uninteresting. The prospect of $1 million greenback bills danced tantalizingly before him. To suppress his excitement, Long John retrieved a chilled beer from the fridge and gulped it down in one go. He turned off the television and ventured into the adjacent equipment room, where he rigorously trained with various apparatuses. Thus commenced his relentless pursuit of physical fortitude over the past 2 years, ensuring his body became increasingly formidable. The only effortless task occurred yesterday. The only easy day was yesterday, the motto of the SEALs. Long John, reflecting on this phrase through his own experiences, came to understand a profound truth. To make life more comfortable, one must strive to become better. The night passed without incident. With only 2 days remaining until the Green Team's reporting deadline, and over 800 miles separating Chicago from Virginia, a nearly 20-hour drive awaited him. Long John knew he had to set off today to arrive on time. He had intended to finalize his preparations yesterday with a visit to the bank in the chaotic zone, yet his plans had been unexpectedly disrupted. The subsequent events unfolded like a Russian nesting doll, merely an unforeseen complication in his scheme. Stuffing his prepared clothing into a travel bag, he secured it to the back of his motorcycle and slung the money-filled shoulder bag across his chest. With a firm kick, he started the heavy motorcycle and gradually departed from the garage. Before heading to Beach City in California, he first rode to North City Hospital in Chicago, where he deposited all his money into a medical account. Subsequently, he entrusted a letter, meticulously composed in advance, to the doctor for delivery to her, thereby alleviating his final concern. Chapter 4. The appearance of B3 embarking on an 800-mile motorcycle journey is no trivial endeavor. Even Dragon John's Harley, categorized as a touring motorcycle, subjects him to considerable hardship. Had he the means to utilize a more efficient mode of transportation, this long voyage would have been significantly more manageable. Regrettably, Dragon John's credit card did not permit such luxury. Fortunately, his passion for motorcycling, coupled with the exhilarating sensation of the wind against his face, rendered him enamored with the experience. His physique, honed through the rigors of Special Forces training and self-imposed discipline, was more than capable of enduring the journey while saving several $100s. Thus, what was originally a torturous trek transformed into a unique pleasure. On the first day, he set forth under the blazing sun, departing the hospital and leaving behind the city of Chicago, a den of iniquity. He traversed the I-90 highway toward Indiana, subsequently shifting to I-65S, which led him into Ohio. That evening, he found refuge at a roadside motel, allowing himself a moment of respite to recuperate. On the second day, he rose early and continued along I-70E, crossing from Ohio into West Virginia and then transitioning to I-77, which led him through the heart of West Virginia. Eventually, he arrived at an independent city in Southampton, nestled between the Atlantic Ocean and Chesapeake Bay, adjacent to the beach city of North Carolina. To the southeast lay a Naval Fleet Training Center known as Oceana Naval Air Station, often likened to the Navy's Fort Bragg. This was the very location of Devgru's base, marking the culmination of Dragon John's journey, as he was poised to commence his selection process for the Green Team. The Green Team is one of 7 squadrons under the DG, with the Gold, Silver, Red, and Blue teams designated for operational duties, the Black Team tasked with intelligence, and the Gray Team responsible for bridging operations and transportation. The remaining Green Team serves as the training cadre for newcomers, rigorously assessing and selecting qualified candidates. Rumor has it that the daily training within the Green Team surpasses the infamous Hell Week of Bud-S underwater demolition training in terms of intensity. Whether this is true or merely exaggeration remains uncertain, though he secretly hoped for the former, as it would undoubtedly render the experience more exhilarating. Dragon John accelerated his motorcycle to 70 miles per hour as the sign welcoming him to Beach City flashed by, igniting a fervor in his veins that had lain dormant for too long. As the largest city in Virginia, Beach City boasts not only a vast expanse and a significant population, but also exemplary urban management. In stark contrast to the gang-dominated Chicago, Beach City stands as a paragon of civility in the United States. Perhaps it was due to Dragon John's mixed heritage, which inclined his appearance toward an Asian aesthetic. Or perhaps it was his imposing physique, sculpted with muscle, that exuded a palpable sense of intimidation. Alternatively, it might have been his choice of a vintage-looking motorcycle, favored by bikers and gangs alike, that painted him in an unflattering light. As he attempted to navigate through the city, his journey was abruptly interrupted when a police car intercepted him mid-route. "Sir, please cooperate with the inspection. Remove your hands from the motorcycle's handlebars and slowly walk to the roadside, keeping your hands in plain view. Produce your identification." The 2 officers stepping out of the vehicle are both over 6 feet tall, yet in the presence of Long John, who stands over 6 feet 3 inches and weighs more than 200 pounds. An air of trepidation and vigilance is evident on his face. There's no need for anxiety. The laws vary from state to state, Long John reassured himself. Although he was confident he could overpower the two officers in mere seconds, he recognized the futility of such an action. His life motto was to never engage in actions devoid of value. Just as he was about to present his social security card and driver's license to the officers, a well-maintained black Harley-Davidson motorcycle, gleaming under the sunlight, approached from behind. Noticing the familiar trident patch affixed to the travel bag strapped to his seat, it slowed down and came to a halt behind the patrol car. "Hey, buddy, are you in trouble?" called out a friendly voice. As Long John was negotiating with the police, he instinctively looked up towards the source of the greeting. Upon making eye contact, he was momentarily taken aback, only to break into a smile a second later. The robust physique beneath the sweatshirt, coupled with a thick black beard that covered the lower half of his face, and the aggressive gaze typical of a Harley-Davidson rider, was an image Long John recognized all too well. It was Quinn Sonny, a supporting character from the acclaimed 2017 American television series SEAL Team, known as the demolition expert of Bravo Team, codenamed B3. The presence of this familiar figure dissolved Long John's earlier anxieties. With the prospect of passing the Green Team training course, he envisioned himself among the world's elite, seamlessly integrated into the narrative of SEAL Team and poised to receive a windfall of $10 million. Armed with this capital and the skills he had honed over years of special operations, he felt an unwavering confidence. Wealth, honor, status, and women would soon be within his grasp. The anticipation of a splendid life ahead ignited a fervor within him, dispelling the frustration of being halted by the police. Regardless of Sonny's intentions in approaching him, Long John was keen to seize this opportunity to forge a connection. Gaining entry into the Bravo team was paramount to securing that $10 million. Cultivating a relationship with Sonny would undoubtedly yield benefits. "I am a SEAL Team officer, en route to the O'Hare Naval Base, but it seems these gentlemen do not perceive me as a person of good character," Long John remarked, spreading his hands and shrugging, the implication clear in his gesture. "Do you have a cat card?" Sonny inquired, lowering the motorcycle's kickstand as he moved towards Long John. The cat card, known formally as the Common Access Card, serves as the military identification for personnel in the United States, akin to the officer and non-commissioned officer credentials in China. Embedded within is a chip that stores the cardholder's personal information, with basic details printed on both sides, resembling an identification card. Dragon John retrieved the card from his jacket pocket and handed it to the approaching Sonny. Typically, he would refrain from presenting it, even in the face of scrutiny. However, knowing that Sonny hailed from DevGru alleviated any concerns. Long Zibilin, the name, reminiscent of Bruce Lee's, appealed to him. Americans tend to express their emotions with openness, and Sonny was generous with his praise, though his astonishment surfaced when he noted the age and rank below. 25, E6? "Buddy, you've risen quite swiftly. It seems you've accomplished significant feats during your years in the SEALs." E6 corresponds to the rank of sergeant, with ranks below including private, private second class, private first class, specialist, corporal, and sergeant, totaling 6 levels. All branches of the U.S. military require recruits to be at least 18 years of age. Typically, a soldier requires 10 to 15 years to ascend from private to sergeant, yet Dragon John achieved this in a mere 7 years, surpassing 99% of his peers. Hence Sonny's astonishment. Unfazed by Sonny's praise, Dragon John simply smiled and remarked, "Thus, I am here to strengthen myself." "Quite bold, my friend. I like you even more," Sonny replied, hailing from the most formidable squad in DevGru, instantly grasping Dragon John's purpose for being there. Adhering to principles of confidentiality, he refrained from probing further. Producing a white card from his pocket, identical to Dragon John's, but inscribed with E7, he displayed it while saying, "We are both Navy SEALs. If there are no issues, may we be allowed to depart?" Sonny's tone bore an authoritative edge, sounding more like a final notification than a query. As a unit renowned for their lethal prowess, the SEALs enjoy a celebrity-like status in Beach City, possessing immense respect within the community. Law enforcement generally prefers to avoid conflict with the SEALs unless absolutely necessary, and this instance was no exception. Upon inspecting the CAC card, the two officers promptly released Dragon John, even offering apologies for any inconvenience caused. Had Dragon John presented his CAC card earlier, the officers would have cleared him without delay. Once the officers departed, Sonny patted Dragon John's well-defined chest with a hint of envy, saying, "Let's go, big guy. I'm heading back to base, and I can take you along." "Thank you very much, Sergeant," Dragon John replied, proud of his disciplined physique, relishing Sonny's admiration as he stowed the card back in his pocket and mounted his heavy motorcycle. Chapter 5. The remarkable Boy Beach City stands as one of the core components of the East Coast defense system in the United States, thereby establishing the significant role of the Ocean Aviation Base. The base is equipped with everything from an air station and naval port to soldiers' barracks and training centers, encompassing a comprehensive array of facilities. The Naval Special Forces Base comprises two entities: the renowned Navy SEALs, recognized as one of the top 10 special forces in the world, and the newly renamed Naval Elite, DevGru. Numerous basic training facilities and venues are jointly utilized by both factions, although the regulations on paper are often disregarded in practice. With the majority of resources preferentially allocated to DevGru, the Elite SEALs find themselves with greater access to training resources, leaving the White SEALs to adjust their schedules accordingly. With Sonny, a local guide, leading the way, Long John's journey ahead is smooth sailing. He traverses the entirety of Beach City effortlessly, passing through the heavily fortified gates of the Ohina Naval Air Base, and arrives at the ultimate destination, the headquarters of the Naval Special Operations Development Group. With only around 300 personnel in DevGru, operating under a streamlined elite management structure, all activities beyond training for the 7 teams are centralized within a single edifice. Long John, having meticulously reviewed extensive internal documentation regarding DevGru, is thoroughly acquainted with such foundational information. Upon reaching the site, he hopes to encounter you on the 2nd floor, as a laid-back surfer from the West Coast. Sonny does not accompany him inside, even neglecting to turn back, instead raising his right hand in a rather cool gesture as he drives straight toward the underground parking entrance. His demeanor, brimming with a blend of nonchalance and evident arrogance, epitomizes Sonny's unique personality. The fact that he did not even take the initiative to share his name with Long John further indicates that he sees this as a mere favor, not believing Long John worthy of friendship. Having navigated the complexities of life for many years, Long John perceives this clearly. Yet, despite his desire to cultivate a rapport with Sonny as a strategic move for future inclusion in Team B, he refrains from pursuing after him. Having experienced life and death and then rebirth, Long John has come to realize that strength is paramount in this world. Everything else is trivial. To earn respect and recognition from others, one must demonstrate power. He is confident that if he showcases his capabilities during the evaluation, Sonny will eventually approach him to share his name, rather than Long John humbling himself to inquire, "Hey, big guy, are you a new recruit from the green team?" Hearing someone call out from that direction, Long John turns his head towards the voice, pointing at himself in surprise. "Are you talking to me?" The hefty individual, weighing over 200 pounds, is indeed a rarity here. "If not you, who else could it be?" chuckles the E4 petty officer at the entrance. "Well, while I don't particularly appreciate being called big guy, I'll take it as a sign of your admiration," Long John responds, striking an iconic Schwarzenegger pose. "I do envy you. But regrettably, no matter how hard I try, I want to be able to grow to 6 feet 3 inches and become a big guy myself." The African-American logistics officer at the entrance replies, seeming to have a fondness for muscular men, engaging in lively conversation with Long John. He even assists him in parking his motorcycle before introducing himself as Jennifer. "I'll be responsible for welcoming the new recruits of the green team today. It's a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Long. I hail from Team 3, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Long John and Jennifer exchanged a handshake, engaging in conversation as they entered the building, thus establishing an initial rapport. As they traversed the hall towards the green team's office area, Jennifer guided Long John through the various sections of the 1st floor, emphasizing a critical point: he must not venture to the 2nd floor unaccompanied. The 2nd floor is designated as the command area for DG operations, and access is strictly limited to official members of SEAL Team 6. Others, including Jennifer herself, are prohibited from ascending. Jennifer, though a logistics personnel for DG, remains a temporary worker serving SEAL Team 6, and her status is akin to that of Long John, a new trainee. Both temporary staff and newcomers from the green team are confined to the 1st floor and a series of outdoor training facilities within the DG headquarters. Ascending to the 2nd floor is a dream for all White SEALs and serves as motivation for the newcomers of the green team. Fortunately, the 1st floor is equipped with a plethora of facilities. Aside from the administrative offices of the green team management, it contains all necessary infrastructure, including an additional feature, a dining hall. All soldiers within the building, encompassing the Green Team newcomers, logistics personnel, and official DG members, dine in the cafeteria on the first floor. In the United States, officers and enlisted personnel operate within two distinct systems, and their dining experiences are generally segregated. Long John was pleasantly surprised to learn of the communal dining arrangement, as it presented an opportunity to interact with prominent characters from the television series, particularly with Jason, the squad leader of Team B, who piqued Long John's interest. Securing a place in Team B and the prospect of obtaining $1 million reward hinges on Jason's selection, making him a pivotal figure in Long John's aspirations. Long John contemplated ways to approach Jason and leave a lasting impression. Unbeknownst to him, someone had already taken the initiative. "Hey, Jay, you don't seem to be in high spirits," Sonny remarked upon exiting the elevator from the third floor where the red team resides, as he encountered his captain. Jason. He casually handed over a paper bag, saying, "Spicy chicken from 64th Street, my favorite. Eating it lifts my mood. Care to give it a try?" "No thanks. I've already had lunch," Jason replied, shaking his head in refusal. 2 days prior, Team B had suffered a casualty during a VBSS operation, a member who happened to be Jason's closest friend. As the captain, Jason bore significant pressure and had much to address in the aftermath. Following yesterday's reflections after the operation and a recent 30-minute psychological assessment, his spirits were understandably low. "Old buddy, it's all in the past. Let it go." Sonny regarded Jason as his closest brother and, dismayed by Jason's distress, felt a strong desire to offer assistance. However, his inherent disposition made it challenging for him to provide comfort. Recalling the encounter with the newcomer Long John on the road, he resolved to divert Jason's attention. As they walked towards the command center, Sonny feigned an air of mystery and remarked, "Today, I encountered a rather intriguing newcomer on my way to the base." "A newcomer?" Jason, unwittingly ensnared by Sonny's ploy, became captivated by the mention of this newcomer. "You've been part of my B team for years, and this is the first time you've proactively mentioned someone new. I'm genuinely surprised. That fellow hails from San Diego on the West Coast, and at the age of 25, his rank is just one level below mine. He is entirely different from the typical calendar boys, and I'm curious about the significant deeds he accomplished during his deployment. Jay, could you retrieve his file for me?" The 2nd SEAL team from San Diego once posed shirtless for a calendar, an act deemed by their East Coast counterparts as selling their looks, and they have since faced ridicule. It seems this newcomer is indeed exceptional, though I am unable to access personal files. Perhaps the commander can, but such an action may be inappropriate. Jason's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and he finally smiled, raising an eyebrow as he said, "However, we could observe training with the Green Team. Coincidentally, our B team requires reinforcements. Once we complete our current mission, let us investigate the extraordinary individual you've mentioned. I hope he lives up to expectations." "I share that hope, haha." Sonny chuckled heartily, savoring his spicy chicken as they entered the command center together. Inside the conference room, a serious atmosphere prevailed, with all seats occupied. Major Blackburn, the commander of the Red Team, had already taken his position. Chapter 6. The strength of a true man. DevGru is an elite and highly efficient counterterrorism unit recognized globally, and the support staff here are equally adept and professional. Long John followed Jennifer to complete the onboarding process, including the collection of all necessary gear, and made his way to the assigned barracks in under half an hour. The newcomer barracks resembled a large warehouse, divided into 2 levels. Upon entering the main door, there were rows of wash basins on both sides. The left corridor led to the restroom area, while the right corridor led to the showers. The central area spanned over 200 square meters, serving as a lounge. A television exceeding 100 inches adorned the front wall, while various tables, chairs, bookshelves, and fitness equipment were scattered throughout, with small groups of people already engaged in conversation. A staircase in the middle provided access to the 2nd floor, which featured an expansive open space filled with bunk beds. This could essentially be understood as a dormitory. After enduring the wear and tear from generations of newcomers, this sleeping area bore the scars of time, with most bunk beds warped and misshapen. Observing the dilapidated state of the dormitory, Long John could easily comprehend why only one person occupied the space. In the dormitory, the sole newcomer, upon seeing Long John enter, took the initiative to greet him. "Brian Armstrong, from Team 2. It's a pleasure to meet you. My friends call me Brian." Long John immediately recognized his identity, grasped his hand, and smiled. "Long Gibberin, from Team 3. I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance, my rival. It's quite rare to encounter an Asian American as witty and charming as you. Perhaps we are not merely competitors, but may also become teammates in the future. Brian stood at a modest height of around 1.7 meters, a full head shorter than Long John, with a physique considerably more slender. Yet, his words radiated confidence, unperturbed by the prospect of elimination. Perhaps, but you ought to be cautious. I've heard there are many training accidents with the green team. Long John's remarks served as a subtle warning, for according to the television dramas he had watched, Brian, despite being a minor character, possessed formidable personal strength and a team spirit far surpassing that of the supporting character, DG newcomer Clay. Unfortunately, he met his demise in a parachuting training accident, a tragic loss that Long John had lamented while watching the show. Don't worry, I'm quite the lucky boy, haha. Although Brian found Long John's comment somewhat peculiar, his cheerful and easygoing nature led him to dismiss it. Eagerly, he offered to assist Long John with his luggage, saying, "Let me lend you a hand. There's an empty bed next to mine. Perhaps you wouldn't mind being my neighbor." As they walked together, Long John playfully teased, "They say the East Coast SEALs are merely farmers clad in Carhartt gear. I didn't expect such warmth from a farmer. It's a delightful surprise. Perhaps becoming swimming partners with you, this enthusiastic farmer, is indeed a splendid choice." The Navy SEALs boast a signature motto: SEALs never operate alone. To uphold this creed, a unique training mechanism for newcomers was established. From the outset of BUD/S training, each SEAL is paired with another, whether during training or in future combat scenarios. Their relationship as swimming partners mirrors that of combat partners in the Delta Force. As they are on equal footing, there exists no barrier or pressure, allowing them to be candid and form a cohesive unit aimed at mutual support, learning, encouragement, and progress. This partnership extends from checking each other's parachute packs to the profound trust of safeguarding one another's backs in battle. During his 2 years in Team 3, Long John had experienced the essence of brotherhood through a swimming partner. Now, as he joined the green team for assessment training, he knew he would again have a swimming partner, and his ideal choice was none other than Brian. In response to Long John's playful jibe about being a farmer, Brian shot back with a smile, "Laid-back surfer, you must be Mr. January. Being your swimming partner will surely make the East-West alliance quite entertaining." The Navy SEALs operate from 2 bases, one in San Diego, California, and the other in Virginia Beach. The competition between both parties exists in various aspects, and while it is generally healthy and beneficial, a playful exchange of banter and mockery is inevitably present. Just moments after their initial meeting, Long John from the West Coast and Brian from the East Coast embarked on a delightful journey of witty repartee, marking the commencement of their acquaintance. Amidst their playful teasing and light-hearted jests, they initiated their first collaboration, diligently organizing Long John's luggage. Each twin bed accommodated only one person, with luggage and personal training gear atop, while the occupants rested below. The arrangement proved to be quite convenient. "Hey, Bryson, our hellish life begins tomorrow. I've heard there's a splendid bar nearby, and tonight is our last night of freedom. Shall we go and celebrate?" As Long John and Poland finished tidying up the beds, they heard a loud voice from outside. Turning towards the doorway, Long John's spirits lifted upon seeing a blond young man entering. Well, it seems the new recruits of the green team have all gathered. "Clay, you arrived just in time. Let me introduce you to a new friend." Brian, evidently familiar with the newcomer, facilitated the introductions. "This is Clay Sebbins. We both hail from the 2nd team. Long Gibelin, the hefty fellow from the 3rd team, is my newly acquainted friend. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've read your father's book. It's quite remarkable." No sarcasm intended. Long John extended his hand. "You are the only person at this base who has ever said that my father writes well," Clay replied with a wry smile as he shook Long John's hand, clearly reluctant to delve into discussions about his father. Adjusting his expression, he added, "Tonight's bar revelry is missing a strong man to set the tone. Would you care to join us?" "Absolutely. If a romantic encounter were to occur, that would be even more splendid," Long John quipped, raising an eyebrow in a manner understood only by men. "With your 300-pound frame, I doubt any woman could handle you. I believe Brian and I would have better chances." Brian teased. "I concur." Clay laughed, raising his hand. "Clearly, you two lack an understanding of women. A robust man like me is their true desire, as I can demonstrate what true strength is." Long John formed a fist with both hands and thrust his hips forward in an exaggerated yet imaginative gesture, prompting laughter from both Brian and Clay, thereby dissipating the initial unfamiliarity among the trio. Chapter 7. The Out-of-Character Chief Instructor. The selection process for new recruits in the Green Team, strictly speaking, is not an assessment, but rather an advanced version of specialized training in special operations, spanning 9 months. This selection process requires newcomers to absorb an overwhelming amount of advanced special combat skills, essential professional knowledge, and auxiliary skills. Only those who can keep pace with the learning progress will be permitted to remain in the Green Team for further training. Throughout this extensive 36-week learning journey, the first 24 weeks will witness the elimination of the least competent newcomers based on a weekly ranking of the top 5 and bottom 5 performers. In the subsequent 3 months comprising a 12-week internship, a portion of the underperformers will inevitably be eliminated. This signifies that each newcomer must not only keep pace with all the courses, but also outperform their peers to secure their place in the Green Team until they complete all training modules and become a part of SEAL Team 6. While this may sound manageable, the competitive pressure is extraordinarily intense. Annually, the number of newcomers eligible for training in the Green Team does not exceed 40. Yet the training process will ultimately see the elimination of more than 24 individuals. The attrition rate surpasses 70%, leaving fewer than 13 to remain at the end. Such a rate of elimination is unprecedented. Although all trainees are referred to as newcomers, each has at least 5 years of military experience. Hailing from the 8 battalions of the renowned SEALs, the Navy SEALs rank among the world's top 10 special forces, with each member possessing elite individual combat capabilities, having faced the realities of battle. From this elite pool, fewer than 40 are selected to compete once more in the Green Team, vying for the title of the strongest. The intensity of competition here could scarcely be described as anything less than hellish. Longjean, Brian, and Clay fully comprehend the nature of the Green Team and have prepared themselves both physically and mentally for the challenges ahead. Though they jest about reveling in a bar, it is merely a fleeting indulgence. That evening, they shared a few drinks, engaged in light-hearted conversation to strengthen their camaraderie, and tacitly returned to the barracks before 10 o'clock. Any encounters with romantic prospects were far from their minds. Such distractions held no allure. As the night passed, a new day dawned with the sun barely peeking over the horizon. 2 gas canisters were hurled through the window into the dormitory, signaling the commencement of training in the Green Team. Awakened by the acrid stench, the newcomers scrambled to don their uniforms and gear, unleashing a torrent of expletives. FK, BCH, SHT, a symphony of colorful language echoed throughout the room. The seemingly robust iron bunk beds groaned under the rapid movements of these muscular men. Longjean's abrupt rise resulted in his shoulder crashing into the upper bunk's frame. With a resounding clank, the bed frame bent under the impact, showcasing Longjean's formidable physique. His collision with the bed was far from an isolated incident. The dormitory was alive with the sounds of clattering as others similarly stirred. This scene aptly elucidates the unfortunate state of the bunk beds. As for why the lights were not turned on first, the gathered veterans, being seasoned soldiers, could easily deduce the instructor's tactics. Rather than waste time attempting to illuminate a bulb that would not shine, they prioritized swiftly preparing for the day ahead. Despite the minor mishap upon rising, Longjean remained undeterred, with the effects of the tear gas having little impact on his actions. The other newcomers, while somewhat disheveled, displayed a similar urgency, moving quickly to ready themselves. After all, these soldiers, meticulously selected for their specialized skills, have undergone countless training sessions involving tear gas and flashbangs, endowing them with a resilience far superior to that of the average individual. Even when overwhelmed by tears and mucus, they managed to assemble within 3 minutes. Longjean roughly counted the assembled individuals, noting that there were 38 in total, indicating 38 competitors. Simultaneously, he beheld the 2 formidable figures who would endeavor to torment them over the next 9 months. One was Adam Cypher, the Green Team's Chief Master Sergeant, who had reached the pinnacle of his rank as an E9. He would serve as the instructor for this rigorous training. The other, Colonel Malcolm, was the Green Team's commanding officer and chief trainer. This pairing of an officer with a seasoned non-commissioned officer is standard within the U.S. military, sharing a striking resemblance to the collaborative management style of military and political officers in China. As the apex of the Green Team, Malcolm naturally followed established protocols. Much like portrayals in films and television, he employed an array of intimidating terminology and training regulations to emphasize the arduous and painful journey that lay ahead for the trainees, as well as the significant rewards awaiting those who succeeded. The combination of both the carrot and the stick served to instill a healthy sense of apprehension among the newcomers. While Long John was uncertain if others were intimidated, he himself remained unfazed, barely suppressing a chuckle. It wasn't that Malcolm's speech lacked depth. Rather, the actor portraying him was the same individual who played the villain in the Avengers series. Consequently, the image of that character lingered vividly in Long John's mind. Each time he had watched the series and saw Malcolm appear, he had whimsically associated him with the smug villain. Now, witnessing the real-life portrayal, the incongruity was even more pronounced, making it nearly impossible to reconcile the serious persona with the whimsical smurf before him. Fortunately, the grandiose presence of the main antagonist was brief, as they often maintain an aura of mystery and authority. After delivering his elaborate speech, Colonel Malcolm swiftly departed to catch up on sleep, leaving the remaining responsibilities to Chief Master Sergeant Adam Cypher. The morning run commenced with a 5-mile circuit around the beach. Chief Master Sergeant Cypher, a man of few words and resolute demeanor, issued a command that ruthlessly expelled the 38-member Green Team training unit from the barracks. He himself positioned himself on a beach vehicle, leisurely enjoying the sunrise from behind. The long-distance run on the beach is one of the foundational training exercises for the Green Team and is among the most physically demanding forms of running. With each step on the soft, damp sand, lifting one's feet became increasingly laborious. Additionally, as waves intermittently swept over the newcomers' feet, the mingling of seawater and sand filled their shoes, further amplifying the effort required for each stride. Completing a 5-mile run on the beach demands far more stamina than running 20 kilometers on solid ground. The Green Team has devised a more challenging advanced physical training regimen specifically tailored for new recruits, which encompasses more than just beach running. It has evolved into a comprehensive system with a designated name to identify this enhanced physical training. Chapter 8. The PLT Testing System. The PLT Testing System is an exclusive physical regimen of the Green Team, standing for Physical Limit Training, which translates to a system of physical endurance assessment. Here, system is a broad term. The Green Team's PLT testing system encompasses all facets of physical training, representing a crucial hurdle that new recruits must endure. As a newcomer, Long John had previously heard whispers of the unique PLT system of the Green Team. Rumored to exceed the grueling workload of the Bud-S Hell Week daily, he assumed such tales were mere exaggerations. However, from the very first morning of training, he began to feel the weight of the PLT system's demands. Over the ensuing 2 months, faced with an onslaught of upgraded physical training and intense competition among his peers, he found himself compelled to invest his entire being into training merely to maintain his lead. This was truly astonishing. Despite possessing extraordinary physical recovery abilities, Long John had encountered no challenges during his 2 years with the Navy SEALs. He was akin to Usain Bolt in the realm of sprinting, with no one posing a threat. Yet, upon arriving at the Green Team, he palpably sensed pressure for the first time in his life, necessitating his utmost commitment to training each day to secure his standing. The reason even a powerhouse like Long John found the physical training of the Green Team so formidable lies in the PLT testing system, which, despite its seemingly intricate name suggesting advanced technology, is quite the opposite. It is remarkably straightforward, almost brutally so. It simply elevates the difficulty of the foundational physical training typical of Navy SEALs to a new tier, effectively constituting an enhanced form of PT training. In essence, the philosophy can be distilled into a single principle: train to the brink of collapse, pushing the limits of human endurance. For instance, where team coordination training once involved carrying logs, it now entails hefting heavier, more unwieldy assault boats and speedboats, engaging in a superlative global endurance challenge. Previously in the SEALs, endurance training might have involved pushing tires across a distance. In the Green Team SPLT testing system, that transforms into pushing several tons of buses or large vehicles, and that too on sandy terrain. The difficulty of each training module has intensified, yet the duration remains unchanged, often further reduced. This is the very essence of the entire system. Incomplete tasks result in physical penalties for the recruits, who must then immediately rejoin the new training, deliberately ensuring they lack sufficient stamina for the subsequent PLT challenge. Under the relentless torment, only a physical powerhouse like Long John could endure. This newcomer, whose stamina was severely depleted, would once again fail to meet the standards in a new training regimen, subsequently facing yet another round of physical punishment before being thrust into further training, only to endure a fresh cycle of additional penalties. A single failure to meet the criteria would lead to a continuous inability to succeed, an insidious cycle of despair. Within this unique PLT testing system, one's physical prowess would be immediately apparent. Those possessing inferior physical qualities would find their perseverance futile, and elimination would merely be a matter of time. Only individuals with exceptional physical capabilities could hope to persevere until the end. It is precisely due to this immediate and unequivocal elimination mechanism that the outcome is virtually predetermined once the initial punishment commences. The newcomers who continue to struggle under duress resemble clowns performing in a circus. Hence, this mechanism for penalizing the unfit has rightfully earned the moniker of circus performance. One might argue that this selection method is excessively harsh. The underperformers are subjected to penalties without respite, continuing into new training, an approach devoid of scientific rationale. All present are elite members of special forces, their physical development having long approached its limits. If one falters, no amount of practice will suffice. And such an inability only serves to underscore one's unworthiness to join the DG. Furthermore, the Green Team selection process is not akin to basic training for recruits. There is insufficient time to cultivate a new recruit's potential. The training of recruits falls under the purview of the next echelon of Navy SEALs, as well as the subsequent tier of Marine Corps personnel. The Green Team's mission is to supply the other 6 divisions of DG with the world's finest counterterrorism operatives. This exclusive PLT training for the Green Team serves as the most effective physical conditioning for their trainees, and it is solely applicable to the Green Team's exercises. With such demanding training standards, introducing an ordinary Marine Corps recruit would spell disaster. Not only would the aim of enhancing the recruit's physical capabilities be thwarted, but under such inhumane training conditions, one could expect all recruits to falter within 3 days, their bodies unable to withstand the strain, necessitating medical intervention. It is akin to attempting to lift a weight of 100 kilograms when one can barely manage 50. The body would inevitably collapse under the burden. Conversely, the various torturous tactics that prove effective in the assessments of recruits or special forces become utterly ineffective within the Green Team. The newcomers training with the Green Team are seasoned veterans. These tactics have long been rendered obsolete in their experience. Perhaps it is this understanding that drives the Green Team's PLT training to be so distinctive, eschewing all frivolities in favor of a straightforward and unyielding approach to intensifying training challenges. Through insurmountable difficulties, the aim is to select truly exceptional special forces candidates for the DG. Of course, if Long John wished to avoid the relentless pursuit of first place and instead languish in a mediocre position, the training process would be significantly easier. Regrettably, such a mindset is untenable within the ranks of the Navy SEALs, and it could even be deemed perilous. Regardless of whether it pertains to the next echelon of Navy SEALs or the current upper tier of the DG Green Team, the mechanism for identifying the gray men has been steadfastly implemented. The term gray men refers to individuals who perform neither exceptionally well nor poorly. They meet the training standards but do not exceed them by a significant margin. These individuals exert minimal effort in all endeavors, content to coast along without striving to surpass their own limitations. The Navy SEALs require personnel who are driven to excel and unafraid of undertaking high-risk, challenging assignments. They have an aversion to those who only contribute half-heartedly and prioritize self-preservation in difficult situations. The rationale behind the elimination system, where the top 5 and bottom 5 soldiers nominate each other, is to uncover these gray men lurking within the ranks and prevent them from infiltrating the special operations teams. While instructors may not always discern the slackers, the newcomers, who share their daily lives intimately, are well aware of who among them is merely coasting. During the grueling 2-month PLT, physical training, assessment, individuals like Long John, a muscular powerhouse, are pushed to their limits daily. The physical and mental states of newcomers like Blair and Clay, who are slightly less capable, are even more dire, teetering on the brink of life and death. Were it not for the half-day PLT assessments followed by another half-day dedicated to advanced shooting training, the trainees would scarcely find any respite. Utilizing the shooting practice as a means to alleviate the lactic acid accumulation in their muscles. By the conclusion of these 2 months of PLT training, the number of eliminated newcomers will likely exceed the current 8. It is feared that most will not endure. Chapter 9. Special Operations ST Course. As the saying goes, the body is the foundation of revolution. to become one of the world's elite special forces, capable of accomplishing missions beyond the reach of conventional troops. Physical fitness is an unwavering prerequisite. The Green Team places the arduous PLT testing system at the forefront of all training programs, undoubtedly the most scientific and rational approach. This ensures that individuals who do not meet the foundational standards are swiftly eliminated in the initial phase. Furthermore, through high-pressure, intensive training, the most promising candidates with resilient mental fortitude can be identified for focused development in subsequent training. Exceptional individuals are afforded greater resources, a principle that extends beyond the SEAL Team 6 Green Team to nearly every corner of the globe. Throughout the first phase of the 8-week training, the individual who most frequently appeared on Instructor Adam's top 5 list was none other than the consistently outstanding physical specimen, Long John. As the highest-ranking newcomer among all, Long John's presence truly astonished Adam. After being subjected to relentless challenges that extracted every ounce of potential from his cells, one would expect the normal state of a person to be diminished the following day. Yet, Long John defies this expectation. Regardless of the intensity of the previous day's training, he awakens the next day revitalized, as if the exhaustion that rendered him unable to walk or even eat had never existed at all. For nearly a decade, Adam has served as an instructor for the Green Team, witnessing countless exceptional and formidable newcomers. Yet, he has never encountered anyone with such remarkable lactic acid tolerance and rapid recovery abilities. While he was astounded, it also broadened his horizons. Following Adam's astonishment and subsequent discussions at the dining table, many elite members of DG became aware of a unique newcomer among them, a physical prodigy, whose reputation as a fitness monster swiftly spread. Long John, with his extraordinary physical prowess, rightfully ascended to the T0 level among newcomers, with no one able to challenge his esteemed position. Among the remaining uneliminated newcomers, a number of impressive T1 talents emerged. For 8 consecutive weeks, Long John's new friends, Brian and Clay, stood out prominently, establishing themselves as the elite within the Green Team. Unlike Long John, who relied on his overpowering physicality to dominate others, Brian excelled through his exceptional team coordination skills and his willingness to assist fellow newcomers, which earned him the best rapport within the Green Team. Teamwork lies at the heart of special operations, and Brian adeptly capitalized on this principle. Clay's path to distinction diverged from both Long John and Brian. As the son of a former Navy SEAL who had written a book revealing numerous confidential aspects of the team without the consent of active members, Clay faced ridicule since his entry into the SEALs. Striving to escape the negative legacy left by his father, he was determined to prove himself and establish his own influence. His attendance in the Green Team training was driven by a desire to surpass his father. This intense obsession fueled Clay's fierce ambition, compelling him to constantly seek opportunities to showcase his abilities. Naturally, Long John, as the apex of the training squad, became the target of Clay's challenges. Defeating Long John would signify the pinnacle of performance. To achieve this goal, Clay fixated on Long John during every training session, persevering even when the gap in their physical capabilities was insurmountable. When Blair asked him to assist others, he feigned ignorance, his focus solely on surpassing Long John. Despite 2 months of training, Clay never once managed to outpace the fitness monster Long John due to their vast differences in physical attributes. However, his courageous spirit to challenge the strong resonated with the SL's unwavering resilience. The Green Team sought to cultivate outstanding candidates with exceptional qualities, and Clay's intense competitive spirit fell well within this criterion. Instructor Adam began to direct more attention toward the trio. The names on the top 5 list were determined by anonymous voting and were not disclosed to anyone outside the instructors, leaving Long John, Brian, and Clay unaware that they had become regulars on the list. They continued their training with unwavering diligence, never daring to relax. They are consistently maintaining their optimal condition, ready to embrace the upcoming new round of training. With the completion of the 8-week PLT testing system, the first phase of training comes to an end. The remaining 30 members of the Green Team, including Long John, after a weekend of rest and adjustment, commenced the second phase of training on the first day of the 9th week. This second phase heralds a myriad of changes. Firstly, the proportion of physical training for the Green Team will gradually diminish until it no longer occupies course time, allowing for a substitution with specialized skill training. For instance, in the second phase, physical training will no longer involve the advanced PLT testing system, but will revert to conventional PT training. This news is indeed a welcome relief for the newcomers who have endured the rigors of PLT training. Simultaneously, the Green Team recruits are introduced to a new course, one that demands considerable intellect for successful navigation, the ST course, which translates to the Modeling and Simulation Training Program. Although this training course is brief, lasting merely a month, its distinctive feature of open-ended answers renders its completion as challenging as the first phase, if not more so in certain aspects. Unlike the PLT training, which primarily assesses physical prowess, where a strong physique significantly increases the likelihood of success, the ST course is quite the opposite. It places lesser emphasis on physical demands, relying predominantly on reflexes and intellect. Humans possess control over their limbs, yet the mastery of their own minds remains elusive, often only scratching the surface of its potential. The true efficacy of one's intellect, the ability to make sound decisions at the right moment, and the risk of faltering at critical junctures present an unpredictable challenge. Chapter 10. The luxurious CQB Training Center. The training methodology of the ST course is notably unique, requiring recruits to adeptly respond to various simulated scenarios. With no singular correct approach, this necessitates the personal oversight of the specialized instructor, Adam, to ensure the quality of each training session. Other lower-tier instructors lack the authority to assess performance. Adam's inability to be omnipresent dictates that only one recruit can train at a time, preventing simultaneous participation from all newcomers. Consequently, the training model for the new recruits has undergone a transformation. Instead of the first phase's collective unit training, it has shifted to 2 groups of 15, each engaging in different training activities. For instance, one group may partake in PT training in the morning while the other delves into the ST course, exchanging roles in the afternoon. Having already persevered through the more arduous PLT testing system, the newcomers regard the modified PT training with a sense of ease, treating it merely as a means of maintaining physical fitness. Including Long John, the recruits are increasingly intrigued by the newly initiated ST course. This curiosity does not stem from a lack of understanding regarding the ST course. The newcomers attending the training are all bona fide Navy SEALs. This training constitutes a foundational course of the SEALs, one that has long been mastered. Rather, the intrigue lies in what novel challenges the ST course, led by the elite Green Team, might present. The special training instructors divided the remaining 30 individuals into 2 teams, with Long John and Clay assigned to a temporary platoon, prioritized to commence the Green Team's inaugural ST course, and were collectively escorted to the Close Quarters Combat Training Center. In the Green Team's vernacular, this facility is referred to as the Killing House. The ST course falls under the category of CQB, so Long John's presence here is hardly surprising. The CQB Training Center of the Green Team is expansive, spanning over 1,000 square meters, with a structure akin to that of a barracks, resembling a vast warehouse. The interior is divided into 2 separate training rooms. To the left, a series of long corridors and various obstacles are constructed from stacked railroad ties, flanked by numerous square structures, illuminated solely by suspended lights tethered with wire. The training room lacks a ceiling, featuring several elevated walkways that afford visibility of every corner below, simulating the interior of a residential building specifically designed for indoor special operations training, known as CQB, Close Quarters Battle. The elevated walkways provide an excellent vantage point for instructors and assisting trainers to meticulously observe the trainees' performance. Conversely, the training area to the right also boasts elevated walkways, but its arrangement is markedly different. All training facilities, including walls, are equipped with movable wheels, allowing for rapid reconfiguration of various scenarios. Conference rooms, offices, bathrooms, and bedrooms can be effortlessly created, should there be a particular training requirement. Even the assembly of a ballroom scene or a core base of a terrorist organization can be seamlessly executed. This adaptable training environment serves as the venue for Long John and his fellow trainees' T course. Over the ensuing month, this group of remaining trainees will engage in diverse scenario training daily, assessing their responsiveness in varying situations. Truly, the Green Team of DevGru exemplifies the luxury of boundless resources. The cost of such a quickly reconfigurable training facility is exorbitant, and Long John, witnessing it for the first time, cannot help but marvel internally. The training pace of the Green Team is exceedingly rapid, and the newcomers are not inexperienced novices. They are well-versed in the ST course's intricacies. Instructor Adam refrains from unnecessary dialogue, promptly organizing the newcomers to begin collecting their training weapons under the guidance of the instructors. The armory sergeant is already in position, having opened the adjacent armory, allowing the newcomers to queue at the window for their equipment. The training weapons for the Green Team's ST course are M4A1 rifles, custom-made by the weapon contractor Daniel Defense, equipped with a conversion kit from UTM. The standard firing pin is centrally located, whereas the pin of the conversion kit from UTM is positioned to the left edge, rendering it misaligned. Consequently, if a conventional bullet is inserted, the firing pin, which is centered on the base of the bullet, would render the modified firearm incapable of firing. This design prevents the incorrect loading of ammunition, thereby averting unnecessary accidents during training. The bullets compatible with this conversion kit have their primers located at the edge of the base rather than at the center, and they are marked with the letters GD. The Dragon Warrior is familiar with these bullets, having encountered them during training with the SEALs. These are specialized simulation rounds produced by General Dynamics to facilitate SEAL training, specifically designed for use with the UTM conversion kit. Each weapon is paired with a single magazine, comprising all the equipment for today's training. There are no infrared night vision devices, laser pointers, or tactical flashlights. The Dragon Warrior relies on these distinctions to make simple assessments. The simulated training scenario today will undoubtedly not involve nighttime operations. After all the newcomers have received their weapons, they gather outside the armory to rest and await orders to enter the training room sequentially. Perhaps there is anticipation surrounding the Soul T0 level Dragon Warrior, whether he is simply a bumbling giant or embodies a different kind of brawny intellect. The first recruit called by the special training instructor, Adam, is the conspicuous Dragon Warrior standing in the lineup. I'm the first? How delightful. Accustomed to being first, the Dragon Warrior feels no pressure from being the initial entrant. Instead, he is invigorated by the excitement. His eyes glimmer with eagerness. The training room is obscured by movable wall panels, rendering it impossible for those outside to discern the interior setup. The Dragon Warrior speculates on the nature of the daytime operation and, under the instructor's guidance, enters the training room alone. Adam, positioned on the elevated walkway along with two other instructors, immediately directs their gaze towards the entering Dragon Warrior. Chapter 11. Who is the thug? Dim, tranquil, and desolate. This is the first impression the Dragon Warrior receives upon entering the training room. Within the approximately 60 square meter space, there is a stark absence of people or objects. Only a 1 meter square box is marked in the center of the concrete floor. This is the testing area. Above this area hangs a small, dim yellow pendant light, no more than 10 watts. This is the standard state prior to the commencement of the ST course, designed to prevent the incoming trainees from deducing any usable information in advance. The Dragon Warrior is well versed in this game, although his approach is always somewhat unconventional. With no surprise or discomfort, he knows exactly what to do next and strides directly into the center of the testing area, standing tall. Begin. A simple and straightforward command emanates from the elevated walkway above. As the command was issued, a cylindrical black fabric hood, suspended by a rope, gradually descended from above and settled perfectly atop Long John's head. Although the material of the hood was soft, it possessed remarkable light-blocking properties. The scant, dim yellow light was promptly extinguished from Long John's vision, plunging him into a profound darkness. The creaking and shuffling of various objects, along with the muffled sounds of footsteps, began to surround him, despite attempts to minimize the noise. The scene was being set. According to the regulations of the ST course, the candidates were not permitted to leave the testing area until the hood was removed. To do so would signify the end of the training. Long John was acutely aware of the training rules and remained perfectly still, refraining from any movement. The cacophony of sounds persisted, leaving him unable to discern what awaited him once the hood was lifted and how to confront whatever might transpire. He could not determine whether some of these noises were deliberately manufactured to induce misjudgments among the candidates. Thus, indulging in unfounded speculations during this preparatory phase would be the gravest error. The optimal response was to remain calm, maintaining absolute focus and mental clarity, enabling him to react promptly when the moment arose. The essence of the ST course lay in testing the candidates' combat skills, psychological control, reaction speed, and their capacity to make sound decisions under pressure in the face of unexpected events. The instructors, positioned along the suspended walkways, scrutinized every move made by the candidates, meticulously scoring even the slightest actions. Throughout the month-long training period, A comprehensive scoring database would be established for all participants, including Long John. Weekly evaluations would determine the candidate standings, with the lowest performers facing dismissal. Long John was acutely aware of the ST course's grading mechanism and understood that he must excel in every training session to maximize his chances of advancing to DG. Thus, despite his familiarity with the ST course, he dared not let his guard down. As the seconds ticked by, the chaotic sounds within the room gradually faded, enveloping the environment in an eerie silence. Long John could even hear the rhythm of his own breath and the powerful thumping of his heart. Whether it was an intentional tactic employed by the special training instructor or an inherent aspect of the ST course, the Black Hood remained obstinately in place. In such a confined, pitch-black space, maintaining concentration became increasingly challenging over time, particularly in a standing position. The invisible force exerted by the external world induced a sense of anxiety and pressure upon the mind, making it arduous to regain control. Despite Long John's fervent attempts to focus, he found himself drifting into a state of disorientation. Eventually, he lost track of how long he had been ensconced within the hood, his body beginning to move uncontrollably between his feet. This was the precursor to a complete breakdown of concentration. What on earth was happening? Why was this dragging on? Adding to his difficulties? Was that old trickster deliberately trying to mess with him? Long John sensed that he was undoubtedly experiencing a covert physiological response, which began to incite a modicum of anxiety within him. Nevertheless, he remained resolutely vigilant, keeping his eyes wide open in anticipation of the moment the hood would be lifted, allowing him to absorb as much information as possible. Suddenly, the Black Hood was removed without warning. The blinding light flooded into Long John's dilated pupils like a flashbang, overwhelming him with an intense discomfort that surged to the top of his head, rendering his surroundings a stark white blur, obliterating any visibility. This was a physiological reaction known as photophobia, triggered by the abrupt transition from darkness to bright light. In this moment, Long John chose not to shut his eyes. Instead, he bore the agonizing strain of discomfort, keeping his gaze fixed and wide open. Only by doing so could he swiftly acclimate to the light and discern the situation within the room. For a seasoned operative such as Long John, closing his eyes for a mere few seconds to adapt would equate to a death sentence. In the chaos of a real battlefield, even a brief moment of blindness could allow an assailant to turn him into a target. Every second gained in acclimatizing to the light and regaining visibility translated into a higher probability of survival, enhancing his ability to execute his mission. Enduring what others could not, Long John's sacrifices yielded significant rewards. In less than 2 seconds, the blinding whiteness began to dissolve into a hazy form, gradually sharpening into clarity. Once his vision was restored to a rudimentary level, he could finally ascertain the circumstances in the room. Directly ahead stood a masked man in civilian clothing, armed yet not currently threatening, as he held a young woman tightly from behind. The moment the hood was removed, the young woman cried out to Long John, pleading for help, desperate not to meet her demise in that place. The masked man also called out, "Hey, buddy, come lend a hand. This girl is quite feisty." Within the various scenario simulations of the ST course, this situation belonged to the category of crisis management, where the rules dictated that one individual must be either a teammate or a civilian, while the other was a terrorist or a thug. Long John was required to make a swift decision, determining whom to eliminate. The longer he hesitated, the lower his score would be. Conversely, the quicker he acted, the higher his score. This was the foundational principle of such situational training. Additional scoring criteria included shooting accuracy, method of action, physical movements, and verbal communication, among others. However, a misjudgment leading to the wrongful elimination of an innocent would render all scoring irrelevant, resulting in a score of 0 for the entire exercise. A woman? A man? Who was it truly? The information at hand was limited, and Long John's weapon swung rapidly between the two figures, leaving him unable to make an accurate judgment. Just then, an unsettling sensation surged through his mind. In less than a second, Long John reacted, his expression shifting abruptly. Chapter 12. The Mozambique Shooting Technique. There was someone behind him. After years of a perilous mercenary career, characterized by the bloodshed of countless battles, coupled with extensive experience in overseas counterterrorism operations, Long John had developed an acute sense of crisis intuition that enabled him to make swift judgments. Although the identities of the two individuals before him remained obscured, they exhibited no overt hostility. However, The presence of the person lurking behind him instilled a sense of imminent danger, weighing the threats posed by both parties. Long John had already discerned which adversary necessitated immediate attention. His well-honed physique, a product of years of rigorous training, provided him with the capacity for rapid response. In less than 0.3 seconds, merely a fraction longer than the blink of an eye, Long John executed a series of counterattacking maneuvers, propelling his left leg to evade to the right while simultaneously turning his head, pivoting his body, and directing the muzzle of his weapon. He quickly identified his assailant, a figure clad in a balaclava, brandishing an AKM rifle, in possession of a lethal weapon and exhibiting hostile intent. The situation met the rules of engagement for neutralizing threats. Without the slightest hesitation, Long John acted. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 as his M4A1 unleashed 3 rounds. The first 2 bullets struck the assailant's chest, while the third found its mark on his forehead. This technique exemplified the standard Mozambique drill. In the confined environment where both parties engaged, the necessity for rapid-fire shooting left little room for precise aiming. Relying on his extensive firearms experience, Long John targeted the torso, ensuring that at least 1 bullet would strike its intended mark. He knew that firing 2 rounds was imperative to guarantee a hit. Using that brief moment to realign his aim. Upon being struck, the enemy would inevitably stagger backward, creating a fleeting moment of vulnerability. It was then that Long John would adjust his aim to target the heart or head for a fatal shot. Although this sequence may appear lengthy, it typically unfolded within a single second. In contrast to the chaos of indiscriminate firing or the perilous pursuit of a single lethal shot, which could squander precious time and invite a retaliatory exchange, the methodical Mozambique drill emerged as the most effective close-quarters battle technique. However, the engagement was not yet concluded. As a member of one of the world's top 10 counterterrorism units, the Navy SEALs, Long John understood that no mistakes were permissible. A second later, he fired a 4th shot, ensuring it struck the bandit's head to confirm his demise. The principles of SEAL indoor operations dictated that control precedes execution, with a follow-up shot always mandatory. Forgetting this could incur significant penalties, and in reality, it could prove fatal. The SEAL's emphasis on follow-up shots stemmed from the hard-earned lessons of their predecessors, learned through bloodshed and sacrifice. A fallen adversary could still pose a threat, whether through a surprise attack or a concealed explosive, particularly in the confined spaces of indoor combat, where the repercussions could be catastrophic. Those who understand the gravity of this reality need no further elaboration. Regarding Long John's initial movement of swiftly dodging to the right, it was not a genuine attempt to evade. Rather, it served merely as a preemptive maneuver to anticipate and avoid potential threats. As the adversary may have already aimed for his head, this lateral evasion was designed to minimize the likelihood of his head being struck by the enemy, even if his body were to be hit during this process. The protection afforded by body armor and ballistic plates significantly reduces the probability of immediate fatality compared to a headshot. Such nuanced maneuvers abound and constitute the very essence of a special forces operative's survival, as well as their formidable prowess. Their awareness of danger, reaction speed, and handling methods approach perfection, earning them the reputation of being extraordinary among newcomers, with performances beyond reproach. The special training instructor, Adam, was thoroughly impressed with Long John's execution and unhesitatingly awarded him full marks. At this juncture, Long John's training had effectively concluded. The bandit behind him was the target to be neutralized, while the woman played the role of a disguised civilian insurgent, and the man portrayed Long John's plainclothes special operations teammate. The insurgent had already been subdued by his comrades and required no further attention. Long John refrained from hastily firing at either the man or the woman. This not only showcased his formidable psychological resilience, but also demonstrated his calmness under pressure and adeptness in managing unexpected situations. Had he shot one of them, the bandit behind would have eliminated him, resulting in a score of 0. Instead, within a mere 2 seconds, he identified the enemy and executed a precise kill, exemplifying the crisis management awareness and solid foundational skills essential for a special forces operative. Full marks, unquestionably impeccable. However, just as Adam prepared to conclude the training and reset the ST course scenario for the next trainee, an unexpected event unfolded in the training room, leaving everyone bewildered. Observing Long John finishing off the corpse with a final shot, he promptly redirected his firearm and decisively pulled the trigger, firing his 5th bullet. A colorful mark appeared on the man's hand, indicating that the hand wielding the gun had been rendered useless. Eliminating the most immediate threat, Long Zhan's imposing physique became strangely agile, pouncing on the pair like a tiger descending from the mountain. In the astonished gaze of the man and woman, he delivered 2 powerful punches. The woman collapsed immediately, while the man's vision blurred, leaving him disoriented and struggling to regain his bearings. Remarkably, Long Zhan was aware this was a training exercise and thus exerted less than 30% of his strength. Otherwise, considering the immense power cultivated through years of striking heavy bags, he might have inadvertently killed them or at least caused severe concussions. After delivering 2 punches, seeing that the man had not completely fallen, Long Zhan grasped the man's arm, seemingly preparing for a powerful throw. The first to react, Instructor Adam, had to urgently call out, "Stop! Stop! The simulation training has concluded." Has it already ended? Long Zhan's control over his strength had approached perfection. The moment he heard Instructor Adam's command, he deftly restrained his power, preventing the man in casual attire from being thrown out, thereby averting a tragic scenario that would see an exceptional instructor bedridden for the next 3 days, if not a week. Lowering the man, who stood at a mere 1.70 meters and appeared pale and unsteady, Long Zhan apologetically inquired, "My friend, I am truly sorry. Are you still able to endure? Oh my God, you are a monster. Training with you is incredibly perilous. I must keep my distance from your training sessions in the future. I wish to live a few more days," the man replied, trembling as he leaned against the wall, casting a glance at the woman now lying on the ground. He could only mutter in disbelief, "You could take down such a beautiful woman? You are undoubtedly a butcher." With a helpless gesture, Long Zhan rubbed his nose and bent down to support the woman, cradling her in his arms while employing traditional Chinese medical techniques to stimulate her vital points. At that moment, he realized that the woman he had inadvertently knocked unconscious was indeed quite beautiful. More importantly, he recognized her. Chapter 13. Zero in full marks. Her name was Mandy Alice, a senior intelligence officer for the CIA and a prominent supporting character in the television series SEAL Team, serving as an exclusive intelligence asset for Team B. This information flashed through Long Zhan's mind as he regarded her. The CIA had no connections to the Green Team, and there was no need for external support from the Red Team to assist the Green Team. So why was she here as a sparring partner? The original narrative provided no clarity, leaving Long Zhan perplexed and unable to deduce what had transpired. Just then, several medical officers rushed in. "Clear the area. Move aside. Unrelated personnel, step back. We will take over from here." The medical team had arrived, rendering Long Zhan's technique ineffective. The unconscious woman was swiftly carried away. The male sparring partner who had been struck by Long Zhan also departed with the medical team, presumably to be checked for a concussion. Outside, in line for training, Clay and the other 14 newcomers were taken aback when an ordinary indoor simulation training session resulted in an instructor being carried out on a stretcher. Curiosity erupted among them as they gathered at the training room entrance, eager to uncover the dramatic events that had unfolded within. Just as they prepared to peer inside for a glimpse of the commotion, their instructor descended from the overhead walkway, his expression dark, seemingly intending to enter the training room. To avoid being caught and facing undeserved repercussions, Clay and the others forced themselves to suppress their curiosity, deciding to wait until Long Zhan emerged to investigate further. At that moment, the training room was left with Long Zhan alone, as he had not received the command to complete the training and stand by. Looking up at the overhead walkway, he noted that Instructor Adam and the accompanying instructors had also vanished. Long Zhan realized he was likely in trouble. However, he displayed no signs of anxiety or concern in the face of the impending inquiry. The reason was simple. He was well accustomed to such situations during his time with the SEALs. As long as the training involves an open-ended conclusion, Long Zhan's approach is invariably unique. He accomplishes his tasks through methods that are often unconventional, strikingly different from the strategies employed by his peers and those outlined in official training plans. The higher-ranking commanders found it difficult to accept his methods initially, leading them to confront Long Zhan directly. Nevertheless, 2 years have elapsed, and even before his departure to the Green Team, he had not faced any penalties. For despite his unconventional methods, he always managed to reference relevant regulations to justify his actions. The commanders harbored a mixture of admiration and frustration towards him, ultimately feeling powerless to rein him in, allowing him to operate with impunity. Long Zhan is confident that even now, upon joining the Green Team, As long as his methods prove effective and align with his current necessities, he can continue to uphold his distinct mercenary-style approach to special operations. In fact, he is the sole individual in the world who transitioned from being a traditional mercenary for over a decade to becoming a top-tier Special Forces operative. If his operational style resembled that of other Special Forces, it would indeed be suspicious. The wait for Long John was not lengthy. Soon, Instructor Adam entered the training room, accompanied by 2 other instructors, and approached him. I intended to award you a perfect score for this training session, but now you can only receive a 0. However, I am willing to grant you an opportunity to explain why. After neutralizing armed adversaries, you proceeded to engage other targets that posed no apparent threat. The special training instructor, Aiden, fixed a stoic gaze on Long John, as if to imply that he was questioning Long John's mental state. It seems implausible to grant a soldier an opportunity to explain after making a mistake during training, yet this is precisely indicative of the SAL's distinctive style. Whether among the White SEALs or the Elite SEALs, their management mechanisms and organizational structures diverge significantly from those of other special forces around the globe. Most special forces adhere to a conventional hierarchy where the command echelon issues orders, and the lower-ranking soldiers merely execute them, devoid of any voice in operational decision-making. In stark contrast, both the SEALs and the DG implement a bottom-up approach. During a counter-terrorism operation, for instance, it is not the upper command that convenes first. Rather, the squad leaders present intelligence to their team members for discussion and planning of the operational strategy. Everyone is encouraged to express their thoughts freely, proposing what they believe to be the most suitable approach or questioning the validity of the intelligence, if necessary. After gathering input from all members, the squad leader then engages with the commander and intelligence officer to formulate the final operational plan. This methodology is applied not only in real-world operations, but also in training scenarios. Except for fixed response drills, such as shooting and running, where metrics are explicitly defined. Any open-ended training that allows for diverse methods of completion will be accepted, provided that a reasonable and feasible rationale is presented. This open and inclusive mechanism is the foundation of Long John's audacious individuality. Faced with the inquiries of the specialized instructor, Aiden, Long John responded with unwavering confidence and clarity. "Report, sir. I do not believe I have erred. I am merely fulfilling the duties of a special operations soldier. You mentioned there are no threatening targets, yet I remain unaware of their true identities. In the absence of the ability to distinguish friend from foe, according to the operational rules set forth by JSOC, United States Joint Special Operations Command, regarding special operations, any target wielding a weapon may be regarded as a hypothetical enemy by our participating forces. Furthermore, I am currently training in the Green Team, which signifies my status as a DevGru Tier 1 operator. As per my understanding, DevGru possesses a special authorization issued by the Department of Defense, allowing Tier 1 operators to preemptively strike terrorists and terrorist facilities under specific conditions, without the necessity to adhere to international engagement protocols. Thus, from any perspective, I am entirely justified in neutralizing armed targets. In reality, I did not eliminate them. I merely intended to incapacitate them for control. Given the circumstances I faced, I believe my approach was not only appropriate, but also the most rational and effective. Long John's explanation was meticulously constructed, arguably flawless, particularly in the application of various functional clauses, which he wielded with remarkable dexterity. Aiden could find no fault, and his expression underwent a noticeable shift. "You shot down one of their weapons. Did you not consider that if you missed, you could have harmed your own teammate? That falls outside the scope of your authority, and you would face a military tribunal." Aiden slightly lifted his chin, fixing his gaze on Long John, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, leaving it unclear whether he was angry or amused. First, he was dressed in civilian clothing without any insignia. I had no knowledge he was a teammate. Even if I had killed him, the primary responsibility would not rest with me. Second, I have faith in my marksmanship. I cannot possibly miss. Long John's response was delivered with conviction, particularly the latter statement, which resonated powerfully. "Such confidence in your shooting? Have you not heard of Murphy's Law on the battlefield? Nothing in this world is absolute," Aiden retorted. "No, sir, I must disagree with your assertion," Long John replied with a confident smile, responding haughtily, "In my view, as long as it has not occurred, it does not exist. All those laws and principles are merely a heap of nonsense." Chapter 14, Random Summoning Training. It was past 9 in the evening at the sensational women bar adjacent to the base. After completing a day of training, Long John, Blair, and Clay gathered here, each ordering their preferred drink, seated around a high table engaged in conversation. It had been 2 months since their last visit to this bar. Their reunion was part of the changes in the second phase of training, which introduced an additional training module, random summoning training. As a Tier 1 operational unit, DevGru generally comprises older personnel, the majority of whom are married. For instance, the daughter of the television series protagonist, Jason, is now in high school. In an endeavor to maintain an equilibrium between family and work, DG has thoughtfully instituted a humane arrangement for its personnel. The primary operatives, while deployed overseas, are required to remain at the base at all times, yet during intervals devoid of active missions, they enjoy the liberty to move freely as they please. However, this freedom is contingent upon a crucial stipulation. Upon the issuance of an emergency mission, every operative must receive a text message on their mobile device, requiring them to report back to the base for a briefing within 1 hour. The newly implemented training regimen introduced by Long John and his comrades serves as a simulation of this call-up mechanism. Through continuous repetition during the Green Team training phase, recruits are expected to develop this process into muscle memory, thus facilitating a smoother integration into DG upon completing their training and ascending to the rank of elite combatants. Consequently, the training schedule for recruits entering the second phase of the Green Team will resemble that of a typical office worker, with physical training, PT, and ST courses confined to the hours of 9 to 5 and weekends off. During their leisure time, recruits are free to engage in any activities they desire. Nevertheless, upon receiving the return to base text, they must assemble at the military camp within 1 hour, even if it is 1 o'clock on a weekend morning. They are also expected to maintain their physical condition, ready to embark on missions at a moment's notice. Should any recruit fail to return promptly or exhibit a lack of self-discipline, indulging excessively and becoming inebriated, they will face familiar physical penalties, compelling them to relive the arduous experiences of their initial training phase. The bar where Long John, Clay, and Bryson indulge in drinks is conveniently located less than a kilometer from the base, allowing ample time for them to return. The trio remains unconcerned about the random call-up training, as the atmosphere is relatively relaxed. At this juncture, the conversation at the table shifts to the confrontation between Long John and instructor Adam, prompting Blair to eagerly inquire, what happened next? Clay, teasingly, remarks about the formidable nature of the old man, recalling a previous incident where a recruit confronted him regarding his training methods, only to be soundly defeated. Did you get a beating? He jested. A beating? How could that be? Long John replied with a feigned air of arrogance, tilting his head. He was utterly conquered by me, awarding me a perfect score, even more alluring than Madonna's derriere. In unison, Brian and Clay responded with derisive jeers and an international gesture. Holy Mother, what do my eyes behold? Blair exclaimed, suddenly captivated, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Instinctively, Long John and Clay followed his gaze. Dressed in a white, form-fitting camisole paired with gray-blue skinny jeans that accentuated her curves, she exuded a strikingly voluptuous and sensuous allure. Complemented by her wavy, chestnut golden locks and impeccable facial features, Clay was immediately entranced, setting down his drink and preparing to approach this captivating beauty. Hey, my friend. Don't be like that. Give a brother a chance. Brian grasped Clay's arm. The dynamics between men and women in America are markedly more liberated. Casual encounters before marriage often serve merely to satisfy physiological needs, devoid of the societal constraints that prevail back home. Brian's purpose for visiting the bar was not only to alleviate the stress from rigorous training, but also to quench his longing for the release of pin-up hormones. Like Brian, Clay was also a bachelor, having endured over 2 months of restraint. His inner turmoil was palpable. Upon encountering such an exquisite beauty in the bar, relinquishing the opportunity was out of the question. Even between good friends, fairness must be observed. If memory serves, you made the first move at the Golden Bar last time. This time, it's my turn. All right, you go first. If you can't manage it, I'll step in. It seemed they had overlooked a crucial detail. Just as Clay and Brian were reminiscing about past encounters, Long John clapped both of their shoulders, squinting with a smile. If I recall correctly, you two didn't seem to have much faith in my charm before. Now, we have a splendid opportunity at hand. How about a wager? Let us bet on whether I can win over that lovely lady in the strap top. Sounds good. What is the stake? Brian perked up instantly. You always seem to have the upper hand in training. I find it hard to believe you could be just as skilled in wooing women. Name your wager, and I'll accept, Clay said, brimming with skepticism. Betting money is too mundane. Here's the deal. If I win, you both will wash my socks for a month. If I lose, I'll take care of yours for a month. The odor from socks after intense daily training was indescribable, making Long John's wager quite significant. Clay nodded without hesitation, agreed. It's settled then. All right, I'm in, Brian concurred, adding a teasing remark. Make haste, my old mate, for the next month. I'll be counting on you for my stinky socks, haha. Just wait to be at my service. From the moment Long John laid eyes on the woman in the strap top, he felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to win her over. His self-assurance stemmed from his understanding of the narrative and the woman's identity. Raising his glass, he downed the remaining drink in one gulp, smoothing back his thick hair, and adjusting his expression with a rub of his hands over his face. Under the dual scrutiny of Brian and Clay, he strode confidently over to the beautiful woman. Martini cocktail, spicy and bold. Perhaps only a fiery lady like you could conquer it. Long John spoke in a relaxed manner, his pace steady, as if conversing with an old friend, creating an atmosphere of ease. The woman turned to face Long John, seemingly unfazed by his imposing physique, slightly intoxicated and dreamy-eyed. She took a sip of her drink and, half closing her eyes, remarked, I believe you need something even hotter. Long John recognized the glint in her eyes, having anticipated it. For in the original storyline, this woman had a penchant for strong men, particularly those from the Navy SEALs. It can be entirely understood as a fascination with Navy SEALs. The reason for his daily excursions, often driving dozens of kilometers to the bar near the SEALs base, is to seize the opportunity for a serendipitous encounter with these elite warriors. If Long John skillfully applies this information, catering to their preferences and strategically engaging, winning over a woman would be a foregone conclusion. After all, in the original narrative, it took Clay merely 2 days to win the heart of this woman. However, just as Long John was preparing to introduce himself and gradually get acquainted, striving for a foothold in Haidang Temple, the encrypted phones issued to Team Green began to beep simultaneously in the bar. Long John, Clay, and Brian pulled out their phones, realizing that the first random summoning training was about to commence. Long John understood that tonight was no longer promising. He thought it better to leave the woman with a lingering thought, rather than spend the next half hour in futile conversation. He intentionally revealed a tidbit of information, letting her know he was a member of SEAL Team 6, playing a subtle game to pique her interest. He then took out his wallet, pulled out a $50 bill, and said to the bartender, This lady's drinks are on me. The rest is your tip. Turning to the woman, he added, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to with my team. If fate allows, I hope to see you again. With that, Long John rose decisively, waved a casual farewell to Brian and Clay, and made his way to the bar's entrance. Though Brian and Clay were reluctant, anticipating a chance to approach the stunning woman should Long John's attempts falter, they realized the importance of this first random summoning training and reluctantly followed suit, leaving the bar. The woman watched Long John and his companions depart, a thoughtful smile playing on her lips, and shouted towards the door, My name is Stella. Remember it. Long John did not look back, but raised his hand slightly, as if he had heard her, yet remained indifferent. The random summoning training would commence upon their return to the camp, akin to the domestic emergency assembly drills, albeit with more flexible timing. Long John had spent 5 years in his previous military life mastering a 3-minute emergency assembly. Now, this hour-long random summoning training posed no challenge whatsoever. However, after some time at the base, it was already nearing 11 o'clock. The prospect of returning to the bar felt futile, especially since Stella was likely no longer there. Returning seemed rather foolish. Thus, the little wager among the three had to be postponed, and this postponement stretched into an entire month. During this time, they visited the bar featuring sultry women 4 or 5 times, yet they never encountered Stella again. Now, as the second phase of training drew to a close, a critical assessment was about to begin, primarily focusing on ST coursework. The afternoon before the formal assessment, the special training instructor, Adam, gathered the remaining 27 new recruits in the lounge on the first floor of the dormitory, in a relatively relaxed atmosphere. The pertinent details regarding the assessment scheduled for the following day were discussed. Firstly, the method of evaluation was announced. The ST course would encompass 3 scenarios evaluated in rapid succession, culminating in a unified scoring after the completion of all 3. This marked a significant increase in difficulty compared to the training sessions, where each scenario was assessed individually. Even for novice trainees with a solid foundation, accomplishing 3 scenarios within such a brief time frame would prove to be an exhausting endeavor, both mentally and physically. Moreover, the ongoing elimination mechanism would be integrated into this assessment. Upon the conclusion of all evaluations for the new trainees, a voting session would be held to determine the top 5 and bottom 5 performers. The instructor team would take into account the individuals from the bottom 5, alongside the lowest scoring newcomers, to select the most underperforming candidate, thereby concluding their journey in the Green Team training program. Lastly, the most thrilling news emerged. Team B had recently suffered a casualty, resulting in a shortfall in personnel. Given that the upcoming operation would take place in a perilous region of Africa, a full complement was essential for the successful execution of their mission. Consequently, members from Team B would attend this assessment to identify suitable external assistance to temporarily join them for their mission in the Middle East. Team B is widely recognized as the elite assault unit within the Red Team, a fact well known throughout the base. Should a temporary external assistant excel during this period and earn the respect of the personnel from Team B through collaborative combat, their integration into Team B post-training would be virtually assured, as those aspiring to uphold the core value of relentless pursuit of strength. The new trainees were understandably exhilarated by this news. Each individual resolved internally to exert their utmost effort in the upcoming ST course assessment, seeking to secure this invaluable opportunity for external assistance. Among the 27 new trainees, none felt the urgency more acutely than Long John. In the original storyline of the television drama, the newcomer Clay had gained his place in Team B through a similar opportunity as an external assistant. This meant that if Long John could seize the chance that rightfully belonged to Clay, he would possess an immense likelihood of replacing Clay as a new member of Team B. Chapter 16. The arrival of 2 magnates the following day at 8 a.m. The ST course assessment, which bore significant implications for the elimination slots and the coveted external assistance positions, officially commenced. The 27 new trainees, brimming with determination, gathered at the slaughterhouse. To ensure fairness in the assessment, a lottery system was employed for the order of evaluation. Hey guys, I'm feeling quite lucky today, having drawn number 12, placing me perfectly in the middle of the sequence, a splendid assessment position. Blair, the last to draw, approached Clay and Long John with excitement and inquired, "What numbers did you 2 draw?" "Buddy, the external assistant slot is out of your reach. I am number 2. Once I complete the assessment, the members of Team B will undoubtedly be astonished by my outstanding performance and will hand over the external assistance position to me in advance." CQB is the realm in which Clyde excels. Much like Long John's formidable physical prowess and Blair's sharpshooting, he possesses an unwavering confidence in his abilities. Even though the ST course is deemed the most challenging within the domain of CQB, he remains resolutely self-assured. "Clyde, I admire your confidence, but the ST course is fraught with unpredictability. It would be wise to exercise caution lest you encounter misfortune," Brian cautioned Clyde. Then turned to Long John with an inquisitive smile. "As the sole recruit in our entire training squad to have knocked out an instructor during practice, I eagerly anticipate your performance." Upon hearing Brian's remark, Clyde felt an unexpected twinge of anxiety. Long John's exceptional physical attributes do not imply inadequacy in CQB tactics. He merely falls slightly short when compared to his own standards. Throughout the past month of training in the ST course, Long John has encountered numerous bizarre and unforeseen incidents, establishing himself as an anomaly among the recruits, with no one daring to question his prowess in this regard. Despite Clyde's competitive spirit compelling him to remain silent, he internally regards Long John as his primary rival. "I am indeed fortunate to be the grand finale," Long John declared, as he displayed the Velcro badge in his hand, prominently emblazoned with the number 27. "As the last to take the stage, I believe you should perhaps return for a brief rest before rejoining us," Brian jested, laughing at the irony. In an environment where everyone vies for first place, being the last to perform is often regarded as the unluckiest position. Additionally, there are both physical and psychological factors at play, akin to the concept of momentum illustrated in Chao Gui's discussion on warfare, where initial vigor diminishes over time. Under the immense pressure inherent in the assessment itself, participants must consistently maintain their optimal state. The longer they sustain this, the more energy they expend, making the final performance undeniably impactful on their condition. "Clyde, who had initially felt the weight of pressure, joined in the laughter, teasingly remarking, "Old mate, it might take a while. Do ensure you don't doze off. The finest things are always saved for last. This external assistant's slot is mine for the taking. You stand no chance," he added with a chuckle. Long John and Clyde appeared to have grown accustomed to their playful banter. Despite their intense rivalry, it flourished within a positive atmosphere, fostering mutual encouragement and growth. "Hey lads, the main event is upon us. I suspect they are the primary combatants of Team B," Brian noted, demonstrating his keen observational skills, honed as a specialist in sniper operations, as he consistently identifies changes in their surroundings. Long John and Clyde ceased their banter, following Brian's gaze. Two middle-aged sergeants entered through the door. The first, a towering Caucasian standing over 6 feet tall, held the esteemed rank of E9, the pinnacle of non-commissioned officers. Adam, the special training instructor of the Green Team, also held the E9 rank, placing him on equal footing with this individual. Accompanying him was a robust African American, standing just under 6 feet, adorned with the impressive rank of E8, a level that signifies a senior non-commissioned officer, well above the management tier of battalion-level forces. Even when placed among the ranks of the next echelon of Navy SEALs, regardless of which of the 8 teams they belong to, one can at least attain the esteemed position of a senior chief petty officer. Yet, within DevGru, SEAL Team 6, these individuals are merely tasked with leading a small squad of a few members, relegated to the status of a mere private. It is worth noting that even the privates here are seasoned veterans with over a decade of military service, exemplifying the elite caliber of DG. Brian and Clay, unfamiliar with these two distinguished figures, could only deduce their origins from the alarming rank insignia and the words of Instructor Adam from the previous day. Surmising that they hailed from Team B, Long John, possessing the advantage of foresight, instantly recognized the identities of the two men. The imposing Caucasian with the E9 rank is Jason, the captain and command sergeant of the formidable Team B, designated as B1, the protagonist of the SEAL Team narrative. The robust African American with the E8 rank is Ray, the vice captain and intelligence sergeant of Team B, whose tactical role is that of a sniper. Known by the codename B2, one of the pivotal supporting characters in the SEAL Team saga, and Jason's closest ally and most in-tune partner. When Long John watched the television series, even from behind the screen, he could sense the overwhelming presence emanating from the characters they portrayed. Now, witnessing it firsthand in reality, that aura of dominance was even more pronounced, particularly as the two passed by the rookie squad. Their piercing gazes cast over the ranks instilled an inescapable sense of intimidation. Long John recognized that such a gaze cannot be cultivated through mere training. It is forged through the crucible of battlefield carnage. The sheer force and pressure radiating from these two figures suggest the countless malevolent foes they have vanquished to arrive at their current stature. Having experienced the formidable pressure exerted by the powerful, Long John's anticipation for the world of elite special forces intensified. "One day, I, Long John, shall become a force akin to yours. No, I shall surpass you, reaching heights beyond your grasp." As he watched Jason and Ray stride towards the elevated walkway, his fervor to grow stronger swelled within him. The adage rings true: one becomes red by associating with vermilion, and black by mingling with ink. Spending days in the company of those who are stagnant, reveling in one's superiority over them, and forsaking the pursuit of a higher realm, ultimately leads to a fate of stagnation. Only by walking alongside the strong can one truly fortify oneself. Long John has always sought to become stronger. With the arrival of these two heavyweight figures from Team B, the long-prepared ST course assessment commenced. All newcomers affixed their Velcro name tags to their sleeves, with the first entrant being number 1. To prevent any intermingling of assessment content among the newcomers, this evaluation employed an isolation mechanism. Those who completed their assessments would be sent to a separate resting area. The outcome of the first newcomer-S assessment remained unknown to Long John and the others, adding an air of mystery and further amplifying the psychological pressure on the newcomers. Approximately 5 minutes later, the instructor responsible for calling names appeared in the waiting area, signifying the conclusion of the assessment for the first newcomer, and it was now Clay's turn to take the stage as number 2. Good luck. As Long John rose and exchanged a hearty high-five with Clay, he graciously bestowed his blessings upon him, despite the fact that Clay, the favored child of fate in this narrative, stood as his fiercest competitor for a spot on Team B. "My friend, you have always favored the lone wolf. This course is perfectly suited for you. Best of luck. Brian offered Clay a brotherly embrace, a gesture of camaraderie. Though I wished for 3 foreign aid slots so that we could all partake, alas, there is typically only one, and thus, my apologies to you, my comrades. Clay, ever the determined spirit, turned and strode towards the training room door. Chapter 17. The tactical language of the Navy SEALs. The examination venue was arranged much like their usual training sessions, empty and devoid of personnel or objects. Save for a dim light illuminating the central testing area, Clay cast his gaze upward toward the suspended walkway before making his way directly to the designated testing zone. Over the past month of ST course training, the walkway had been sparsely populated by Adam and 2 instructors. Now, it was brimming with observers. On the right stood Jason and Ray from Team B, while the specialized training instructor Adam occupied the left. In the center was the blue-skinned Malcolm. Even the rare appearance of the chief instructor, who seldom graced the scene, underscored the significance of the ST course for the special operations personnel. As Clay positioned himself at the designated spot, the instructor issued the command to reset. A familiar black hood slowly descended from above, enveloping Clay's head and obscuring his vision. Subsequently, the door and a wall split apart. A dozen instructors entered, swiftly arranging the examination scenario. 20 seconds elapsed. The first testing scenario was set, and the setup crew quickly withdrew. At 30 seconds, the sound of a door creaking open echoed, and several incandescent bulbs flickered to life within the training room. Neither blindingly bright nor overly dim, they mimicked the conditions of domestic lighting. At the 40-second mark, the hood atop Clay's head was abruptly raised. The light, though not overly bright and with his time under the hood brief, did not dazzle him. He squinted slightly, but quickly acclimated to the illumination. During this brief adjustment, Clay exhibited a solid foundation in special operations fundamentals. He seamlessly transitioned into the ready stance, disengaged the safety, switched to single-fire mode, and swiftly surveyed the room, entering a combat-ready state with remarkable finesse. The entire sequence flowed effortlessly, with his preparatory actions undoubtedly deserving of full marks. Clang! The sound of a door opening to the left drew Clay's attention. His line of sight, guided by the barrel of his weapon, shifted to the left side of the training room, where he observed an individual clad in a headscarf, armed and charging into the room. The space was otherwise empty, with armed assailants breaching the entrance. Clay deduced that this scenario depicted a situation where his side was entrenched and awaiting assistance, while enemy combatants launched an assault, necessitating the rapid neutralization of the intruders. The target was armed and exhibited hostile intent, meeting the criteria for engagement as outlined in special operations protocols. Pew, pew. The sound of gunfire was significantly muted, thanks to the combination of a silencer and simulated subsonic rounds, producing a sound quieter than a mere cough. Clay's 2 shots were remarkably precise, one striking the chest and the other the head. First control, then eliminate, and finally ensure the target is neutralized. These are the 3 guiding principles of close-quarters combat for the Navy SEALs, applicable to both the white and elite SEALs. However, there are no strict regulations governing the initial phase of controlling the enemy, allowing for personal discretion without mandatory stipulations. Clay chose not to employ the Mozambique drill, opting instead for a single shot to subdue his adversary before proceeding to eliminate him, a stark contrast to Longjean's approach. The question of whose methodology proves superior remains unanswered, as marksmanship is inherently subjective. Having dealt with the armed target on his left, Clay witnessed the door directly ahead at the 12 o'clock position being kicked open, revealing another adversary adorned with a scarf and wielding an AK. Bang! Bang! 2 swift shots were fired, preempting any opportunity for the intruding assailant to retaliate. Following the swift neutralization of the 2 armed intruders, no further threats breached the threshold. Seizing the moment, Clay proceeded to ensure the incapacitated targets were thoroughly neutralized. After approximately 10 seconds of vigilance, confirming no additional threats were imminent, Clay raised his right hand and shouted, "Safety." This phrase is a mandatory conclusion for trainees at the end of each assessment, holding significant importance not only in training, but also in real-world engagements. The term safety conveys vital information to teammates regarding one's own condition and potential threats in the vicinity, enabling leaders and comrades to make informed decisions regarding subsequent actions. Tactical language in special operations is often succinct, typically consisting of just 1 or 2 words, allowing for rapid communication. The scope of tactical language is extensive. Beyond the unique vernacular used within teams, there are at least hundreds of terms documented in training manuals. For instance, during sustained engagements with the enemy, a team member responsible for fire suppression must loudly announce reload upon depleting their magazine, alerting teammates to assume their position and continue applying pressure on the adversary. Similarly, personnel on street surveillance must remain vigilant and stationary, without diverting their gaze, to ensure they detect even the slightest movement, such as a mouse scurrying by. When a team member conducting a room search declares safe upon exiting, they must loudly issue the command move before proceeding further. Conversely, in silent assault operations, vocal commands are inappropriate. Instead, subtle gestures, such as a shoulder squeeze or a brief touch of the PTT, signify safety or the need to advance, communicating to the lookout that the area has been cleared and they may proceed. Neglecting to inform the lookout while moving forward poses a substantial risk to both oneself and the team. Without the vigilance of his teammates, Clay's rear is vulnerable to a sudden ambush from the enemy, and should his comrades fail to receive the signal of his departure, they too may find themselves in peril. Although Clay is currently undergoing assessment alone, this scenario fundamentally embodies the essence of teamwork. Hence, it is imperative to adhere to the standards of real combat. Should Clay neglect to announce the final safety, regardless of how exemplary his preparations and eliminations may have been, he would ultimately be deemed unsuccessful, resulting in a score of 0. Team collaboration is the cornerstone of special operations, and the Green Team's training enforces a zero-tolerance policy in this regard, leaving no room for carelessness among the newcomers. Clay's performance in the first scene was commendable. He is now set to tackle the more challenging second scene. Chapter 18. The intricacies of the second assessment. The assessment comprises 3 consecutive scenes, with no respite for the participants in between. Reset. Upon hearing the instructor's command, Clay disengaged the safety on his weapon and returned to the testing area, the Black Hood tethered to the ropes once more descending over him. Personnel responsible for scene setup flooded in through various entrances, rapidly arranging the new environment with an array of modules. Although obscured from sight by the hood, Clay could still hear the discussions of the instructors and observers from the overhead walkway. He surmised they were undoubtedly deliberating on his performance, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation stirring within him. Eager to discern their evaluations, he found their voices deliberately subdued, rendering him unable to grasp the specifics, compelling him to refocus his attention. The external support slot will undoubtedly be mine. Clay swiftly revisited the earlier assessment, assuring himself of his flawless execution, silently rallying his spirits. Taking a deep breath to dispel distractions, he redirected his focus towards the impending challenges. Indeed, the individuals on the walkway were engaged in discussion, with their subject being none other than Clay himself, and their assessments were notably positive. Clearly, Clay's outstanding debut had garnered the admiration of those present. Jason and Ray, who had approached with stoic expressions, now bore smiles, unmistakably revealing their heightened expectations for the new recruits following such a remarkable initial performance. Ray, having once been a teammate of Clay's father, held a keen interest in him and eagerly anticipated his upcoming assessments. However, Jason's primary focus lay elsewhere. He had long been informed by Sonny about the significant developments within the Green Team over the past 3 months, particularly regarding the Asian newcomer, a formidable presence nicknamed the Beast and the Brute, who had captured the attention of the explosive expert Sonny. As the captain of the Red Team's finest squad, Jason bore the responsibility of identifying and supplementing the B Team with the most exceptional recruits to ensure the safety of himself and his comrades, while successfully executing even the most arduous missions. The personnel responsible for the arrangement of the Green Team's scenario exhibited remarkable professionalism, completing the transformation of the scene with astonishing speed, achieving a flawless setup and clearance in less than 30 seconds. This time, the assessment area was not devoid of life. Instead, it featured a man and a woman. The woman, seated on the sofa with her hands clasped behind her, wore a gas mask that obscured her expression. Beside her stood a man dressed in Middle Eastern attire, brandishing a gun aimed at the woman's head. "Commence," commanded the special training instructor, Adam, as a facilitator swiftly pulled the cord of the hood. Regaining his vision, Clay raised his weapon and decisively pulled the trigger, sending 2 bullets flying, which struck the armed man beside the sofa, causing him to collapse. Clay then shifted his aim to the woman, refraining from firing due to a subjective judgment regarding her vulnerability and the absence of visible weaponry. Suddenly, the left door of the room swung open, A robust African-American man, clad in ordinary casual attire and exhibiting no apparent intent to attack, strode confidently into the assessment area. He made no attempt to engage with anyone, meandering aimlessly within the confines of the room. Clay perceived the imposing figure as a greater threat, his attention entirely captivated. However, the absence of a firearm in the man's hands precluded him from immediately firing. "Raise your hands and lie down quickly," Clay commanded, his weapon trained on the man, keen to avert any potential harm. Yet, the robust man seemed oblivious to the warning, continuing his aimless wandering. Unbeknownst to Clay, the man's seemingly purposeless movement bore a strong suggestive quality, and he inadvertently positioned himself behind Clay. "Get down now, or I will have to fire." Clay repeatedly issued various warnings, maintaining his aim firmly on the man, vigilant against any threat. In his fixation, he failed to notice that his own body had unwittingly rotated 180 degrees. The woman, who moments ago occupied the sofa directly in front of him, now stood behind him. Having retrieved the handgun that lay by the sofa and directed it at the back of Clay's head, Jason observed this scene with a bemused shake of his head, turning to Ray and remarking, "He has already failed." This scenario did not possess a singular resolution. One could argue that it was inherently a stalemate, destined from the outset to ensure that no one could succeed flawlessly. He still has a chance, does he not? Ray, however, interpreted the situation differently, though this perspective remained uniquely his own. The observant chief instructor and special training officers, along with several facilitators, wore expressions mirroring Jason's. "Mr. Spencer, I believe you should be more concerned about your hostage," Chief Malcolm stated, while the robust man mockingly regarded Clay, sidling up next to the now upright woman. Upon seeing the woman pointing a gun at him, Clay expressionlessly lowered his weapon. "It seems you are in quite a predicament, Mr. Spencer." Upon hearing the commanding voice of Chief Instructor Malcolm once again, Clay turned and gazed up at the elevated walkway, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Only those of great stature encounter significant issues." The implication of his words was clear. "As I am not a person of such stature, I am not burdened by substantial troubles." His defiance was palpable. "Indeed, my issues may be of a greater magnitude. Should you meet an untimely demise, I would be condemned to endure whispers behind my back, alleging that I was the architect of your downfall, merely due to my leniency in expectations of you. Is this truly acceptable?" Malcolm's biting sarcasm was, in fact, an opportunity for Clay to elucidate his stance. After all, eschewing authoritarianism in favor of a platform where every voice has its rightful place is a hallmark of the SAL's grassroots ethos. Malcolm acknowledged his own status as a person of significance, thus implying that his problems were indeed more consequential. Clay seized this moment for rebuttal, stating, "I find the title of great person somewhat ironic." "Why so?" Malcolm inquired. "Those depicted as great in films seldom utter a word. In fact, one might assume they are mute." Clay refrained from finishing his thought, the unspoken insinuation being that Malcolm was excessively verbose. He chose to withhold this observation out of respect for the chief instructor. Jason, overhearing the exchange, grimaced, evidently disapproving of Clay's relentless obstinacy and his increasingly excessive competitiveness. "Very well, let us conserve our time. I shall formally inquire, Mr. Spencer. Are you prepared to accept your errors? Do not allow yourself to be ensnared by your own misjudgments in the future." Malcolm maintained a stoic expression, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Chapter 19. Arrogant confidence and composure. "I cannot fathom where I have erred," Clay replied, staring intently at Malcolm above him, his face a canvas of determination and defiance. "Do you believe you are correct in not perceiving the woman who aimed a firearm at you as a threat?" Malcolm leaned against the railing, questioning him. "I believe prioritizing the threats posed by male soldiers is undoubtedly the right course of action. Perhaps I should have considered that women could be their accomplices. However, even so, I do not think it wise to target women first, only to subdue the male soldiers thereafter." He paused momentarily, then with a touch of sarcasm added, "I suspect that even had I approached this differently, you would still find fault with my actions, would you not?" In the face of Clay's pointed retort, Malcolm did not exhibit anger. Instead, a smile broke across his face. It was evident that Clay's intense competitiveness unexpectedly led him to the correct answer, earning the acknowledgement of Chief Instructor Malcolm. "Well done, Mr. Spencer. Congratulations on successfully completing this assessment with commendable results. I wish you a pleasant weekend. But isn't there a third round?" Malcolm executed a swift 180-degree turn, leaving the obstinate Clay momentarily bewildered. You have already completed the third assessment, and quite well at that. Currently, you hold the best results among the newcomers. Even though you rank second, just slightly ahead of the first. Chief Instructor Malcolm exhibited a rare sense of humor. Clay, initially taken aback and confused, soon grasped the implication. Upon receiving the esteemed recognition from the Chief Instructor and achieving a perfect score in this assessment, it seems exceedingly probable that the foreign aid position for Team B remains unassailable. Overwhelmed by exuberance, Clay could no longer contain his excitement and left the evaluation arena with great strides. It is worth noting that Clay's initial bewilderment is understandable. The seamless transition between the second and third assessments, catching the trainees off guard, was indeed an ingenious and unexpected approach. To delve deeper, the second assessment concluded when a woman pointed a firearm at Clay, marking its end. Malcolm, after the conclusion of the second assessment, engaged in extensive dialogue because the moment he began speaking, they had already entered the scenario of the third assessment. Remarkably, Clay's intense competitive spirit led him unexpectedly in the right direction. From Clay's performance in the third assessment, it becomes evident that the primary objective of this evaluation was to test the trainees' courage to stand resolutely in the face of authority that surpasses their own. Furthermore, it assessed their capacity for independent thought when faced with severe interference and questioning. DG follows a highly elite path, necessitating that each member possesses the ability for independent critical thinking, capable of taking on significant responsibilities, rather than being mere automatons who follow orders without personal insight. The most significant distinction between DG's elite operatives and ordinary soldiers lies precisely here. For the purposes of this assessment, whether the trainees prioritized controlling the female hostage or the unarmed African-American man would not affect their performance in the third assessment. The ability to succeed in the third assessment hinged entirely upon the final exchange of verbal sparring. As Clay aptly stated, this evaluation was indeed designed without definitive answers. No matter the approach, flaws would be found. If a novice trainee could identify this issue and boldly articulate it, they would pass the assessment. Otherwise, they would be deemed unsuccessful. Undoubtedly, Clay executed this flawlessly. Although he did not rely on genuine enlightenment, but rather on his stubborn determination, he fortuitously stumbled upon success. However, the process and intent are of little consequence. What truly matters is the outcome. As the second newcomer to present himself, Clay's flawless navigation through all three assessments, achieving high scores in each, established a benchmark. Unless subsequent candidates surpassed Clay by a considerable margin, under the influence of preconceived notions, his position as a foreign aid was virtually unassailable. In fact, the ultimate results corroborated this. Among the over 20 newcomers who participated in the assessments, none surpassed Clay's scores. Even Brian, Sarkeesian, and Mike Adams, regulars among the top 5 voters who also excelled in all 3 assessments, could not challenge Clay's advantage. Coupled with the relationship between his father and Ray, it stands to reason that Clay will emerge as the standout among all newcomers, securing this coveted foreign aid position for Team B, aligning perfectly with his aspirations. The outcome appears to be as certain as a nail in the board. Regrettably, it is still a tad premature to rejoice, as there remains one last newcomer languishing at the bottom of the list, nearly dozing off while awaiting their assessment. On the 27th, it is finally your turn. Upon hearing the announcement echoing from the entrance, Long John, who had been squinting and on the verge of slumber, opened his eyes to survey the waiting area. He discovered it had become rather sparse, with only himself remaining as the last solitary contender. Ah, at last. It is my time. Long John rose, stretched lazily, stifled a yawn, and shifted his somewhat numb posterior before departing the waiting area and making his way to the training room. With over 20 individuals, each taking a few minutes, the total would amount to nearly 2 hours, a considerable duration indeed. The instructor who had come to call his name observed Long John's complete lack of examination anxiety. He appeared almost as if he had truly taken a nap in the waiting area. The instructor could only shake his head in disbelief, unable to fathom Long John's mindset, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "No wonder he stands out as the singular anomaly among this year's newcomers. Unlike me back in the day, I was so anxious I couldn't even dare to visit the restroom." All the trainees were subjected to the same assessment tasks, and the evaluation arena had been reset to the initial scene. As Long John entered the assessment area and beheld the expansive space, he immediately surmised the nature of the evaluation, raising his chin confidently to gaze at the suspended walkway above. In the face of numerous scrutinizing eyes, he smiled and raised his right index finger, his signature gesture, exuding a wild yet inherent confidence. Those on the aerial walkway, including Jason, Lei, Malcolm, and Adam, understood the meaning behind this gesture all too well and could not help but chuckle. In their youth, they were the strongest among newcomers, dismissing others with ease. Yet, time has transformed them into relics of the past, now fathers to teenagers and retired instructors on the sidelines. Long Jean's flamboyant entrance evoked a nostalgic reflection within these veterans, momentarily reminding them of their own spirited youth. When they too displayed the same audacity as Long Jean does now, this shared resonance stirred a unique sentiment towards him among the seasoned individuals. As the familiar black hood descended from above, enveloping the already poised Long Jean, the prominent figures on the walkway could no longer contain themselves and began to engage in animated discussions. They deliberated on Long Jean's extraordinarily audacious entrance, his remarkable physical prowess demonstrated during the first training phase, and the astonishing techniques displayed in the ST course, his unwavering confidence and composure at all times, among various other topics concerning him. Amidst this escalating fervor of conversation, the anticipation regarding Long Jean's performance in the upcoming assessment grew ever higher. Some were filled with eager expectations, while others were mired in concern. Behind a door on the side of the assessment arena, a burly African-American man, waiting to enter, peered through the crack to glimpse Long Jean, who was now ready within the arena, and his insides began to churn with mounting anxiety, his features contorting in distress. If Long Jean were present at this moment, he would instantly recognize this old acquaintance and cheerfully exclaim, "Heh, buddy, here we meet again." Chapter 20. The mutant SAR shooting system. The commanding instructors were engaged in lively conversation above, while the scene was being swiftly arranged below. As the personnel responsible for setting up the scene withdrew from the area, only Long Jean remained, enveloped in his hood. The chatter among the onlookers came to an abrupt halt, with all eyes converging on the main protagonist, Long Jean. "Begin," with Instructor Adams' authoritative command. The black hood was swiftly lifted. The first assessment commenced. The instant Long Jean regained his vision, he employed a rapid observational technique, glancing without turning his head to survey the full 180 degrees in front of him. This unique approach to quick observation granted him an additional 0.5 seconds, just enough time to pivot and scan the 180 degrees behind him with his gaze following the weapon. This meticulous maneuver, a subtle detail in execution, clearly distinguished him from Clay, who remained stationary and waiting. As the Chinese proverb states, the skill of a master is evident at first glance. In this first second of the assessment, Long Jean showcased a series of flawless, intricate maneuvers that astonished the distinguished onlookers. To put it in contemporary vernacular, they were thoroughly impressed. They had never anticipated that Long Jean, weighing over 100 kilograms, could exhibit such finesse and agility. His efficiency in utilizing time during rapid reactions was astonishing, reaching an exaggerated level of 0.1 seconds. Even the quickest sniper of Team B, the agile and petite Lei, could not help but spread his hands in bewilderment, expressing his confusion. In contrast to Jason, both Lei and Malcolm were utterly captivated by Long Jean's performance during the assessment, while Adam remained the most composed among them. After a month of ST training, he had transitioned from initial astonishment to a sense of normalcy. Categorizing Long Jean as a unique entity altogether, a monster, it was only natural for him to be different from the ordinary, providing a coherent explanation for his extraordinary capabilities. The discussions on the elevated walkway grew louder due to Long Jean's contrasting performance, resonating clearly within the assessment room below. Typically, such distractions would hinder a candidate's performance. Fortunately, Long Jean was the type of individual who, once immersed in combat, devoted himself wholeheartedly, maximizing his potential without being swayed by the admiration from above. After completing his observations, he swiftly entered a heightened state of alertness. This focus was honed during his years as a mercenary, where survival was paramount. Mercenaries were often regarded as expendable by their employers. A moment of carelessness could cost a life, necessitating that each mission be approached as if it were the last. Clang. The door on the left was kicked open, and a man wearing a scarf burst in, weapon in hand. With a swift and elegant display of marksmanship, Long Jean executed a series of 3 shots in rapid succession, successfully neutralizing an armed target at the entrance. With time to spare due to the rapidity of his fire, He decisively fired an additional round into the lifeless body on the ground. Just as he completed this action, a new disturbance arose. A gunman wearing a headscarf burst through the open door, catching the trainees off guard with little time to react. As Long John beheld the armed intruder, the distance between them was a mere 3 meters, and both parties instinctively raised their weapons, poised to strike. The sound that followed was a trio of silenced shots, a stark contrast to the harsh clatter of an AKM. Clearly, Long John, having seized the advantage of stillness, combined with his superior foundational skills, outclassed the assailant. After a brief pause, he fired another shot at the corpse before raising his right hand and announcing, "Clear." In response, the command to reset was immediately issued, and the familiar headscarf descended from above as the scene setup team began to enter. With unidentified personnel approaching from 2 directions, the trainees were required to discern the situation and act swiftly. This was the mandate of the first assessment. Long John's performance was on par with his peers, but it was evident from the discussions among the spectators that they held a greater appreciation for his execution. Their admiration stemmed from his refined micro-movements, which surpassed those of all preceding newcomers. In fact, in certain aspects, even when compared to seasoned veterans with decades of special operations experience, he demonstrated an impressive aptitude. The assembled experts found it hard to fathom that such fluidity and expertise could emanate from a mere 2-year veteran of the SEALs. The smoothness and maturity of his actions were simply extraordinary. Unable to draw conclusions from their own experiences, they could only surmise that Long John was inherently suited for this line of work. Among the crowd, Jason exhibited the most pronounced reaction. Although he had come specifically to observe Long John, his curiosity about the various feats attributed to him by Sonny over the past few months outweighed his expectations. However, witnessing Long John's flawless execution live sparked a flicker of interest within him. Yet, this intrigue remained tentative. Whether Long John could ultimately join his B team would depend on a series of subsequent specialized trainings. A candidate may excel in one area, but not necessarily fit within DG. What piqued Jason's curiosity further was the striking similarity in their stances. Both adopted a shooting technique that kept the weapon line beneath their line of sight, employing dual-eye aiming for combat. This approach minimized interference and obstruction of the observable field while maximizing visual range. Furthermore, their grip on the rifle maintained a close alignment with their chests, utilizing their upper bodies as a pivot point. This configuration formed a stable triangular structure between their hands and the rifle, allowing for minimal body movement while ensuring the greatest shooting angle flexibility. This is a comparison between the inner and outer circles. The time taken for a complete rotation of the inner circle is significantly less than that of the outer circle. This distinctive shooting technique, characterized by a unique stance, does not belong to the rifle CQB rapid response tactics, but is rather a variant of a pistol CQC shooting system known as the CAR pistol shooting system, central axis locking system. Chapter 21. What will he do? Although CQC pertains to indoor close combat techniques, it fundamentally differs from CQB, which focuses on close quarters battle. However, the former also employs handguns and close combat weapons such as knives, with certain tactics applicable to CQB as well. The advantages of the CAR shooting system include a broad field of vision, quick reactions, rapid firing, and a significantly high probability of gaining the initiative in indoor combat. While the benefits are evident, there are also drawbacks. Primarily, this system is designed for CQC, originally intended for the manipulation of handguns, which are inherently easier to control in close combat. Transitioning to a rifle necessitates substantial modifications, exponentially increasing the operational difficulty, rendering the average soldier incapable of mastering it. Furthermore, due to the high entry barrier of the variant CR system, despite possessing some advantages in close combat, soldiers embarking on CQB training often do not prioritize marginal enhancements over more accessible and broadly applicable CQB tactics. They inadvertently complicate their training by adopting a variant CQC technique. Once the CQB tactics reach a level of maturity, they may realize that the CAR shooting system, when applied to rifles, holds certain advantages in indoor close combat. However, transitioning to practice the central axis locking system proves challenging, as the CAR system's unique movements necessitate extensive, dedicated training to develop muscle memory, allowing it to reach its full potential. Given that this is a comprehensive shooting system encompassing everything from stances, aiming, and firing to various evasive maneuvers, any modifications require a complete overhaul. The established muscle memory associated with the standard rifle CQB system conflicts with the distinctive actions of the modified CAR shooting system, leading to awkwardness during practice. On one hand, there are ingrained movements built over years of training. On the other, there is a slight improvement that demands starting anew with a different combat system. The choice between the two becomes increasingly clear, often resulting in an impasse. Consequently, at the level of Navy SEALs, individuals utilizing the CAR shooting system with rifles are exceedingly rare, if not virtually non-existent. Among all elite combatants within DG, only Jason employs the modified rifle variant of the central axis locking system. The sudden discovery of a kindred spirit among the newcomers in the Green Team inevitably captures Jason's attention. The considerable difficulty of mastering the CAR shooting system remains a primary barrier hindering most soldiers from pursuing its study. Moreover, there exists the drawback of inconsistent shooting accuracy. Within a distance of 5 meters, the impact is relatively minimal. However, once exceeding that range, it heavily relies on the individual's shooting feel. For those whose shooting sensitivity is somewhat lacking, they may inadvertently become masters of human outlines. This is precisely why Long John has ingeniously integrated the Mozambique shooting technique into the CAR shooting system, employing 2 shots to control the target, as opposed to Clay, who relies solely on a single shot for target management. Clay utilizes the standard CQB shooting stance, where the line of sight remains fundamentally aligned with the scope during combat, thus ensuring that each shot is precisely aimed at the target, resulting in slightly higher accuracy. However, this method has its own drawbacks. In indoor combat, the ability to control the surrounding environment and the speed of timely target acquisition and response are considerably slower than in Long John's CAR system. As for which approach is superior, it ultimately varies from person to person, depending on individual habits. Those who naturally possess a poor shooting feel will find little improvement through rigid practice of the CAR shooting system, and might be better off diligently honing CQB tactical skills. In summary, the variant rifle type CAR shooting system holds undeniable advantages in close-quarters combat indoors, yet mastering it proves to be quite challenging. Currently, among all personnel at the base, only a few, such as Long John and Jason, have proficiently mastered this modified CAR shooting system. When Long John initially watched the television series, numerous comments criticized Jason's firearm handling as unprofessional. In reality, it was the viewers making these critiques who lacked recognition of Jason's use of a more complex shooting system. From another perspective, a television series featuring retired top Navy SEAL Team 6 veterans providing technical guidance and acting as support characters could hardly permit such elementary mistakes in firearm handling. Even if the director and technical advisor were somewhat negligent, the likelihood of such errors occurring is virtually non-existent. It is crucial to note that the individual deemed to have made an error is the most pivotal character in the series, under constant scrutiny from all viewers. Thus, it is implausible for his flawed firearm handling to persist across multiple seasons. Long John's performance in the first assessment was nothing short of flawless, astonishing all present. As anticipation heightened, the second assessment, characterized by unforeseen challenges, commenced with the lifting of the hood. Hostage, a female, unarmed, posing no immediate threat, a male, armed. A high-threat target that must be neutralized at once. Regaining external visibility, Long John swiftly gathered all pertinent information and reacted accordingly. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, delivering 2 precise shots to the right chest and head. With the attack target firmly established and within 3 meters, Long John was capable of achieving pinpoint accuracy, rendering the Mozambique shooting technique unnecessary. Just as he prepared to deliver a follow-up shot, the door to his left was forcefully kicked open. The previously boisterous black man who had entered the assessments with an air of nonchalance and disregard for the trainees surprisingly cast a glance at Long John as he entered. It was evident to anyone observing that he was particularly attentive and cautious towards Long John. What is this? Jason and Ray both noticed the peculiar behavior and were puzzled as to why the previously outstanding training partner exhibited such wariness towards Long John. It is important to note that the training partners and instructors of the Green Team are all formerly retired first-class combatants. Although many of them hail from the logistical Gray Team or the intelligence-focused Black Team, whose assault capabilities may not be as formidable, their status still commands respect. To fear a newcomer? Such a notion is utterly irrational. Ah, it's that fellow again. How intriguing, truly captivating. Long John immediately recognized the entering man, the very individual who, during their initial ST training, had been bested by a single punch and nearly sent to the hospital, only to jestingly warn Long John to keep his distance. Encountering an acquaintance, Long John did not relax his vigilance. He promptly aimed his firearm at him, issuing a stern command, "Halt. Immediately cease all movement and lie on the ground with your hands on your head." The target bore no lethal weapons and showed no inclination towards aggression. Thus, according to the Special Operations Protocol, lethal force was unwarranted. The only recourse was to maintain a safe distance while urgently seeking to subdue him peacefully. The burly black man aimed to distract Long John, providing the woman seated on the sofa an opportunity to procure a firearm and eliminate Long John. Alternatively, through provocative defiance, he sought to instigate panic in Long John, potentially leading to a disastrous breach of conduct by firing upon civilians. Consequently, in response to Long John's loud admonitions, the black man showed no intention of halting, resorting to the same trickery that had ensnared Clay earlier. Chapter 22, A Contest of Performances. Who deserves the Oscar? The black man understood that Long John was unlike other novices. His vigilance and observational skills were remarkably acute, making it easy to see through insincere performances. Therefore, he dared not let his guard down, exerting 120% of his acting skills. He first deliberately paced back and forth between the woman and Long John, creating a tense atmosphere that drew Long John's attention to himself. Then, he continued his rapid movements, but with each round, he would intentionally shift left, taking 3 steps to the right before returning to the left with 4 steps. After several iterations of this routine, the black man managed to maneuver from directly in front of Long John to the left without being detected. As Long John's gaze remained fixed on him, his focus inadvertently shifted to the left, gradually losing oversight of the front. This method could be likened to boiling a frog in lukewarm water. This was the goal the black man sought to achieve. Through this subtle diversion, he successfully deceived nearly all the assessment newcomers. Only 2 individuals, overwhelmed by anxiety, had acted impulsively and shot him dead when verbal warnings proved ineffective. The outcome of killing an unarmed civilian with no intent to attack, of course, was equally dire. Previously, the black man had utilized only 80% of his efforts, successfully deceiving over 90% of the assessment newcomers. He now felt confident in his acting prowess. To confront the monstrous newcomer, he was now employing a full 12 layers of skill. He believed he could easily deceive Long John. The actor's performance was indeed impeccable. Typically, Special Forces operatives face constraints due to combat regulations, making it challenging to extricate themselves from his carefully crafted scenario. Unfortunately, within this training ground, the imposing black man was not the sole performer. Initially, Long John was genuinely captivated by the black man's presence, mistakenly assuming that this assessment gauged the adaptability of Special Forces personnel in the face of unexpected civilian encounters. Most of his attention was fixated on the black man, persistently issuing verbal warnings. However, as the black man wandered erratically, displaying a conspicuous inclination to veer left, Long John began to sense something amiss. Having spent over a decade as a mercenary in his previous life, he understood the nature of mercenaries. They are the most unrestrained entities on the battlefield, disregarding any legal or moral regulations, resorting to ruthless tactics akin to feral dogs when survival and monetary gain were at stake. Long John would employ any unscrupulous means necessary. He had witnessed various underhanded tactics, including cunning schemes, betrayal, and treachery. Against an old hand in the underworld, the black man clearly lacked a certain finesse. Long John's extensive experience as a mercenary honed his instincts, allowing him to detect the abnormality in the black man's overtly guiding movements. What appeared to be aimless wandering was, in fact, a subtle misdirection to the right. There was undoubtedly something fishy afoot. To uncover the source of this anomaly, Long John maintained his focus on the black man while discreetly expanding his peripheral vision to encompass another unpredictable variable in the assessment. The observational advantages of the CAR shooting system became crucial at this juncture. As he subtly shifted his body to the right, he caught sight of a woman seated on the sofa through his left eye's peripheral vision, finally grasping the answer he sought. Perhaps she had not anticipated that Long John had already grown wary, keeping his attention fixed on her through his peripheral vision. Alternatively, she may have been unfamiliar with the rarely utilized variant of the CAR rifle shooting system, unaware of its advantages. Seeing Long John's body pivot towards her, she assumed he was like the other trainees, drawn in by the spectacle. Therefore, she revealed her hands from behind her back, slowly rising to retrieve the handgun that lay on the ground. This action was unmistakable. From the moment she stood to grab the weapon, Long John could discern who truly posed a threat in the assessment arena. At this very moment, he could have redirected his firearm and issued a verbal warning for her to lie down and cover her head, as outlined in the training manual. However, he chose a different approach. The examples in the manual were rigid, while the real-world environment was fluid. He did not believe that was the optimal course of action. Instead, he aimed to address the intricate situation at hand in what he deemed the most reasonable manner. Thus, Long John feigned ignorance of the woman's actions, continuing to play along with the black man's theatrics, allowing the man and woman to persist in their performance. As the woman's fingertips neared the gun, her focus was entirely fixated on the weapon. This reflects a fundamental cognitive inertia inherent to human thought. Attention tends to wane both before and after the completion of a task. It is, rather, in the fleeting moment of imminent completion that one becomes wholly engrossed, losing all external awareness. This is precisely the moment Dragon Battle sought. "Hey, buddy, we meet again. You performed admirably last time, but what is up with you this time? You came out with your zipper down," he remarked, transitioning abruptly from a warning to casual banter, leaving the imposing black man momentarily bewildered. Here, Dragon Battle adeptly exploited the situation. In genuine combat, when opponents are unfamiliar with one another, such tactics yield minimal effect. However, in this familiar assessment arena, it proved remarkably effective. Upon hearing the initial part of Dragon Battle's words, the man's thoughts were, "Hey, although we know each other, we're currently in an assessment. Could you show some respect?" Yet, upon the mention of the unzipped trousers, his instinct compelled him to glance down without a second thought. This instinctual response is common. Over 95% of individuals, upon realizing their zipper is undone, will instinctively look down to ensure they remain presentable. Similarly, over 99% will immediately glance up when someone calls their name. During this process, the brain engages in no deliberate analysis. The body operates on muscle memory alone. This instinctual control of the body was precisely what Dragon Battle aimed to exploit. As the black man's cognition returned to its instinctive state, he began to sense something amiss. Just as he attempted to redirect his focus back to Dragon Battle, the woman, having seized the opportunity, picked up the handgun from the ground. A triumphant smile graced her face, as if she thought to herself that even the strongest newcomer was merely human. She prepared to aim the weapon at Dragon Battle, eager to make this undefeated rookie experience the sting of defeat. In a sudden burst of agility reminiscent of a panther, Dragon Battle erupted into action. His assault was not a mere display of Special Forces technique, but rather akin to an explosive detonation, rapid, fierce, and relentless. He first propelled himself powerfully off his back leg, redirecting that force through his waist as he charged forward. Simultaneously pivoting, he concentrated his energy into his right side, launching a formidable strike to the chest of the black man. This entire sequence was not a chaotic collision or some esoteric martial art. It was a technique rooted in traditional Chinese martial arts, harnessing one's body as a weapon to unleash an overwhelming force instantaneously, a method known as Iron Mountain Crash. An average individual employing Iron Mountain Crash could send a similarly sized opponent flying 2 to 3 meters. With Dragon Battle towering at 194 meters and weighing an astonishing 204 pounds, this technique resembled a charging rhinoceros. Just as the black man refocused his attention on Dragon Battle, he was unprepared for the impending impact. As a result, he found himself soaring into the air. Long John receded into the distance, and with a sudden excruciating pain in his back, he crashed into the modular wall of the assessment arena with a resounding thud. Propelled by the force of the impact, his body flew over 4 meters away. Ultimately, he toppled several modular structures before landing with a thud on his rear, gasping for breath, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. Damn, that scoundrel. Did he grow up under a train? The force of the collision was tremendous. This was the sole grievance lingering in the mind of the African-American giant before he succumbed to unconsciousness. In an instant, Long John decisively subdued the African-American giant, his body following suit as he fell to the ground, raising his gun to aim at the woman on the sofa. With a lethal weapon in hand and a clear intent to attack, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger. 2 bullets flew in quick succession. One struck the woman in the upper chest, while the other accurately hit her head. He intentionally allowed the woman to retrieve the gun to meet the conditions for a fatal shot, subsequently using the force of the impact to subdue the man. And in the moment of landing, he executed the distant woman. In a mere 2 seconds, he accomplished the elimination of both targets, a flawless operation in his eyes. On the overhead walkway, for seasoned veterans with over a decade, some even 2 decades, of special operations experience, Chief Instructor Malcolm, Training Instructor Aiden, Team B Leader Jason, and Deputy Leader Ray observed the chaos wrought by the African-American giant. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The commotion from the assessment arena was so pronounced that the newcomers, who had completed their evaluations and were waiting in the rest area, were drawn out, bewildered. What is happening? Are there terrorists? The scene before them was a wreck, with one of the sparring partners lying on the ground, their fate uncertain. The newcomers, completely bewildered, struggled to comprehend how such devastation could be inflicted upon the slaughterhouse. The distant Jason and the others, along with the newcomers, were rendered speechless by the spectacle, while the nearest woman was utterly transfixed. With her right hand weakly holding the handgun at an angle, she stared blankly at Long John, as if petrified by Medusa's gaze. She epitomized the essence of being astonished. The sight of a man over 160 pounds being launched away left her unable to fathom the psychological impact had she been the one struck. From that moment onward, an uncontrollable thought surged within her mind. In all future training and assessments involving Long John, she would maintain a safe distance, no matter the incentives offered. For she had no desire to risk her life. She would not entertain the notion of making money only to be unable to spend it, or worse, to find herself confined to a hospital bed. And just as everyone stood in stunned silence, the slaughterhouse enveloped in an eerie quiet, Long John fired again, shattering the stillness. The woman, who had survived a gunshot to the head, received another round, a final touch of chaos to her already chaotic fate. At this moment, the woman finally realized that she should have collapsed and feigned death instead of sitting there in a daze. With agility, she tilted her body and sprawled on the sofa, transforming into a lifeless corpse. A comical scene then unfolded. The first gunman to be shot, lured by the commotion created by the muscular black man, could not resist the urge to feign resurrection and watch the spectacle. Upon witnessing the woman being shot again, he feared that Long John might see him alive and come over to deliver a powerful blow. With a dramatic exclamation, he died once more, deliberately raising his voice as if to ensure Long John could hear him clearly. His performance was commendable, truly deserving of his practice fee. Yet he was overshadowed by the undeniable star of the moment, Long John, who had begun to attend to the aftermath. He hurried over to the black man, checked his vital signs, confirmed he was merely unconscious with minor injuries, and hoisted him onto his shoulder before swiftly returning to the training room. Only then did he raise his hand and declare, "Safe?" Upon hearing Long John utter the word safe, the expressions of those in the hallway shifted to something peculiar when juxtaposed with the scene before them, resembling the aftermath of an airstrike. Indeed, the assessment area was now safe, perhaps excessively so. Not only had 2 of the 3 practice partners been incapacitated, but even those who had not entered the arena were struck by the fallen modular components, sustaining minor injuries. Among them, Malcolm felt the most discomfort, having completed the report and theoretically ready to transition to the 3rd assessment. He found himself at a loss for words when confronted with the chaos that Long John had orchestrated. The 2nd assessment had taken such an unexpected turn that he was unsure how to proceed. Originally, the narrative of the 2nd assessment was flawlessly designed as a seemingly unresolvable loop, where no matter whether the trainees controlled the woman or the man first, they would ultimately fail, seamlessly leading into the 3rd assessment. As Clay had pointed out, no matter the outcome, one would inevitably face scrutiny. Yet now, Long John had deviated from the norm entirely, employing his T0 level extraordinary capabilities to decisively handle both the man and woman together. Had he eliminated them all, it might have been acceptable, but the issue lay in Long John's exceptional micromanaging skills. Without wielding lethal weapons or displaying any intent to attack, he had subdued the black man through incapacitation, in complete accordance with special operations protocols, leaving no room for criticism. Initially, the woman had not possessed any lethal weaponry nor exhibited hostile intent, but when she stealthily retrieved a gun from the ground, she became a significant threat. Long John had no hesitation in neutralizing her, which also aligned with all operational guidelines. Thus, Long John's 2nd scene assessment emerged as the only flawless success among all trainees. However, the anticipated 3rd dialogue-based assessment, which was supposed to evolve from a failure in the second assessment, became stifled and unable to materialize. How could they proceed from here? The chief instructor Malcolm found himself at a loss, redirecting his gaze towards the training officer, Adam. Although this assessment was designed by Adam, he had never anticipated that a newcomer would flawlessly pass the second round, and thus had not prepared any subsequent response plans. In light of Malcolm's plea for assistance, Adam could only offer a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders as he remarked, "Sir, Gibran performed exceptionally well, did he not? I believe there is no need for further assessments. Of course, you are the highest authority here. The ultimate decision rests in your hands." Chapter 24. The list of external aids has arrived. Jason, what do you think we should do? Malcolm, momentarily indecisive, chose to pass this contentious issue to an outsider, Jason, the squad leader from the red team. In the future, these newcomers would all join the action squad, and as a captain, Jason indeed had a voice in the matter. I think, before we discuss this intriguing new recruit, we ought to address that fellow over there. He must be feeling quite uncomfortable at the moment, Jason suggested, pointing towards the imposing African-American man sprawled on the ground. Certainly, Malcolm replied non-committally, shrugging as he turned his attention to his assistant instructor. Following his directive, the supporting instructor promptly called out to a direction outside the arena. Medical team, enter the field and take the injured party away. This cohort of newcomers had introduced a peculiar little character, and the usually idle medical team now had their hands full, much to their amusement. With a chuckle, Lay added, considering the performance of this newcomer, "Is there really a need to continue the assessment? I hardly believe a few words from the commander would intimidate him. We could simply declare him successful." At this juncture, Jason interjected, "The third round evaluates independent thinking skills, sir. Do you genuinely believe he is lacking in that regard?" Jason refrained from providing a direct answer, casting a final glance at Long John, who was still waiting below, before smiling and departing down the elevated walkway. Lay jogged a few steps to follow, his expression appearing quite cheerful. Clearly, after witnessing all the newcomers' assessments, both were thoroughly satisfied with this observation journey, each having settled on a relatively favorable candidate for external aid. As they exited the slaughterhouse, Lay could hardly contain his excitement, asking, "Hey, Jason, which newcomer do you think would be the most suitable for external assistance?" "I have a particular fondness for Gibran. He is bold, meticulous, and possesses solid fundamentals, entirely unlike a novice." "We precisely need someone of his caliber," Jason replied, removing his helmet and holding it in his hands, his enthusiasm palpable. Especially that final move he executed. It was simply fascinating. While it appeared unassuming, his application of strength was remarkable, and the force was undeniably fierce. In less than 2 meters of acceleration, he managed to propel someone away using only his physical power. I have never witnessed such a feat in my life. It is truly astounding. If given the opportunity, I would like to learn from him. I hope he won't mind, haha. Long John's move, the Iron Mountain, wielded such visual impact that it is indeed a technique worthy of emulation for a lifelong learner like a Special Forces soldier. That young man is undeniably formidable. His overall strength surpasses that of other newcomers, and once he completes his training, he will undoubtedly become a coveted asset among all the captains. Lay initially concurred with Jason's perspective, but then swiftly shifted his stance, stating, "As for the newcomer, Claes Binsay, I believe his performance is remarkably commendable, not inferior to Gibran in certain respects." "Are you referring to the individual whose father published a book?" "I believe he is not yet prepared to undertake this mission with us," Jason interjected, furrowing his brows. "Not ready? Perhaps, but I must admit, he possesses a certain cleverness. Our team B consists predominantly of seasoned veterans. We require such ingenuity," Lay remarked. "Ah, merely street smarts, I would say." "We all witnessed him fall victim to a woman, while Gibran managed to survive," Jason countered. "Do you recall our time in the green team? We both know that such circumstances are not conducive to victory. Gibran is different. He is a formidable force. It would not surprise me if he were promoted to a level 1 combatant tomorrow. What we need is to elevate promising newcomers." "Well, you do have a point, but I maintain that Gibran is better suited as an auxiliary for this operation. Since our debate yields no conclusion, shall we leave it to the boss to decide?" "Oh, that is an excellent suggestion. I like it," Jason replied. As they deliberated over the auxiliary personnel, the departing green team prepared to return to the second floor of headquarters, intending to let their commanding officer make the final decision. Meanwhile, within the confines of the slaughterhouse, the ST course assessment officially concluded. Long John, having flawlessly executed the second round and catching all evaluators off guard, was not subjected to a third assessment. He retained his position at the top of the rankings. Clays, through a combination of skill, luck, and serendipity, gained an advantageous lead by commencing the assessment early, ultimately securing second place. This achievement ensured that he would not be eliminated due to receiving votes from other newcomers to be among the bottom 5. As for who would ultimately secure the auxiliary position, all newcomers, including Long John and Clays, could only await notification from Team B. Initially, Long John assumed the notification would arrive belatedly, planning instead to join Clays and Brian at a bar that evening. With the upcoming weekend providing 2 days of respite and having completed the second phase of training, he sought a charming woman to fulfill his physical desires. If he could encounter the delightful girl from his previous outing, it would be even more splendid. However, just as the three had changed into casual attire and were preparing to seek a restaurant for dinner, a strikingly attractive E6 level sergeant, though African-American, approached them. Clad with an alluring presence that stirred primal urges, she was none other than Diaz Davis, the logistical officer for Team B. She was responsible for managing all logistical matters, including preparing operational supplies for the team members, conveying their various requests to superiors, and relaying information from higher-ups to designated team members. Now, with Diaz appearing before Long John, it signifies that the foreign aid slots for Team B are about to be unveiled. Chapter 25. Entering the legendary base of Team B. Diaz is an exceptional logistical sergeant. Adept at organizing tasks with clarity and efficiency, she succinctly conveyed the purpose of her visit in under 2 minutes. The outcome aligned with Long John's expectations. Diaz had come to relay the orders regarding foreign aid for Team B, and surprisingly, there was more than one slot available. Both Long John and Clay had been selected. Long John secured his place through his remarkable strength, decisively outshining other newcomers, who lacked even the qualifications to compete. Clay, on the other hand, relied on sheer luck coupled with a modicum of skill. As this operation required a translator fluent in Urdu, and coincidentally, he was the only individual in the entire base who possessed that ability. Due to the urgency of the mission and the need to await the selection of foreign aid from the Green Team, Team B's timeline was already quite constrained. They were scheduled to depart by plane early tomorrow morning, leaving no opportunity to seek out another first-class combatant fluent in Urdu. Given Long John's exceptional capabilities, the commander of Team B was unwilling to let such talent slip away. To find a mutually beneficial solution, the direct commander of Group B had to make a last-minute decision to request the expansion of the foreign aid roster to include 2 individuals. Thus, Long John and Clay both became the foreign aids for this operation. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Long John couldn't help but internally scoff at the notion of being merely a supporting character basking in the glow of fate. Nevertheless, despite his mild sarcasm, he felt a surge of happiness at Clay's inclusion alongside him. Although Clay had a penchant for working independently, driven by an intense competitive spirit that often led him to compare himself with Long John, his intrinsic nature was not malevolent. Rather, he was simply a victim of his father's tarnished reputation, which instilled in him an urgent desire to prove himself. The burdensome pressure he placed on himself compelled him to act as a lone wolf, striving to keep pace with his own expectations. Long John believed that once Clay overcame his inner obsessions, he would undoubtedly flourish into an outstanding first-class combatant, much like the character arc portrayed in the series. As he envisioned his future partnership, he considered Clay to be a commendable choice. Initially, Clay had harbored little hope of being selected for foreign aid, especially after learning of Long John's perfect assessment results. However, the unexpected windfall of being chosen not only for foreign aid, but also to accompany Long John on this mission was exhilarating. Upon receiving this fantastic news, Clay was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost embracing his good friend Brian in a celebratory kiss. As one of the trio known as the Green Team's 3 Musketeers, Brian became the sole individual left out. Though he felt a pang of disappointment, he nonetheless extended his heartfelt congratulations. Long John and Clay did not offer consolation to Brian, for among men, such displays were deemed unnecessary. They simply made plans with Brian to celebrate their successful mission together at a bar, with the promise of helping him woo a lovely lady. You two, hurry and change into your uniforms. Let's head to the conference room for the meeting. Are we still able to attend the meeting? Upon hearing the words of Sergeant Diaz from logistics, both Long John and Clay were taken aback. Typically, newcomers like themselves, being foreign aids, are not entitled to attend meetings. They would usually receive a dossier in advance, find a quiet spot to digest the information, and then gather at the appointed time to set off together. "You should thank Jason," Diaz remarked, her enticingly full lips curling slightly as she pointed out the reason. "Lastly," she cautioned, "time is of the essence. You have 1 minute. 30 seconds will suffice." Being able to attend a formal action meeting for first-level operatives was an invaluable learning opportunity, and Long John felt a surge of excitement within him. No sooner had he spoken than he turned on his heel and dashed back to the dormitory like a gust of wind. "I only need 20 seconds. This time I will surely win against you." Clay, even more exhilarated than Long John, instinctively fell into competition, shouting as he raced back to the dormitory as well, leaving behind Brian, who stared in speechless admiration at their departing figures. At exactly 7 p.m., under Diaz's guidance, Long John and Clay experienced their inaugural ride in the elevator of the headquarters building and ascended to the 3rd floor, accessible only to formal members. As they traversed the corridor toward the conference room, curiosity engulfed them. After a thorough inspection, Long John confirmed, through the patterns on the Velcro of their uniforms, that the entire 3rd floor belonged to the red team. The expansive floor was divided into several zones, each with a similar layout. Long John surmised that each zone corresponded to a small team, specifically designated for the formal members to prevent chaos among the teams. By deciphering the various signs on the doors and earnestly consulting the local expert, Diaz, Long John gained a preliminary understanding of DevGru, an entity that had never been formally disclosed and could be considered one of the most enigmatic organizations in the world. The headquarters building resembled an office block and was not a venue for any training. However, all activities apart from training operations would be centralized within this edifice, including the command center of DG connected to exclusive spy satellites. As for the organizational structure and command hierarchy of DG, it differed significantly from that of the Navy SEALs. From top to bottom, the hierarchy consisted of battalion, company, operational group, and team. Although the senior sergeants here were numerous, each with over a decade of military experience starting at the E6 level, the battalion structure was only at the level of a regiment. The battalion commander held the rank of 05, a Navy commander, supported by a chief master sergeant of E9 rank in management and command. Below this were 7 companies designated as red, blue, gold, silver, black, gray, and green, each equivalent to a company-level unit, with the commander of each company being an 04 major. Each company comprised 7 teams, labeled from A to F. Since each team leader within a company was a seasoned non-commissioned officer of E8 rank or higher, there was no need for an additional sergeant to assist at the company level. The operational groups beneath the companies were somewhat unique, akin to the platoons in conventional formations. In each squad, members A and B, C and D, as well as E and F, are combined to form an operational team. Within this arrangement, one unit assumes the role of the assault team, while the other provides cover and support in the surrounding area. This collaborative approach resembles the dynamics of shooters and support characters in video games. Each operational team is also accompanied by an 03 level officer, typically a captain, who serves as the commander, responsible for coordinating the 2 units in their combat endeavors. The lowest tier of the unit operates without an officer, led by a senior sergeant major of E8 rank or higher. Each squad is comprised of 8 members, with the leader and logistics personnel being fixed positions, necessitating dedicated individuals for these roles without overlap. The remaining positions, such as deputy leader, demolitions expert, sniper, intelligence officer, point man, medic, and fire team members, exhibit flexibility, constrained by the squad's personnel count, requiring each member to assume 2 or even 3 roles concurrently. In every combat operation, a minimum of 4 personnel must be dispatched to form an effective operational team. Should a larger mission arise, the entire squad is mobilized, and in instances of insufficient personnel, temporary reinforcements are sought. The recent situation with Team B arose from a lack of personnel, necessitating the selection of external support from Team Green. Long John has gained a fundamental understanding of DG's structure and its operational combat model, and has finally entered the conference room of Team B. The room is already filled with individuals, and the arrival of Long John and Clay instantly draws the attention of the crowd. The various gazes directed at them, some admiring, some scrutinizing, some smirking, and others critical, are met with Long John's calm demeanor, unperturbed by the scrutiny. However, A particular gaze from across the conference table leaves him feeling both awkward and amused. The woman seated at the head of the table is none other than Mandy, the exclusive intelligence officer for Team B. Long John finds humor in the fact that his nickname, the Violent Boy, was inadvertently earned after he knocked out this senior CIA intelligence officer with a single punch. The awkwardness lies in the likelihood that they will become colleagues and comrades. From Mandy's gaze directed at him, Long John easily discerns that she has yet to come to terms with that incident, despite it being just training and nearly 3 months having passed since. It seems he must seize an opportunity to invite her for a drink to ease her lingering resentment. Whether now or after his service, having a professional in intelligence as an ally would be invaluable, and fostering a friendship would be even more advantageous. Long John is acutely aware of the importance of intelligence and connections while navigating the world, and he is determined not to overlook any opportunity that could aid him in building a future from scratch. Thus, he does not shy away from Mandy's gaze. Instead, he raises his hand with a smile and greets her from a distance. "Hi." Mandy, taken aback by his audacity to greet her despite her unwelcoming demeanor, momentarily struggles to respond. Fortunately, as an intelligence officer who relies on her wits, she quickly regains her composure and replies accordingly. The initially dismal mood was inexplicably lifted by Long John's enthusiastic greeting, and the once dreaded brute seemed less repulsive. Instead, there lingered a hint of that insidious masculine charm. Long John possessed a keen ability to observe subtle expressions, swiftly capturing the shift in Mandy's gaze. Reflecting on their sole previous encounter, he could not suppress an audacious thought. Could it be that Mandy was indeed a connoisseur of the fabled SM lifestyle? "Hey, lad, we meet again." Long John was abruptly interrupted from his musings. "I knew you had the capability to ascend from the first floor, but I didn't expect you to do so with such swiftness. Well done." Sonny raised a hand in greeting, deftly pulling a chair closer with his foot, before adding, "Come sit here with me." "Thank you, but I prefer not to sit just once." What is unattainable is often the most desirable. Long John declined Sonny's invitation, deliberately posing a question filled with deeper meaning. "Could you direct me to the location of B6? I believe that position would be well suited for me." With those words, Long John became the center of attention. He had only just joined Team B as a temporary external aide, yet audaciously proclaimed his intent to secure a vacancy within the team. Such audacity alone eclipsed the achievements of all previous newcomers. Even Clay, who typically held a grudge against Long John, was momentarily taken aback. Despite his usual rivalry, he found himself compelled to commend. "Impressive. Well done." Sonny chuckled at Long John's boldness, gesturing toward the lower right corner of the desk. "B6 is that spot. If you truly believe in your capabilities and possess the confidence, I wouldn't mind you taking it." "That lad remains as arrogant as ever, just as he was when we first encountered him," Lay remarked to Jason. No. Jason shook his head, a broad smile on his face. "I perceive this as confidence. B6 has been unoccupied for a while. Perhaps it's time to consider it ahead of schedule." "Perhaps," Lay shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, his gaze shifting to Clay. "All right, gentlemen, let us have some quiet." Diaz clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. "I would like to introduce these 2 newcomers from the Green Team, who will serve as our external aid for this operation. I hope for a fruitful collaboration. Please, introduce yourselves." "I am Long Jibolun. If you call me Long, I shall be even more pleased. It is a pleasure to operate alongside you. I'm Clay Spinzy, from the 2nd Squadron of SEAL Team 2, and DevGru has always been my aspiration. It is an honor to partake in this mission." As Long John and Clay introduced themselves, not a single person clapped in welcome, nor did anyone rise to acknowledge them. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Clay felt a bit uneasy, even slightly anxious, while Long John remained utterly unfazed, fully aware that the seasoned veterans here were proud and arrogant. Earning their respect could only be achieved through strength, as flattery would yield no fruit. After the introduction, he lifted his legs and settled into seat B6. He casually pulled over a metal-backed chair and called out to Clay, "Why are you just standing there? Come and sit." Jason's discerning eye was indeed commendable. Long John's confident demeanor upon entering the room caught the attention of the captain seated at the left front of the desk, who tapped on the table and stated, "Everyone is here. Let's commence the meeting. Mandy, the floor is yours." "Understood." Mandy nodded and addressed the assembly. "Gentlemen, I know some of you may be weary of this, but this is a crucial HVT operation of significant value, thus I must reiterate its importance." Following her brief opening remarks, Mandy picked up the remote control and began her presentation. She dimmed the lights and activated the projector. The first DG Live operation was finally about to commence. Whether he would secure a place in Team B hinged on this pivotal endeavor, and he hoped it would unfold as depicted in the television dramas he knew. Long John felt a surge of excitement. Abu Samir Masri. Mandy pointed to the projected image. He is a high-ranking commander in Iraq and the true mastermind behind numerous attacks on coalition forces within the region. Over the past few months, we have discovered that Samir has been frequently meeting with local jihadist leaders in Central Africa. According to reliable intelligence, he is scheduled to meet with several Boko Haram members in 2 days. Our agency believes this presents a prime opportunity to apprehend him. Chapter 27. Wealth brings indulgence. So, are we heading to Nigeria? Inquired an officer seated at the front left, a man in his 30s sporting a light, short beard. Although he did not introduce himself, Long John recognized him from the television series as Captain Eric, the commander of the AB Operation Group. We are not going to Nigeria, we are going to Liberia. Samir does not trust Boko Haram and would never venture into their territory. Mandy refuted Eric's assumption, switching to another projected image. Intelligence indicates he will be at General Lionheart's base, located outside Monrovia, with General Lionheart ensuring the safety of both parties during the meeting. Our agency has confirmed Samir's presence in Monrovia through 24-hour drone surveillance, and he is expected to commence discussions within 2 days. Therefore, we must depart no later than tomorrow morning. This is a straightforward HVT operation. Your task is to capture this high-value target alive and return him to the agency. I am curious, Jason interjected, when we confront Abu Samir, this fanatic who propagates suicide attacks, will he martyr himself? Martyrdom is a child's game. And Samir is a clever individual. His ability to preserve his life is precisely why he has survived in this conflict for over 20 years. Had he truly been a martyr, he would have perished 2 decades ago. Mandy seemed to harbor disdain for those who incessantly called for others to sacrifice themselves while valuing their own lives above all. She then shifted the topic. With a serious expression, he addressed the assembly. Samir's motive for propagating jihad is merely to amass wealth. He has lived for over 20 years, during which he has gathered a considerable fortune in gold. Our department requires not only Samir's intelligence, but also the substantial riches he has concealed. Therefore, it is imperative that you ensure his capture alive. Wealth? Gold. Upon hearing this information, Long John's heart raced, and he pondered internally. Could the narrative have shifted? Or perhaps I overlooked something while watching the series. If there truly exists a vast treasure of gold, acquiring it would be immensely advantageous. The more he contemplated, the more his interest piqued, and he began to entertain thoughts of ambition. The following day, at 6 a.m., Long John and Clay arrived at the airport half an hour early as per Team B's instructions. At the assembly point, a C-17 was stationed, with a few ground crew members conducting the final pre-flight checks on the Globemaster transport aircraft. Behind the cargo door, a military truck was unloading supplies, overseen by logistics personnel. Diaz, the logistics sergeant of Team B, was the first official member to arrive and the only one present at that moment. She stood beside the truck, directing the unloading of cargo into the aircraft. "Good morning," Clay greeted, still unfamiliar with Team B and somewhat reserved, akin to a bashful boy. In stark contrast, Long John exuded familiarity and ease. He approached Diaz to assist with unloading, engaging her like an old acquaintance. "Do you know what has surprised me the most since I joined Team B these past 2 days?" Diaz's curiosity piqued. She set down her tablet and inquired, "What is it?" "It's you," Long John replied, causing Diaz to jump in surprise, momentarily thinking he was attempting to flirt with her. Clay stood in stunned silence. However, Long John quickly shifted his tone to praise. The most crucial aspect of any army is its logistics, and in a squad, the logistics sergeant is paramount. You are the most professional and dedicated logistics sergeant I have ever encountered. Team B is fortunate to have you. And with such an exceptional logistics sergeant on board, my anticipation of joining Team B has only increased. What does it mean to compliment someone? What constitutes flattery? This is it. Under Long John's subtle and profound praise, Diaz's eyes sparkled with joy, her impression of him soaring, elevating her regard for him to the level of a formal team member. This was precisely Long John's intention. The logistics sergeant is responsible for preparing operational supplies, including every weapon and bullet utilized by the team, all of which she must meticulously prepare. One may maintain a lukewarm relationship with the captain, but it is essential to foster a strong bond with the logistics sergeant. This ensures that she will pay special attention to one's equipment, striving to provide the best resources and care. Thus, establishing a good rapport with the logistics sergeant is akin to purchasing insurance for one's life. After all, no one desires to receive a malfunctioning rifle. This is one of the most invaluable experiences that Long John has gleaned during his 2 years with the Navy SEALs. From engaging in extensive conversations with Diaz yesterday to today, where he employs charming flattery without incurring any expense, Long John is entirely focused on achieving his objective. Now, Diaz's expression vividly illustrates the efficacy of Long John's methods. In contrast, Clay appears rather naive, utterly oblivious to Long John's intentions, mistakenly believing that Long John is merely engaging in superficial flirtation. Of course, should a genuine friendship develop, Long John would not be averse to it, as this is not his first endeavor of this nature. There's no need for your assistance here. Simply follow me to collect the operational equipment. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Typically, external personnel are issued fixed equipment packages and lack the privilege to make personal requests. However, Diaz, in a good mood and leveraging his position, has granted Long John a small privilege. Clay has thus benefited from this situation, enjoying some unexpected advantages. The rise in goodwill is indeed palpable. Clay, being somewhat impressionable, has experienced firsthand the conveniences brought about by Long John's sweet-talking, and at this moment, he finally begins to grasp the situation. As he follows Diaz into the cabin, he discreetly gives Long John a thumbs up. Long John, with a proud wink and a concealed smile, relishes his accomplishments. Within the spacious C-17 cabin, capable of carrying up to 60 tons, various cargoes essential for the operation are already loaded. Among them, 3 substantial vehicles stand out conspicuously. 4 all-terrain vehicles, ATVs, lightweight armored vehicles produced by Mark Defense, and military Humvees equipped with M2HB heavy machine guns. All exceptional pieces of equipment, undoubtedly reflecting the opulence afforded by DG's generous military budget. As Long John gazes at these 3 airlifted military vehicles, which cover nearly all operational terrains, he cannot help but reminisce about his 2 years with the Navy SEALs, where mission vehicles were often hastily requisitioned from local sources, often in a state of disrepair. The contrast is striking, akin to night and day. Amidst feelings of envy and admiration, Long John silently acknowledges that wealth indeed affords one certain liberties. Chapter 28. Battlefield First Aid System. Diaz guides Long John and Clay past the 3 special military vehicles to the rear of the cabin, near the cockpit. This area is remarkably spacious. Despite the presence of numerous bundled supplies, ample room for movement remains. Along the lower sides, adjacent to the cabin walls, a row of seats equipped with securing straps is available for resting during long flights. In the center, 7 sets of packed and categorized backpacks and parcels are arranged. Each set is meticulously numbered, clearly prepared according to the individual requirements of each member. These 2 sets of equipment are designated for you. The one on the left contains a battlefield first aid medical system, while the other holds various useful items, which you may consider as an emergency system. How you choose to allocate these supplies is entirely at your discretion. Should you require any additional items, do not hesitate to seek me outside, Diaz states as he points to the 2 sets of equipment before turning to leave and continue inventorying the supplies outside the cabin. My major is battlefield first aid, and the gear on the left belongs to me while the other set is yours. It is a rare fortune to encounter a congenial logistics sergeant. We should meticulously inventory our equipment before departure to ascertain if any supplements are necessary. Each Navy SEAL is required to specialize in one discipline while selecting a secondary one as a backup. Long John's primary focus on battlefield first aid is purely to enhance his survival rate in combat situations. Carrying a backpack laden with medical supplies ensures that he can administer immediate first aid to himself in the event of unexpected injuries. Such a sense of security is truly reassuring. Long, you are quite cunning, remarked Clay, observing a large breaching hammer hanging from one side of the other backpack. With a portable hydraulic cutter on the right and a retractable folding ladder secured at the front, his expression was more dismal than tears could convey. The exterior of this backpack was already so exaggerated that one could only imagine the weight of its contents, at least 70 pounds. According to the principle of to whom much is given, much is expected, it would seem that the brawny Long John would be more suited to carry this hefty load, but alas. This is a special forces unit. The lowest-ranking personnel are tasked with the heaviest duties, such as the tradition of the Navy SEALs. Moreover, I am undeniably aligned with the professional requirements. Haha. Instead of sympathy, Long John merely chuckled in delight at Clay's plight. With only the E5 rank, Clay found himself unable to counter this, resigned to the role of a laborer as he crouched down to inspect the supplies. As the world's most formidable naval special forces, DG's individual soldier equipment and protective gear meet the highest global standards. Typically, the equipment and supplies for each operation are categorized into two major types: combat gear and backup supplies. The logistics sergeant meticulously packages these separately, with all backup supplies contained within the backpack for ease of transport during combat. The combat gear is placed in specially designed travel bags, usually carried by hand on the way to the mission site. If airdropped, it is hung on the chest until it is donned for action. Long John was already well-versed in the process of inspecting special operations equipment, having accumulated 2 years of overseas deployment experience. While he may be a newcomer within the formidable DG of the U.S. Navy in any other American unit, he would be regarded as a seasoned special operator. For now, the backup supplies could be set aside. It is the combat gear, which directly pertains to life and death, that demands the utmost attention. Long John first unzipped the specially designed travel bag, gazing at the assortment of expensive special equipment within, and couldn't help but admire DG's substantial financial backing. The gear included an infrared strobe for outdoor nighttime coordinated operations, as well as friend or foe identification Velcro, body armor, personal gear, ceramic ballistic plates, and combat uniforms, all in a uniform AOR-1 desert digital camouflage. Night vision goggles from the GP-NVG series offered exceptional visibility for nocturnal operations, alongside Ampex IR laser indicators. For daytime engagements, there was the EATEC G33X3 holographic sight, HK MP7 submachine gun, M79 grenade launcher, Glock 19 handgun, and a short-bladed combat knife, among other items. In addition to this, there are auxiliary gas detectors, satellite radio walkie-talkies, custom noise-canceling headphones, and other meticulously crafted equipment that considers every detail. While other units may be merely armed to the teeth, the gear provided to DG is equipped to the utmost sophistication. Utilizing such comprehensive personal combat gear, Long John undoubtedly feels like a blushing maiden on her wedding day. To claim he is not exhilarated would be a falsehood. However, despite the opulence of the equipment and the thrill it brings, one must still address the pertinent issues. After all, constrained by individual roles and expertise, the best option is not always the most practical or suitable. A professional alignment is essential. From the perspective of a medic, the HK MP7 submachine gun serves as a commendable primary weapon, complemented by a Glock 19 for close combat and an M79 grenade launcher for long-range firepower. This configuration is indeed impressive. Regrettably, Long John, due to his imposing stature and exceptional battlefield judgment, is more akin to a template for a support fire team. Throughout his 2 years with SEAL Team 2, Long John has consistently occupied a combat position within the fire support group, accustomed to manning a machine gun from the rear to provide fire support for the assault troops. Now, being handed a submachine gun for close-quarters combat feels akin to wielding a squirt gun, awkward and out of place. He hopes Diaz can procure an upgraded version of the M249, or perhaps an MK46 or MK48. Having grown accustomed to such light machine guns, he finds himself longing for one. As Long John mentally prepares to supplement his weaponry, he begins inspecting the nearly 1-meter-high backpack before him. This backpack, serving as a reserve supply carrier, contains various backup items that do not require the meticulous scrutiny afforded to combat gear. Essentially, it suffices to have a general understanding of its contents. Thus, the inspection of the larger and heavier backpack takes less time than that of a travel bag. After completing his inspection of the 2 bags, Long John intends to seek out Diaz to exchange his primary weapon, while also replenishing the necessary accessory modules and ammunition. Noticing Clay still engaged in his inspection, he casually inquires, "I've wrapped up my side without any major issues, but the primary weapon is far too low-grade. I need to find Diaz to swap for something more formidable. Care to join me?" "No need," Clay replied, patting the modified 416 Hong Kong dollars at his side, augmented with various modules. "This beauty far surpasses what I used in the assault team. It's undoubtedly crafted by the finest armorer, and I adore it." "Well, that is quite unfortunate. It seems I must venture to meet the enchanting beauty alone. Best of luck, I'm rooting for you. Once you win her over, the bar S vixens will be mine. Now that you mention it, I've suddenly changed my mind. The bar vixens seem far more enticing. So you still stand no chance. Haha, you truly are a rascal. Haha. Chapter 29. Heavy Firepower Maniac or Spicy Chicken Salesman. The equipment inspection took a little over 20 minutes. Fortunately, Long John and Clay arrived half an hour early, thus affording them ample time. Moreover, the goodwill earned through sweetened tactics was a bonus. When Long John approached Diaz with a request to exchange his primary weapon for an enhanced version of the M249, Diaz did not refuse due to the relative scarcity of this firearm or the inconvenience of acquiring it at short notice. Instead, he chose to assist this charming young man. Shortly after Diaz drove back to the base, the official members of Team B began to arrive one by one. The first to arrive was Trent Sawyer, known as B4, who served as the team's medic and breacher. Although Trent was not one of the main characters and rarely featured in solo storylines within the series, Long John held a profound impression of him. This was largely due to the fact that he was a genuine Special Forces operative, renowned as a member of the illustrious Delta Force, embodying his role with authenticity. The second arrival was Brock Reynolds, designated as B5, whose expertise lay in canine training, serving as a reconnaissance specialist accompanied by a military dog named Hellhound. His method of reconnaissance involved wielding a portable computer, directing the camera-equipped dog with vocal commands to search designated areas. Both Brock and Trent exhibited a certain pride, bypassing Long John and Clay to head directly to the equipment area to inspect their personal gear. "Hey, big guy, care for some spicy chicken? It'll brighten your day," Brock quipped. The third to arrive at the assembly point was Sonny, who greeted Long John cheerfully and enthusiastically offered him some of the breakfast he had brought along. "It's delicious. Had you not joined the Special Forces, you would surely be a remarkable gourmet." Long John appreciated Sonny's frankness and his blend of aggression with restraint, engaging him in conversation as he sampled a piece of chicken. "From the Quinn family, I gladly accept your compliment. I do cherish the title of gourmet." Sonny indirectly introduced himself. This admission hinted at his specialization in demolition and his role in the fire support team, along with a pronounced violent tendency, earning him the moniker Walking Bomb. It was clear that he and Long John shared several similarities. "Good morning, Jedi Knight. What brings you such joy?" At that moment, Jason arrived in a vehicle with Diaz, who had complied with Long John's request to fetch his weapon, seated in the passenger seat. "Long, welcome to the team," Jason greeted as he disembarked, casually acknowledging Long John. "Spicy chicken, eating it brightens your day. Care for a piece?" Sonny, much like a salesman, began to promote his spicy chicken to Jason, only to notice Diaz in the passenger seat. Leaning in with a grin, he remarked, "Spicy chicken, my favorite delicacy. Care to try some?" Sonny, a confirmed bachelor, was clearly interested in Diaz, who was well aware of this but felt no chemistry. Stepping out of the vehicle, she said with a hint of exasperation, "Aren't you supposed to be checking your equipment? West, I've always thought you were the finest logistics soldier in the world." "I never check the gear you prepare for me," Sonny flattered. "As long as you like it," Diaz replied with a shrug and a smile, then turned to Long John, who had just exchanged greetings with Jason. "The machine gun you requested is in the back of the vehicle. Feel free to retrieve it. I hope you find it to your liking." "Thank you very much." Long John stepped forward and approached the vehicle, his gaze instantly captivated by the firearm lying there. Due to the urgency of the situation, Diaz had no time to procure a new weapon, so he opted for a MK46 Mod 1 light machine gun identical to Sonny's. Equipped with an EATEC EXP3 holographic sight, an EATEC G33 magnifier, a PQ-15 laser designator paired with a grip-pod grip, and a SOCOM 556 MG suppressor, along with a more portable 100-round ammo pouch and a folding stock suitable for indoor combat. This modified 46 Malawian Quatches was both aesthetically pleasing and functionally superior. Long John cradled the weapon in his arms, caressing it with a sense of infatuation akin to that reserved for a breathtaking beauty. No, his obsession surpassed that for mere beauty. A stunning woman could not ensure his survival on the battlefield, but this superbly modified 46 Malawian Quatches could. Observing that Long John had chosen a weapon reflecting his own affinity for overwhelming firepower, Sonny felt an even greater fondness for him. In a buoyant mood, Sonny willingly took on the role of instructor, sharing his extensive experience and techniques accumulated over years of combat with the B-Team's firepower unit. As a seasoned machine gunner, Long John recognized this as a rare and invaluable opportunity. He eagerly sought Sonny's guidance, diligently absorbing the knowledge imparted to him, thereby enhancing his machine gun skills. Jason and Diaz, noticing the camaraderie between the two, exchanged knowing smiles and refrained from interrupting, instead heading into the cabin together. There was still much for the team leader and logistics sergeant to discuss and coordinate. The last to arrive was B2 Lei, who made it just 5 minutes before takeoff. However, Jason bore no resentment, as he understood that Lei's wife was nearing childbirth, and couples in such moments often wish to be inseparable. The C-17 departed from Florida, crossing the Atlantic to reach the African continent, a journey that required a considerable amount of time. Once airborne, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Intelligence Officer Mandy and Commander Eric needed to maintain constant communication with various parties, closely monitoring the actions of their operational targets. The temporary command post set up in the midsection of the cabin became the sole area for their activities. Meanwhile, Jason, Lei, and the 5 official members of Team B busied themselves checking and organizing their personal gear, ensuring that they could spring into action upon landing. With their equipment already prepared, Long John and Kai found themselves with little to do, leading them to engage in lighthearted banter. I wish I could add a hammock here. During my time with SEAL Team 2, I always had a spot for one on the C-17, Kai mused, his imagination running wild as he envisioned life with Team B. A hammock? Kai, that's rather outdated. Long John found the situation exceedingly amusing. He pulled out a chocolate bar to replenish his energy, munching on it while jesting. If it were up to me, I would claim the space right in the middle of the cabin, setting up a grand 2-meter-wide bed with blankets and comforters. You might wonder why I would want a comforter. The altitude is frigid, and I fear catching a chill. In the original narrative, Clay had whimsically considered adding a hammock, which nearly infuriated Diaz, who threatened to toss him out of the plane. Long John recalled this moment vividly. His words served both as jest and caution, advising Clay to refrain from daydreaming. Chapter 30. Snatching food from the CIA's grasp. Long John's teasing had a slight effect, prompting Clay to recognize his current situation and ultimately abandon the notion of lounging in a hammock to sleep. He requested a pill from Diaz, obediently securing himself to a chair. 22 hours later, in Monrovia, the capital of Liberia, the C-17 transport aircraft carrying Long John and his companions traversed the vast Atlantic Ocean, finally arriving at its destination and landing at the military airport. After stowing their luggage and having breakfast, the time had reached 8 a.m. With the mission pressing, swift action was imperative. A 4-person intelligence team, led by Mandy, alongside Eric's command of the elite operatives, including Long John and Clay as new foreign aides, were all summoned to a warehouse temporarily converted into a command center. Although improvised, the center was well equipped, particularly with an intricately constructed 2-story model of an African-style building, standing about 1.5 meters tall, indicative of a substantial investment. Prior information had been disseminated before departure, and as personnel gathered, the meeting promptly commenced. The intelligence team transmitted real-time drone surveillance footage to the LCD screen at the front of the conference room. The clarity of the image was commendable, yet the location of the Lionheart's stronghold remained obscured. Various shades of gray, black, and brown smoke enveloped the entire area. This was not mere cloud cover, it was smoke, engulfing the city in flames, evidently a deliberate act to hinder aerial reconnaissance. A male intelligence officer, responsible for monitoring the situation, introduced himself. His naturally curly black hair was quite distinctive. This posed a significant dilemma. Without confirming Samir's presence, they could not initiate their operation. Each mission required partial consent from one side. The higher-ups Mandy referred to being the CIA. Are you jesting with me? Jason abruptly stood from his chair, his expression dark as he glared at the curly-haired officer. How could you not inform us of such a critical matter in advance? Just 2 hours earlier, they had been able to discern shell craters through the smoke, but in the hour preceding their arrival, the town housing the Lionheart's stronghold had erupted in chaos, with civilians igniting fires, and even soldiers from the Lionheart's camp had joined in. The curly-haired informant expressed a sense of helplessness, prompting Long John to reflect inwardly. Without advanced weaponry to bring down the drone, one must resort to rudimentary methods to render modern technology ineffective. Even if thermal imaging can reveal human presence, it fails to distinguish identities, rendering it futile. The Lionheart general indeed possesses considerable prowess, The Lionheart's employment of primitive tactics against high-tech advancements made Long John realize that his adversary was evolving. Although he was aware of the narrative surrounding this mission, the cunning nature of the Lionheart general still posed significant risks in practice. To avoid the peril of failing before even commencing, it was imperative to exercise utmost caution. Simultaneously, he began to recall the television drama's plot, meticulously analyzing every detail of the upcoming operation in hopes of seizing Samuel's treasure. The fact that even the CIA placed such emphasis on it suggested that the amount of gold at stake was substantial. There was a possibility that they could ascend directly from the scene, despite having a safety net of $10 million. The thought of snatching from the formidable grasp of the CIA could lead to utter devastation if mishandled. Yet, who would refuse an abundance of wealth? If Mandy's intelligence was indeed accurate, and Samuel had hoarded gold for 2 decades, it was undoubtedly worth the risk for Long John to venture forth. As for how to proceed discreetly without alarming others, Long John was contemplating a strategy. At that moment, Lei suddenly recalled something and stood up to ask the curly-haired informant. "Did you just mention that the Lionheart soldiers also joined in the arson?" "Yes, the large quantities of rubber products prevented the drone from observing." The informant's reply sparked an idea in Mandy, who excitedly remarked, "This indicates that the Lionheart is providing cover for Samuel, who is likely to appear very soon." This was not merely a possibility, it was a certainty. Witnessing that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined, Jason's mood lightened considerably. With a confident smile, he placed his hands on his hips and suggested to Lei, "Since the drone is ineffective, why don't we go in ourselves?" On sight. Before Lei could respond, Mandy gasped in alarm, nervously interjecting, "That is the territory of the Lionheart general. Your appearances are too dissimilar to the locals, making it impossible to approach the target building. If your identities are exposed, not only will this mission fail, but your lives will also be in jeopardy." Mandy's concerns were indeed well-founded. In a world where the undernourished black population struggled to survive, Lei, with his lean physique, seemed relatively inconspicuous, whereas Jason, Sonny, and Long John, all possessing robust, muscular builds, were unmistakably distinct from ordinary individuals. Entering would be akin to igniting a 100-watt incandescent bulb in the darkness. They needed to avoid drawing attention. "Clay, I think before the mission, we could jump into some crude oil for a wash, trying out a black transformation technique. What do you think?" Long John jested, opting for humor with Clay, knowing that external support lacked the standing to engage in mission discussions. "I would prefer not to partake in your black transformation method. If given the choice, I would rather confront the Lionheart's army head-on," Clay replied. Clay curled his lip in a display of profound disdain. Long John and Clay engaged in a trivial exchange of banter, while the formal members of Team B, under Jason's leadership, had already devised a practical action plan. They traveled in a second-hand, 8-seater van, humorously dubbed by Jason as Shalubi, its paint severely chipped, with all the windows obscured by cloth. Each member donned a traditional local robe and headscarf, fully equipped for their mission. As night fell completely, the 7 of them, 5 formal members of Team B and 2 external allies, set off in the dilapidated van. One must admit, their audacity was indeed remarkable. Chapter 31. Into the Wolf's Den and the Serpent's Lair. The residence of the Lionheart King lay on the outskirts of Monrovia, nestled within a small town inhabited by numerous locals. More accurately, it was the military encampment of the Lionheart King's forces that had first established the area, attracting soldiers' families and some locals who could not sustain themselves in the city, thereby forming this small settlement. Due to this absolute dependency, every individual in the town, be they civilian or soldier, could be considered a subject of General Lionheart. Here, the general reigned supreme, akin to an emperor. No one else held sway. The risks associated with entering such a dictatorial town were greater than those in war-torn regions, as they could be surrounded and assaulted by hundreds at any moment. As the van slowly approached the town's center, the expressions of Team B turned grave, every member acutely aware of the need for vigilance. Long John, seated in the right rear, peered through the gaps in the window curtains, diligently observing the surrounding environment to gather any useful intelligence. Narrow alleys, intersections, crowd distributions, and buildings, endeavoring to construct a real-time mental map. This town resembled many others across Africa, characterized by low, hollow brick houses and shanty structures, primarily single-story. Only a handful of affluent residents could afford 2-story flat-roofed homes. The atmosphere on the streets was more complex than that of the city. with soldiers brandishing weapons roaming freely and armed pickup trucks, equipped with heavy machine guns, recklessly barreling through the streets. Despite their flip-flops and bare torsos, clad only in shorts, these soldiers exhibited little military discipline. Yet, they belonged to the regular army of Liberia. However, under the tribal warlord system, these regular troops loyal to General Lionheart did not heed the orders of the Liberian government. It was due to this intricate relationship that Team B, having received permission from the Liberian government, had to exercise extreme caution in this town. Perhaps General Lionheart's overconfidence led him to believe that no one would dare to cause trouble in his domain. Alternatively, Team B's choice of the inconspicuous, worn van, common throughout the town, may have helped them evade notice. Team B successfully arrived at their destination, standing before a two-story residential building. The first to exit was B2 Lei, who, dressed casually and carrying a travel bag, blended in seamlessly with the local black population, attracting no attention from those nearby. Even if someone cast a fleeting glance, it was primarily due to Lei's fashionable attire. His movements were both natural and swift as he exited the vehicle and adeptly opened the door to the house. Jason, Long Jean, and others filed out of the car, swiftly entering the premises. The 6 members of Jason and Long Jean were devoid of backpacks, clad only in combat gear to minimize exposure risks. This was merely preliminary reconnaissance, not an engagement, and their combat attire sufficed. Moreover, each individual donned a black balaclava and draped themselves in black cloaks, rendering them inconspicuous against the backdrop of the darkened street. The 6 emerged from the van and seamlessly transitioned into the house, the process proving even smoother than anticipated. This residence had been arranged by local intelligence operatives, who had contacted informants hidden within the town during daylight hours to procure an observation post at a designated location, from which they could monitor the rendezvous between Samir and Sabashenko. The second-floor balcony had been meticulously arranged, camouflaged with blankets and various clothing items, ensuring that their observations would remain undetected. All necessary surveillance equipment had been installed, enabling Mandy and other intelligence personnel at the command center to monitor real-time footage of the target building's exterior. Chapter 32. An unexpected target appears. Long. You are responsible for the first floor. Be cautious and contact us immediately if anything arises. Once everyone had entered the house and secured the door, Jason assigned a task to Long Jean while removing his black cloak and descending the stairs to the second floor. The rest of Team B followed closely behind. In this small town with predominantly single-story buildings, a 2-story balcony represented the highest vantage point, allowing for a comprehensive view of the target residence. Equip yourselves. Set up the night vision cameras. I will take the first watch, Jason commanded as he ascended the stairs. Lei, Trent, and several seasoned team members coordinated seamlessly, collaborating to establish their setup. The cameras were aimed at a building across the street, approximately 30 meters away, a 2.5-story structure. Outside, an armed pickup truck was stationed, manned by an officer in military attire wearing a red beret, flanked by several soldiers from the Lionheart Brigade. The local populace dared not approach, underscoring the building's significance. As Jason and his team busied themselves with surveillance, Long Jean, on guard on the first floor, commenced his designated tasks. He checked whether the doors and windows were securely locked, ensuring there were no hidden entrances such as tunnels on the first floor. He assessed the alleyway outside the back door, determining potential escape routes and identifying shooting positions in the vicinity. It was imperative to conduct such inspections to avoid panicking when the time for action arrived. After a thorough check lasting around half an hour, Jason and the others on the second floor had entered a state of readiness, initiating 24-hour surveillance of the target building. Knowing Samir would not arrive until the following day, Long Jean comfortably spread his black cloak on the floor, draping a blanket over himself as he succumbed to sleep. Resting on the transport plane had been a true ordeal, with the quality of sleep being exceptionally poor, making it nearly impossible to achieve deep slumber. In the present day, with suitable conditions for rest, and ensuring that safety measures are adequately in place, Long Jean deemed it necessary to maintain his mental acuity. After a night of silence, Long Jean awoke at dawn, refreshed and invigorated. Having consumed his military rations for breakfast, he glanced at the time and realized it was nearly the appointed hour. He removed the triplet scope from his machine gun and approached the window, lifting a corner of the curtain intended for concealment. He settled onto a stool to observe the target residence. The Lionheart King evidently placed great importance on this meeting, as evidenced by the presence of soldiers at the entrance. maintaining a state of heightened vigilance even at the early hour. Some soldiers remained on-site for breakfast, having food delivered directly to them. Given the town's proximity to the capital, it was bustling with activity. Even at this early hour, the streets were already teeming with vehicles. This presented a minor complication for Long John's surveillance. Though he deemed it manageable, he did not need to identify each individual entering the house. He merely awaited the appearance of the vehicle that lingered in his memory, at which point he could notify Jason. Within half an hour, an off-road vehicle appeared outside the target residence, its striking silver paint shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, a sight impossible to miss. B1, this is B6. The suspicious target has manifested. Do you see it? B1 acknowledges. I am checking now. Upon receiving Long John's update via the intercom, Jason crouched and approached the monitor, just in time to see an armed individual opening the car door and dragging a hooded woman from within. Instead of the anticipated Samir, he was confronted with a hostage clad in a hood, and a sense of unease washed over him. He swiftly switched to the command channel, calling out, "This is B1. I have encountered an unidentified target." Awaiting response, the operations center acknowledges, came the reply. Mandy had long been stationed at the command center and immediately shifted to the monitor feed upon hearing the call. The video signal reveals a hooded prisoner being moved to the front of the vehicle. Is it her? Affirmative, replied Jason. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The black hood covering the woman was forcibly removed by the armed assailant. Pause the video and enlarge the image of the prisoner, Mandy commanded urgently, prompting the surveillance operator to respond swiftly by pausing the feed and magnifying the area where the woman was situated enough to clearly discern her face. Oh heavens! How could it be her? Mandy gasped in disbelief as she beheld the familiar yet disheveled and weary visage magnified on the screen. Chapter 33. Confronting the JSOC leader Eric. I recognize this woman. Her identity is quite sensitive. I must report to the JCOC and recommend that Team B's operation be temporarily cancelled. We should withdraw and convene for further discussion before making any decisions. The situation had escalated beyond expectations, compelling Mandy to advise the operations commander, Eric. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Eric also recognized the gravity of the situation. He picked up his communication headset and commanded, B1, this is Eric. The operation is temporarily cancelled. Bring the personnel back. B1 received. Over. Jason, witnessing the woman being ushered into the target building, furrowed his brow, concluded his conversation with the operations center, and immediately began to gather his belongings, simultaneously issuing the order to regroup and prepare for evacuation. Upon hearing Jason's command, everyone promptly commenced packing their gear without inquiring about the reasons. This exemplified the swiftness of the special forces. How Team B infiltrated and subsequently exited this small town was remarkable. Although night had transitioned to day, the absence of concern regarding being followed ensured that there was little impact on their operations. Team B, consisting of 7 burly men, squeezed into a cramped van reminiscent of a pressure cooker, swaying as they made their way back to the operations center in the city, where they were promptly summoned to a conference room. As Long John entered the meeting room, he sensed that today's gathering was of an unusual nature. The scene before him was all too familiar. A large, over 70-inch LCD screen hung on the wall, displaying a video conference. The long conference table was flanked by military dignitaries adorned with stars on their uniforms. This was a high-level teleconference convened specifically for the purpose of rescuing a woman, reminiscent of something out of a television drama. The insignia displayed on the wall and the crossed flags to the right made it clear that this was the United States Joint Special Operations Command. All elite T-1 Special Operations Forces from the U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force, including Delta Force, DevGru, and the 24th Special Tactics Squadron, fell under the purview of this premier Special Operations Department. The assembly of gentlemen, most of whom were over 50 years of age, were Long John's future superiors in the chain of command. Previously, he had only regarded them as figures of prestige while watching television. Now, seated among them in this conference room, he felt an entirely different atmosphere. To directly face the pinnacle of the military hierarchy and engage in discussions with them epitomized what it truly meant to be a special forces operator. His past experiences as a conscript and mercenary, along with 2 years in the SEALs, could only be deemed as mere components of a war machine. Now that everyone is in position, Ms. Alice, please provide us with the information we have gathered regarding this unfortunate American citizen. The Admiral, seated at the head of the table, initiated the video conference upon noticing Team B had arrived. Mandy, the intelligence officer for this operation, stood before the camera and reported, "Sir, her last name is Marshall, Stacy Marshall. She was abducted in April of last year from a non-governmental organization center in South Sudan and has been held captive for over 10 months. Currently, our intelligence cannot ascertain how she fell into the hands of Boko Haram. We suspect this is part of the common practice of trafficking and reselling hostages. Western women are particularly attractive and are often subjected to multiple resales to secure a higher ransom, which is likely why Ms. Marshall has ended up here. Terrorists abduct citizens from various nations, extorting money, and such occurrences transpire daily. The United States has long regarded itself as the world's guardian, consistently positioning itself in a superior stance, unwilling to allow its hegemonic status to be undermined. Upon discovering any citizen's abduction, the U.S. will spare no expense in efforts to rescue them, driven by the need to maintain its image. This instance is no different. Eric, have you devised a plan?" inquired the Admiral, his tone casual and unperturbed, as if sipping tea. This cadre, emerging from military academies such as West Point, had navigated their ascent without engaging in any special operations, adhering strictly to a model that prohibits officers from participating in ground combat. They seemed oblivious to the peril of infiltrating a terrorist stronghold to rescue a hostage. They were unaware that their nonchalant remarks could lead to the sacrifice of numerous Special Forces personnel, potentially returning with only ashes. Of course, it is also possible that they were fully aware yet indifferent, merely seeking to package the rescue of a hostage into a tear-jerking narrative for their own political gain. "Admiral," before Eric could respond, Mandy Alice interjected, "if Samir remains alive, it signifies that hundreds will perish, including civilians and allied forces in Africa. Moreover, we are confident he may already be aware of our apprehension efforts. If we are to rescue a hostage, I must interrupt you, Ms. Alice," the Navy colonel interjected, his tone laced with derision. "Are you suggesting we forego the rescue of Ms. Marshall and instead proceed with our current operational plan to apprehend Abu Samir, thereby leaving an American citizen in jeopardy? I do not believe that is appropriate. It is our duty to protect every American citizen." Truly, the Admiral's rhetoric was commendable. Should any American citizen hear it, they would undoubtedly applaud. While rescuing hostages is indeed our obligation, capturing Samir is equally vital. We can no longer allow him to roam free, Mandy continued, advocating for her perspective. As a specialist in counterterrorism intelligence, her thought process leaned heavily towards risk assessment. "All right," the Admiral replied, growing somewhat impatient and wishing to avoid further entanglement with Mandy. He turned to the action group commander, asking, "Eric, do we possess the capability to rescue the hostage while simultaneously capturing a high-value target?" This was indeed a clever diversion, compelling Mandy to reluctantly withdraw. "Sir, providing an accurate answer is challenging. The time frame is too constrained, and we require ample time to comprehensively revise our operational plan," Eric responded conservatively, acknowledging that a meeting to discuss the action plan had yet to occur. "Sir," at that moment, Longjean suddenly stood up. "I have devised an exceptional plan, one that holds a significant probability of allowing us to accomplish two tasks simultaneously. I am uncertain whether you wish to hear it." Longjean's voice resonated powerfully, ostensibly addressing Eric while, in reality, broadcasting to the esteemed figures behind the camera. Chapter 34. Breaking history. Jason had also intended to present a combat proposal, but was preempted by Longjean by a mere second. Trusting in Longjean's personal prowess, Jason refrained from interrupting him, instead fixating his curious gaze upon him. Despite the unspoken rules within DevGru, where newcomers typically lack a voice, the rationale is straightforward. As a novice, one usually falls short in both capability and practical experience, rendering their contributions little more than inconsequential chatter that squanders precious meeting time. Furthermore, as an outsider, one lacks familiarity with the operational unit, which could lead to a plan rife with critical flaws, ultimately undermining the unit's combat effectiveness. Akin to selling gold as if it were copper, Commander Eric, unfamiliar with Longjean, felt compelled to uphold the rules should anyone disrupt the status quo. Just as he turned to interject, "Newcomer, now is not your time to speak. If you wish to avoid being ejected from this meeting, I suggest you sit down." The speakers behind him blared to life. "Who is speaking?" As anticipated, this drew the attention of the Admiral. Longjean smiled slightly and took a few steps forward, entering the camera's view to respond, reporting, "Sir, I am the external support for Team B, a new recruit from the Green Team, Sergeant Long Gibelin. Young man, I have not encountered you before, but that is inconsequential. I admire your courage. We at JSOC require outstanding soldiers like you, capable of independent thought. Please, share your solution. The Admiral, indifferent to the distinction between newcomers and veterans, simply sought someone to alleviate his troubles. Long Jean's confident assertion of possessing a solution struck a chord with the Admiral's vulnerabilities. With the Admiral's superior already endorsing Long Jean's participation, Eric could only swallow his words and step aside. At that moment, all eyes, including those of Mandy and his intelligence team, the formal members of Team B, and Clay, were fixated on Long Jean. As a newcomer and an outsider, to stand and speak at the highest assembly of the Joint Special Operations Command set a remarkable precedent. Most would feel a modicum of apprehension under the scrutiny of so many generals. Yet, Long Jean remained unwaveringly confident and composed, traversing from the back to the front, ultimately positioning himself beside the 100 model of the target building. Last night, Team B infiltrated the Lionheart town and conducted on-site reconnaissance of the target area. As the external support for Team B, I was deeply involved in the operation, meticulously exploring throughout the night and acquiring some invaluable intelligence. During my 2 years with the Navy SEALs, I participated in 2 deployments to the Middle East and 1 to Africa, which has afforded me a familiarity with local architectural structures. Based on my personal deductions, the target building is certainly not as it appears on the surface. Beneath its 2-story facade, it is highly probable that there exists a hidden basement, constructed for the purpose of concealment, accessible through a concealed entrance on the ground floor. According to the intelligence provided by Officer Monley, Samir is an adept survivor. Therefore, I am exceedingly confident in asserting that Samir has likely already entered the target building with the assistance of smoke, taking refuge not on the 1st or 2nd floor, but rather in the utmost safety of the underground chamber. With this intelligence in hand, B Team is entirely capable of executing both tasks simultaneously, provided we devise a targeted operational plan. Long Jean's words contained 8 parts truth and 2 parts embellishment, as he flawlessly articulated information gleaned from television, woven into his personal experience. None in the conference room, including the high-ranking officials from the Joint Operations Command, perceived any contradictions in Long Jean's statements. Instead, they were all captivated by the clarity of his deductions. It was remarkable to witness such keen observational skills and exceptional inferential abilities in a newcomer. Mr. Gibran, your prowess evidently surpasses my expectations. If I am not mistaken, you already possess a well-developed action plan, do you not? The Admiral's demeanor had noticeably shifted, now infused with appreciation. In a matter of minutes, he conceived a strategy. The expressions of surprise in the room, including Jason, Sonny, and Mandy, transformed into astonishment upon hearing the Admiral's conjecture. Particularly for Mandy, who initially viewed Long Jean as a brutish figure, her perception had shifted entirely. Sensing the change in the room's atmosphere, Long Jean's confidence surged. Pointing to the alley behind the model of the building, he confidently articulated, "We will adopt a stealth infiltration strategy, choosing the optimal moment. At 4 a.m., B Team will arrive at the rear of the target building by vehicle, splitting into 2 assault groups to commence operations. The alley is devoid of King Richard's armed vehicles, and the guards pose no significant threat. Once the assault teams approach the target building, one group will utilize climbing gear to access the 2nd floor, rescuing hostages and neutralizing threats, while the other group will force entry on the ground floor, tasked with locating the entrance to the basement. As the assault teams engage within the premises, a team will commence their departure via helicopter. Provided there are no significant complications, should the assault teams successfully rescue the hostages and capture the high-value target in the basement, a Team S helicopter will arrive just in time. By the time King Richard's forces react, we will have long since evacuated by helicopter." Long Jean's operational plan was succinct, clear in thought, and most importantly, highly targeted, striking directly at the heart of the matter. The assembled members of the action group found no faults whatsoever. "Well done, kid." Admiral was exceedingly pleased with Long Jean's plan and promptly expressed, "I find this plan commendable. Eric, the next steps are yours. We await your good news." Chapter 35. Departing in Darkness. Overcoming challenges. The meeting concluded shortly after 9 p.m., leaving nearly 20 hours until the operation commenced. The members of the action team, whether in the protective A team or the assault B team, had long been prepared for immediate engagement, since their arrival aboard the aerial Dominator transport aircraft. This meant that for the ensuing hours, up until the assembly and equipment check an hour before departure, there was little for anyone to do. Under a state of heightened readiness, leaving the base for leisurely distractions in the city was not an option. They could only bide their time at the base. Long John had intended to speak with Mandy in the DG headquarters meeting room to clear up misunderstandings and become acquainted with the senior CIA intelligence officer. With nothing pressing to occupy him at this moment, he decided to approach her while the members of B Team were engaged in their respective tasks, some napping, others walking their military dogs, and Clay fiddling with various high-tech equipment. Long John brewed 2 cups of coffee, sweetening them with 2 packets of sugar, and found Mandy lost in thought in the meeting room. "You seem a bit off. Has work been particularly exhausting lately? Perhaps this will perk you up," he offered. Demonstrating a natural charm, Long John spoke to Mandy with the ease of an old friend, despite this being their first verbal exchange. "Thank you." Mandy looked up, recognizing Long John. His performance that day had left a favorable impression on her, prompting her to accept the steaming cup of coffee. "I sincerely apologize for the events that transpired in the slaughterhouse. I hope you can forgive me. If you are dissatisfied, I can let you retaliate, provided you can land a hit, as I have mastered Tyson's butterfly step, swift as lightning." His playful tone, accompanied by exaggerated evasive gestures, elicited a laugh from Mandy. "You have a beautiful smile, akin to stars in the night sky, captivating yet enigmatic," he complimented without reservation. In truth, women are often swayed by charming words. And within the base, the men were largely committed, with the sole bachelor, Sonny, having eyes for Diaz. Mandy's role as a unique intelligence officer meant that it had been quite some time since a man had lavished such admiration upon her. Now, under Long John's audacious praise, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, prompting her to sip her coffee as a guise. However, as she took a sip, her gaze towards Long John grew more intricate. Mandy had a penchant for adding 2 packets of sugar to her coffee, a preference that set her apart from most. And Long John's thoughtful gesture had precisely catered to this. Was it mere coincidence or deliberate intention? Mandy found herself unable to discern. Yet one thing was certain. Her brief interaction with Long John had significantly uplifted her spirits. As her mood lightened, her perception of Long John had undergone a complete transformation. As the conversation delved deeper, we found ourselves sharing intriguing anecdotes from our daily lives, and the previous barriers dissipated completely. During lunchtime, we gathered at the base for a meal, followed by an evening stroll around the premises. The rapport between the two of us progressed smoothly. While we had not yet reached the level of close friends, we had at least become acquaintances who could greet each other with a smile. At 2:30 a.m., after a few hours of rest, Teams A and B awakened and assembled at the departure point of the base to finalize preparations before the operation. This procedure is essential prior to any mission. On one hand, we meticulously checked all equipment and gear for any signs of tampering or damage to ensure their proper functionality during the operation. For instance, we verified that the infrared night vision goggles were fully charged and that the IR laser pointers were operational. Electronic devices, after all, can often malfunction inexplicably. On the other hand, we made temporary modifications to certain protective gear to better align with the specific operational approach. This mission required stealth, so we first ensured that our ammunition was switched to subsonic rounds, which significantly reduced gunfire noise. If any were not changed, we did so promptly. Items such as grenades, attached to tactical vests, could easily snag and trigger their safety pins during night operations. To mitigate this risk, we wrapped inexpensive but effective black tape around the upper half of the grenades, securing the pins beneath the tape. We also checked whether suppressors were tightly fitted, considered the appropriateness of wearing cumbersome ballistic vests in the operational environment, and ensured we had mixed tracer rounds prepared for nighttime engagement. Such preparatory tasks, though seemingly inconspicuous, are the culmination of invaluable experience accumulated over decades of counterterrorism operations, often at the cost of lives and bloodshed. The formidable combat capabilities of special forces are built upon a vast foundation of these subtle yet critical details. At 3:30 a.m., the base's main gate creaked open with a thunderous sound as it retracted upwards. "Let us move," commanded Jason, and Snoopy roared to life once more. 7 men, either tall and robust, or fit and sturdy, or solidly built, fully outfitted in tactical gear, were indeed a tight fit for the 4-meter-long van. Fortunately, due to the constraints of the operational environment, The corridors and doors within the target building were relatively narrow, and ascending to the second floor required climbing. Thus, it was impractical to carry heavy packs laden with over 60 pounds of gear. Instead, we opted for tactical backpacks resembling regular school bags, capable of carrying essential items for close-quarters battle, such as plastic explosives, battery supplies, and emergency medical gear. With the absence of 7 bulky rucksacks, Team B was able to squeeze into the van. After a prolonged and leisurely journey of approximately 20 minutes, the charmingly melodic Snoopy van finally arrived at the outskirts of Lionheart Town. Chapter 36. Absolute Trust, the Foundation of Teamwork. The early morning in Lionheart Town was remarkably tranquil, devoid of streetlights in its tribal layout, casting an impenetrable darkness that starkly contrasted with the daytime hustle and bustle. The only constant was the acrid stench of burning rubber wafting through the air. The Snoopy van traversed the town's sole main road. Although a few houses along the street flickered with dim, yellowish lights, there was no one peering out of the windows. Clearly, this dilapidated second-hand vehicle did not pique anyone's interest. A few minutes later, the van successfully reached its designated location, a narrow alleyway entrance leading to the target house, situated over 20 meters away. The remaining distance would be covered on foot to avoid alerting those inside the target dwelling. With a soft thud, the van door swung open. The first to disembark was Ray, who did not wait for the others, but rather ventured into the alley alone, heading towards the predetermined observation point. As the communications officer and sniper of Team B, Ray needed to secure an optimal position that would not only facilitate seamless communication among Team B members via the satellite communication equipment he carried, but also ensure connectivity with the operations center, even if they were half a world apart. Furthermore, he was tasked with utilizing the KC-MK-11 Mod 0 naval sniper rifle to provide distant fire support for Team B, while also implementing 360-degree dynamic surveillance of all intersections surrounding the target building. He would serve as the eyes of Team B stationed outside, ready to relay any anomalies back to the team leader inside the house, allowing for swift responses and avoiding the risk of being ambushed without awareness. Each member of the Special Operations Team had their own distinct responsibilities, all of which were equally critical, emphasizing that everyone must execute their designated tasks diligently. Most importantly, there must be unwavering trust among teammates, ensuring that each individual could excel in their assigned role. Typically, external observation support would fall to Team A, with Team B comprising the assault unit that would enter the operational scene. However, to avoid alerting the target, Team A needed to wait before entering, thus assigning Ray to assume this temporary role. While Ray set off to secure the observation point, the remaining members of Team B divided into 2 groups. Jason, Long John, and Brock formed one team, while Sonny, Trent, and Clay made up the other. This arrangement ensured that each group included a heavy weapons gunner and a medic to safeguard the team's well-being. Clay specialized in communications intelligence, while Brock was a professional scout. The 2 groups, each operating independently, ensured that no potential high-value intelligence would be overlooked during their respective missions. The rescue of the hostages remained the foremost priority, while the apprehension of Samir was designated as the secondary objective. Consequently, Jason and Long John's team undertook the task of infiltrating the second floor via climbing hooks or ladders to locate the hostage, Marshall. Meanwhile, the second team, led by Sonny, was responsible for clearing the first floor and searching for a possible basement. Both groups disembarked from the vehicles with clearly defined roles, maintaining a formation where Team 1 led the way while Team 2 followed closely behind. They traversed the shadows cast by the moonlight, moving stealthily and cautiously towards the target building. Team B exited the vehicle, and the van designated for the mission began its return journey, as it would no longer be needed for the subsequent retreat. In Team 1, Brock took the lead as the point man, followed closely by Jason, the team leader and commander, while Long John, the firepower specialist and medic, brought up the rear. Team 2 maintained the same formation as they advanced closely behind Team 1. After approximately 30 seconds of forward movement, Brock, at the forefront, halted, raising his right arm level with his shoulder, his fist clenched and extended horizontally, signaling for a stop. With a tug on the leash at his waist, the military dog secured to him also came to a standstill. As the lead soldier, Brock's sudden stop triggered an immediate and synchronized response from the entire unit, which pressed against the wall, hidden in the shadows of the moonlight. Subsequently, Brock turned to Jason, signaling that they had arrived near the target building and had identified a male subject armed with a lethal weapon positioned less than 5 meters around the corner. Upon receiving this information, Jason took a few steps forward to peer around the corner before quickly retreating. Each member of Team B was equipped with advanced night vision goggles, allowing them to discern even the faintest movements in the pitch-black alley, where a mere mouse scurrying by would be clearly visible, albeit in a green-tinted world. Conversely, the soldier stationed at the back door, armed only with an AK, possessed no additional military gear and appeared no different from an ordinary civilian. Aside from the dim illumination provided by a 10-watt incandescent bulb overhead, the visibility was severely limited, rendering the surroundings a complete void. Moreover, as the hour grew late, soldiers devoid of mobile devices to occupy their time had begun to doze off against the doorframe. Jason activated the laser sight on his rifle, signaling to the rooftop in the distance. The laser, invisible to the naked eye, could only be seen through night vision equipment, effectively concealing their position. He then communicated tactical signals to Brock, instructing him to eliminate the target. Finally, he gestured to Team 2, informing them that they were approaching the target building and to execute their respective actions according to the pre-established plan. Chapter 37. CQB Assault Operations with a Soft Sound. A lifeless body fell. Brock's accuracy was impeccable, the bullet piercing the guard's skull with precision. The combination of the specially crafted suppressor with the subsonic ammunition produces a sound quieter than an ordinary cough. The diminished penetration of the projectiles ensures that they do not exit the body, and when they strike external objects, they do not generate a secondary impact sound. If all occupants of the room are in slumber, it is virtually impossible to detect the discharge of a firearm. The lookout has been neutralized, and Team B advances. Upon reaching the lifeless body of the armed soldier, Block professionally delivers a finishing shot, then crouches to remove the magazine from the guard's AK, ensuring it is cleared. This procedure is fundamental in close-quarters battle, preventing any adversary from re-engaging should they manage to seize a weapon. During Block's ejection of the magazine, the rest of the team is not idle. Each member is diligently performing their assigned tasks. Long John produces a collapsible ladder, extending it towards a window on the second floor, guided by a laser beam. This allows for the identification of suitable entry points beforehand. Jason lifts the corpse blocking the doorway, dragging it into the shadow of a nearby wall, thereby clearing the entrance for Team 2's swift incursion. The guard, having dozed off beside the back door, left the wooden barrier ajar, thus eliminating the need for a cumbersome breaching operation. Move. Jason gestures for Team 2 to advance into the building. Clay, the point man of Team 2, equipped with a standard issue 10. 5-inch barrel HK 416D rifle, steps through the door first. The compact weapon offers greater maneuverability in confined spaces. Trent follows closely, entering in succession, bringing up the rear. Sonny accepts the leash from Block before entering the ground floor with the military dog, Hellfire, an arrangement made prior to their departure. Although Hellfire, having undergone specialized training, has mastered the skill of ascending stairs, locating a hostage is a task ill-suited for a bomb detection canine. The target of Team B's operation, the terrorist Samir, is an expert in improvised explosive devices, having personally crafted the bombs strapped to the martyrs he has incited to commit suicide attacks. A person engaged in the constant creation of such explosives would naturally possess an affinity for his craft, making a bomb detection dog an ideal asset. Deploying the canine to the first floor for a search significantly increases the likelihood of detecting explosives through scent, potentially leading them to the entrance of a tunnel. As Team 2 initiates their assault on the first floor, Long John secures the ladder. Tasked with providing covering fire, he retreats to monitor the alley for any potential threats, thereby safeguarding Team 1's rear. With concerns alleviated, Block, leading the charge with his assault rifle, ascends the stairs first, cautiously peering through the open window. He surveys the interior of the room, confirming the absence of any occupants before making his entry. As soon as he landed, he aimed his sniper rifle at the direction of the door, extending his hand out of the window to signal that the interior was secure. With his gaze fixed intently on the window, Jason received Brock's signal and began to ascend the ladder. Upon entering the room, Jason refrained from signaling out the window. For Long John, tasked with rearguard duties, was focused on the alleyway's exit and could not perceive any activity at the window. Consequently, Jason opted for an alternative method. Pressing the left side button of the PTT, push to talk, twice in quick succession. The PTT typically features 2 to 3 shortcut buttons corresponding to different communication channels, allowing for swift communication without manual channel adjustments. As the team leader, Jason had 3 buttons on his PTT. The front button connected him to the operations center. The right facilitated internal squad communication, while the left was now set for intragroup communication. Each press emitted a brief noise, indicating an open channel. Long John, hearing the 2 consecutive beeps in his earpiece, understood it as a signal of complete safety to proceed and, without hesitation, slung his weapon onto his back and climbed into the second-floor room via the collapsible ladder. Upon entry, he remembered to neatly stow the ladder back into his tactical backpack. The trio successfully infiltrated the second floor, and the next task was to radiate through the unoccupied house, eliminating all potential threats and locating the hostage they needed to rescue. However, while the current room posed no immediate danger, the situation outside that door remained shrouded in uncertainty. Just then, 2 consecutive gunshots rang out from downstairs, shattering the silence within. The sound, muffled by the suppressor, resembled the thud of bamboo striking the floor, though not particularly loud. It was distinctly audible on the second floor. Clearly, the second team had encountered armed targets and, unable to neutralize them silently, resorted to gunfire. In a typical residential building, such minor gunfire would hardly cause a stir. Unfortunately, this was a hideout for terrorists who were well aware of an impending raid. Their vigilance would be exceptionally heightened. As an experienced special operations team leader, Jason could ascertain that these gunshots had ignited combat within the building. Despite the current silence, the shadows concealed unknown numbers of armed individuals, ready to spring from their hiding places. The moment members of Team B appeared in their line of sight, these militants would not hesitate to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon them. At this moment, danger had arrived. Chapter 38. Fatal shots. Ordinary individuals might fear being ambushed, but for the T1 level special forces, this scenario constituted a routine engagement, one they had faced countless times before. The synergy between Jason and Brock had evolved into an unspoken understanding through mere eye contact. Jason maintained his firing stance with his left hand while grasping the doorknob with his right. No words were necessary, as Brock instinctively positioned himself by the door. As Jason slowly pulled the door open, Brock swiftly darted outside, directing his firearm to the left, ensuring absolute visibility in that direction. Although this was Dragon's first collaboration with Team B, he had already completed numerous indoor operations during his 2 years with the Junior SEALs. In their trio's coordinated effort, Jason took charge of pulling the door back to keep the exit clear, while Brock positioned himself to secure the left side's visibility. Dragon's task was unequivocal, adhering to the fundamental principles of close-quarters battle, CQB, teamwork. He followed closely behind Brock and, almost simultaneously, seized control of the right side's visibility. The corridor outside was fully secured on both sides, enabling them to detect any targets at the earliest opportunity. As the last to emerge, Jason, the leader, had more time to determine how to proceed, given that the exterior hallway was already under control. On Brock's side lay a row of rooms, while the corridor to Dragon's right led only to the stairs descending to the first floor. Jason processed the gathered intelligence in his mind, confidently deciding on their next move. He squeezed Brock's shoulder, signaling him to advance. Without hesitation, Brock moved forward, pausing in front of the first room, his gaze still vigilant. Jason then nudged Dragon's shoulder, indicating that he too should move ahead, maintaining control over the stairs for the time being. Dragon positioned himself on the opposite side of the doorway where Brock stood, continuing to aim his firearm toward the staircase. He pressed the PTT twice to signal that he was in position. Upon receiving the signal, Jason redirected his firearm and approached the doorway, preparing to conduct a thorough inspection of the room. The trio's synchronized movement, though seemingly intricate, unfolded in less than 3 seconds. The 3 seasoned operatives, well-versed in CQB tactics, executed their maneuvers with a fluidity akin to a well-rehearsed symphony, completing a seamless transition in mere moments. With Brock and Dragon securing both sides of the corridor, Jason was free to focus entirely on the task of breaching the room. For someone like Jason, who had years of experience, this was as effortless as taking a sip of water. There are typically 2 modes of entry. One emphasizes speed, utilizing plastic explosives to blast the door or employing breaching tools to swiftly gain access before kicking the door open and rushing in, catching the occupants off guard. This is the most common CQB method for clearing rooms. However, it usually requires a team of 4 or more to execute smoothly, as attempting it solo poses significant risks. Given Jason's solitary circumstance, he had to adopt a slower yet more secure method of clearing. He positioned himself away from the door's direct line of sight, pressing his body against the left wall to avoid any potential fire from armed individuals inside when the door was opened. Gripping the firearm firmly with his right hand, he rested the stock against his shoulder, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire at a moment's notice. This was a standard one-handed shooting stance. His left hand pressed against the door, gradually applying more force to push it inward. With a creaking sound, the wooden door began to open slowly. As Jason stood on the threshold, he gradually opened the door, allowing his line of sight into the room to expand. In such a scenario, even if someone were inside, they could not pose a threat to Jason, Long John, or Brock by suddenly firing their weapon at the entrance. The adage that slow has its advantages was vividly illustrated in this moment. It was not until Jason fully opened the door and beheld the entire room that he realized there was no resistance within. It was not that the house was uninhabited. Rather, the armed individual, startled awake, was unable to accurately discern the intruder's position in the pitch-black room. To avoid revealing his location, he wisely chose to remain hidden, crouching behind a wooden cabinet against the left wall, waiting for Jason to enter and draw closer before he would fire. While the armed man's strategy was commendable and indicative of intelligence, it was regrettably marred by a lack of knowledge. He was unaware of the existence of specialized optics that could illuminate his position in the dark, revealing him like a glaring bulb amidst shadows. Although he could not see Jason, the latter was acutely aware of his presence, appearing conspicuously in his verdant field of vision. Armed with lethal intent, Jason raised his weapon without hesitation and fired twice. Just as Jason discharged his weapon, eliminating the armed man inside, an additional assailant unexpectedly ascended the stairs from the first floor, seemingly believing it was safe to venture to the second floor due to the pressure exerted by Team 2's clearing efforts. Unbeknownst to him, the second floor was a realm of death. The sharp crack of the MK-46 light machine gun echoed like a duck's quack as 3 rapid rounds found their mark, striking the advancing assailant with precision, guided by the laser's trajectory. The hit assailant collapsed instantly, his body swaying before he fell back down the stairs, colliding with the wooden iron framework and producing a cacophony of sounds as he tumbled to the first floor below. Chapter 39. The Most Violent Killing Technique, Directional Breaching Round. Long John's elimination of the armed assailant had no bearing on Jason's mission. He proceeded as though he had not heard the gunfire. With the agility and steadiness characteristic of standard close-quarters battle, CQB, tactics, he swiftly entered the room. His first glance was toward the rear of the door, confirming that no one was concealed there, before moving to the corpse of the slain assailant to deliver a finishing shot to the head. Bending down, he deftly retrieved the AK-74, executing the challenging maneuver of ejecting the spent cartridge and clearing the magazine. Having accomplished these tasks, Jason declared, "All clear." Now, with multiple gunshots having echoed through the first and second floors, compounded by the sounds of the armed assailant rolling down the stairs, those who needed to be alerted had been awakened, and those who should not have been were also roused. Team B's slow and silent advance had lost its necessity. Completing the mission swiftly had become the paramount objective. In simpler terms, the previously undisclosed process was a stealth operation, but now that it has been revealed, a transition to an assault is necessary. Move. Jason emerged from the house, substituting direct commands for gestures. Receiving the command, Brock advanced further, while Jason and Long John continued their prior coordination, alternating their vigilance as they moved forward. Second room secure. Third room secure. The trio advanced consistently, their collaboration growing increasingly harmonious, and their clearing speed accelerating correspondingly. After eliminating 2 armed assailants and discovering elderly women and children hiding in a room, the trio approached a room that, from the outside, appeared entirely different from other cleared rooms, immediately raising suspicions. Light spilled from beneath the door, indicating that the door had been locked from within, signifying that the occupants were prepared. Jason, unable to breach the door alone with a battering ram, recognized that the current situation was not conducive to a reckless entry. A more forceful approach was required. Consequently, he opened Longjean's tactical backpack and retrieved a roll of black breaching charge. Breach. Jason steadied his weapon towards the staircase, not diverting his gaze as he handed the breaching charge to Longjean. No further commands were necessary. This action indicated that he would assume responsibility for the rear. Members of the fire team, typically larger in stature, often positioned themselves at the back of the formation, allowing them to carry more equipment. unlike assault team members who needed to be agile for effective strikes. Therefore, those occupying combat roles within the fire team usually specialized or had a secondary focus in demolition to ensure the squad's functional diversity. For instance, Sunny's primary expertise lies in demolition, while Longzhan's secondary skill is also demolition. As a professional demolitions expert, Longzhan was well acquainted with the preformed directional breaching charge, mastering its 108 methods of application. The breaching charge is a type of plastic explosive characterized by excellent extensibility and malleability. It does not possess a fixed shape. Rather, it resembles a thicker adhesive tape that can be rolled up, one side featuring a strong adhesive. Once unfurled, it can be adhered wherever desired, allowing the user to dictate the explosion's target. The explosive energy is released in a manner akin to a directional mine, exerting its force predominantly in one direction, truly tailor-made for special operations. Longzhan unrolled the breaching charge into a strip and adhered it along the door latch from above, securing a continuous line of the charge. He then took out a remote detonator and affixed it to the breaching charge, retreating to the door side while holding his weapon aimed at the staircase. It appeared as though he was talking to himself, yet he was actually communicating with Jason. Breach preparation complete, counting down 5 seconds. Upon receiving Longzhan's signal, Jason promptly withdrew his weapon and returned to his original position beside the right wall of the door. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Longzhan uttered the final numeral, he pressed the button on the remote. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated through the air. The wooden door was effortlessly torn apart by the explosive force of the directed blast, disintegrating into fragments that flew into the room. Almost entirely obliterated, the door left Jason unharmed at its side. In the immediate aftermath of the explosion, he brandished his weapon and executed a graceful pivot, rushing into the room from the left of the door. Upon entering, Jason's gaze fell upon an armed insurgent seated across from him, clutching an AK-74. Dazed by the shockwave of the explosion and frantically dodging splintered door debris, the insurgent caught sight of Jason. Their eyes locked in an instant. The insurgent, initially poised to resist, found his faculties muddled by the blast. His reactions dulled as if under the influence of intoxication, barely registering half of his usual alertness. In stark contrast, Jason, a seasoned operative, possessed a reaction speed several times swifter than that of the insurgent. Coupled with the advantages afforded by the directed blast, Jason swiftly fired his weapon, and another lifeless body fell to the ground. Remaining vigilant, Jason swept his gun left and right to scan the room. Once assured of the absence of other threats, he advanced cautiously toward the insurgent, delivering a final shot to his head. He then knelt to retrieve the insurgent's weapon, disassembling it methodically. Positioned at the end of a corridor, the room was devoid of any potential adversaries emerging from that direction. The other rooms on the second floor had also been thoroughly cleared. Inspecting the window's structure outside, Jason confirmed that no one could ascend from that point. As he entered the room, Brock followed closely behind, his objective directed toward a woman on the floor, bound hand and foot, a cloth stuffed in her mouth. Staring in disbelief at Jason and Brock knelt before the woman, swiftly removing the cloth from her mouth, and urgently inquired, "We are here to rescue you. We need to confirm your identity. Please tell me your name." Verifying information is a fundamental step in rescue operations to prevent the tragic mistake of rescuing the wrong person. Chapter 40. The temptation was overwhelming. The woman had been kidnapped for over a year, her spirit dulled and numbed by the relentless torment of the terrorists. Upon hearing Brock's familiar American English, she initially stood frozen in disbelief, perceiving the comforting visage of this white man as a mere figment of her dreams. She simply could not fathom the reality of the situation before her. It was only when Brock uttered the words, "We are here to save you," that a flicker of recognition ignited in her otherwise lifeless eyes. "Stacy, I am Stacy Marshall. Please, you must help me. I will die if I remain here," she implored, her voice a mixture of fear, joy, and excitement as she strained to inch closer to Brock. As a professional Special Forces operative, Brock recognized the signs of her overwhelming emotion, understanding that she was teetering on the brink of ecstatic delirium. Before untying the woman to effect her rescue, Brock needed to undertake a second procedure to assess the mental state of the hostage. Individuals held captive by terrorists, particularly those who have endured prolonged confinement, may exhibit psychological issues. Thus, hastily releasing their restraints could lead to dire consequences. In minor cases, An overwhelming will to survive may incite frantic movements that could jeopardize the rescuer's equipment. In severe cases, the hostage may entirely lose their sense of crisis awareness. Driven solely by the instinct to flee, once liberated, they might behave erratically, disregarding the rescuer's instructions. The potential outcomes could either culminate in a failed rescue or, tragically, the sacrifice of the rescuers. These scenarios are not mere conjectures, but lessons learned through tangible and harrowing experiences, underscoring the importance of assessing mental stability, which is as vital as confirming identity. The process is relatively straightforward. By posing a series of interactive questions and encouraging the hostage to engage in deep breathing exercises, one can observe their ability to respond accurately. As long as the hostage remains relatively calm and cooperative, their mental state can be deemed stable. After all, individuals who have succumbed to madness tend to be self-centered, rarely engaging in external communication or answering queries. Fortunately, Marshall exhibited a stable demeanor, and after over a year of captivity, she was significantly weakened. Brock swiftly posed several interactive questions, to which Marshall responded cooperatively, and her emotional state quickly stabilized. However, she also succumbed to the fatigue that often follows excessive excitement, collapsing like a limp rag doll. As Brock worked to untie her bindings, he communicated with Jason, who was inspecting the room for valuable intelligence. B1, the hostage's identity has been confirmed, and her mental state is stable. Okay, assist her in removing the restraints. Once the helicopter arrives, we will immediately escort her to the rooftop. Jason approached Brock to help with the untying while preparing to inquire about the progress of Team 2's mission. Before Jason could activate the communicator, Sonny's voice crackled through the earpiece. B1, this is B3. We have indeed located a basement. However, the situation is somewhat precarious. The entrance was discovered by Hellfire. Hellfire, a specialized bomb detection canine unit, had located the basement entrance, indicating an almost certain presence of explosives within. This posed one of the most challenging dilemmas in counterterrorism operations. After all, explosives are indiscriminate. Regardless of one's skills or proficiency in counterterrorism, a detonation could result in catastrophic consequences. Nonetheless, despite the known dangers, Team B had no choice but to enter the basement. The discovery of the entrance, especially one linked to the target's proficiency with explosives, validated Longjean's initial predictions. The man responsible for the deaths of hundreds, Samir, was likely hiding within that very basement. Sonny, concerned that the three of them might be unable to handle the situation, refrained from recklessly entering the basement and instead opted to inform team leader Jason. B1 acknowledges. Team 2, hold your position, I will be there shortly. Jason made a decisive choice without hesitation, determined to rescue the hostages and also bring Samir along. He wanted both the fish and the bear's paw. He issued a command for Team 2 to remain on standby, when suddenly a call came through his earpiece. Calling B1, this is H1. The helicopter will arrive at the designated location in 5 minutes. B1 acknowledged the message, noting that progress was proceeding smoothly and 5 minutes would suffice. After responding to the helicopter's routine communication, Jason turned to Brock and instructed, B5, take Ms. Marshall to the rooftop and await the helicopter's arrival. Ensure her safe evacuation first. With that, Jason dashed out the door, passing by Longjean and instructing, you are responsible for covering B5. Make certain of Ms. Marshall's safety. Understood. Longjean nodded, took his weapon, and promptly entered the building. Despite Longjean's apparent compliance with the orders and his swift actions, his inner turmoil was a tempest. Damn it. I'm tasked with extracting the hostages, which means I can't get close to Samir. Without access to Samir, how can I discover the location of his treasure? That's a veritable fortune worth tens of millions of dollars. How can I simply relinquish this opportunity to the CIA? It's infuriating. Longjean felt a mix of urgency, anger, and resentment as he assisted Brock in supporting Ms. Marshall, his mind racing with ideas. The terror organization was notorious for their rapid money-making schemes. Kidnapping for ransom, trafficking, international funding, arms dealing, and war profits were all their lucrative channels. Samir was a brazen figure in his 20s, notorious for his obsession with collecting gold. It was evident, even without deep contemplation, just how immense his wealth must be. However, even if he discovered the treasure's location, extracting gold from the lair of a terrorist leader would be an exceptionally daunting task. Yet, faced with the prospect of acquiring a fortune that could ensure a lifetime of comfort and indulgence, Longjean was still eager to take on this challenge. It wasn't merely a penchant for tackling difficult endeavors. It was the allure of such wealth that was utterly irresistible. Chapter 41. The Perilous Tunnel. The conventional values of American Navy SEALs are rooted in the honor of serving the U.S. government, willingly taking up arms in loyalty to the nation. During their missions, any discovered wealth, no matter how substantial, is disregarded, and greed is strictly avoided, primarily due to the fear of exposure and subsequent repercussions, as well as the desire to maintain their honor. Long John, however, was different. Though he currently served as an American soldier, he had never pledged allegiance to the U.S. government nor enjoyed any of its benefits. It was his brother, Long Gibelin, who had taken that oath, not him. Long John remained steadfast in his identity as a Chinese national, unlike some who, having adopted American citizenship, considered themselves Americans. Everything Long John was striving for was ultimately to secure wealth for himself. The $10 million merely serves as a baseline. After nearly 2 years of meticulous planning, Dragon War possesses absolute confidence in securing the venture. Throughout the various special operations, Dragon War seizes every opportunity to acquire funds, ensuring that any profit is welcomed, while any failure incurs no loss. There exists no more advantageous enterprise than this. As for the duration of the endeavor, adorned with the American government's emblem, he can traverse the globe openly, all the while discreetly securing personal gains. Such favorable conditions are to be fully exploited until he can no longer continue. After all, Dragon War has never accepted benefits from the American government. Their relationship is strictly contractual, a collaboration in essence. Engaging in a bit of side profit during operations weighs not on his conscience. As Dragon War contemplates how to turn the tide, he conceals his intentions to assist Brock in escorting the woman from Marshall to the rooftop platform. Meanwhile, Jason descends from the second floor, swiftly reuniting with the second team. Through a door leading to the basement, they enter a seemingly ordinary underground storage facility utilized by the locals. This is not Samuel's hideout. It merely serves as a decoy. The bomb-sniffing dog, Hellfire, crouches by the right wall. Hellfire rarely sits unless it detects explosives. Its crouch at this wall indicates the presence of a concealed entrance. Jason approaches and pulls away the filthy, dust-covered carpet in front of Hellfire, revealing a wooden panel embedded in the ground. In such a basement, the existence of a wooden panel speaks volumes. Run all you wish, little mouse. I wonder where else you could possibly hide, Jason murmurs to himself, excitement coursing through him. While most would grow anxious in the face of danger, Jason finds exhilaration in it. Shall we simply toss a grenade inside and obliterate him? That would be far simpler, allowing us to return for a restful nap. Sonny, brimming with a penchant for violence, favored brute force as a solution. No, we need him alive. Let us begin. Jason, accustomed to Sonny's temperament, calmly declined the suggestion, signaling him to lift the panel. All right, as you wish. Sonny, used to his proposals being dismissed, slung his light machine gun across his chest and grasped the panel with both hands, propped up by Trent on the opposite side. Go. Jason issued the succinct command, descending the staircase first. Upon reaching the bottom, 2 tunnels became visible, one leading straight ahead and the other veering to the right, winding into obscurity. Hellfire descended alongside Jason, immediately crouching with its head directed forward, indicating the bomb lies in that direction. Once everyone has entered the tunnel, Jason points to the other passage, instructing Clay. You stay here, monitor this corridor in our rear. Do you understand? Jason was not particularly optimistic about Clay, and given the intricate environment of the tunnel with the target being a bomb fanatic, a single misstep could bury the entire team. Consequently, Jason needed to take his most trusted individuals with him. Assigning the newcomer, Clay, to cover the rear was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Understood. Although Clay felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he did not outwardly express it. Instead, he glanced at another tunnel, contemplating his next move, and nodded to indicate his compliance. They pressed onward. After ensuring the rear was secured at the entrance, Jason commanded his team to advance along the tunnel. The tunnel was approximately 1.2 meters wide and about 1.9 meters high, creating a rather cramped and confined atmosphere, forcing the entire team to proceed in a single file. Hellhound scouted ahead, followed sequentially by Jason, Trent, and Sonny. Every few meters, electric lights illuminated the tunnel, rendering it quite bright, prompting the trio to mount their night vision goggles onto their helmets. This tunnel was not only lengthy, but also winding, and soon Jason and his companions delved deeper within. As Clay watched the trio vanish from sight, He did not obediently remain in place. Instead, he ventured into an adjacent tunnel alone, accustomed to operating as a lone wolf. Clay's instincts urged him that this path would lead him to the target more swiftly. Capturing Samir, a significant terrorist who had evaded capture for over 20 years, would be a monumental achievement. The commanders of DG would undoubtedly recognize his excellence, facilitating his passage through Green Team training. He might even surpass the peculiar newcomers, earning honors through practical action to eclipse his training results, becoming the most legendary recruit in Green Team history. Such were Clay's thoughts. He completely forgot his responsibility of covering the rear, neglected the importance of teamwork and individual roles, and overlooked that this was not a solitary world. The lives of Jason and his comrades rested in his hands. Should an enemy approach and detonate the entrance, or infiltrate from the opening and catch Jason's team off guard, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 42. Honor and Life, the Scales of Balance. When misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can lead to trouble. While Clay recklessly disregarded orders and compromised Jason and his team's safety, another issue arose with Team A, hovering above the target building. A Black Hawk helicopter preparing to deploy a ladder for personnel suddenly began to sway uncontrollably. To stabilize the aircraft, the pilot had no choice but to gain altitude, temporarily distancing from the rooftop. This forced another helicopter, which was maintaining a stable position to provide cover and guard against ground fire, to take evasive action. In an instant, both helicopters, which had been nearly in position, found themselves over 100 meters away. What on earth is happening? Dragon Warrior, already positioned on the rooftop, was preparing to assist Brock in getting Marshall down the staircase and onto the helicopter when he was bewildered by this turn of events. Two helicopters dispatched to retrieve them suddenly took off rapidly, much to Brock's frustration. He cursed, "Damn it, what on earth are those bastards from Team A doing? Are they performing aerial stunts? Or are they still hung over from last night? Was Team A truly showcasing their flying prowess? Certainly not. They were compelled to act thus due to a severe malfunction in their helicopter. Calling Operations Center, this is H2. My control stick is malfunctioning, shaking violently and severely compromising the helicopter's stability. I can't maintain control. We must temporarily distance ourselves from the boarding point." The urgent report from the helicopter pilot reverberated through the Operations Center, causing Commander Eric's expression to darken instantly. The tension was palpable among the assembled personnel, including Senior Intelligence Officer Mandy, as they absorbed the gravity of the news. Just a minute prior, intelligence analysts, remote drone operators, had captured substantial thermal imaging activity within the Lionheart Army's encampment via the ISR reconnaissance system. Clearly, they had received a distress signal from individuals within the target building and were mobilizing troops for assistance. Given the distance between the Lionheart camp and the target building, coupled with the time required for troop assembly, B-Team had no more than 5 minutes to complete their mission and evacuate. Under normal operational conditions, completing the task within 5 minutes would have ensured a safe withdrawal. Jason's report had confirmed this. Yet, at this critical moment, one of the helicopters designated for extraction malfunctioned, amplifying the severity of the situation. The armed helicopters deployed for this dual-line operation were specially designed MH-60M Black Hawks, equipped with multi-barrel machine guns, enhancing their aerial support capabilities. The presence of the Gatling gun diminished their passenger capacity compared to other Black Hawk models. One helicopter simply could not accommodate everyone. If the helicopter could not execute the full evacuation, even if B-Team accomplished both tasks, the remaining time would be insufficient for a secure exit. This inevitably meant that a portion of the team would have to find their own way to escape from the ground. A daunting prospect given that this area was the domain of the Lionheart. Retreating on foot would likely lead them to collide with Lionheart forces, and whether they could safely extricate themselves remained uncertain. Eric was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He picked up the microphone and asked seriously, "H2, I need an honest assessment. Given your current condition, can you continue the mission?" "No, the instability of the airframe renders it unable to carry personnel. The malfunction is worsening and could lead to a crash. I need to halt the mission immediately and return to base for repairs," the helicopter pilot replied decisively. The glimmer of hope that Eric and his team had clung to evaporated upon hearing this response, plunging their spirits into despair. Fortunately, as the Special Operations Commander of the team, Eric was no stranger to unexpected operational challenges. Though concerned, he remained composed and inquired clearly, "H1, I need to confirm that your helicopter is still operational. Please respond immediately." Received, 5 by 5. The H-1 helicopter pilot promptly provided an answer, articulated in military jargon, indicating that both communication signals and clarity were optimal. In essence, he confirmed that there were no issues. H-1, is the rescue target in place? Can you see them? I require your confirmation, Eric inquired further. They are positioned above the rooftop, and I can distinctly see their location, ready for extraction at any moment. However, before that, I need my old comrade to move further away from me, the H-1 helicopter pilot replied with clarity. Eric's brow furrowed as he turned to the intelligence officer, Mandy, and asked, "How much time do we have left?" Mandy tapped on her computer, projecting the drone's thermal imaging surveillance onto the screen. Through the large display, Eric could clearly see dozens of figures, marked in red and yellow, hastily exiting the military compound. General Lionheart's troops had already set out, and they could reach the target building in no more than 4 minutes. Mandy's tone was gravely serious. As a permanent intelligence liaison for Team B, she had developed a deep bond with this group. Witnessing them on the brink of danger filled her with concern. Less than 4 minutes remaining? As the highest-ranking officer present, all the pressure now rested on Eric's shoulders, necessitating a swift decision. He was afforded merely half a minute, perhaps even just a few seconds, to contemplate. The situation had become abundantly clear. Only one helicopter remained available for the mission, rendering the original plan unfeasible, as some individuals could not be evacuated by helicopter. The rescue target must undoubtedly depart by helicopter. Marshall was the linchpin of this operation. The options remaining were either to have Team B abandon the capture of Samir and expedite their exit from the target building before General Lionheart's forces arrived, a strategy that would ensure the safety of all personnel, or to continue with the secondary objective of apprehending Samir as originally planned, with the intent to extract him from the ground, a course fraught with peril, as conflict with Lionheart's troops would be inevitable, to protect or to prioritize the mission, to uphold the honor of Team B or to prioritize the lives of its members. This was the dilemma confronting Eric, a test of his command, where a misjudgment could lead to lifelong regret. Chapter 43. Old Roots Can Save Lives. Eric was a commander inclined towards a dovish approach. Unlike his hawkish counterparts who were more aggressive, a trait that shaped his operational style, his initial instinct was to order Team B to retreat, avoiding direct confrontation with General Lionheart's forces. Failing to capture Samir this time was inconsequential. There would be further opportunities to locate him, for he had evaded capture for over 20 years and was indifferent to a few more days. Conversely, if members of Team B were to sacrifice their lives during the operation, there would be no chance for a second attempt. However, should an order be given for Team B to retreat, the honor of a squad that has never failed in its missions would come to an unfortunate end. Soldiers fight for both personal and national honor, with the vast majority valuing honor above life itself. Eric was acutely aware of Jason's temperament. If he were to issue a forced order for retreat, it would undoubtedly create an irreparable rift in their otherwise harmonious superior-subordinate relationship. After a moment of deep contemplation, Eric chose a different path to respect Team B's decision. He sought to fully harness the operational capabilities of the lower-ranking units, encouraging their individual critical thinking, an enduring hallmark of the SEALs. H2, this is the operations center. I authorize your immediate return. H1, you are tasked with bringing back the rescue target. You must evacuate within 3 minutes. Eric first issued 2 commands to the armed helicopters responsible for extraction, ensuring that a portion of the mission could still be accomplished. H2 acknowledged, beginning return. H1 acknowledged, preparing to approach the evacuation point. The 2 pilots responded in turn, and only then did Eric switch to the command channel for Team B. B1, this is the operations center. H2 has encountered mechanical failure and must return. It cannot complete the extraction mission. H1 is unable to take all of you. The Lionheart's forces are en route to your location and are expected to arrive at the target building in approximately 3 minutes. I recommend you abandon the capture of Samir and evacuate the target building immediately to avoid combat with the Lionheart's troops. However, should you wish to continue the mission, I respect your choice. Meanwhile, deep within the tunnels of the target building, the military dog, Hellfire, which had been leading the charge, came to a halt, sitting at a bend in the tunnel and gazing ahead. This posture indicated that it had spotted the target, which lay directly within its line of sight. Jason, understanding that this target was highly likely to be Samir, felt a surge of joy as he prepared to lead his team forward. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard Eric's urgent communication from the operations center. Upon learning of a helicopter's malfunction and its urgent departure, Jason's brow furrowed with concern. The news that the Lionheart's forces were already on the move, expected to arrive in 3 minutes, doused the joy he felt at locating the target like a bucket of cold water, leaving him utterly disheartened. He recognized that capturing Samir and making a successful exit within 3 minutes was simply infeasible. Yet Samir was so close. Just a turn away lay the opportunity. To abandon the mission now would be profoundly disheartening. As the most distinguished squad within the Red Team, they had never tasted defeat. Jason could not accept such an outcome. Even knowing that retreat would bear no repercussions and that failure would incur no punishment, he resolutely chose the latter. If Jason were a coward, he would never have attained his current position. B1 acknowledged the message. We have located Samir and are preparing to apprehend him, aiming to complete the task within 3 minutes. Following that, we will retreat towards the southeast. Please dispatch additional support troops to assist us en route. Upon concluding his statement, Jason swiftly gestured forward with his right hand, leading his team directly towards the corner where the Hellhounds awaited. Trailing behind Jason were Sonny and Trent. Although they could not hear the communications on the command channel, they inferred from Jason's mention of a ground retreat, combined with their years of experience in counterterrorism operations, that something had undoubtedly gone awry. In a town structured around a military camp, the challenge of executing a ground withdrawal was almost insurmountable, a fact that was all too evident. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sonny and Trent's expressions turned particularly grave, and the atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Determined to uphold the honor and dignity of Team B, Jason resolved to take the risk of continuing the capture of Samir before attempting a ground retreat. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Long John and Brock remained unaware of the unfolding situation. As a helicopter approached, they diligently prepared to escort Marshall aboard, adhering to the orders they had received. Due to the limited space on the rooftop, the helicopter could not land. Instead, it hovered above while lowering a soft ladder, allowing Marshall and her escorts, Long John and Brock, to climb the 5-meter ascent to the aircraft. However, Marshall, having been imprisoned for an extended period and now overwhelmed with excitement at her rescue, found herself too weak to ascend on her own. The soft ladder swayed precariously in the wind from the helicopter's rotors, making the climb arduous. Faced with no other option, Long John leveraged his considerable size, hoisting Marshall onto his back. She wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, resembling a gnarled tree clinging to its roots. He then ascended the ladder, carrying her into the helicopter's cabin. Just as Long John stepped into the cabin with Marshall, an A-team member stationed by the door called out to Brock below, urging him to hurry, as time was running short. The urgency of the message sparked a sense of unease within Long John, having just witnessed a helicopter depart. He approached the A-team member, clapping him on the shoulder and raising his voice over the din of the rotor blades, demanding, "What do you mean by time is running short? Our people haven't T-boarded yet." The noise from the helicopter's rotors was overwhelming, making it difficult to hear even with noise-canceling headphones. Chapter 44. 3 minutes between life and death. H2 has encountered a malfunction and must return. The original plan is no longer viable. We can only assist you 3. The others must retreat by ground. The A-team member shouted into Long John's ear. The news that the others could only retreat by ground struck Long John like a thunderclap, first instilling a deep concern for those remaining inside, then igniting a flicker of hope within him. Initially, he had thought all was lost, but it seemed that fortune had not entirely abandoned them. Having abandoned the notion of seeking additional income, Long John's heart ignited with fervor upon realizing the opportunity to procure the gold scavenged by Samir. His subsequent actions epitomized the adage that mankind perishes for wealth, while birds perish for food. He decisively relinquished the chance for a safe return to the base, unhesitatingly untying his safety rope and deftly sliding down the spiral staircase towards the ground. The members of Team A were bewildered by Long John's behavior and exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? My teammates are still below. I cannot abandon them. We are a team, and regardless of the circumstances, we must fight together." Long John, raising his voice in resolute conviction, responded with unflinching sincerity. In truth, while his desire for additional income was evident, his other sentiments reflected a genuine inner response. Despite his lack of fondness for the American government, as a soldier and a member of a team, he felt compelled to honor each of his comrades. One may be greedy for wealth, lust, or power, but one must never abandon their principles. This is Long John's life creed. Upon hearing Long Zhan's words, the Team A member refrained from further counsel, instead offering him a heartfelt thumbs up. In that moment, Long Zhan, embodying the spirit of unwavering loyalty and valor, earned the utmost respect of this Team A member. As Brock prepared to board the helicopter, he noticed Long Zhan descending and had to vacate the landing space. Puzzled as he inquired, "What are you doing? Why have you come back down?" According to their previously established operational plan, the two were to escort the hostage to the rooftop and then withdraw with them. The remaining members, including Jason and Sunny, were to capture Samir and subsequently return to base via another helicopter. With only one helicopter remaining, the others would have to retreat on foot. Long Zhan thought, "I cannot abandon Clay and the others. I must assist them." As he spoke, he began to retreat backwards, reaching the stairway door. He donned his night vision goggles, quickly checked his weapon for any issues, disengaged the safety, and swiftly slipped into the stairwell. Recalling memories from television dramas, he sprinted towards the entrance of the underground passage on the first floor. Long Zhan's articulation was skillful. He first acknowledged his fellow newcomer, then mentioned the other members of Team B, making his assertions appear both logical and seamless, avoiding any abruptness. Conceited, Brock, upon hearing this news, was equally incensed, gesturing an obscene gesture towards the helicopter to vent his frustration over Team A's inability to fulfill their mission. He then abandoned the idea of boarding, gripping his weapon and striding purposefully into the stairwell. Collective consciousness, team spirit, and camaraderie. The ethos of viewing teammates as brothers and sharing both joys and adversities has always been ingrained in the Navy SEALs, deeply embedded within each operative's essence. Even an external aide like Long Zhan could gallantly forsake a safe retreat to rejoin the battlefield. As a formal member of Team B, Brock, a longtime collaborator with Jason and the others, could never consider himself a coward at this crucial moment. One of the most pure emotions in the world is fully manifest at this moment. Long Zhan and Brock decided to stand alongside the other members of Team B, facing the task of apprehending their target together without boarding the departing helicopter. The report from the helicopter pilot swiftly reached the operations center. Upon hearing this news, Eric and Mandy experienced a slight alleviation of the anxiety that had gripped their hearts, particularly for the newcomer Long Zhan, who was merely an external aide. His courageous commitment to his comrades elevated their appraisal of him to new heights. If they had previously merely regarded Long Zhan as commendable, they now fully acknowledged him. They consented to recognize him as a level DG combatant. In the basement, Jason led Sunny and Trent forward, arriving at a corner where he glanced to the left, revealing a gray cloth that obscured the entire passageway. The light filtering through the fabric suggested that the space beyond was undoubtedly well lit, most likely a basement. "You go left, I'll go right." Concerned about alerting Samir, Jason made a tactical gesture to Trent, signaling an understanding. Trent nodded in acknowledgement. Jason then focused on the curtain, stealthily approaching it, holding his sniper rifle in his right hand while raising 3 fingers of his left hand to silently count down. 3, 2, 1. As the last finger descended, Jason extended his left hand to pull aside the curtain, stepping forward with haste. His weapon was immediately aimed to the middle right, prepared to fire at the first sign of danger. Trent, agile and swift, followed suit, slipping through the curtain with his gun trained on the left side. Behind the curtain lay indeed a basement, and within it, the target of their mission, Samir, was hiding. As Jason and the others burst in, their gazes locked in an immediate confrontation. Samir, upon seeing the group of American soldiers, leaped to his feet in terror, his eyes filled with fear and panic. Jason's heart raced as he took in Samir's appearance. Samir was bound with a ring of cylindrical devices, each connected by wires to a central circuit board, while he clutched a white cylindrical component with a red button. Anyone with a semblance of normalcy would recognize what this entailed. Should these devices explode, no one in the basement would escape. They would all be buried beneath several meters of rubble. Jason was determined not to die in this place and understood that Samir was not a genuine martyr. This understanding was the primary reason for his boldness in pursuing the capture. Now, observing Samir's eyes and emotional state, Jason was increasingly confident that Samir did not wish to die. He had ample opportunity to persuade him to surrender. Thus, he decisively abandoned aggressive threats and raised his weapon towards the ceiling, striving to avoid provoking Samir. He began to stabilize Samir's emotions, speaking in a comparatively gentle tone. "Hey, buddy, don't be tense. Relax. We can have a conversation." Chapter 45. The mysterious pendant Jason believed he could persuade Samir to surrender and began a gradual dialogue with him. Sonny and Trent, having collaborated with Jason for many years, required no words to understand his intentions. Moreover, with Samir's thumb not pressing the detonator, they all acted in unison, refraining from any actions that might escalate the tensions. Yet, the gun remained steadfastly aimed at Samir, ensuring that should the negotiations falter, he could be swiftly neutralized before his thumb could reach the trigger. The trio operated in perfect harmony, drawing from their extensive combat experience, with a 90% likelihood of achieving a peaceful resolution. Alas, not everyone shared this optimism. Disregarding orders and abandoning his post, Clay had traversed an alternate underground passage, reaching an entrance behind Samir. With Samir's focus on Jason and Jason's team fixated on Samir, Clay's arrival went unnoticed. Unaware of Jason's intent for a peaceful resolution, Clay, driven by an overwhelming desire to prove himself, sought an opportunity to secure a commendation. Seizing the moment, with Samir's attention diverted, he raised his rifle and aimed at Samir's temple, no hesitation in pulling the trigger. A soft crack echoed as the bullet struck true. Just then, Long John, rushing down from the rooftop, burst through the curtain and beheld Samir's body, his eyes wide with shock as it toppled to the side. Unbeknownst to him, the operational plan had been altered, reminiscent of a storyline from a television drama. Observing Samir's lifeless form, Long John felt a pang of regret, yet quickly rationalized. This is for the best. A dead Samir is a good Samir, no witnesses to contest my actions, facilitating my opportunity for profit. He promptly rushed to the body, ready to initiate the SSE procedure. SSE refers to sensitive scene examination, which includes confirming the identity of the deceased, photographing the body, collecting all weapons and explosives, and gathering flash drives, computers, and documents. Jason, already informed through the operations center of Long John and Brock's comings and goings, was not surprised by Long John's sudden appearance. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his face, as he found no fault in Long John's performance. However, within a mere second, Jason's expression underwent a complete transformation. He cast a displeased glance at Clay, not only for his reckless gunfire that jeopardized the flawless execution of their mission, but also for his unauthorized presence at the front lines. Clay's assignment had been to secure the rear, yet he had ventured forward without informing anyone, leaving their position alarmingly vulnerable. This was a grave violation of protocol. Clay, having just eliminated Samir, initially felt a surge of pride, expecting praise from Jason. To his dismay, he was met with a gaze from Jason that seemed to convey a desire for his very demise. This left Clay utterly perplexed and rather speechless. While he did not believe he had erred in any way, leading him to sulk to one side, Jason, noticing Clay's reluctance to confront him, and with time running perilously short, less than 2 minutes remaining, realized that this was not the moment for fault-finding, especially with more significant retreat tasks ahead. Thus, he temporarily excused the repeatedly faltering Clay and organized a few individuals to assist in lifting Samir, positioning him squarely before Long John as they commenced the conclusion of the SSE protocol. First, they captured photographs and transmitted them in real time back to the operations center to confirm whether the deceased was indeed the target, Samir. Upon completion of this verification procedure, the team began to collaborate swiftly to clear the scene and fulfill the subsequent tasks of the SSE. Sonny was tasked with handling the explosives on Samir, while Trent and Brock scoured the entire basement for any actionable intelligence, and Jason initiated communication with the operations center regarding the retreat. Long John, also an explosives expert, had a particularly unique role. He needed to assist Sonny in defusing the bombs on Samir while simultaneously conducting a search of Samir's person without triggering any detonations. Since bringing the living Samir back was not an option, it was imperative to retrieve any valuable items he possessed. Long John's search was both swift and meticulous. He retrieved a Nokia phone, a lighter, a pack of cigarettes, a small notepad, and several pocket watches and rings from Samir. With Sonny's attention solely focused on the bomb disposal, Long John was afforded considerable freedom. In an effort to uncover the location of Samir's hidden treasures, Long John quickly skimmed through the notepad and phone, only to find a collection of phone numbers and indecipherable script, which was likely unrelated to any treasure location. Given that Samir was a bachelor without family, it was improbable for him to carry large sums of money with him. His cautious nature suggested he would not entrust such valuables to others for safekeeping. The most plausible scenario was that he had discreetly concealed his treasures. Logically, he should possess a map or some indication of the treasure's whereabouts. It seemed inconceivable that there were no clues at all. Had he not brought them with him? Long John concealed his inner turmoil perfectly, continuing his search with a hint of frustration. It was not until Sunny completed the bomb disposal, carefully holding the explosives away from Samir and relocating them to a safe area, that Long John tore open Samir's shirt to discover a metallic cylindrical pendant affixed to his chest. Perhaps to disguise it perfectly, the pendant's chain was notably long, cascading down to his chest, previously obscured by the weight of the explosives. Most individuals prefer to keep their most cherished possessions close at hand to prevent loss, and Samir was evidently one of those individuals. Upon seeing the thumb-sized cylindrical pendant, Long John's heart raced to an astounding 200 beats per minute. His acute intuition told him that the object contained within this metallic cylinder was very likely the coveted item he had long desired. Chapter 46. Discovery of the treasure map. Do not let me down. Long John cast a furtive glance around the basement, observing that everyone was busily engaged in their own tasks. The fellow known as Dynamite, Sunny, was still tinkering with the bomb vest he had disassembled from Samir, seemingly intent on utilizing it for their impending retreat. Completely absorbed in his work, he paid little attention to his surroundings. Feigning a search of Samir's lower back, Long John cautiously slipped his hands beneath him, deftly twisting open the cap of a small cylindrical pendant. From within, he extracted a sheet of peculiar paper, rolled tightly into a cylinder. This paper, treated with a cost-effective yet practical method, was encased in a layer of transparent tape, significantly prolonging its preservation. Upon unfurling it, he noted that the contents were rather simplistic, featuring a series of jagged lines along with a few haphazardly inscribed Latin words at one end. Although Long John could not decipher their meaning, he surmised it likely indicated a geographical location. The presence of a location and a route on the paper, coupled with its careful concealment, rendered its significance abundantly clear. At last, he had found it. How prudent Samir was, clinging to such archaic methods even in the 21st century. Nevertheless, as long as the destination was marked, locating it should pose no challenge. The most rudimentary methods are often the most reliable. Unlike USB drives that are prone to damage, Long John felt a sense of admiration for Samir's sagacity. Meanwhile, in the presence of so many, secretly attending to personal matters while successfully unearthing the coveted treasure map, filled Long John with a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration, an electrifying thrill. Now that he had finally secured the treasure map, the next step was to ensure that this information remained solely within his knowledge, unnoticed by anyone else. Long John was known for his meticulous nature, a reputation he had earned during his training with the Green Team. To avoid arousing the suspicions of the CIA, he discreetly stowed the treasure map into his sock rather than placing it in his pockets, which would have raised immediate suspicion. Subsequently, he opened the notebook he had previously discovered and folded a small paper filled with numbers, tucking it away into the cylindrical pendant. An empty storage pendant would inevitably raise questions. This method left no trace of impropriety. After completing this task with utmost stealth, Long John retrieved a sealed plastic bag from his pack and placed the collected items inside for safekeeping. He planned to hand them over to the intelligence department upon returning to the base. A few moments later, having finalized the retreat plan with the operations center and learned that the Lionheart King's forces were less than 200 meters away, he called out to everyone. "All right, team. The time has come. We must vacate this place. Gather your belongings in preparation for the retreat. We will exit through the surface and need to be ready for combat." 10 seconds for a final check of ammunition and gear. Given the extensive battle that had already transpired within the confines of the building, a thorough inspection of their equipment was imperative. It is imperative to ascertain the precise number of rounds in the magazine. Should the ammunition dwindle, it is essential to replace it with a fully stocked clip. One must not wait until venturing forth to suppress enemy fire, only to find oneself, gun in hand, having fired but a few shots before running out of bullets. Such a predicament transcends mere embarrassment. It could very well cost lives. The operational readiness of electronic devices such as night vision goggles and laser pointers, and their battery life sufficient for prolonged combat, is equally critical. In nocturnal engagements, these tools serve as vital aids. Without them, survival capabilities diminish significantly. All is set, ready for action. Task accomplished. The assembled team, composed entirely of seasoned veterans, approached the pre-mission equipment check as a fundamental procedure, having honed their skills to an exceptional degree. In less than 10 seconds, they reported their statuses. Go, go, go. Move. Jason issued the succinct command, leading the way down the corridor as the others followed closely behind. Positioned outside as the eyes of Team B, Lei provided timely intelligence. As Long Jean and his comrades emerged from the tunnel back onto the first floor, Lei promptly relayed the most advantageous advice based on the intel gathered. B1. Armed pickup spotted. It has reached the main road 30 meters to the left of the building, expected to enter combat mode in 5 seconds. There are numerous foot targets 50 meters away. I recommend retreating through the back door. The armed pickup, equipped with a 127 heavy machine gun, was not to be trifled with. Without hesitation, Jason chose to trust Lei, leading his team through the entrance previously used by the second squad and back into the original alleyway. B2, we are retreating from the southeast. You must leave your observation point and follow immediately. Jason pressed the PTT to issue commands to Lei, glancing at his watch to check the luminescent compass before selecting a direction and urging the group toward the alley's exit. Fortuitously aided by Clay's independent actions, Jason saved precious time convincing Samir. Team B's departure was expedited by several seconds, successfully avoiding entrapment by the Lionheart King's forces, thus creating a 50-meter gap between the two parties. Provided no significant changes occurred, Team B had a viable opportunity to safely escape the town by merely dealing with the pursuing armed pickup. Subsequently, they could rendezvous with the supporting troops en route back to the city, ultimately completing their withdrawal mission without incident. Regrettably, this town was no ordinary settlement. It was an extension of the Lionheart King's army. Just as Team B emerged from the alley, the Lionheart's forces arrived at the target building, leading to an unforeseen scene. In a swift sequence, the lights within and around the houses of the town flickered to life, as though responding to a unified command. Heads began to appear at windows and doorways. Within mere seconds, the once pitch-dark night in the town was dotted with twinkling lights. Although these dim yellow lights were insufficient to illuminate the entire town, rendering most areas still shrouded in darkness, they marked a significant transformation. However, it was not the blinding lights that posed the real threat, but the locals who had awakened and were peering out from the windows with curiosity. As Team B emerged from the narrow alley, they were unexpectedly caught in the act by the heads that protruded from the adjacent windows. Chapter 47. The Power of Soviet Relics. The first to spot Team B was a middle-aged man, who, upon a quick glance, hastily withdrew his head. Long Jean, discerning the man's guilty demeanor, felt a sense of unease, a sentiment echoed by Jason and the other seasoned operatives. As Team B hurried past the house, they faintly overheard snippets of conversation in a local dialect of Liberian English. Although the peculiar English was difficult to comprehend fully, the gist was clear enough. It was a warning call to someone. Jason realized their movements had been compromised, and it was likely that they would remain exposed until they departed the town. However, understanding the situation did not provide a feasible solution. It was impractical to eliminate anyone who dared to peek out, as each life taken would only hinder their escape, allowing the Lionheart South forces to close in on them. Moreover, targeting unarmed civilians without any malicious intent constituted a serious breach of conduct. Should the massacre of innocents be substantiated, even the might of American hegemony would not shield them from the repercussions, not to mention the tarnished reputation that would render them unable to find work in society. The best course of action for Jason was to lead his team out of the town as swiftly as possible, for leaving the area would significantly mitigate their peril. The team was acutely aware of this, striving to move forward with great urgency. Yet, the speed of 2 legs could not match that of 4 wheels. Just as they were less than 100 meters from the alley, Lei, who had ventured out alone, rejoined the group, and Team B encountered a grave predicament. The thunderous roar of a DSHK heavy machine gun shattered the tranquility of the night. Despite being a relic from the Soviet era, having been designed over 70 years ago, its power remained formidable. Mounted in the bed of a pickup truck, it compensated for its excessive recoil. The 12, 7x108mm cartridges tore through the air, hurtling toward Team B several dozen meters away, creating a terrifying wave of destruction. Even a hollow brick wall, several centimeters thick, could be effortlessly perforated. A barrage of bullets swept across, leaving gaping holes the size of fists. If they struck a person, the outcome would be utterly catastrophic. Fortunately, under the cover of night and amidst the vehicles jostling, the Lionheart soldier operating the heavy machine gun was unable to accurately target them. The gunfire resulted only in a series of bullet holes and the terrified screams of the residents within, sparing Team B from any direct hits. As for the fate of the locals, that was a question only the spirits could answer. Moments passed. In an effort to evade the relentless assault of a heavy machine gun, Jason led his companions into a narrow alley, seeking temporary refuge from the firepower of a pickup truck's mounted weaponry. With resolute determination, he commanded, "We must neutralize that armed pickup. Otherwise, our escape is futile." "Sonny, this task falls to you. Are you confident?" "Of course. I shall demonstrate to them who the true marksman is," Sonny replied with an air of bravado. "Dragon, assist Sonny," Jason instructed. "Understood," Dragon affirmed with a nod. "Ray, you should advance to the retreat route first. Identify a suitable vantage point for sniping. When we withdraw, provide us with cover and relay any pertinent information." Jason continued, his strategy precise. "Understood. Leave it to me," Ray responded, exuding confidence in his expertise. The remaining group would draw the fire of the armed pickup, suppressing the advance of the Lionheart forces to buy Sonny time to eliminate the threat. The situation was dire, and time was of the essence. They had to regroup here in 5 minutes for the retreat to commence. Jason's plan was astutely devised, even with subpar marksmanship. The danger of casualties loomed large while being pursued by a pickup with a heavy machine gun. Taking the initiative to eliminate the most lethal threat first, though time-consuming, would ultimately facilitate a more favorable retreat. "Dragon, come with me. We will take the upper floor." Sonny gestured towards a nearby 2-story building, striding purposefully forward, with Dragon closely trailing him, clutching a light machine gun. It is often said that snipers are solitary figures. Ray transformed once more into a shadow in the darkness, darting southeast and disappearing from sight. Upon receiving their orders, Team B swiftly divided into 3 units. The 7-member team was suddenly reduced by 3, leaving only 4. Yet, as Jason scanned the area, he was alarmed to find that merely 3 remained. "Where's Clay?" he exclaimed, frustration etching his features. "Damn it, where did that rookie go? Has anyone seen him?" Jason's countenance darkened. If Clay were standing before him at that moment, a solid punch would undoubtedly be forthcoming. Trent and Brock shook their heads, indicating their ignorance of Clay's whereabouts. Amidst the chaotic onslaught of heavy machine gun fire, each had focused solely on their own concealment, with no thought for others, particularly a newcomer with whom they shared no rapport. "Damn fool," Jason fumed, delivering a swift kick to the wall, pressing the transmitter to urgently call out, "B7. This is B1. Respond immediately." 3 seconds passed with no reply. "B7. This is B1. Respond at once," he called again, yet the squad channel remained eerily silent, as if B7 had vanished entirely. "Fuck," Jason cursed, exasperated. "Forget him for now. You too. Come with me," he ordered, recognizing the pressing need to eliminate the armed pickup. Reluctantly, he set aside concerns for Clay. Accompanied by Trent and Brock, he positioned himself at the mouth of the alley, ready to confront the enemy's advance and provide cover for Sonny as he targeted the critical threat. Chapter 48. The Outbreak of Urban Warfare. Jason, accompanied by Trent and Brock, set forth to prepare an ambush at the alleyway, ready to snipe the approaching forces of the lion-hearted king. Meanwhile, Sonny and Long John had already arrived outside the building. Breaching hammer. Sonny instinctively reached for Long John, intending to grab the breaching hammer, momentarily forgetting that everyone was traveling light for this operation. "I have breaching rounds, but you'll need to return to base for the hammer," Long John replied with a smirk. "All right." Sonny finally caught on, awkwardly tilting his head yet maintaining his composure, pretending to retrieve the breaching shotgun from behind him. This weapon was a specially modified Remington M870, shortened and equipped with specialized ammunition for breaching. "Wait." Long John halted Sonny in his tracks, raising an eyebrow. "No need for all that fuss. I have a quicker method. Step aside." "Oh." With time of the essence, Sonny chose to trust Long John without hesitation, stepping aside with keen interest. Long John, abandoning any theatrics, executed a decisive maneuver, retreating 3 paces before launching forward with 2 strides, delivering a powerful kick to the door latch. Crash! A resounding noise echoed. Sonny, who had never witnessed Long John's prowess, was astonished to see a solid wooden door, 3 centimeters thick, splinter into pieces under Long John's kick. The entire door flew from its frame, shattering into several chunks that crashed into the room. What strength! What force! He was akin to a rampaging bull. Inside, a woman who appeared to have just awoken was startled by the commotion, instinctively about to scream, but in the next moment, a swift chop to her neck rendered her unconscious. It was Long John. Seizing the opportunity presented by the door-kicking action, Long John rushed in and immediately spotted the African-American woman, decisively subduing her. Sonny, having missed Long John's previous assessment, was oblivious to his true capabilities. Still reeling from the shock of Long John's formidable strength, he was further amazed by the agility of this imposing figure, his eyes nearly sparkling with admiration. He silently praised himself for repeatedly recommending Long John to Jason. "Well done, mate." Exceptional individuals invariably garner the admiration of others. And Sonny raised his thumb in commendation towards Long John. Subsequently, signaling to ascend to the upper floor, the two men, armed with machine guns, moved in a cautious yet swift CQB formation towards the second floor. In this town under the dominion of the lion-hearted king, no one could guarantee that civilians were unarmed. Regardless of how urgent or critical the mission was, maintaining sufficient vigilance and precision was paramount to prevent a disastrous surprise from armed civilians. Although the building had 2 stories, it was merely an ordinary residential structure with a modest layout resembling a 2-bedroom apartment, complemented by a kitchen and storage room. Long John and Sonny, 2 muscular men wielding machine guns, exhibited a remarkable synergy in their inaugural collaboration. In a mere span of less than a minute, the 2 individuals collaborated seamlessly to search all the rooms on the second floor, ultimately locating a young male who had taken refuge in a bedroom. This individual, likely having received a prior alert, stood by the window clutching an antiquated Nokia phone. As he posed no threat, being unarmed and merely serving as a lookout, Long John chose not to eliminate him, but instead rendered him unconscious. The minuscule risk of fatality associated with this action was a consideration he could not afford at that moment. Had Jason been present, he would likely have intervened to curtail Long John's frequent use of force, opting instead for a more conventional approach, binding these individuals temporarily to ensure their control without posing any danger. Unfortunately, Long John was accompanied by Sonny, known for his audacious ideas and infamous among Team B as a volatile dynamo, who had long been restrained by Jason from acting on his impulses. Now, witnessing Long John's unrestrained application of violence, disregarding the usual protocols, Sonny found himself emboldened to engage in actions he would typically shy away from. Rather than feeling any disquiet, he developed a greater affinity for Long John. To put it plainly, they resonated with one another, their camaraderie growing ever more appealing. The duo completed their task with remarkable synergy and swiftly ascended to the rooftop, seeking a suitable vantage point to observe the unfolding situation below. At this juncture, the Lionheart King's forces had arrived, effectively sealing off the alley's entrance. Foremost among them was an armed pickup truck, its ominous 127mm gun barrel aimed at the alley, projecting a formidable deterrent. Approximately 40 to 50 infantrymen, seemingly trained in military tactics, were now divided into 2 groups. One group forcefully entered the surrounding residences, ruthlessly dispersing the local inhabitants and occupying strategic positions by the windows and doors to establish a line of fire. The other group clustered around the armed pickup, attentively receiving orders from an officer. Their demeanor indicated a clear intention to launch an assault on the alley, coordinating their attack with the pickup and infantry in a bid to annihilate Team B within its confines. During Long John's observation, the Lionheart King's infantry completed their deployment, ready to charge in and eliminate all opposition. With the officer's commanding shout to advance, approximately 20 soldiers surrounding the pickup sprang into action, weapons drawn, rushing forward. Some charged directly towards the alley's entrance, while others veered towards adjacent houses, preparing to traverse them to access the rear alley. Long John and Sonny had their sights set on the armed pickup, necessitating a decisive strike to incapacitate it entirely. Ensuring they did not recklessly discharge their weapons and attract the enemy's attention, which could jeopardize their opportunity for a precise attack. Thus, they remained hidden behind the rooftop wall, refraining from gunfire. Meanwhile, Jason, Brock, and Trent were tasked primarily with drawing enemy fire within the alley and preventing the adversaries from encroaching upon it. As the Lionheart King's forces initiated their offensive, a fierce exchange of gunfire erupted between the 2 sides. Chapter 49, A Reckless Gambit. Seizing a colossal prize with a resounding trio of silenced rifles discharging simultaneously, a barrage of bullets surged forth into the darkness of the alley. Bolstered by their formidable individual combat prowess, the trio executed their first volley with lethal precision, each claiming the lives of 12 adversaries, varying in number. The soldiers of the Lionheart King's army displayed a lamentable lack of military training. However, they compensated with sheer numbers. Those at the forefront were felled to the ground. Yet the ranks behind them exhibited no trepidation, steadfastly advancing with their weapons aimed towards the shadowy alleyway. Simultaneously, an array of antiquated firearms erupted in a frenzied display of firepower, adopting an assortment of bizarre postures. Engaging in nocturnal combat without the aid of night vision goggles rendered the Lionheart soldiers nearly blind. The alley ahead was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, and even the faintest glimmers of light from lamps or the moon provided no discernible targets. Strangely, this lack of visibility seemed inconsequential to them. Regardless of their ability to identify targets or the likelihood of their bullets finding their mark, they charged forward, indiscriminately spraying rounds into the foreboding expanse. Though Jason and his companions numbered merely 3, they faced an onslaught of nearly tenfold their ranks. Yet, the pressure was far from overwhelming. Armed with infrared night vision goggles, the trio enjoyed an advantage akin to wielding a cheat code in the realm of night combat, enabling them to shoot with remarkable accuracy, which made their firepower appear even more formidable. Within a mere 30 seconds of engagement, close to 10 adversaries lay lifeless at the alley's entrance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the officer commanding the Lionheart troops recognized the adversary's combat capabilities exceeded his expectations and promptly issued new orders. The remaining soldiers retreated into the adjacent buildings, utilizing them as cover to close the distance. A significant number of Lionheart soldiers infiltrated the structures, which lined the alley in abundance, affording them opportunities to shoot from any window or doorway. Understanding the peril of remaining in the alley, Jason likewise sought refuge within a sturdy building. The solid brick construction provided a formidable barrier against the heavy machine guns mounted on the armed pickup trucks, allowing the trio to alternate their fire from various positions, effectively countering the Lionheart troops' attempts to engage in close-quarters combat. The dynamics of indoor combat demanded heightened teamwork, a skill that the forces under General Lionheart had evidently neglected to cultivate. As Jason and his companions established their defensive position, the aggressiveness of the Lionheart soldiers waned, forcing them into a defensive posture, taking cover behind their respective shelters. Simultaneously, Jason communicated with the barracks, requesting reinforcements, particularly heavy weaponry such as rocket launchers, to compensate for their technical shortcomings with sheer firepower. "Almost ready. Prepare to cover me," Sonny remarked, observing that the Lionheart troops below had been fully engrossed by Jason and his team. As he spoke, he signaled Dragon War with 2 swift gestures. "Understood." Dragon War responded in kind, mirroring the gestures. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Sonny abruptly rose from behind the wall, resting his weapon atop it, targeting the armed pickup truck below. Almost in synchrony, Dragon War also stood, aligning his sights on the infantry clustered near the truck. This tactical coordination aimed to ensure that while Sonny launched his assault on the armed vehicle, he could simultaneously neutralize the nearby threats, preventing them from mounting a counterattack to disrupt his offensive. However, just as Long John positioned his gun, a familiar figure materialized within the scope of his threefold sight. Clay? How could he possibly be there? A colossal question mark loomed in Long John's mind, yet simultaneously, inspired by Clay's current location, a brilliant idea dawned upon him. It finally made sense why Jason had suddenly called out to Clay. It appeared that this fellow had once again donned the mantle of a lone wolf. "Wait, Sonny. There's a situation." Long John promptly halted Sonny beside him, grasping his arm to retreat behind the wall. "Is there a problem? We don't have much time." "We can't afford any delays," Sonny remarked, speaking the undeniable truth. Once the second wave of the Lionheart King's forces arrived, they would encircle them with sufficient manpower from both the front and rear. At that juncture, even if Team B exhibited extraordinary strength, breaking free would become exceedingly arduous. "I spotted Clay near the pickup truck, although I'm unsure of how he ended up there. If we could coordinate with him to seize that formidable vehicle, our escape would become remarkably easier." Long John articulated his thoughts swiftly. Though Sonny was equally surprised by Clay's presence, he understood there was no time for hesitation. He quickly assessed the situation regarding their adversaries and the challenges facing Team B's retreat, arriving at a decisive conclusion. The risk was undeniably high, yet the feasibility was equally promising, warranting a bold attempt. 2 legs could never outpace 4, especially when those 4 legs were equipped with a heavy machine gun, which would prove invaluable during their withdrawal. "All right, we'll proceed as you suggest." You contact Clay. I'll handle the heavy machine gun target while he deals with the threats inside the cabin. After we seize the vehicle, we'll navigate to the alley's exit and rendezvous there. Sonny delineated the plan, prioritizing the preservation of the pickup truck. While his long-range fire could eliminate the enemies in the cabin, it also posed a significant risk of damaging the vehicle's control systems and engine, potentially rendering their efforts futile. In contrast, having Clay engage up close would considerably mitigate that risk. All right, give me 20 seconds. Long John replied, promptly activating the squad's communication device. Like Jason, he called out to Clay twice, attempting to establish contact. Yet, the response was akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Clay remained utterly unresponsive. Was this scoundrel doing this on purpose? It had already been chaotic in the basement. Sonny felt a surge of irritation, his regard for Clay diminishing sharply. His communication device was likely malfunctioning. It seemed they would have to resort to an emergency plan, hoping he would grasp the situation. At this juncture, Long John could only take a gamble, betting on whether Clay's intellect was sharp enough, and if the two of them, having coexisted within the Green Team for such an extended period, had forged a sufficient rapport. Chapter 50. The enigmatic Morse code grows more intriguing. Long John activated the laser sight mounted on his rifle, rising to reveal himself above the railing. Visible only through night vision goggles, the laser beam resembled a slender, elongated antenna stretching from the rooftop to Clay's chest, approximately 70 or 80 meters away. By the window of a house, Clay contemplated how to seize an armed pickup truck. The brilliant rays from Long John's laser illuminated the surroundings, making it nearly impossible for him to look away. He promptly activated his own laser in response, signaling that he had received the message. Quick reaction. This is promising news. Long John murmured to himself. With his left hand steadying his weapon, he rhythmically toggled the IR laser indicator switch with his right hand. Morse code? Clay's penchant for showmanship and competitive spirit may be a flaw, yet it cannot overshadow the fact that he is indeed an exceptional newcomer, grasping Long John's intentions in an instant. This rapid responsiveness alone attests to his considerable potential. Mastery of Morse code is not a stringent requirement for Navy SEALs. Long John's pursuit of it stemmed from his keen intellect and the ample free time afforded to him during his service in the U.S. military, with weekends off and various holidays. Being alone in this world left him with an abundance of leisure time. To alleviate his boredom, aside from occasionally pursuing romantic interests, he devoted most of his time to studying a variety of diverse subjects and the prevalent languages around the globe. Clay, on the other hand, specialized in intelligence communications, making proficiency in various communication codes his foundation. As Long John emitted a series of long and short laser signals, Clay gradually deciphered the meaning behind Long John's gestures. You provide fire support, while I take charge of seizing the armed pickup at the alley's exit for our retreat. Clay felt a surge of joy upon hearing this operational plan. The reason Clay had transformed into a lone wolf once more was due to a previous encounter with a barrage from a heavy machine gun, where he narrowly survived a stray bullet. The projectile grazed his right chest, nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, thanks to the buffer from his communicator, the protection of his heavy bulletproof vest, and the triple-layered defense of ballistic plates, the bullet was ultimately deflected by the plates, soaring past him under his armpit. This incident also explained why Clay was unable to respond to Jason and Long John's calls earlier. Although he had survived, even a stray bullet ricocheting off a wall posed a significant threat, especially when it was a heavy machine gun round. The kinetic energy it carried remained formidable. The bullet, deflected by the ballistic plate, still imparted enough force to strike Clay's right chest, leaving him feeling as though he had been struck by a hammer, causing him to collapse to the ground, breathless. It took him a full 4 or 5 seconds to regain his composure and rise again. By then, the other members of Team B had long since fled, and the armed pickup truck, shrouded in darkness, failed to notice Clay lying on the ground. Eager to showcase his abilities, Clay could not resist a daring thought as he observed the armed pickup truck passing by, to stealthily follow and commandeer it. In this regard, one cannot help but draw a parallel between the hot-headed Clay, currently in a competitive phase, and the unconventional Long John, as both exhibit a tendency to entertain perilous thoughts that would elude the average person's imagination. Clay contemplated and acted accordingly, utilizing the advantages bestowed by his night vision goggles. Along with the personal skills honed through years of rigorous training, he stealthily approached the rear of the pickup truck. The reason for his hesitation to make a move from his concealed position was the overwhelming presence of individuals surrounding the vehicle, rendering a solo endeavor unfeasible. At that moment, Long John unexpectedly reached out to him, expressing a shared intention to seize the armed pickup. This revelation resonated deeply with Clay's aspirations. Without a moment's thought, he activated the laser sight on his rifle and responded to Long John using the same Morse code. "I am prepared and ready for action." This was Clay's message to Long John. "Sonny, Clay has agreed to the operational plan and is ready to commence. As per usual, you will handle the heavy machine gun, while I manage the nearby infantry," Long John conveyed, adding with a light-hearted tone, "Oh, and if possible, I hope you can be a bit more precise. I would like to have a go at that vintage relic from the last century. I believe it would be quite entertaining. You won't have the chance, as I share a fondness for that brutish fellow as well. Haha." With a solution to their predicament at hand, Long John felt a wave of relief wash over him, and Sonny's spirits visibly lifted, a familiar smile gracing his lips. As they spoke, he rose to his feet, resting his firearm against the railing. Through the EATEC G33's side-flip magnifier, he zeroed in on the heavy machine gunner's torso, utilizing the holographic sight's red dot for precision. Beside him, Long John prepared in kind, resting his weapon on the railing as well. Two robust figures, each wielding nearly identical light machine guns, had their sights set on their respective targets. With a synchronized countdown, 3, 2, 1, Sonny maintained his aim as the countdown reached 1, pulling the trigger. Simultaneously, Long John unleashed his fire. The air erupted with the sound of gunfire, punctuated by flames erupting from the muzzles. A trio of short bursts followed by a quintet of sustained fire unleashed 8 bullets, slithering through the air like venomous serpents. Sonny, a seasoned gunner from Team B, demonstrated remarkable prowess, with 2 out of 3 shots striking the target from a distance. The first round found its mark in the center of the target's chest, while the second, propelled by the weapon's recoil, struck the target's mouth. The impact proved devastating, tearing away a substantial portion of the jaw and transforming it into a grotesque maw of blood. The machine gun's initial bursts aimed low to ensure a higher hit rate for the subsequent rounds, a fundamental technique in light machine gun shooting. Sonny's accuracy with the first burst attested to his mastery of this craft. Meanwhile, Long John executed his role with equal efficacy. Chapter 51. The suppressive power of the machine gun. The nature of the combat tasks assigned to individuals varied, necessitating different approaches. Long John's objective was to assist Sonny in engaging the target, not to conduct precise sniping. His aim was to inflict as much damage as possible in the initial moments of the engagement. Thus, Long John executed a series of 5 consecutive long bursts, accompanied by a motion that pulled slightly to the right as he fired, aligning the 5 bullets in a straight line. Following this meticulous adjustment, despite 3 bullets striking the ground, 2 managed to hit distinct targets. The armed pickup truck suddenly came under fire, resulting in 3 individuals being incapacitated almost instantly. Notably, one soldier was struck in the leg, the bullet impacting his right ankle, severing his foot from the lower leg, leaving only a layer of skin connecting the two. As he collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding foot, he was overwhelmed by a mix of fear and pain, crying out in agony. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, the nearby soldiers of the Lionheart Kingdom were thrown into disarray. The instinct to survive prevailed, and most sought cover, their initial thoughts of retaliating against the shooter quickly forgotten. However, some, driven by adrenaline, particularly those under duress, lost their judgment. Such was the case with the deputy gunner in the rear of the armed pickup. Terrified by the horrifying sight of the heavy machine gunner's fate, he succumbed to panic and became increasingly reckless. Instead of seeking shelter like his comrades, he stepped toward the DSHK heavy machine gun, intent on seizing it to preserve his own life. Regrettably, this decision led to his demise. His mere attempt to grasp the weapon resulted in catastrophic consequences. Short bursts are the hallmark of machine guns, while sustained fire is their essence. Long John and Sonny each fired their first shots, separated by less than a second, merely the time it took to realign their sights. They quickly relocked onto their targets and discharged their second rounds. Long John continued to focus on the soldiers fleeing for cover near the pickup, aiming to inflict as much damage as possible before they could find safety. Sonny's objective was to neutralize the heavy machine gun. Anyone who approached it became his target. The panicked deputy gunner fell victim to Sonny's assault, as another short burst sent him crashing to the ground. With the threat of the heavy machine gun eliminated, Sonny redirected his aim towards other Lionheart soldiers, coordinating with Long John to unleash a concentrated barrage, allowing Clay, who lay in ambush beside the vehicle, to seize the armed pickup and buy precious time. The sound of the Mk-46 Mod 0's echoed in the air, distinct yet harmonized, producing an eerie symphony of gunfire. On the battlefield, a single machine gun holds the power to suppress an entire squad or even a platoon. Now, the Lionheart forces faced not one, but two machine guns, both equipped with triple magnification scopes and laser sights, boasting a high-capacity belt of 100 rounds. The ferocious firepower left no room for the soldiers of the Lionheart King surrounding the pickup truck. None escaped. All perished on the spot. Those hiding indoors were struck as well, too fearful to even peek out. Even the commanding officer of the Lionheart King met his demise amidst the chaos, not at the hands of Long John or the target-oriented Sunny, but rather from the cunning ambush of Clay, who lay in wait below. It was not that Long John lacked the desire to eliminate the enemy leader first. Rather, his vantage point from above rendered him unable to do so. Clay, positioned on the ground, had a clear line of sight to the Lionheart King officer and, in a moment of calm amidst peril, opted to prioritize the base commander instead of adhering to the original plan of targeting the pickup driver first. This ability to adapt and assess the situation on the fly had indeed reached the caliber of a first-class combatant. It is no wonder that this fellow, despite repeatedly erring in the original television narrative, ultimately found his way into Team B. Clearly, he possessed a notable degree of innate talent. Witnessing Clay burst from the building and open fire on the officer's hiding place, Long John could only surmise the chaos ensuing within, marked by shrill screams and shouts. His assessment of Clay's capabilities had risen a notch, placing him on par with Brian. Clay's decision to take down the Lionheart King officer was undoubtedly sound. Yet it bore both advantages and drawbacks, presenting him with significant complications. Had he merely neutralized the driver, he could have stealthily ascended the vehicle, escaping before the soldiers of the Lionheart King had time to react. However, this sudden shift in priority exposed him prematurely. Had there been no one to shield him from the officer's guards, the vengeful retaliation would have been relentless. With his position already revealed, Clay would find it perilous to even attempt commandeering the armed pickup. A hasty retreat might not suffice to evade the pursuit of the Lionheart King's forces. Fortunately, special operations emphasize teamwork, embodying the very essence of their strategy. Clay was not alone in his endeavor. The synergy and cooperation of his teammates shone through at this critical moment. As Clay unilaterally altered his target, Long John had already foreseen the impending developments and adeptly adjusted his aim. Just as the officer's guards prepared to charge out and attack Clay's position, Long John unleashed a torrent of fire from his Mk-46, executing a precise series of 5 rapid bursts directed at the charging guards. The 3 soldiers in the forefront, caught off guard, were immediately met with a hail of bullets, their cries mingling with the chaos. The remaining guards, witnessing this carnage, were struck with terror and scrambled back into the building, seeking refuge behind windows and door frames to mount a counterattack. The distance between the two parties exceeded 70 meters. Shrouded in darkness, lacking night vision goggles, the Lionheart King guards could only fire in the general direction of Long John's muzzle flash, too fearful to expose themselves for an accurate shot. This method proved utterly ineffective. Long John remained steadfast, continuing to take aim and fire, suppressing the guards and buying precious time for Clay, until the faint sound of a click resonated. Chapter 52, The Hellfire Tactics. The sound emanated from the gun's bolt striking the chamber, typically overshadowed by the thunderous crack of gunfire. Its presence signified an empty magazine. "Reload," Long John shouted, swiftly turning and crouching against the wall to commence the ammunition change. The softshell ammunition pouch, compact yet capable of holding 100 rounds, offered extended endurance and formidable fire support. However, its drawback lay in the time-consuming reload process, lacking the swift elegance of a rigid magazine that could be effortlessly operated with one hand. Fortunately, Long John and Sunny were executing a coordinated operation. Sunny, utilizing 3-round bursts, expended his ammunition at a slower rate, providing sufficient rounds at this juncture. Upon hearing Long John's tactical command for a reload, Sunny immediately took over the firepower, transitioning from 3-round bursts to 5-round sustained fire, ensuring that amidst one individual's suppression, there remained ample firepower to keep the remaining Lionheart soldiers confined within the building, preventing them from interfering with Clay's attempt to seize the pickup truck. 2 seconds later, "Rotate." As Long John racked the bolt and issued the command, he He once again positioned his rifle atop the barricade, continuing the 5-round suppression of the Lionheart forces. Sonny, who had yet to deplete his ammunition, responded immediately to the command, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the enemy before hastily crouching to replace the ammunition pouch, ensuring the next cycle could proceed seamlessly. This alternating fire coverage and ammunition exchange is fundamental to coordinated combat, guaranteeing an uninterrupted flow of firepower. Building upon this foundational fire exchange, there exist more intricate, synergistic, and ferocious tactics suitable for team operations and localized engagements, designed for regional fire suppression. Among these is the renowned Hellfire tactics. At the team level, the Hellfire tactics do not merely suppress a handful of adversaries, but encompass entire areas. The intensity of such suppression is truly terrifying. Untrained individuals pitted against a professionally trained and cohesively operating team face inevitable defeat. Even with the most formidable weaponry, they would be ruthlessly subdued, deprived of even a moment to expose themselves and fire. While this may sound brutal, it epitomizes the essence of modern warfare. This does not even account for aerial assaults from armed helicopters and the overwhelming firepower of gunship bombardments, which provide a three-dimensional spatial level of fire suppression. The Lionheart forces, numbering around 50 and equipped with a formidable heavy machine gun, appeared to hold an advantage in both numbers and equipment, yet found themselves in a situation of being relentlessly suppressed, a scenario that seems incredulous but reflects the stark reality. Had it not been for the concern that this was the Lionheart stronghold, with a continuous influx of reinforcements expected, the ammunition consumption would have been untenable. Additionally, the desire to minimize casualties to avoid political repercussions, given that the Lionheart's army, despite its dictatorship, constituted Liberia's regular military, made it essential to tread carefully. Too many deaths could prove unmanageable for the president. The B team had no need for retreat. The few adversaries before them were utterly insufficient to pose a threat. With the adept collaboration of Long John and Sonny, two professional gunners, a relentless barrage of firepower was unleashed. Clayton deftly approached the armed pickup, closing in for a shot that effortlessly eliminated the driver. He then dragged the lifeless body out, swiftly taking its place behind the wheel, igniting the engine with a quick turn of the key before slamming the vehicle into reverse with an aggressive push of the accelerator. The diesel engine of the armed pickup roared to life, belching forth a thick plume of black smoke. Under Clayton's somewhat dubious driving skills, the vehicle, long past its prime, began to shake violently, particularly the rust-laden hood that seemed ready to leap from its hinges. Fortunately, despite its decrepit state, the pickup remained remarkably resilient. With a cacophony of grinding tires, the worn-out wheels, stripped of their tread, left two dark trails along the dirt road as the truck surged forward, its rear end leading the charge. The soldiers of the Lionheart King's army, realizing that someone had commandeered their armed pickup, contemplated reclaiming it. However, they found themselves utterly incapable of doing so, forced instead to watch as the vehicle vanished into the darkness. In less than 5 minutes of combat, the tides of battle had dramatically shifted. Over 40 soldiers from the Lionheart King, faced with the relentless onslaught from Sonny and Long John, coupled with the close-quarters tactics of Jason and his companions, had suffered over 30 casualties, either dead or wounded. The remaining few were either being dragged away by Jason's trio or held at bay by Long John and Sonny's overwhelming fire. The reinforcements from the Lionheart King's forces, even those arriving by vehicle, were still 200 to 300 meters away. Those who had to run on foot were even further behind, with at least 3 to 4 minutes needed to arrive. By the time they got there, it would be too late. What was happening? Inside the building, Jason, Trent, and Brock, engaged in a fierce exchange with the Lionheart soldiers, noticed the peculiar behavior of the armed pickup, leaving them all puzzled. If the vehicle had merely ceased firing, they could easily comprehend the situation, as Sonny and Long John had been tasked with destroying the pickup within 5 minutes before regrouping in the alley to continue their retreat. However, the sudden retreat of the pickup, seemingly in a hurry, left them bewildered. Just as Jason and his companions were engulfed in confusion, Sonny reached out over the team channel. B1, this is B3. The plan has changed. It's not convenient to explain the details right now, but listen carefully. Under the cover of fire from B6, B7 has successfully secured the armed pickup and is en route to the alley exit to collect everyone for evacuation. B6 and I are descending the stairs and should arrive at the rendezvous point in about 20 seconds. Can you gather the team and head over? Do you need us to assist? Chapter 53. The The brutal concealed mind Sonny's sudden mention of a new plan left Jason, the squad leader, bewildered, as he had been completely unaware of these developments. This unexpected change of orders, made without his prior knowledge, left him feeling somewhat irked. He contemplated inquiring about the situation, questioning why Sonny had unilaterally altered their original commands without informing him. However, given the critical circumstances they found themselves in, and the limited time left for Team B to retreat, he recognized that having a vehicle for their escape would be significantly more advantageous than the previously conceived plan of fleeing on foot, both swifter and safer. Thus, Jason chose to temporarily forego his inquiries, assuring Sonny that he would ensure the team arrived promptly. As Sonny reported while retreating, he concluded the communication just as Long Jean reached the first floor. Within less than 10 seconds, they sprinted to the designated position. Along the way, Long Jean deftly eliminated a soldier from the Lionheart King, who had attempted to ambush them from an alley, dragging the lifeless body to their rendezvous point. The corpse, weighing over 100 pounds, felt as light as a toy in Long Jean's hands. Upon reaching the assembly point, while waiting for Jason and the others, Long Jean crouched down, unfastened his tactical backpack, and began rummaging through it. The soldiers from these African warlords are poorer than the junkies and vagrants on the streets of New York. I advise you not to waste your efforts, Sonny jested. It is a common habit among many American soldiers to seek out distinctive items from slain enemies as mementos of their participation in the theater of war. To put it more simply, it is akin to the souvenirs one might collect while traveling. The psychological impetus for this behavior mirrors that of ordinary tourists who relish bringing back local specialties. Although such actions are officially prohibited in the military, they have become an unspoken rule within the ranks, with soldiers often returning from missions with an assortment of peculiar keepsakes in their backpacks. Assuming Long Jean was merely scavenging for trophies, Sonny teased him without intervening. "Leave some gifts for the lads." Long Jean responded through his actions, producing 2 dark grenades and placing them beneath the corpse, ingeniously crafting a makeshift concealed mine. To prevent the grenades from being prematurely triggered, he deliberately concealed them within the clothing. Wow, what a splendid idea. Sonny immediately grasped the brilliance of Long Jean's ploy, thoroughly impressed. He chuckled animatedly. When the pursuing children uncover the body for inspection, boom, the corpse explodes, sending them all to meet their maker. "Long, your methods are utterly ruthless, but I find them immensely appealing, haha. Just average, nothing too extraordinary. I have even more entertaining tricks up my sleeve. Perhaps you shall witness them in the future." Long Jean replied, exhibiting no modesty, infused instead with a sense of pride and bravado. In truth, he was not exaggerating. After years as a mercenary, Long Jean had employed countless underhanded tactics. Using a corpse as a concealed mine was merely child's play for him. Go. Long Jean had just set up the deceptive explosives when Jason emerged from the back door with 3 others, signaling everyone to retreat towards the alley's exit. Did they dare to pursue? Truly fearless. Through the door, Long Jean glimpsed Lionheart soldiers attempting to vault through the window to chase them down. He swiftly retrieved 2 fragmentation grenades and tossed them into the doorway from which Jason and the others had just fled, before shouldering his tactical backpack and striding to catch up with the main force. As a professional member of the fire support team, it was within Long Jean's expertise to create optimal conditions for a tactical withdrawal. Boom, boom. Having run approximately 10 meters, the 2 grenades detonated in quick succession. One soldier who had been hot on their heels was instantly propelled backward, enveloped by the smoke and debris that rapidly filled the area, rendering visibility near the door non-existent. The remaining Lionheart soldiers hesitated to advance recklessly, opting instead to escape through other windows or doors. Emerging from cover, they were met with the sight of a fellow soldier sprawled face down on the ground, his fate uncertain, while those in pursuit had vanished without a trace. In an effort to ascertain the whereabouts of Team B and conduct a routine check for fallen comrades, one Lionheart soldier approached without hesitation, flipping the body over and illuminating the face with his flashlight. He checked the eyelids and attempted to feel for breath, utterly oblivious to the smoke wafting from the corpse's chest. 3 seconds passed swiftly. Boom. The 2 high-explosive grenades detonated simultaneously, their power far exceeding that of the defensive fragmentation grenades. Both the corpse and the inspecting soldier were blown away, splattering blood and flesh across the alley's walls. The remaining 4 Lionheart soldiers were similarly caught in the explosion, left dazed and breathless, their vision filled with swirling stars, rendering them incapable of pursuing Team be any further. Success. As Long John crawled onto the rear of the vehicle and heard the explosions, he realized his traps had worked, celebrating with a high five with Sonny. The successful activation of the explosives signified that the enemy could no longer pursue them, faced with an attacking force 10 times their number. Their entire team had managed to retreat unscathed, a feat truly deserving of celebration. Drive, connect the explosives, go, go, go. Jason, also perched on the rear of the vehicle, clapped his hands against the roof with urgency. Following the command, Clay restarted the vehicle, skillfully navigating the narrow dirt roads of the town towards the location of the explosives. Sonny, I need to know what exactly transpired here. You must explain, Jason called out loudly, gripping the vehicle's railing. The shift in plans had been drastic, and Jason felt he would go mad if he didn't clarify things soon. The new plan was progressing smoothly, and Sonny, as a key participant, felt a swell of accomplishment, his spirits inevitably elevated. Upon hearing Jason's inquiry about the events that had unfolded, he animatedly began to recount the tale. Every time Sonny mentioned Long John during the discussion, he showered him with praise, unequivocally positioning him as the pivotal figure in the entire endeavor and the most significant contributor throughout the new plan. Jason, who believed he had already regarded Long John with sufficient esteem, found himself realizing, after hearing Sonny recount the details, that he had still underestimated this newcomer from the Green Team. In his gaze toward Long John, there was not only an increasingly profound admiration, but also a sense of incredulity. Were newcomers nowadays truly this formidable? Jason pondered in astonishment. Chapter 54. Clay's fateful choice at 5:34 a.m. After more than 2 hours of executing their mission, the B team, having fought their way through and ultimately escaped peril, returned to the military base within the city, stepping into the gentle light of the dawn. An old pickup truck slowly entered the base, and no one would associate it with elite special forces. There was no welcoming committee to celebrate their successful counterterrorism mission, which had culminated in the elimination of an international terrorist leader. The rest of the personnel at the base remained, as usual, lost in their sweet dreams. This was the routine of DG, always slipping away unnoticed, completing their missions, and returning in silence, akin to phantoms unknown to the outside world, regardless of how earth-shattering their actions were during those hours. Jason, Sonny, and other first-tier operatives of DG, along with Long John and Clay from the assault team, had experienced such scenes countless times and had grown accustomed to this world devoid of spotlight. Upon entering the base, there was no need for any arrangements. Everyone began to methodically attend to their respective duties, although fatigue weighed heavily upon them, and they craved a hearty breakfast followed by a well-deserved rest. Individual autonomy was a hallmark of DG. Each member had to complete their post-mission responsibilities before they could relax. This meant that team members needed to unload their weapons and equipment, placing them in designated areas for logistical personnel, like Diaz, to process. The team leader and the deputy leader were required to engage in a thorough discussion regarding the operation, addressing any issues that arose during the mission, as well as errors made by certain members, to reach a consensus through verbal dialogue. This was essential for the commander when he arrived with the operational report, allowing the team leader to conduct a timely handover and verification. As for the gear of the team leader and deputy leader, they enjoyed a slight privilege here, as it was directly entrusted to the logistics sergeant for handling. Despite the overall success of last night's operation, which had at least accomplished 2 set objectives, Long John, the newcomer participating in the mission for the first time, had exhibited an impeccable performance, earning unanimous recognition from all members of the B team. However, there were also some flaws that prevented this mission from being deemed a flawless case. The failure to successfully capture Samir resulted in the CIA being unable to obtain the intelligence and vast reserves of gold associated with him, diminishing the mission's value by half, transforming it from a high-stakes operation into a routine counterterrorism rescue endeavor. The root cause of this flaw was similarly a newcomer. Had matters concluded at this juncture, bolstered by Long John's exemplary performance, it would have undoubtedly marked the end of Clay's tenure with the Green Team. However, Clay, through his actions, made significant contributions to the evacuation of Team B. He stealthily trailed the Lionheart's forces and ultimately, with the remote fire support of 2 teammates, successfully commandeered the enemy's armed pickup truck, enabling Team B to make a swift retreat. For a newcomer, this was an outstanding achievement, showcasing Clay's courage and ingenuity. Having erred initially, he later redeemed himself, yet the latter cannot compensate for the former. Ultimately, How one judges Clay remains an ambiguous question, entirely dependent on the evaluator's perspective. Captain Jason had always held a negative impression of Clay. Upon arriving at the base from the rear compartment, Jason stormed over to Clay, gripping his collar and accusing him. "Wasn't I clear that you were to stay outside the tunnel? What were you doing in here?" Had it not been for Clay seizing the pickup truck, allowing the squad to return to base with relative safety, Jason's ire would likely have been far more severe. Hey, hey, Jason, interjected Ray, sensing the tension, quickly stepping between the two to mediate. "Calm down, Jason, let us discuss this rationally." Okay, I'm calm." Jason took a deep breath to steady himself. Stepping closer to Clay, towering over him at nearly 6 feet tall, exerting an intimidating presence as he pressed. "Let me clarify this for you. When I left you at the tunnel entrance, I instructed you to keep an eye on our rear. You acknowledged my command, didn't you? You said you understood, correct?" "That's right," Clay replied defiantly, meeting Jason's gaze. "And then what? What did you do?" Jason's frustration was palpable. "I noticed someone was trying to attack you, so I thought it crucial to secure the tunnel. What if he had accomplices? So you killed him?" Jason interrupted angrily. "You traveled halfway across the globe to capture a high-value target alive, only to execute him? Great job there. If you hadn't killed him, how would I ever get my hands on that treasure map?" Long John, who was busy shedding his gear, couldn't help but smirk at this point. Secretly reveling in the situation, he felt an urgent desire to find pertinent information to translate the details on the treasure map, eager to uncover any potential value hidden within it. While Long John savored his private delight, Jason and Clay remained locked in confrontation. "When I reached that room, I saw him in a bomb vest. I knew we were in grave danger and had to regain control of the situation," Clay defended himself. "Have you not paused to ponder why we refrained from firing our weapons? I believe you lack the optimal opportunity for a perfect shot, while I possess the ideal conditions to eliminate him on the spot. Do you think we are novices like you? Did you not observe his right hand?" Clay's evasive arguments and misplaced confidence only served to fuel Jason's mounting frustration, his anger nearly boiling over. Ray, well acquainted with Jason's temperament, recognized that if their conversation continued in this vein, with Clay's obstinate refusal to acknowledge any fault, the outcome would undoubtedly be discordant. It was quite possible that Clay's journey with the DG would come to an untimely conclusion here. From the outset, Ray had harbored the same hope, that Clay would join Team B. In light of the current situation, he felt compelled to intervene. "Clay, you tend to your matters. Jason, let us step aside for a moment." Ray first directed Clay away before pulling Jason to a quieter space. Chapter 55. The confrontation between Captain and Vice Captain Jason. "Allow me to speak first." Ray smiled, seeking to stabilize Jason's emotions, and spoke in an objective tone. "Let me clarify that I am not intentionally shielding Clay. I am merely adopting a neutral stance. I believe there is merit in what Clay asserts. From his perspective, he did not err, as the tunnels could indeed harbor Samir's accomplices. After all, we possess no intelligence regarding the tunnels to guide us. Furthermore, he did not create a significant mess. He eliminated Samir with a single shot, a feat that is difficult for a novice to accomplish under such perilous circumstances." Though Ray's words appeared neutral, they subtly defended Clay. "Come now, if it were Long, I believe he would have performed even better," Jason countered, asserting that among the newcomers, Long was the most exceptional. "All right, I will not dispute that. I too regard Long as a remarkable newcomer. However, if, and I stress if, Samir had intended to detonate a bomb and Clay had refrained from firing, are you truly confident you could have intervened in time?" In response to Ray's pointed questioning, Jason answered without hesitation, I absolutely could have. I could have brought Samir back, but he ruined everything. Are you questioning my capabilities?" No, my friend. I certainly am not," Ray interjected, gesturing dismissively before shifting his approach. "Even if Clay made a minor misstep earlier, we were able to withdraw successfully, thanks to the vehicle he procured. You cannot deny that. I judge the situation, not the individual. True, his acquisition of the pickup truck was unexpected. Yet that does not absolve him of his errors. Reflecting on the risks involved in commandeering an armed vehicle, Jason's tone softened somewhat. Recognizing the efficacy of this approach, Ray pressed on. "Clay's unilateral action in eliminating Samir was indeed a mistake. I do not contest that. However, I believe its severity is overstated. On the contrary, Clay's ability to make independent decisions and decisively eliminate a target in a crisis is an invaluable trait for a newcomer. In the subsequent moment, venturing alone into the enemy ranks, he procured the means for our retreat, thereby exemplifying Clay's courage and sagacity. Courage, wisdom, independence. Are these not the very ideals we at DG have perpetually aspired to? Clay merely lacks a touch of teamwork. The Green Team's training period still spans a full 6 months, ample time to rectify this shortcoming. Should one faltering misstep condemn a young man's lifelong aspirations? You must understand that if you incorporate this issue regarding Clay into the operational report, it will be documented in his records. Upon his return to base, he would be compelled to pack his belongings and depart from the Green Team. Ray articulated a lengthy discourse, each utterance imbued with a distinct purpose. Jason, not inherently callous, but rather someone who deeply values his comrades, found himself swayed by Ray's words. Particularly, the phrase concerning the dreams of a young man resonated with him, evoking memories of his own struggles to ascend to a lower echelon. A part of him was profoundly touched. I cannot discern your meaning. All I hear is a cacophony of white noise. Jason feigned deafness, discarding his equipment onto the ground. It was evident from Jason's demeanor that the fire within him had been completely extinguished. Ray, feeling the tension in his hard ease, lightened his tone to tease, "Old friend, tell me, back when you were training in the Green Team, could you have discerned whether to fire or not based solely on the thumb position of a person donned in a suicide vest?" At least I could see his thumb, whether it rested upon the detonator, while Clay could not, Jason replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Seeing Jason gradually stabilize, Ray unleashed his final bombshell. "The reason I sought you out for this conversation is to ensure that an exceptional talent does not go unnoticed. I also wish to remind you that perhaps Clay has stirred certain reflections within you. However, it is imperative for you to understand that Nate's death was not your fault. The errors he made in acting independently do not imply that Clay would replicate them." Upon Ray's concluding remarks, Jason felt as though struck by lightning, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Indeed, Jason's ire towards Clay stemmed not from the failure to capture Samir, but from Clay's lone wolf approach, which painfully reminded him of his recently departed friend, Nate. Their styles were eerily similar, a familiarity that unnerved him. It was precisely because he wished to avert the agony of losing another comrade in future operations that he harbored such aversion towards Clay. His subconscious led him to believe that expelling Clay would safeguard him from perishing on the battlefield. This subconscious notion was exceedingly subtle. Jason remained oblivious to this dilemma, ensnared in his own perspective. Now, as Ray, the observer, had brought this to light, Jason found himself grappling with the facts, struggling to counter Ray's assertions, only to discover that they rang true. This revelation was difficult for Jason to accept, yet he had no choice but to confront it, caught in a web of contradiction. Fortunately, at this juncture, someone arrived to break the impasse. This was a remarkable operation, brothers, truly exceptional, and I am proud of you all. Commander Eric, holding a folder, praised everyone as he entered. Passing by Long John and Clay, he added a compliment. "You two have performed admirably. You are the finest newcomers I have encountered." "Thank you very much, Commander. I will strive to do even better next time," replied Long John, standing tall alongside Clay, who nodded in response. It was evident that Long John was in high spirits, whereas Clay appeared somewhat dejected. His melancholy stemmed from Jason's accountability, which instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. Eric did not linger to converse further with Long John and Clay. He proceeded directly to Jason and Lay, stating, "I have completed the post-operation report. It is clear that the primary issue during this operation arose from the helicopter. Your B team executed their mission exceptionally well, successfully rescuing an American citizen who had been trapped for over a year, allowing her to once again experience the warmth of family. During the operation, 8 terrorists were neutralized, along with over 20 armed personnel protecting them, including a senior officer among the militants and a high-value target wearing a suicide vest. Additionally, an armed pickup truck was seized." That summarizes the report. Jason, do you have anything to add? As Eric posed this question, the garage fell silent, with all eyes fixed on Jason. Chapter 56. The elixir for restraining PTSD. Throughout the verbal clash between Sonny and Jason, the other members of B Team, though not directly involved, remained focused on the two. Concern for Clay, the newcomer, lingered in the background. With Commander Eric arriving with the report, once confirmed, it would be relayed to headquarters. What fate awaited Clay? Would he remain with DG or return home? The answer was imminent. Sonny and the other formal members of B Team, the anxious Clay, who was desperately trying to persuade Jason, and Long John, also a newcomer, all locked their gazes upon Jason. If Jason were to claim there were issues needing addressing, accusing Cly of disregarding orders and independently eliminating the high-value target Samir. It would be no surprise that Cly would pack his bags and depart. Conversely, if he stated there were no issues to address, Cly's merits and demerits might balance out, allowing him to continue his journey with the Green Team training. It was a choice between two paths. At this moment, Jason's mind was far from tranquil. He first glanced at the expectant Lay, then turned to the apprehensive Cly. He scrutinized Cly for a full 3 seconds before returning his gaze to Eric. "There is nothing to add. The actions taken align with the report, sir," Jason replied, furrowing his brow. After casting one last complicated look at Cly, he turned and strode out of the garage. From Cly's stubborn gaze, Jason recognized a sense of familiarity from the past. He resolved to trust Lay this once. Upon hearing this response, Commander Eric smiled, casting a sidelong glance at Cly. Upon opening the designated folder, the officer formally affixed his signature to the battle report. This officer proved to be quite astute, possessing a deft command of team dynamics. The harmonious atmosphere between teams A and B bore testament to his significant contributions. Long John chuckled quietly to himself. Through Eric's meaningful smile, Long John surmised that he was likely privy to all the underlying details. Yet, rather than directly confronting the matter, he opted to grant the initiative to Captain Jason by confirming the contents of the post-battle report, thereby showcasing the wisdom of a true commander. Clay, whose heart raced with anxiety, finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing Jason's response, unable to restrain himself from embracing Long John beside him. In this moment of silence, joy spoke volumes, a shared celebration of the present and gratitude for Long John's earlier assistance with his Morse code. Clay was acutely aware that without Long John's collaboration, he would never have been able to seize the armed pickup alone, and consequently, his subsequent achievements would have been unattainable. His fate could have been starkly different, relegating him to return to his SEAL Team 2 in disgrace. Thankfully, the outcome was a favorable one. "Buddy, congratulations on narrowly escaping a predicament. My advice is to make better use of your communication device in the future. Don't let it sit idly as mere decoration," Long John jested, delivering a light punch to Clay's chest, though his tone conveyed genuine counsel. "Let us hope so. I'll try to remember to use it more often." "If that is possible," Clay replied, clearly having learned his lesson, yet his competitive spirit rendered his words stubbornly defiant, as if he wrapped himself in a layer of steel. "You, indeed," Long John remarked with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The United States Special Forces enforce a stringent regulation. After each counterterrorism mission, operatives must undergo a mandatory decompression period before returning home. This buffer period typically lasts 3 days. The purpose is to afford soldiers, who have just transitioned into the violent machinery of war, a brief respite to decompress, preventing the ferocity of the battlefield from infiltrating American society and their families. While it cannot entirely eliminate the risks, this practice significantly reduces the likelihood of soldiers developing PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. In simpler terms, this 3-day interlude of leisure serves to transition these warriors from the high-pressure environment of combat back to a more relaxed state of domestic life. The means of decompression are varied and not limited to a singular approach. A common method involves excursions within the military camp or local funded tours during missions, allowing team members to form groups and explore their surroundings. Evenings are often spent in bars, dissipating excess energy in a convivial atmosphere. More extravagant options include high-subsidy trips, flying to foreign destinations for a funded 3-day getaway, or indulging in a Maldives-style beach vacation, allowing soldiers to soothe their psychological wounds through breathtaking landscapes. Perhaps due to the failure to capture the high-value target, Samir, which cost the American government a significant fortune, Team B this time around did not receive special treatment and was only allotted a self-guided tour within Liberia. In the past 3 days, Long John has adeptly utilized his innate charm, mingling seamlessly with the members of Team B during the day, thereby establishing a solid foundation for his future integration into the team. In the evenings, he sought out Mandy, engaging this single woman in conversations about life and aspirations. He humbly solicited her expertise in Latin, embarking on the journey to master his 7th foreign language, with the intention of deciphering the location of Mount Garo on the treasure map, so he could later strategize his search for it. He artfully steered their discussions towards the late Samir, striving to glean further insights regarding him, in hopes of utilizing Samir's personal information to uncover the treasure, thus ensuring he was thoroughly prepared. Mandy, having tracked Samir for over 5 years, was arguably the world's foremost authority on him. Unbeknownst to her, Long Zhan had discreetly retained an advantage, having already acquired the treasure map and preparing for an opportune moment to excavate it. Given that the classified status of a deceased target had diminished, Mandy remained unsuspecting of Long Zhan's true intentions. Her candid responses to his inquiries provided him with invaluable information. Gradually, the mystery of the treasure map began to unfold through frequent interactions with Mandy over these 3 days. Long Zhan employed his exceptional conversational skills and charm to elevate their relationship to new heights. It reached a point where inviting her out for a drink in the evening would likely not be met with refusal. Just as Long Zhan was gearing up to hasten his efforts for a shared fitness endeavor with Mandy, aiming to alleviate the pent-up hormones that had been bottled up for 3 months, Diaz knocked on his door early in the morning, urging him to gather his belongings and promptly head to the hall for assembly. Such delightful moments are always fleeting, and Long Zhan could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 57. The most mismatched swimming partners in history. The 3-day indulgence funded by the organization had come to an end, and everything was poised to revert to its pre-action state. The task force, having traversed the vast ocean, returned to the DG headquarters in Florida Beach. The members of Team B, including Mandy's intelligence unit, dispersed as soon as they disembarked. Jason, overwhelmed by the anxiety of his domestic situation, where his wife was pressuring him for either divorce or withdrawal from service, hurried to accompany her to their daughter's high school event in an attempt to salvage their crumbling family. Ray rushed home to embrace his wife, who was heavily pregnant and on the verge of giving birth. Deputy Leader Derry of Team A arranged a gathering at his home with Team Leader Full Metal and their wives, celebrating their safe return once more. The warmth of home, as the saying goes, surpasses all the allure of the outside world, perfectly illustrated in this scenario. Those with wives and children hastened home, relishing the familial warmth and joy. Meanwhile, the single men and those without children found their own form of enjoyment. Sonny enthusiastically invited Long Zhan, Trent, and Brock to join him at the newly opened restaurant on 64th Street to savor his favorite spicy chicken. Later that evening, they planned to visit the adjacent bar to sample the newly arrived brandy. Everyone else had no pressing matters and gladly accepted Sonny's invitation, except for Long Zhan, who found himself unable to join in the revelry. The reason was simple. As a rookie still training with the Green Team, Long Zhan did not possess the same freedom as the seasoned DG veterans. If he wished to indulge in a similar carefree existence, he must endure the next 6 months of rigorous training until he secured his own designated locker on the 3rd floor of headquarters. Upon returning to the base from the airport, both Clay and Long Zhan proceeded to the Green Team office on the 1st floor of headquarters to complete their re-enrollment report, marking the commencement of a new training cycle. Compared to the 2nd phase, the 3rd phase of training posed greater challenges and leaned more towards specialization. The duration of physical training was once again condensed, with only 1 session each morning, while the remainder of the time was devoted to various theoretical teachings of special operations. The focus shifted from physical conditioning to enhancing the trainees' cognitive abilities. The critical aspect of counterterrorism operations, close quarters battle, CQB, became the predominant subject of the 3rd phase, which was unprecedentedly extended to 3 months due to its significance in special operations. Long Zhan had heard a rumor while still with SEAL Team 3. If one could survive the indoor close combat training of the Green Team without being eliminated during these 3 months, it was as if one had already taken a step into the Special Development Brigade. Although this rumor lacked definitive proof, it underscored the importance of CQB training. To ensure the quality of indoor combat training, Green Team instructor Adam made numerous deliberate adjustments. For instance, the swimming partner mechanism was officially initiated, pairing trainees into small groups to foster mutual cooperation. Whether in the SEALs or DG, every operation, whether involving 4 or 8 personnel, fundamentally relied on the 2-person pairing model for tactical coordination. From breaching to fire transitions, every action was based on the synergy of 2 individuals, which then extended to the team as a whole. By pairing newcomers as swimming partners, they would assist and coordinate with each other during the 3-month training, effectively correcting many detrimental habits and benefiting future team operations. For someone like Clay, who was excessively competitive and a lone wolf, this phase would undoubtedly be challenging. If he failed to rectify his shortcomings during these 3 months, he would be incapable of passing the team selection. The only fate that awaited Clay would be ruthless elimination. Due to Long John and Clay's participation in Team B operations, they spent a total of 6 days away, during which the Green Team had already commenced the third phase of training. Thus, neither Long John nor Clay had a choice. They were compelled to become swimming partners. Both were dissatisfied with this arrangement. Clay felt that Long John was simply too formidable, having participated in the Team B operation. He no longer harbored any hopes of surpassing him. Teaming up with such a strong newcomer would only reduce him to a mere supporting character. Clay, driven by ambition, yearned for the opportunity to showcase his own abilities rather than remain in the shadows of someone stronger. Even if he merely needed to lie down and embrace a thigh, he was still profoundly averse to it. For Long John, whose combat prowess was already extraordinary, practically dominating the entire Green Team, what he truly required was an impeccable ally. It was precisely Brian, a newcomer with a robust sense of teamwork, willing to sacrifice personal interests for the benefit of others and dedicated to the team's success, that Long John yearned for as his swimming partner. In contrast, Clay's overwhelming competitiveness rendered them an ill-fitted pair. It was akin to two professional marksmen occupying the same lane, both vying for minions and gold, each harboring a desire to carry the entire team. If they failed to coordinate effectively, the lane would inevitably collapse. Regrettably, their tardiness in returning from their mission meant that the other 24 members had already formed pairs and trained for nearly a week. It was inconceivable to disrupt the other two teams merely for the sake of Long John and Clay's return. Reluctantly, despite their unwillingness, Long John and Clay had no choice but to accept Instructor Adams' arrangement and pair up to commence the third phase of training. Whether they would engage in mutual concession or one would dominate the other, thereby navigating through the next 3 months as the most mismatched swimming partners in history, or if their inability to cooperate would lead to dismal results in the third phase of training, remained uncertain. The outcome was unpredictable. Chapter 58. The reunion of the 3 musketeers of the Green Team at the bar. Upon returning to the team, Long John and Clay organized their personal belongings and collected the equipment required for the third phase of training. After a day of rigorous training, Brian returned to the dormitory. "Hey, look who I see. Welcome home, my great heroes." Upon entering, Brian, despite being drenched in sweat from training, greeted Long John and Clay with open arms. "I would love to be a great hero, but unfortunately Clay, after a brief embrace with Brian, pouted slightly in discontent. The remainder of his thoughts left unspoken as he glanced at Long John with a hint of envy. His recent performance had truly left him dissatisfied, unable to compare with Long John's achievements. To fight alongside Team B is already quite remarkable. I didn't even get a chance. Noticing Clay's low spirits, Brian, suspecting that his old friend had likely gotten into trouble again, attempted to console him with self-deprecating humor. He then bumped fists with Long John, who was not quite suitable for a hug due to their size difference. "It seems our physical powerhouse has accomplished something extraordinary again. Come on, share your joy with me." Brian was genuinely in awe of Long John, his eyes brimming with anticipation for an exciting tale. "You're not in a state to chat right now. Your body odor could suffocate an elephant." Long John exaggeratedly pinched his nose, teasing Brian before suggesting, "It's been ages since the 3 of us relaxed together. How about we head to the sensual ladies' bar for drinks and conversation?" "I think that's a splendid idea," Clay immediately agreed, his tone hinting at a desire to drown his sorrows in libations. "Oh, my apologies. I am so delighted to see you all that I momentarily forgot. Please grant me a few minutes. I shall treat you all to the evening's expenses as a gesture of hospitality." Brian caught a whiff of his own attire and, realizing it was quite pungent, chuckled and offered an apology. He retreated to his bunk to retrieve a fresh set of casual clothes, then made his way to the first-floor shower room. "Hey, wait up, Brian. I also need to freshen up. After all, if I happen to encounter that alluring girl from last time, I might just seize the opportunity," Long John remarked, recalling the previous night at the bar, where hormones had stirred his interest, prompting him to grab a set of leisure wear from his bag. "Keep dreaming. When you falter, I'll be there to claim her. I may have lost to you in other matters, but in the realm of women, I must prevail," Clay retorted, eager to challenge Long John from a new perspective. "Don't forget our wager. Clay and I are eagerly anticipating you washing our socks." Brian guffawed from the doorway. "Cut it out." Long John shot a middle finger at Clay with his left hand and at Brian with his right. It was just before 8 p.m., and the trio, now all dressed to impress, stood outside the entrance of the sultry bar, becoming some of the first patrons to enter, as a venue for late-night revelry. 8 p.m. was indeed somewhat premature. Yet, The trio had arrived early to secure a good spot for drinks and conversation, hoping to scout for potential romantic prospects. They each ordered their preferred drinks and settled into a discreet corner to converse. Brian, who had not been able to join the B team as an auxiliary member, felt a pang of regret, which fueled his curiosity about their mission. Upon sitting down, he transformed into a curious child, bombarding Long John and Clay with a myriad of questions. How did the older members of the B team treat the newcomers? Were they easy to get along with during the operation? Did any amusing or perilous events occur? He inquired about every detail. The operation was not classified, and Long John and Clay willingly answered his queries. Particularly, Clay, who felt justified in his actions, recounted the entire process of eliminating Samir to Brian, seeking to validate his stance against Jason's accusations. Unfortunately, he found no agreement from Brian. Clay, I have always firmly believed that with your capabilities, you could undoubtedly pass the Green Team selection process to become a first-rate operative. However, there is a caveat. You must not persist in your solitary endeavors, striving to accomplish everything alone. I do not believe this is a wise approach. Brian truly exemplified a good friend. It is only those who genuinely wish for your betterment that will unreservedly point out your shortcomings, even knowing it may discomfort you. If they were merely casual acquaintances, they would hardly invest the effort to guide you, opting instead for superficial interactions to avoid conflict. Are you jesting with me, my friend? Clay disagreed with Brian's assertion, taking a hearty gulp of his drink and proclaiming, in the upper echelon of Team SEAL Team 6, notions of being the best in the team are mere nonsense. What they seek are all-star players, those who are impeccable. Only through exceptional performance, standing out among others, can one capture their attention and ultimately rise to prominence. After finishing his statement, Clay deliberately glanced at Long John, whom he viewed as a living example. Clearly, Clay had fallen into a misconception. Long John had garnered the admiration of Jason and Sonny, achieved unanimous recognition from the B team in less than a week, and was able to engage in conversations with the ladies, Diaz and Mandy, almost indistinguishably from the official members. His success was not due to any dazzling solo efforts, but rather the very teamwork ability that Clay lacked. Whether it was coordinating with Jason and Brock to clear rooms or collaborating with Sonny to suppress the enemy's fire, Long John executed flawless teamwork without a hint of error. In contrast, Clay spent the majority of the operation working alone. The comparison was stark. Chapter 59. Safeguarding. Long John understood that competitive individuals often become obstinate, and words alone could not correct him. He was disinclined to intervene in their conversation. Calmly sipping his drink, he occasionally scanned the door, anticipating the appearance of a familiar silhouette. Buddy, this is entirely a different matter. Brian, perceptive as ever, recognized that Clay was entrenched in his own reasoning, and further persuasion would be futile. With a resigned smile, he remarked, I won't delve into grand philosophies, nor do I possess the eloquence to express them, but from my first-hand experience here, no one appreciates someone who always wishes to fly solo. I understand this may be hard for you to accept, but we have fought side by side as brothers, and I hope we can join Team SEAL 6 together in the future. Clay paused, taken aback by these words, his expression darkening. Had anyone else spoken thus, he would have dismissed it entirely. Yet, Brian was different. Those who prefer to be lone wolves often become toxic to the team, making it exceedingly challenging to forge genuine friendships. Fortunately, he had encountered the affable Brian, the only person with whom he could share his innermost thoughts since enlisting. Clay cherished their friendship deeply, making Brian's words profoundly impactful to the point where he could no longer disregard them. A significant shift in Clay's emotions ensued, casting a somber atmosphere over the trio. Long John, disliking the role of a moral instructor, especially now that Clay had become his swimming partner, was even less fond of the oppressive ambience. Therefore, he raised his glass exuberantly and declared, We came out for drinks to enjoy and relax. Let us set aside other matters for now. Come, let us toast to our hopes that all three of us succeed in the Green Team selection. Cheers. Cheers to the future elite warriors. The conversation between Brian and Clay had reached an awkward pause, but taking advantage of the moment, they raised their glasses. Clink. The three glasses met, and as the liquid was downed in one swift gulp, the atmosphere among them returned to normal. They ordered another round and engaged in bar games such as darts, billiards, dice, and foosball. With a plethora of games to choose from, time flew by, and before they knew it, it was past 9 o'clock. Just as the trio was preparing to return to the barracks, Long John felt a twinge of regret. Suddenly, A familiar tall and graceful figure, whom he had awaited for a long time, strode through the bar's entrance and made her way directly to the bar counter. Clad in a sexy tank top, albeit in a different color, she was unmistakably the same enchanting presence. Long John, without hesitation, raised his glass and approached the bar. "Hey, Long, where are you headed?" "It's time for us to go," Brian called out in confusion. "She'll look." Long John motioned for silence, pointing towards the tank top beauty with a confident smile. "You two are going to wash my socks for me." "All right. I'll be waiting for you to come back in a minute. Tail between your legs," Brian teased. Clay, adjusting his hair with a hint of arrogance, tilted his chin defiantly and said, "Hurry up. I'm ready to take your place." "Heh, you have no chance," Long John scoffed, quickening his pace toward the bar. "Oh, look who we have here. An angel fallen from the heavens or a lost sprite. How could such a breathtaking woman exist in this world?" Upon hearing this familiar flamboyant compliment, Stella, who had her back to Long John, couldn't help but laugh. His deep voice was undeniably distinctive. "No one has ever flattered me like that. I'm truly taken aback," she replied, turning to face him, her smile radiating ease as she extended her hand. "Stella, it's our second meeting. I'm Long," he replied, taking her hand with a smile. "Though this is our second encounter, I feel as if I've seen you countless times, perhaps 100, or even 1,000, or maybe even more. Oh my God, how is that possible?" Stella exclaimed, her lips slightly parted in surprise. "I've been incredibly busy lately, preparing students for exams, and I hardly had a moment to spare. Today is the first day I've finally finished." Aristotle once said that meeting someone does not require a face-to-face encounter. There exists a higher spiritual connection. Since our last parting, your enchanting visage has graced my thoughts incessantly. Even if we counted it once a minute, it has already been thousands of times. As Long John spoke, his gaze locked onto Stella, filled with an irresistible intensity. Stella felt her heart race under his fervent stare. Lowering her head, she took a sip of her drink, attempting to shift the topic. Did Aristotle really say that? Surely, it has been said. If you doubt, feel free to verify. If it turns out to be untrue, tonight's drinks are on me. Conversely, should it be false, I shall treat you to tonight's libations. Long John speaks with a straight face, his eyes unflinching and heart steady. Regardless of whether I triumph or falter, the expenses shall fall upon you. Does that not place you at a disadvantage? Stella, amused by Long John's wit, chuckled heartily. No, no, no. Long John shook his head earnestly, a sly grin emerging as he shifted the conversation, saying, "For a captivating woman such as yourself, I would not mind incurring a greater loss. You are exceedingly amusing, haha." Stella, flattered by his compliments, found herself unable to contain her laughter, as if her entire being had been filled with the sweetness of Long John's playful banter, filling her heart with joy. "You mentioned you are a teacher?" Being well aware that flirting requires a delicate balance, Long John transitioned from playful jest to earnest discourse. "I am a graduate teaching assistant at Hudson State University." Under Long John's unconventional approach, Stella seemed to lower her defenses, unabashedly revealing her identity. "Wow, Hudson is quite a distance from here. Won't it be late when you return?" "Indeed," Stella nodded, then furrowed her brow, biting her lip in resignation as she continued. "I can only stay for a little while. Once I finish this drink, I must head back, as I have a class to teach in the morning, which gives me a headache just thinking about it. Shall I escort you? The night view by the seaside in Beach City is quite splendid. I ride a heavy motorcycle, which is perfect for nighttime sightseeing. Would you care to join me?" Long John waved the motorcycle key in his hand. "That journey is not short. Do you really think I would allow you to drive me?" Stella's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Why not? Is it a matter of feminism? Something like that. I prefer not to owe you anything, and I certainly do not wish to waste your time. I know that someone of your stature values time more than most." Stella hinted subtly. "I believe the essence of feminism is to empower women to live freely and without constraints, to pursue their desires, such as accepting a man who adores you to take you home. Although my time is limited, I believe escorting you should not pose an issue." With that, Long John stood, retrieving his wallet and placing $50 on the bar. Without granting Stella further contemplation, he extended his hand, inviting, "Beautiful Miss Stella, let us depart. This evening, I shall ensure your safe passage." Chapter 60, CQB Tactics, Area Sweep. The following day, Long John officially joined the third phase of training. The morning's indoor military class was devoid of any special attention, and he studied the same material as the other newcomers. His exemplary performance during the B-team operation did not yield any advantages. The nearly week-long absence from training must still be compensated by Long John himself. Should he fail to keep pace with the training rhythm, he alone would bear the consequences, whether it be elimination or otherwise. Clay received the same treatment as Long John. Any missed subjects required self-directed remediation. While this may seem somewhat unjust, it is the reality of the Green Team, infamous for its grueling training regimen, where no one is afforded privileges. Regardless of the magnitude of your achievements, prior to graduation, you remain but a novice. Fortunately, the training content initiated in the third phase merely elevates the foundational skills acquired in the Navy SEALs, without altering the essential core. Moreover, both individuals possess commendable intellect, particularly Long John, whose cognitive abilities surpass those of the average person. With just a few days of training and some spare time, they can effectively catch up on the curriculum without hindering their subsequent training progress. After the customary midday rest, the newcomers of the Green Team convened at the Kill House for afternoon close quarters battle, CQB, training. The first pair, Kai and Long, were summoned by Special Operations Instructor Yadin to enter the arena, as they were lagging behind in their training schedule. CQB is a fundamental requisite in Special Operations. And since their induction into the Navy SEALs, Long and Kai have engaged in hundreds of hours of both practical and simulated training, rendering them exceedingly familiar with the protocols. Even in the absence of any instructors to guide them, they adeptly equipped themselves with their respective simulation gear and ventured into the makeshift training site. The CQB mode and tactical methodologies of the Green Team bear striking resemblance to those of the Navy SEALs. The most significant distinction lies in the various simulated targets and the role-playing instructors, with the former being notably more ruthless, shrewd, and cunning. This heightened difficulty in training correlates directly with the formidable adversaries that DG is destined to confront. Both Long and Kai have experienced the treacherous nature of the Green Team and surmised that the CQB training would undoubtedly be challenging. Furthermore, as it was their inaugural training session and the first time entering this simulated environment, they felt an acute unfamiliarity with the surroundings, prompting them to remain vigilant. Leading the way was Long John, who noticed that before officially entering the training area, they needed to traverse a corridor and pass through a closed door. This door, constructed from plywood, lacked a handle and was marred by various dents and imperfections, presenting a dilapidated appearance. For the imposing figures participating in the Green Team training, the door had remarkably withstood a week without being torn apart, suggesting they had exhibited considerable restraint. Had Long John been tasked with the door-breaching exercise, it was likely he would have sent both the door and its frame flying with a single kick. Given that the CQB mission was to clear an area, the objective was to secure the space for their own personnel without causing excessive destruction. Long John refrained from forcefully breaching the door. Instead, he opted for a stealthy approach. Quietly positioning himself to one side of the door, he gently pushed against it with his gloved hand, causing the plywood door to swing open. Rather than rushing in immediately, he paused at the threshold to observe. The information available was scant yet clear. Behind the door lay a lengthy corridor, flanked by walls constructed from discarded timber, capable of supporting live-fire training if necessary. Once he confirmed the absence of any potential threats within the corridor, Long John proceeded, weapon drawn, into the space. He maintained his signature gun stance, maximizing his field of vision while sweeping the muzzle in an arc to ensure absolute control of the area ahead. Long John did not turn to look behind him. He could hear Clay's footsteps through his earpiece, knowing he had followed closely. Although entrusting his back to the lone wolf, Clay felt inherently unreliable to Long John. They were now partners in this venture. He could only choose to trust Clay, believing he would, like a character in a television drama, ultimately overcome his flaws and grow. The two advanced less than 2 meters, arriving outside the first room on the left side of the corridor. For reasons unknown, the door to this room was ajar. Long John, utilizing a corner peek to assess the situation, easily discerned the interior. The room was square and devoid of any furnishings, completely empty. What on earth? Long John found himself perplexed by the layout of the room, initially suspecting it concealed some secret. Unwilling to dismiss the possibility, he stepped inside to investigate, only to confirm it was indeed just an empty room, exactly as it appeared. It turned out he had overly heightened his anxiety, having demonized the CQB training of the Green Team, and in the end, he was merely scaring himself. After all, with a training period lasting 3 months, how could they possibly start with the advanced tactics? Long John mentally chided his own nervousness, lowered his weapon, and exited the room. Move, He commanded as a tactical order, relaxing his taut nerves and continuing forward in a more composed state. However, just as he began to unwind, an unexpected event occurred. Having walked less than 2 meters from the door, a target resembling a violent assailant suddenly emerged from a room on the right side of the corridor, brandishing an automatic rifle. With a distance of less than 4 meters between them, Long John did not require aiming. He swiftly adjusted his weapon and discharged 3 rapid shots, eliminating the assailant on the spot. Remaining vigilant, he approached cautiously, and when he was within a meter of the target's lifeless body, he fired a follow-up shot before lowering his weapon and declaring, "Cleared." Clay, who had been right behind Long John, swiftly entered the room. Once Long John had completed his follow-up shot, Clay had also neutralized an assailant within, echoing the tactical command, "Target cleared, safe." Both demonstrated exemplary skills, successfully managing the first unexpected incident with ease. Their initial collaboration was proving fruitful. With a promising start, Long John and Clay continued to advance in unison. With each suppressed gunshot, rounds struck their targets, as disguised simulated enemy targets emerged from various corners, collapsing under fire. Long John and Clay alternated between vigilance and assessment, progressing smoothly from the entrance to the final room. There is one matter that must be addressed, albeit reluctantly. This book has reached its most critical month. October will determine its potential trajectory as it relates to a series of promotional resources. The quantity of monthly votes, recommendation votes, and ongoing readership are crucial metrics by which editors evaluate a book's merit. The young soldier earnestly hopes that all his comrades might lend their support through monthly and recommendation votes, even if just one. Perhaps, due to your additional vote, this book could attain a commendable position in recommendations. In gratitude for everyone's kindness, the young soldier, a slow writer clocking a few hundred words per hour, has resolved to forego outings during the National Day holiday and remain at home to write. He aims to produce more manuscripts, leading to a significant output. The fundamental rules are as follows. For every 200 monthly votes, an additional chapter will be added upon publication. For every 2,000 recommendation votes, another chapter will also be added. Should any wealthy patrons contribute, an additional chapter will be granted for every 10,000. The count will be finalized at the end of October, and the adjustments will be made accordingly. Lastly, he wishes all his esteemed fellow readers a joyful time during this 7-day holiday, filled with delightful experiences and safe travels. Chapter 61. Violation of safety protocols in the previous room. Long John, responsible for entering and counting, moved ahead and directly bypassed the doorway, halting against the wall to maintain vigilance. Years of training as a Navy SEAL had instilled in him a muscle memory that required no verbal communication between the two. Immediately, Kyle advanced forward to the right side of the door. Pressing his body against the wall, he wrapped the gun sling around his right hand twice to shorten its length, allowing the weapon to rest horizontally above his chest, enhancing stability and precision in shooting. He then adopted a one-handed shooting stance, aiming at the door, while gently pressing his left hand against it. With the standard CQB, close quarters battle, single-man room clearing maneuver, he gradually applied force to push the door inward, aligning his weapon as it opened. When the door had opened a quarter of the way, a target wielding a weapon appeared. With swift precision, Kyle quickly fired 2 shots, accurately striking the target in the head and chest. As the door swung open to a 90-degree angle, revealing 80% of the room, another target emerged in the lower right corner. This time, 2 simulated targets appeared, designed to mislead. A man with a headscarf and a woman. The man unarmed while the woman brandished an automatic rifle, presented a common situation turned on its head. Any hint of impatience or carelessness, or an over-reliance on instinct, could lead to a grave mistake here. Raising his weapon, he shot the masked man. Fortunately, Kyle, though independent, was undeniably skilled, ranking second only to the T0 level Long John within this rookie green team. In the blink of an eye, Kyle discerned between the civilian and the armed assailant, executing another accurate double shot. The female assailant fell to the ground, having been struck in the chest twice, representing her demise. Safe, Kyle declared, having neutralized the visible threats within the room. He swiftly advanced inside for a follow-up check before emerging while shouting the tactical command. Passing by Long John without any acknowledgement, he headed straight towards the green-marked safety zone on the ground, the area denoting the end of training. It seemed this fellow had once more succumbed to his tendencies. Observing the enigmatic confidence radiating from Clay as he dashed toward the designated end zone without a backward glance, Long John, awaiting the command, could only shake his head in silent disbelief before striding after him. Clay, thoroughly pleased with his own performance, remained oblivious to his breach of CQB safety protocols. Upon reaching the end zone and securing his weapon, he lifted his gaze to the overhead walkway where Instructor Adam stood, proclaiming, "The area has been cleared. It is safe." The sheen of sweat glistening on Clay's face betrayed his exhilaration and confidence, eagerly anticipating commendation from the instructor. Long John, having followed closely behind, echoed the declaration, "The area has been cleared. It is safe." However, due to Clay's misstep at the final stage, Long John arrived a moment later than he should have. Under normal circumstances, the two would have reached the end together. Clay's blunder did not escape the keen eye of Instructor Adam. "Where did the command to advance go after you cleared the room?" Adam inquired, his demeanor calm, devoid of fury or shouting, his gaze fixed intently upon Clay, brimming with disappointment. As the finest instructor in the Green Team training camp, Adam's capabilities were indisputable. He maintained composure and fairness in every situation, earning the respect of all his students. Upon hearing Adam's question, Clay's self-assurance crumbled in an instant. The unmistakable disappointment in Adam's eyes filled him with an unfamiliar sense of shame and self-reproach for committing such a trivial error. His competitive nature urged him to respond, to at least attempt an explanation or a defense. Yet, as Clay raised his head to speak, confronted by Adam's disheartened gaze, he found himself at a loss for words and could only lower his head in defeat. This gesture signified not merely the bowing of his head, but also the collapse of his once unassailable confidence. "Please respond, Mr. Spencer," Adam prompted once more, his tone remaining serene. The instructor's calmness only intensified Clay's discomfort. Had Adam berated him, he might have felt somewhat relieved. "Yes, I was indeed in the wrong. I forgot that I was engaged in a team operation and, regrettably, overlooked my partner," Clay replied, his voice barely above a whisper, reflecting his despondency. As an E4 rank specialist from the assault team, Clay was no longer a mere rookie. He could easily command a team elsewhere. He understood all the commands related to CQB, yet he had succumbed to such a fundamental mistake. This was utterly unacceptable. Long John observed the transformation of Clay's expression throughout, refraining from offering any comfort or kind words, remaining silently by his side. For Brian's words rang true. DG was a premier special operations unit, distinct from the conventional standards of the Navy SEALs. The members retained within DevGru were the elite of the elite, each one a paragon of skill, akin to the so-called invincible warriors found in fiction. Yet, how was it that so many of these invincible warriors could coexist harmoniously in this environment? The reason lies in the cohesion of the team. Consequently, there exists no affinity for lone wolves here. In this environment, they cannot endure. If Clay wishes to remain, he must effectuate the necessary changes. Instructor Adam, much like Lay, acknowledges Clay's innate talent, yet shares Jason's disapproval of Clay's modus operandi. Notably, the typically clever and evasive Clay refrained from justifying his mistakes, a slight smile gracing his lips. What the instructor yearns to witness is the advancement of his students. Our aim extends beyond mere acknowledgement of errors. We aspire for transformation and overcoming challenges. Adam is not one for superfluous discourse. He succinctly addressed the matter without seizing the opportunity to lecture. Gesturing towards the door, "Proceed with your obstacle course training. I do not wish to see you until dinner." "Understood, sir," Clay replied, seizing his rifle and hastening outside. As he passed by Long John, silence enveloped them, yet his eyes brimmed with remorse. Were this a real battlefield? Clay's actions would equate to betraying Long John, abandoning his comrade amidst danger. Should Long John falter due to a delayed command and meet his demise, all blame would rest upon Clay's shoulders. However, Long John bore no resentment. He merely hoped for his swimming partner's swift growth, offering a smile. "Come on, buddy. I believe you can excel." Did I truly err? Upon hearing Long John's words of encouragement, Clay could not help but introspect. This marked the first instance of self-doubt since joining the Green Team. Chapter 62. The ability to acknowledge mistakes and reform. The intensity of the training in the third phase is comparatively mild, exerting far less strain on the body than the first and second phases. Clay's error resulted in a penalty of obstacle running, while Long John engaged in a solitary gaming session, participating in only 2 CQB drills throughout the entire afternoon. It is evident that the third phase has entirely transcended basic training and delved into professional training. The newcomers who have reached this stage have had their physical capabilities thoroughly validated by the green team, achieving a preliminary level of combat readiness. The ensuing 6 months will be devoted to testing the mental acuity of these recruits through a myriad of specialized training. The instructors aim to discern each soldier's unique competencies in the military realm, their combat experiences, reaction times, and judgmental abilities requisite for becoming a first-rate combatant. Led by the special training instructor Adam, the training cadre will meticulously document and score the students' performances. The process of elimination continues weekly, even among the 26 remaining recruits. Each exhibiting commendable combat abilities, the specter of elimination looms large. Only the finest among the elite will earn the title of first-rate combatant. Clay stands as the individual facing the highest risk of elimination among the current cohort, despite his personal qualities ranking within the top tier. The good news is that after the weekly bottom 5 list, the B-team foreign player made repeated blunders, narrowly escaping dismissal, while his candid friend Brian offered unvarnished advice. This, coupled with mistakes made during the first CQB joint operation, seemed to have created a faint crack in the stubborn nerve within Clay's mind. However, it was merely a sliver, and a final blow was still required to break through his defenses. That blow arrived swiftly, in the second week of the third phase. After the first week of training since Longjean and Clay's return to the team, the anonymous voting concluded on Friday, revealing the bottom 5 list prominently displayed in the hall. Clay's name was glaringly present, ranking just above the last place. Having only returned for a week to find himself among the bottom 5 indicated that, if this situation persisted, he would inevitably be eliminated the following week. Without change, he faced expulsion. Realizing the imminent threat, the once self-assured Clay began to feel a sense of panic. A heavy blow to his spirit. He exhausted every means to showcase his abilities, aspiring to become what he envisioned as an all-star player, with the ultimate goal of joining the DG. His journey as a lone wolf had highlighted his exceptional individual talents, allowing him to emerge as a brilliant figure, standing out among hundreds of Special Forces soldiers from SEAL Team 2, claiming one of the mere 4 coveted training slots in the Green Team. His selection was a testament to his demonstrated excellence. From the very first day of training with the Green Team, Clay was resolute in his belief that as long as he excelled and outperformed his fellow newcomers, he would undoubtedly pass the selection process and smoothly transition into his dream team, SEAL Team 6, thereby surpassing his Special Forces father. He envisioned a future free from mockery, no longer referred to as the son of the acclaimed writer Enzo Spencer. Yet, while imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality proved to be starkly cruel. Merely 3 months into Green Team training, a series of revelations confronted Clay, indicating that the path he had steadfastly believed in was fundamentally flawed. Viewing all newcomers as competitors rather than comrades in arms not only failed to garner him affection, but was systematically leading him toward the abyss. The looming threat of being in the second-to-last position and the imminent risk of elimination ultimately shattered the life tenets Clay had clung to. His spirits plummeted, leaving him despondent and lost. Observing Clay's transformation, Brian, as a close brother, felt no concern but rather a genuine sense of joy. Clay's profound sorrow signified that he had come to recognize his mistakes. Acknowledging one's errors is akin to placing one foot on the path to righteousness. The true danger lies in remaining oblivious to one's faults, stubbornly unrepentant, and pridefully self-satisfied. Fortunately, Clay was not that kind of person, which was the source of Brian's greatest relief. As Brian felt comforted by Clay's gradual self-discovery, he understood that accepting his mistakes would require a bit of time for Clay to process. The most effective way to unwind is to find a place where one can completely empty their mind and body. A bar serves as an excellent choice for this purpose. Fortunately, the upcoming weekend is free of any training courses apart from the random summon exercises, allowing newcomers the liberty to go wherever they please. Brian invited Long Jean, and together, they brought Clay back to the alluring bar. Upon entering, Clay ordered drinks in excess, seemingly attempting to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Brian and Long Jean observed without intervening. After all, with no training the next day, it mattered little if he got drunk. They could simply carry him back if necessary. Feeling the monotony of 3 grown men in the bar, Long Jean suggested, "You stay here with Clay. I'll go fetch a friend." Sitting idly was rather dull, and it provided a perfect opportunity to summon Stella, deepening their connection. He had already called ahead, confirming her availability for the evening. The spicy girl from last time? Brian inquired with curiosity. Correct, but there's no prize for guessing, Long John replied with a snap of his fingers as he stood. Don't forget our wager. If you do a good job washing your socks, I wouldn't mind having Stella introduce you to a girl. The spicy girls in college are quite captivating. I accept the bet, and you better keep your word, Brian responded, suddenly invigorated by the mention of a girl. If Clay were in good spirits. Given his previous excitement upon seeing Stella, he would surely be interested in Long John's proposition. Unfortunately, Clay was preoccupied with mending his own wounds, focusing solely on his drink and oblivious to their conversation. Not wishing to disturb Clay further, Long John waved goodbye to Brian and exited the bar, riding off on his vintage Harley towards Hudson State University to meet Stella for a night of enjoyment. As for the members of Team B, having enjoyed a week of rest, they received an unexpected summons from the base just before the weekend commenced. Despite having no designated working hours, they were expected to remain on call 24/7, a reality of life as members of DG. An hour later, all the current official members of Team B gathered in the Red Team Operations Conference Room on the 3rd floor of the headquarters. Before Jason and the others arrived for the meeting, Senior Intelligence Officer Mandy and Commander Eric were already present, accompanied by a thin, short middle-aged Asian man who appeared to be a researcher. This was a satellite map of a derelict hospital located outside the city of Ahel in the northeastern region of Zalia. Mandy held a laser pointer, casting a crimson beam that illuminated a 100-inch LCD television before them. According to our recent reliable intelligence, we suspect that the Syrian military has repurposed it as a bioweapons facility. If this proves true, the ramifications would be dire, which is why you have all been summoned here. The setting, a long-abandoned hospital, paired with the multitude of tire tracks surrounding it, is indeed quite anomalous, Jason remarked, somewhat lost in thought. After our repeated assaults, haven't they resorted solely to mobile laboratories to conceal their tracks? Ray inquired curiously. That is an astute question, Mandy replied, crossing her arms with a smile. You should all remember Dr. Lucien from the biochemical unit. He will address all your concerns. Hello again, everyone, came the voice of a middle-aged Asian man who rose from his seat beside the television. Oh, dear, it's Dr. Death, Trent exclaimed, slapping his forehead and covering his eyes in mock agony. His disdain was not directed solely at the biochemist, but rather at the very nature of biochemical operations. The arrival of Dr. Lucien signified that their forthcoming mission would be perilously high risk. Be it toxic gases or radiation, any careless exposure could result in severe and lasting repercussions. A sentiment not only shared by Trent, but also by those with families like Jason and Ray, though they kept their trepidation concealed. This was not Dr. Lucien's first collaboration with Team B. He was well accustomed to their unpredictable nature and was not perturbed by Trent's aversion. With a grin revealing his prominent incisors, he stated, "We have recently succeeded in identifying and dismantling mobile laboratories, leaving the Syrian military no choice but to revert to fixed research sites. They ultimately chose this hospital, believing that international war laws would deter us from bombing it. In truth, we were indeed hesitant to strike. The Department of Defense would not authorize an airstrike unless there was unequivocal evidence demonstrating that the hospital had been transformed into a bioweapon manufacturing center, thereby forfeiting its medical function. The unspoken conclusion was clear to all present. Bioweapons are globally prohibited, and should we prove that the hospital was producing them, the Department of Defense would grant permission for a bombing campaign. The task of gathering such evidence now lay with the Special Forces. What sort of evidence does the Department of Defense consider irrefutable? Jason queried. Physical proof, Mandy replied. Samples? That would be ideal, Jason countered. Mandy tilted her head, a flirtatious glint in her eye, as she turned back to the television. Satellites pass over the target area every 7 hours, hovering for 12 seconds, capturing 6 high-definition images. In the most recent 3 flyovers, we have documented some peculiar phenomena. As she spoke, Mandy wielded the remote control, shifting the images on the television to focus on a more confined ground area. As Lay observed the photograph, he noticed numerous dark spots, clearly discernible as limbs and heads. Speculating, could those blackened objects be livestock? Absolutely correct, Mandy nodded. There are at least hundreds of them. To cause such a widespread impact, have they opened the gas valves to irrigate the desert outside? Sonny made a darkly humorous quip, though the jest failed to elicit laughter from the group. Nonetheless, Mandy provided an explanation, postulating, in recent days, there has been intense gunfire in the area. We suspect that a missile veered off course and struck their supply depot within the hospital, resulting in a massive leak of toxic substances. That is indeed a strong possibility. Jason nodded in agreement before directly inquiring, what is the status of the defenses? Are there any Syrian troops nearby? You need not worry too much on that front. We will closely monitor the movements of the Syrian forces to identify the optimal moment for your offensive, Eric, seated in the primary position on the left, assured. What is the scale of the hospital escort? Lay asked. We have been monitoring for 3 days and have only detected the activity of a 6-man team, Doctor. Lucien responded. Are you implying that a chemical weapons facility is guarded by merely 6 individuals? Sonny exclaimed in disbelief. Such a critical establishment with so few defenders, it's highly irregular. Indeed, there are only 6 individuals, small enough to evade the scrutiny of image analysts. Had it not been for these dead cattle, we might never have discovered it, Mandy explained. Upon hearing this, Brock, who had remained silent, jested, we have been studying them, and they have been studying us. It is quite intriguing. Mandy shrugged, indicating that this was indeed the case. What do you estimate they are producing? Trent, who had been cautious about discussing chemical weapons from the outset, inquired. According to past government records, the likelihood of sarin or ethyl gas is highest, Mandy replied. As soon as she finished, Lucien added, both are lethal nerve agents. A single barrel of sarin could kill millions. If you are hoping for ethyl gas, I regret to inform you that I would prefer they are manufacturing sarin gas. Ethyl gas is humanity's most deadly creation, with just 1 gram being sufficient to kill 100,000 people. Chapter 64. The Genius Proficient in 8 Languages. Holy shit. Lay's expression fell upon hearing Dr. Lucien's words, hesitating to voice. Are you saying we are about to handle this? For someone who was to become a father in approximately a week, the prospect of dealing with such perilous materials was indeed overwhelming. Yet, this is the very essence of DevGrew's purpose. As the apex of special forces, the most arduous tasks are naturally assigned to them. Regardless of how unacceptable it may seem, one must unconditionally accept it and exert every effort to accomplish the mission. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Certainly, Lay has been a member of Team B for over a decade, and he has faced numerous formidable challenges. He is not afraid of undertaking such biochemical missions. His reluctance stems from the desire to be by his wife's side during her childbirth. Mandy and Eric are well aware of Lay's situation, and in response to his inquiry, they chose silence as their reply. Perhaps it is not as dire as it seems. Jason comforted his old comrade Lay with a pat on the shoulder and turned to Mandy, saying, I believe the mission itself poses no significant issues. How have you arranged the personnel? We have given this matter considerable thought, Mandy replied, opening a folder on the table. This operation is rather unique. Collecting biochemical samples will be quite cumbersome for you. Therefore, it is essential that you bring along a biochemical expert to manage the affairs concerning the gas grenades. At this point, Mandy gestured towards Lucien. I apologize. I know I am not the most suitable choice and may hinder your efforts. However, I believe that aside from me, none of you would be willing to handle such perilous substances, Dr. Lucien remarked. He was entirely correct. Apart from a qualified biochemical specialist, no one would dare to approach such lethal materials that could claim a life with a mere inhalation. Thus, regardless of Dr. Lucien's frail condition, it was imperative that he accompany them. The members of Team B were acutely aware of this, and no one objected, tacitly accepting Dr. Lucien's participation. Mandy continued. In addition to Dr. Lucien, you will also require 2 EOD, explosive ordnance disposal, specialists, and a seasoned translator. This translator must not only be proficient in the official language of Syria, Arabic, but also knowledgeable in the ancient Aramaic, ensuring seamless communication with the locals and averting any unforeseen complications during the mission. Given the limited number of participants, this translator must also possess first-class combat capabilities to serve as auxiliary support for the assault team, compensating for any personnel shortfalls within Team B. Presently, there is only one individual who meets all these criteria. Mandy paused deliberately at this point, a more pronounced smile gracing her face, clearly relishing the suspense she was creating. Damn, Arabic is already complex enough. How could someone possibly understand an ancient local language? And to possess first-class combat skills as well? Such a person seems almost mythical, Brock exclaimed incredulously. Arabic is divided into standard and dialectical forms. Generally, Arabic dialects include Egyptian, Syrian, and Maghribi variants, and the standard form is not entirely uniform. In truth, the majority of people from Arab nations often struggle to comprehend one another's Arabic, akin to the various dialects across the provinces of China, where even those who speak the same language may fail to understand one another. In response to Brock's skepticism, Mandy assured him, "Of course there is such a person. And not only does he understand Arabic and Aramaic, but he is also fluent in 6 other languages, a true linguistic prodigy fluent in 7 languages. I don't mind giving you a small hint. You worked together not long ago." Fark, fluent in 7 languages? This is truly exaggerated. Could it be that he has a Google Translate embedded in his mind? Sunny wore a look of astonishment, hardly able to ponder who it might be. The official members of Team B had collaborated for so long that they were thoroughly familiar with one another. Now, with Mandy speaking so assuredly, the others in Team B immediately thought of Clay and Long John, the 2 newcomers who had participated in the previous operation. Jason was well aware that Special Forces members are required to learn foreign languages. Among the 2 newcomers who joined the last mission, Clay was selected for his proficiency in Urdu. However, he was not particularly knowledgeable about the foreign language that Long John had chosen to study. Thus, he tentatively speculated, could it be Long Gibelin? To which Mandy replied with a slight smile, correct. He was learning Latin with me before. Perhaps it won't be long before he becomes proficient in 8 languages. Oh my God. Upon hearing Mandy's addition, the members of Team B were utterly astonished, their expressions more animated than the last. The Special Development Team had never before encountered someone with such linguistic talent. I believe if he were to join the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a translator, he would undoubtedly achieve far greater success. Commander Eric expressed his amazement, both surprised at how Long John had entered the military and delighted that the army could boast such an exceptional talent. Mandy, perceiving Eric's thoughts, smiled with half-closed eyes and remarked, perhaps he simply enjoys a challenge. I always knew this guy was remarkable. Jason, once the Green Team's training concludes, you must ensure to recruit him. We can't let him be snatched away by another team. Sunny raised his voice to make the suggestion, somewhat enviously adding, I also weigh over 200 pounds, yet even selecting a foreign language is a struggle for me. Long is an excellent assistant. If we need external support this time, he would be the best choice, Brock asserted in favor of Long John. The image of Long John bravely descending to join the fray for his teammates, despite having boarded the plane during the last mission, remained vivid in Brock's mind. That big guy is quite interesting. I eagerly anticipate collaborating with him again. Trent also chimed in. Seeing the positive reaction from everyone, Mandy felt pleased for Long John, especially since their relationship had improved considerably. She then inquired of Jason, what are your thoughts on the choice of external support? The choice had already been approved by Commander Eric prior to the meeting, with no objections from the other team members. Only Jason's approval as the captain was needed for the final confirmation of the external support candidate. Go inform him, tomorrow morning. Don't forget to come discuss the operational plan. Without hesitation, Jason provided his answer on the spot. Chapter 65, just a little bit in terms of eating Saturday, 7 a.m. Despite having spent the previous night at the Sexy Ladies Bar until midnight and personally escorting Stella back, Long John did not indulge in a leisurely lie-in on his weekend. His self-discipline, cultivated over many years, led him to the gym for an hour of rigorous exercise, starting with a bench press of 200 kilograms. Just as Long John concluded his morning workout and prepared to shower before heading to the library to self-study Latin and research the origins of Samir, the alluring Diaz encountered Long John, admiring his impeccably sculpted physique, while presenting him with a temporary access card. She informed him of an upcoming external assistance mission, reminding him to convene at the headquarters' third-floor conference room promptly at 8 o'clock. Each engagement in Team B's operational endeavors signified a step closer to fully integrating into the team, and Long John was keen not to miss such a golden opportunity. Upon returning to his dormitory to collect his attire and take a shower, he departed quietly amidst the envious gazes of Clay and Brian. With over 40 minutes remaining until the meeting, 2 principal members of Team B, Jason and Lay, were enjoying breakfast in the first-floor cafeteria. Lay, let me put it this way. After 15 years in this line of work, my greatest regret is not witnessing the birth of my children. Perhaps, just perhaps, if you wish to see your child born, I could assist you. Jason, a father himself, empathized with Lay's current sentiments. Following a night of contemplation after returning home, Jason felt compelled to offer Lay, his comrade of many years, the chance for a complete paternal experience. I don't wish for that. My first thought is that I haven't truly missed much. I've managed to catch nearly everything. Life inevitably requires a touch of regret, doesn't it? Lay's response was surprisingly relaxed as he took a bite of his sandwich. The expected due date is at the end of the month. If this mission goes smoothly, I should be able to make it. Even if I can't return in time, it's all arranged with Naima. If I'm unable to be present, she'll have her mother accompany her during the birth. While Lei spoke nonchalantly, his mind was clouded with a multitude of financial obligations. Beach City boasts the most beautiful coastline on the East Coast, drawing countless tourists each year, contributing to the city's prosperity. Yet, behind this affluence lies the reality that living in such a city necessitates a higher cost of living, with his wife expecting and depleting their savings. Any missed opportunity for attendance meant losing the hazard pay associated with high-risk missions, plunging his family into severe financial deficit. For the sake of his wife's peace of mind during childbirth and the considerable expenses required for their child's upbringing, Lei felt compelled to set aside his emotions and participate in every operation. Jason, sharing similar challenges, recognized Lei's predicament but refrained from confrontation, humorously suggesting, "Actually, you should be there for the birth." "I'll do my best," Lei shrugged, concealing his inner longing. Each mission yields thousands of dollars in supplementary pay, whereas an annual salary amounts to merely $50,000 to $60,000. A few missions could equate to a year's earnings. No one is willing to forego such additional income, especially as a man burdened with the responsibilities of family and children. At that moment, as these two resolute elite soldiers discussed familial matters, Long John arrived at the cafeteria, just informed of the meeting. Noticing that both the captain and vice captain of Team B were present, he approached without hesitation, carrying his tray. "Jason, Lei, good morning. May I join you here?" "Of course," Jason replied, shifting his tray slightly upon recognizing Long John. "Good morning." Ray greeted Long John, and, upon seeing the towering stack of plates before him, exclaimed, "Is this your breakfast?" Jason, initially oblivious due to his angle, lifted his gaze at Ray's remark and was taken aback. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. 3 filet mignons, 4 servings of Mexican sausages, 6 Alabama egg sandwiches, 5 portions of baked egg pie, along with a large bowl of apple soup. The quantity of food laid before him could easily satisfy 5 or 6 robust adults, and this was merely breakfast. "It's adequate. I suppose I could manage to fill my belly. If the plate weren't so overflowing, I might even have considered 2 bacon cheeseburgers," Long John replied, unfazed by Ray and Jason's incredulous expressions, speaking nothing but the unvarnished truth. It is important to note that Long John's body recovers at a significantly faster rate than that of an average person, and the energy required for such recovery does not materialize out of thin air. Moreover, standing at nearly 6 feet 4 inches tall, the weight lost under the grueling PLT training system was now being swiftly regained, approaching 250 pounds. Given these circumstances, it was impossible for Long John to eat any less. The thought of 2 additional burgers lingered in Jason and Ray's minds, leaving them at a loss for words. They could only envision Long John as a competitive eater, which made his larger appetite somewhat comprehensible. The trio finished their breakfast together in the dining hall, or more accurately, Ray and Jason waited for Long John to conclude his meal. They then took the elevator to the 3rd floor, arriving just as the clock struck 8, where everyone else had gathered, and the strategic meeting commenced. Jason, as the leader, initiated the discussion. "Listen, the information regarding our operation has been disseminated to everyone. I trust you reviewed it last night. One thing is certain. The location we are heading to cannot be monitored by drones. Thus, I believe we should refrain from using helicopters." "Indeed," Mandy interjected. "The government forces in Syria have received comprehensive support from Russia and have threatened to shoot down any aircraft traversing their airspace. Traveling by helicopter would render us mere targets. We do not have direct military presence in Syria. Taking a helicopter would be the worst option. Personally, I prefer high-altitude infiltration," Ray stated. "We share the same sentiment," Jason said, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Since Syrian airspace is off-limits, we can reach our destination by parachuting in. Let's go for a haho." "Oh yes, high altitude. High opening, my absolute favorite," Sonny exclaimed with enthusiasm. Leaping from an altitude of 10,000 meters, with dozens of kilograms of equipment strapped to one's back, would elicit a significant surge of adrenaline. For thrill seekers, this exhilarating experience was nothing short of bliss. However, for those of a more timid disposition, the visceral sensation would likely lead to an opposite reaction, potentially inducing sheer terror. Sonny undoubtedly belonged to the former category, relishing in the thrill and the pursuit of exhilarating violence. Lei rose and approached the television, pointing at the map of the Middle East displayed on the screen. We can parachute from a rocky airspace and, under the cover of night, drift towards our target area, he suggested. Long John, upon hearing this, began to recall a similar plot from a television drama. The notion of parachuting from a high altitude over a nation's border to extend one's gliding distance, ultimately drifting several kilometers to reach a designated destination, was indeed remarkable. Although he had seen it depicted on screen before, hearing it articulated in person still left Long John in quiet awe. What appeared to be a deceptively simple tactic, akin to ordinary parachuting, actually required an extensive array of advanced technology to ensure control over the direction and distance of the descent. For an average individual, even one skilled in parachuting, achieving precision in high-altitude jumps without proper equipment was virtually impossible. Long John had trained in HAHO, high-altitude high opening, with the Navy SEALs, and was more adept in HALO, high-altitude low opening. Yet he had never engaged in a real-world HAHO operation. The prospect of launching a mission in this manner elicited a similar feeling in him and Sonny, a mix of tension and exhilaration. "All right, we shall proceed with HAHO," he declared. The members of Team B voiced no objections, and Jason confirmed the operational method, then posed a pressing question. "Now, how do we extract ourselves?" The United States merely supported the Syrian opposition forces, without deploying troops as it had in Iraq. This implied that once Team B landed, they would be entering the territory of the Syrian government forces, and if their mission was compromised without an immediate extraction, they would face the threat of encirclement. "How far is the action site from the border?" Lay inquired, addressing the core issue. 18 kilometers, Mandy replied. "Are there rapid response units near the border?" Lay continued. "We have no personnel in the vicinity. However, the government has special forces assisting the Syrian Kurdish fighters at the border." Diaz, responsible for logistics, interjected. Mandy, a senior intelligence officer with the CIA, lacked the authority to intervene in military matters or access related information. "Excellent work. Have them on standby. Once we complete our mission, we shall instruct them to come and extract us." Jason casually outlined the plan. However, Commander Eric furrowed his brow. "Mandy, if I recall correctly, we observed Russian troops in the border area from previous satellite imagery, did we not?" In response to Eric's inquiry, Mandy nodded affirmatively. Eric's expression turned grave as he continued. "The Department of Defense will unequivocally not approve any ground operations that could potentially conflict with Russian forces." "Sir, are you implying that to avoid a confrontation with Russian troops at the border, we cannot allow the special forces cooperating with the Kurds to enter for our extraction, and thus we must devise a way to withdraw on our own?" Long John interjected, his brow furrowed. "Yes, that is correct," Eric replied assuredly. Jason and Lay fell silent upon hearing the response. One rested his chin in contemplation, while the other gazed intently at the television screen, momentarily at a loss for words. The Department of Defense was filled with cowards, a cadre of timid souls ensconced in their offices like turtles. And perhaps it was time they experienced the rigors of a real combat operation. Although Sonny could not conjure any viable solutions, it did not deter him from eloquently expressing his thoughts. Brock and Trent, typically reticent and lacking the forthrightness of Sonny, sat in silence. While entering the facility could be accomplished using the HAHO method, the members of Team B faced the daunting challenge of exiting. How to effectuate a retreat was indeed a conundrum. Just as the members of Team B were enveloped in silence, Mandy aptly shattered the stillness, stating, "The CIA can devise a means to provide you with local vehicles. As a clandestine organization, the Central Intelligence Agency has operatives and informants scattered across the globe. Many tasks that elude conventional military capabilities can be accomplished by the CIA through their local assets, often referred to as informants." Jason, sensing a glimmer of hope, promptly inquired, "How many vehicles can be provided?" "2 or 3, Mandy replied, adding, "I had anticipated the issue of retreat, which is why I aim to minimize personnel arrangements. Given our current operational capacity, 2 or 3 vehicles will suffice." After Lay spoke, Jason turned to the others, asking, "Does anyone have additional insights or ingenious ideas?" "Jason, don't look at me. You know I only wish to understand how to execute it. As for the planning, that's your domain," Sonny declared nonchalantly. "Let us proceed with that." Trent lowered his feet from the table, signaling an intention to conclude the meeting. Brock shrugged, indicating he had nothing further to contribute. When Jason's gaze fell upon Long John, he unexpectedly revealed a critical insight. "Have you considered the possibility that the hospital may not be guarded solely by 6 sentinels? There could be others present." If we discover them, do we have a contingency plan for their engagement? Upon hearing Long Jean's proposition, Jason recognized the gravity of the situation and turned his attention to Mandy. Mandy, in turn, cast her gaze towards Lucien, the senior expert from the CIA's biochemical group. Chapter 67, High-Risk CBRN. The biochemical group was the first to detect the anomalous deaths among the cattle, and it was they who initiated the investigation. Naturally, the most knowledgeable about the operational target would be the biochemical group. As the representative dispatched by the biochemical group, Lucien was the only one capable of addressing Long Jean's inquiry. According to the intelligence we have gathered, all scientists have been evacuated, and the area has been subjected to military-grade lockdown. Based on all available evidence, it is implausible that there are any other individuals remaining within the hospital. Lucien stated with conviction and clarity, leaving no room for logical fallacy. The expressions on the faces of those present indicated their complete belief in Lucien's assertions. Very well. Since you have stated it so, I can only hope your conjecture is accurate. Long Jean shrugged, refraining from further debate. Even though he was aware that Lucien's assumption was flawed, he could not, for the sake of persuading the others, resort to the absurdity of claiming to have seen a television drama, convinced that it portrayed not only the guards but also other civilians. Are there any further questions? Jason inquired once more, met with silence from the assembly, which tacitly indicated that no additional inquiries remained. All right, since there are no questions, everyone, please proceed to prepare. Commander Alec clapped his hands to capture the attention of Team B, specifically reminding them, for the CBRN mission, ensure you do not bring the wrong equipment. We shall convene at the airport in 1 hour. CBRN is an acronym for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats, signifying high-risk biochemicals missions. The formal members of Team B each possess their own exclusive iron cages, designated storage compartments for their personal gear, typically measuring around 3 by 3 meters. To expedite their readiness for action, each Team B member was equipped with tailored kits containing the necessary gear for various operations, including VBSS, CBRN, HVT, CT, counterterrorism, and SR, special reconnaissance. In contrast to conventional special forces like the Navy SEALs, who each possess a singular set of combat gear, additional equipment must be procured on an ad hoc basis during missions, given the exorbitant costs of specialized combat equipment. With even the most basic set running between $200,000 to $300,000, the substantial membership base of the SEALs, numbering in the thousands, renders such an arrangement financially burdensome. The SEALs, being standard special forces, do not enjoy boundless military funding. Therefore, equipment that can be utilized across various missions is designed to be versatile for every operational environment, significantly conserving military expenditure. Conversely, the first-tier operators of the DG are an entirely different entity. As members of the United States' most elite Marine Corps T1 operational unit, it is quite normal for formal members to possess 7 or 8, or even more than 10, equipment packages, preparing and packing mission gear in advance. They carry the appropriate kit for the type of operation they are to undertake. Each individual storage compartment is valued at several $1 million. This is DevGru, exhibiting unapologetic extravagance. Furthermore, should any additional needs arise, requiring equipment or weaponry beyond their standard packages, they may communicate with the armory and logistics personnel who will endeavor to accommodate their requests. Such privileges are unimaginable for units outside the T1 level in the United States military. Team B members return to their private storage compartments to retrieve their CBRN operational kits and the high-altitude gear required for HAHO. They place their items in the hall's storage area, where logistics personnel would uniformly transport them to the airport for loading. As Long Jean was not yet a formal member of Team B, he lacked the coveted iron cage of a full-fledged member, necessitating that he temporarily procure his equipment. However, this challenge posed no difficulty for Long Jean. In fact, he seized the opportunity to rekindle his acquaintance with Diaz. Under the pretext of requiring a set of combat gear and leveraging his considerable strength to assist with various tasks, Long Jean accompanied Diaz as a humble aide. In this capacity, he also embraced the role of a newcomer, delving into the clandestine world of the Red Team's logistics. Seizing every opportunity to secure personal advantages, he endeavored to transform any unfavorable circumstances to his benefit. This epitomizes Long Jean's philosophy of time management. An hour swiftly elapsed, and all personnel convened at the airport, greeted by the familiar sight of the C-17 Globemaster III transport aircraft. Long John was not one to seek spectacle or flourish. He preferred a straightforward and decisive approach to his lethal endeavors. His equipment choices were characterized by reliability and efficiency, and he would not easily change his weapon model unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, the combat gear he selected for this mission was largely akin to that used in his previous high-value target, HVT, assignment, the 46 Malawian Quach's-Moto light machine gun, complemented by a medical system. The sole distinction this time was the addition of a protective suit, the XRT Ensemble Level 3 protection system from Blauer, encompassing a complete outfit from clothing to mask. This ensured that even in the presence of residual toxic gas within the hospital, he would remain unscathed. Such gear is indispensable for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear (CBRN) missions, due to the adoption of the high-altitude high-opening (HAHO) tactic, which necessitated precise and high-altitude parachuting to designated areas. Long John also included a high-altitude parachute pack, the RA-1 Air Tactical Parachute System. This sophisticated rectangular parachute, boasting aerodynamic properties akin to those of an aircraft wing, is classified within the industry as an expert flat canopy, pressurized air parachute. The entire system is valued at tens of thousands of dollars, equivalent to Long John's annual salary. Yet, despite its cost, its efficacy is unparalleled. Thanks to its unique aerodynamic design and structure, it facilitates easier aerial maneuverability, allowing for greater precision upon landing. At the maximum altitude of 9,000 meters, the RA-1 parachute system enables the parachutist to glide up to 80 kilometers, rendering the experience nearly indistinguishable from flying. Team B, equipped with this parachute system, could effortlessly drift from Iraq into Syria. The parachute system also comes with an array of auxiliary tools, including GPS, altimeters, and oxygen systems, eliminating the need for any additional procurement. Chapter 68. At an altitude of 30,000 feet, with all personnel outfitted, the aircraft was set to take off in half an hour. Numerous trivial matters required attention before departure, and at this juncture, the formal members of Team B were busily engaged, leaving Long John, as the external support, in a relatively relaxed position. "Hey, Long, come lend a hand. Our Dr. Death needs some on-site instruction. He is terrified. You'll need to take him parachuting, so it's a good opportunity for you to communicate with him beforehand." Sonny needed to coordinate with two demolition experts and could only entrust the inexperienced doctor, who had never attempted HAHO, to Long John. "All right, leave it to me." Long John was not one to shirk responsibilities. He strode confidently towards the bewildered Dr. Lucien. It is entirely natural for researchers, who often dedicate their time to laboratories, to possess inferior physical fitness and lack parachuting experience, even if they hail from the CIA. The extreme high-altitude jump known as HAHO certainly could not be attempted by Lucien alone, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Hence, a tandem jump became an inevitable choice. The youngest member often bears the brunt of the responsibilities, a tradition that has persisted from the Navy SEALs to DG, becoming an unspoken maritime norm. With Clay unable to participate in this mission, it was naturally up to Long John to shoulder this task. HAHO is undeniably one of the top 10 extreme sports globally, and its inherent dangers are beyond question. The added complexity of a tandem jump only compounds the risk. Concerned for his own safety, Long John felt it imperative to provide Lucien with thorough instruction. "Hello, I am Long. It is a pleasure to meet you." Long John introduced himself with a smile, striving to appear approachable and to avoid intimidating the slender Dr. Lucien with his formidable physique. "Nice to meet you," Dr. Lucien replied, gazing up at Long John, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. The disparity in their sizes was stark, and the overwhelming presence of Long John felt suffocating to him. Standing before someone as robust as a brown bear, he felt as fragile as a piece of soft tofu. "Relax, there's no need to be so tense," Long John urged, gently placing his large hands like fans on Lucien's shoulders, offering a reassuring squeeze. "Come now, loosen up, don't keep your muscles so tight. We are now partners, and we must complete the HAHO together unless you wish to plummet to the ground and become a mere splatter. The first thing you need to do is to relax that stiff body of yours. Don't be like a stone." Long John's powerful physique instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure, yet within the logic that equates strength with a safe haven, he also emanated a strong sense of trust. Under Long John's comforting guidance, Dr. Lucien's tense body gradually began to ease. It was evident that he had come to genuinely trust Long John. who appeared exceptionally capable of safely escorting him from the aircraft to the ground. With the first step of relaxation accomplished, Long John proceeded to the second step. "Come on, follow me." He beckoned Dr. Lucien to join him as they moved to the preparatory area adjacent to the rear door of the cabin, positioning him against his chest to simulate the tandem jump posture. "Now, let us practice the entire process of exiting the aircraft." Long John placed his hands on Lucien's shoulders from behind, gently urging him forward, while explaining, "We will wait in this preparatory area until the parachute platform opens, and then we will slowly inch forward. Keep moving steadily, without stopping or running, maintaining a balanced pace and posture. When we approach the edge, stop and close your eyes. Do not look down, just stand there and do nothing. When I give 2 firm pats on your shoulder, you will keep your eyes closed and begin to lean forward. Soon, you will experience a strong sensation of weightlessness. Do not panic or make erratic movements. If we happen to damage the equipment, one of us may have to meet our maker. Just keep your eyes closed and let me handle everything, until I gently tap your shoulder twice, signaling your imminent descent. You shall keep your eyes closed, preparing to embrace the slight impact of landing. As you touch down, remember to keep your legs slightly bent. Do not lock your knees too rigidly, for should you break a leg, you cannot blame me for not having warned you. This encompasses all that you must do throughout the parachuting experience. Beyond these actions, nothing else is permitted. Do you comprehend?" Long John articulated the details with remarkable precision, highlighting all the essential considerations. Dr. Lucien, on the other hand, merely needs to take a few steps and can comfortably remain asleep with his eyes shut for the entirety of the descent, embodying perhaps the most effortless ha-ho mode in history. He should understand. As a senior operative of the CIA, his memory is certainly reliable. Yet, his response lacks confidence, revealing an unmistakable trace of apprehension. Long John empathizes with Lucien's anxiety. After all, when stripped of his elite CIA status, he is, in essence, not dissimilar to any ordinary individual. For a common person to leap from a height of 10,000 meters, any rational being would experience fear. Those with acrophobia would feel even more trepidation. To bolster Lucien's confidence and ensure that both would land safely on their feet, rather than plummeting to the ground in Syria, Long John patiently rehearses the parachuting process with Lucien, repeating the drill over a dozen times. Sonny, having witnessed this entire endeavor, is thoroughly impressed by Long John's patience. Were he in the same position, he would prefer to become a human cannonball than to instruct Lucien as one would a child, guiding him through the process repeatedly. Sonny is also grateful for his foresight in delegating this task to Long John. After rehearsing 6 times, Dr. Lucien has finally become somewhat acquainted with the entire procedure, and his demeanor has considerably relaxed. He sincerely expresses his gratitude. "Long, thank you very much. I believe I am ready. All right, let us proceed to the next step and familiarize ourselves with the equipment necessary for parachuting," Long John replies, leading Lucien to the left side. Beside a supply crate laden with gear, he picks up a breathing mask equipped with a thick tube and states, "This is the preparatory breathing mask, to be utilized prior to your jump, ensuring that your body's internal pressure remains balanced. We are to leap from nearly 30,000 feet, surpassing the height of Mount Everest. Should you neglect to prepare your breathing apparatus beforehand, you might lose consciousness upon exiting the cabin, spiraling into a state of weightlessness, ultimately becoming ensnared in the parachute lines like a Mexican burrito, crashing down with a jarring thud." As Long John concludes, his vivid analogy inadvertently causes the previously relaxed Dr. Lucien to retract his neck in fear. Grabbing a preparatory breathing mask, he hastily opens the valve and inhales deeply. "Ha ha. Doctor, you are far too timid. A man should not behave in such a manner." Long John chuckles at Lucien's anxious demeanor, offering a dry jest as reassurance. In truth, the likelihood of such an occurrence is minuscule, even less than winning $100 million in the Powerball. Moreover, if such a situation were to arise, you would feel no pain whatsoever. You would peacefully pass away in unconsciousness. Chapter 69. A step ahead in realizing Clay's dream. After Long John meticulously explained the use of the preparatory breathing mask, he proceeded to guide Dr. Lucien in utilizing the portable high-altitude respiratory system and various ha-ho equipment, including the thermal suit. Dr. Lucien, undoubtedly an individual of high intelligence, exhibited an impressive aptitude for learning. Once he mastered the donning and operation of all the equipment, he expressed his profound admiration for Long John in person. If you were to become an instructor at a skydiving club or serve as a military consultant, you would undoubtedly be the center of attention, captivating the hearts of all around you. Dr. Lucien's words, though somewhat exaggerated, essentially aligned with societal expectations. Veteran elite soldiers, particularly those who have experienced the throes of battle and the visceral reality of taking lives, often carry an innate pride and defiance, creating an invisible chasm between themselves and ordinary individuals. The rarity of someone like Long John, who tirelessly engages in teaching, is indeed remarkable across the United States. Dr. Lucien's brief acquaintance with Long John revealed the latter's distinctiveness among special forces, inevitably fostering a sense of admiration within him. In truth, Long John was not as benevolent as Dr. Lucien envisioned. All his actions were driven by ulterior motives. A senior biochemical expert, valued by the CIA, is worth more than mere monetary measures, and establishing a rapport in advance is never a misstep. One never knows when such connections might prove advantageous. Half an hour swiftly passed. The C-17 Globemaster III transport aircraft glided down the runway, its imposing yet streamlined body gently lifting off the ground, soaring into the sky bathed in golden sunlight. The journey from the east coast of America to the Middle Eastern territory of Zelaya was even farther than the previous flight to Liberia. The interior of the transport aircraft resembled a pure metal structure, with the only available seating consisting of a thinly cushioned bench, devoid of any semblance of comfort. Enduring over 20 hours in such an environment is no ordinary feat initially. Dr. Lucien managed to engage in light-hearted conversation with Long John, but as hours passed, the strain on his frail body began to manifest. Disciplined and relentless in his pursuit of knowledge, Long John seized the opportunity to glean insights from this top-tier biochemical expert. Delving into specialized chemical knowledge, he inquired about which civilian materials could be combined to create explosives or chemical agents, as well as the known varieties of biochemical weapons and their destructive capabilities against humanity, along with effective countermeasures. Such perilous inquiries, if posed to an ordinary individual, would likely result in a visit to the police station for questioning. However, for Long John, a counterterrorism operative, his relentless thirst for knowledge became an admirable trait. Jason observed this dynamic, noting an increasing satisfaction with Long John's performance. Yet, as time surpassed 10 hours, Dr. Lucien's frail constitution began to falter. If this continued, he feared he would arrive at their destination barely clinging to life, reliant on others to carry him into action. To avert such a scenario, Mandy provided Dr. Lucien with 2 sleeping pills. Moreover, Long John, with his imaginative prowess, secured the sleeping bag to the hooks at the bottom of the cabin, allowing Dr. Lucien to rest, which ultimately resolved the issue at hand. Naturally, as the inventor of the cabin sleeping bag, Long John did not neglect his own comfort. Unlike Jason and Ray, who bound themselves to the chairs at the cabin's edge for slumber, he too nestled into the secured sleeping bag. It could be said that the dream that Clay had long wished to realize was first achieved by Long John. The official members of Team B, including Jason, harbored a strong desire to lie down and sleep as well. However, lying on the floor was far too undignified, and as esteemed first-class operatives, they felt compelled to maintain their composure in front of the newcomer, Long John. The issue of pride loomed larger than life itself. Ultimately, they could only envy Long John's restful slumber while they endured their discomfort, remaining seated in their chairs for the grueling 20-plus hours ahead. Upon awakening on the second day, Long John found that the aircraft had already traversed over the Mediterranean Sea. After entering the lavatory to dispose of bodily waste, he emerged and engaged Mandy in conversation under the pretense of studying Latin to pass the time. The captain's announcement echoed through the cabin, indicating that they would enter Iraqi airspace in an hour and a half. Upon hearing this news, all participants in the operation began to retrieve their specially prepared meals, fortifying themselves with sufficient energy for the impending mission. With only 40 minutes remaining to their destination, they were advised to don their supplementary oxygen masks. After a brief respite to eat and drink, the captain's reminder came through the intercom once more, indicating that it was time to begin oxygen inhalation. The HAHO parachuting altitude reached 10,000 meters, where the oxygen levels in the air were significantly lower than normal. The cabin was currently in a pressurized environment, but upon reaching their destination, it would begin to depressurize to facilitate the opening of the doors for parachuting. Inhaling oxygen 30 to 45 minutes in advance effectively adjusts the body's internal pressure and oxygen levels, mitigating the risk of decompression sickness upon exiting the cabin. As the countdown reached the final 15 minutes, the parachuting instructor seated by the rear door rose, touched his ear with his right hand, and drew a circle beside his head, signaling the tactical gesture for assembly. He simultaneously shouted to Team B, 15 minutes remaining. Responding to the instructor's prompt, Jason removed his oxygen mask and commanded the team, "Everyone, rise and prepare for action." Upon hearing the order, the members of Team B swiftly got to their feet and approached the secured gear in the center of the cabin. Being seasoned operatives, they quickly got to work. The order of donning gear was crucial. Long John first slipped into his thermal suit, followed by his bulletproof tactical vest, tactical belt, and other combat equipment, finally securing the high-altitude parachute system to his back. The preparedness backpack that was originally on his back was now fastened with a latch between his legs for stability. To prevent weapons from swaying in midair, they also needed to be secured with straps to the exterior of the tactical backpack, ensuring a cohesive assembly. After completing the donning of all equipment, adjacent pairs conducted mutual checks to ensure everything was in order. Verify that the locking mechanism is secure, the straps are adequately tightened, and the parachute system's harness is locked. Ensure the portable breathing apparatus functions properly, and only after confirming that everything is in order should one report to Captain Jason. Chapter 70. A freefall from 9,000 meters. Long John's task is somewhat more intricate than that of others, as he is required to assist a novice skydiver and must ensure the safety of this inexperienced individual. Therefore, he must devise an appropriate method to connect himself to Dr. Lucien. Given that free-falling is a state of weightlessness, it is challenging to adjust their descent posture effectively. Thus, the connection between them must not be too tight or too loose, but rather an impeccably measured distance. To this end, after Sonny assisted Long John in inspecting the equipment, Jason came over to lend a hand, meticulously checking Long John's gear while also reassuring Dr. Lucien on his first jump, thereby maximizing their safety. As everyone donned their equipment, the lights in the cabin extinguished, replaced by a red alert signal. The blaring alarm resonated throughout the cabin, indicating the transition to the next phase. 10, 10, 10. Jason raised his hands towards the front, repeatedly calling out the number 10, signifying that they had 10 minutes until the jump and needed to don their portable breathing systems. Observing Jason's gesture, Long John immediately turned to the side, raising his hands as well, passing the signal to Sonny, who then relayed it to the others. The visibility in the cabin under the red warning light was poor. This action ensured that everyone received the message. "Doctor, come, put on your mask." Long John called out loudly to Dr. Lucien, assisting him in donning the portable breathing mask before securing one for himself. At this moment, the need for masks extended beyond just those directly involved in the operation. Upon seeing the signal, Commander Eric, Mandy, and the accompanying intelligence team instinctively removed the breathing masks hanging on the cabin wall and donned them. The aircraft's cabin pressure control system began to activate, gradually reducing the internal pressure to balance with the external environment, facilitating the subsequent opening of the rear door. The cabin would soon transform into a low-oxygen environment. The operational team donned their portable breathing systems, while Eric, Mandy, and other logistical and intelligence personnel were required to wear oxygen masks to sustain their breathing. The alarm continued to blare as the cabin, now bathed in a red hue, was filled with a mixture of tension, anxiety, and exhilaration. Time seemed to race forward amidst the incessant alarm. With 1 minute remaining, a resounding noise emanated from the rear of the cabin as the closed door began to slowly open. Since the depressurization began 9 minutes prior, the opening of the rear door did not invoke the terrifying scenes typical of disaster films, where everything is violently sucked out. Instead, the only sounds were the mechanical whir of the door and the gentle rush of wind blowing inward, shielded by the airflow protection covers on both sides of the aircraft. Despite its rapid speed, the wind blowing in was not excessively strong. It only served to lift the edges of their clothing without any significant impact. 1. Jason shouted, extending his fingers in a signal to the others. The members of the mobile action team, having received the signal, began to reposition themselves facing the rear door, forming 2 orderly lines. 30 seconds passed. Among the 9 individuals preparing to jump, the front row was now less than 2 meters from the edge. The rear door was fully ajar, and the lights on either side illuminated the edge of the cabin floor, creating a bright threshold. Yet, the external world beyond this illumination was shrouded in utter darkness, devoid of stars or moonlight, a vast, impenetrable void resembling a gaping abyss. "Let's go," commanded the guide, gripping the safety rope at the door's edge, issuing the final signal to leap. To ensure the team jumped cohesively, the method was arranged from the most cumbersome to the simplest, meaning the slowest would leap first. Long John and Brock, who were to jump together, occupied the forefront of their respective lines, with Brock positioned half a step behind Long John, creating a staggered formation. Masked and unable to speak, Long John had previously trained Dr. Lucien, and he tapped Lucien's shoulder twice as a prearranged cue. Dr. Lucien, drenched in sweat from anxiety, instinctively recoiled from the black abyss outside the door. However, being a CIA operative, even in logistics, his self-control surpassed that of the ordinary. He resisted succumbing to panic. Taking several deep breaths of oxygen to stabilize his emotions, he recalled the various details Long John had meticulously taught him, which now unfolded clearly in his mind, guiding him on what to do next. With Long John's gentle yet firm encouragement, Dr. Lucien inched toward the edge. Following Long John's instructions, he averted his gaze downward, closed his eyes, and relaxed his body before gradually leaning forward. As Dr. Lucien tilted his body, Long John mirrored his movement, their unspoken understanding evident. When the angle of their inclination surpassed 30 degrees, they plummeted from the aircraft like two falling onions, hurtling down from a height of 10,000 meters at a velocity of several dozen meters per second. From a distance, it appeared as if the plane had laid an egg. The descent was so swift and fierce that the rush of wind roared past like a tempest of magnitude 12. The exposed skin on Lucien's forehead felt as if grasped by an invisible hand, pulling relentlessly upwards. This sensation was overwhelmingly bizarre and terrifying for a first-time jumper. The moment he exited the cabin, Lucien's face turned ashen with fear, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Overwhelmed by dread, he instinctively opened his mouth to scream. Even with a breathing mask shielding his face from the fierce winds, he found himself utterly incapable of uttering a single word. The posture of lying flat and plummeting downward pressed heavily upon his chest, as though a colossal slab rested upon him. Not only was shouting out of the question, even drawing a breath proved to be a daunting challenge. Lucien's sole recourse was to steadfastly recall the instructions imparted by Long John, keeping his eyes closed and striving to refrain from frantic movements. He concentrated all his strength to allow his chest to expand adequately, facilitating the intake of sufficient air. Fortunately, he was not afflicted with a hyperactive disposition. Long John was quite pleased with Dr. Lucien's compliance, as he spread his arms and legs to control their descent while vigilantly monitoring the altimeter strapped to his wrist. As their altitude decreased from 10,000 meters to 9,000 meters, Long John promptly deployed the main parachute. The canopy erupted with a thunderous boom, akin to a grenade explosion, as it unfurled, countering the terror of the free fall. Simultaneously, both Long John and Lucien, propelled downward at a breakneck speed, suddenly halted their descent due to the buoyancy effects they experienced. Their fall, initially measured in dozens of meters per second, was dramatically reduced to less than 5 meters per second. Grasping the control lines that had sprung forth, Long John skillfully maneuvered towards the northwestern border, embarking on his inaugural combat drop from an altitude of 9,000 meters. Chapter 71. Synchronized Shooting Tactics. 9 elongated black mushroom shapes drifted silently across the night sky, blending almost seamlessly into the darkness as they effortlessly traversed the Syrian-Iraqi border. Under the guidance of a personal GPS terminal, they ultimately descended successfully to their designated coordinates. The southeastern region of Syria is a realm of desolation and sand, an endless expanse of yellow that offers no respite. Even the hills are merely barren wastelands. This harsh environment is ill-suited for agriculture, making life in such areas arduous and sparse in population. Villages with mere dozens of inhabitants are considered vibrant, while clusters of 100 or 200 souls can earn the designation of a small town. Nevertheless, for Long John and his companions, such terrain presented an ideal landing site for parachuting, as there was little concern about entangling in trees, inadvertently plunging into a lake or swamp, or being spotted upon landing. Long John floated through the skies for nearly 60 kilometers, yet upon landing, he saw no familiar faces nearby. Fortunately, with the aid of the personal GPS terminal, All jump points were within a 100-meter radius of their intended coordinates. Through the palm-sized screen displaying the red markers representing his team members, Long John swiftly reunited with Jason and the others. The first task upon the completion of Team B's assembly was to change out of their thermal suits and into protective gear. The unidentifiable toxic gas that had leaked from the hospital had already claimed numerous local wildlife, and it remained uncertain whether it had completely dissipated. Despite each member carrying a gas detector, should any toxins be detected, it was likely that the team would have already inhaled them. Donning the biochemical protective suits in advance would mitigate the risk of unforeseen incidents. The second order of business was to find a concealed spot to stash the parachute systems and the discarded thermal suits, then deploy a GPS signal transmitter. After all, these are items worth tens of thousands of dollars, making it impractical to carry them into combat. The recovery methods must undoubtedly be well established. As for whether the logistics personnel can retrieve the expensive military equipment hidden here based on coordinates, that is of no concern to Team B. Having completed the aftermath of the landing, the members of Team B, guided by the GPS terminal, set off on foot towards the destination hospital under the cover of night. Thus commenced the CBRN operation, codenamed Nighthawk. The hospital is situated in the center of a small town, the abandonment of which has rendered the town eerily desolate, with earthen houses further highlighting its poverty. As the operation team entered the town, they felt no signs of life whatsoever, not even the sound of animals. This phenomenon was quite abnormal, and Jason, along with the other official members of Team B, took note of it. However, they did not dwell on it too much. Previously, there had been a large-scale gas leak at the hospital, and for whatever reasons, the local government would certainly have evacuated the nearby residents. It was only logical that the town would be deserted. Unfortunately, the reality was otherwise. Using the ghostly buildings of the town as cover, the operation team easily approached the hospital. All other entrances to the hospital had been completely sealed off, and with only 6 members of the guard team present, Team B opted for a more direct assault strategy, executing a frontal raid. The assault formation consisted of assault soldiers and scouts at the front, with a fire support team ready to assist from the rear, while 2 IoT specialists and a biochemist brought up the rear. This operation would take place entirely within the hospital, and Sniper Ray switched to in 416 Hong Kong dollars, adopting his alternate combat identity as a scout. He teamed up with Brock to form the assault group at the front of the line. Jason, as the team leader, needed to grasp all critical intelligence immediately. Thus, he closely followed the 2 in the assault group. The 3 formed the tip of the operational spear. Long John and Sunny followed closely behind, prepared to provide the strongest fire support for the assault group. Lastly, Trent remained at the rear of the team, tasked with protecting the 2 IoT specialists and Dr. Lucien, ensuring the safety of these experts. The operation team swiftly reached the entrance of the hospital, where the words "Ahel Hospital" were clearly visible in Arabic. Approximately 20 meters away, 2 armed soldiers stood guard on either side of the entrance, fully alert to protect this sole access point. Command Center, this is B1. We have arrived at the target and spotted 2 security guards at the hospital entrance. Preparing to engage, Jason reported to the command post. Meanwhile, Eric and Mandy, along with other intelligence personnel, had set up a temporary operational command center at AU's military airport in Iraq. However, due to the rush timeline, they had not yet fully deployed all operations and could only manage basic functions. Upon receiving Jason's call, Eric immediately picked up the satellite phone and responded, "Command Center acknowledges. You may commence operations at any time. Do you have any updates from our Syrian contacts?" Jason inquired, still in the process of connecting. "I will inform you immediately once there is news," Eric replied. Understood. Jason terminated the communication with the command center and promptly issued the order, "Gentlemen, let us commence." Ray and Brock received the signal and moved into action, crouching to either side of a breach in the wall, extending their firearms outward. Ray, positioned to the right of the gap, whispered, "Top left," while Blake, to the left, murmured, "Top right." The 2 gun barrels crossed in a synchronized manner, each locking onto their designated targets, as the laser beams illuminated the foreheads of 2 unsuspecting security guards. Oblivious to the imminent danger, the guards remained comfortably ensconced behind their sandbag fortifications, casually chatting and smoking, oblivious to the 2-meter corridor before them. Ray and Brock prepared for a simultaneous shot, their targets entirely unaware of the impending doom. The deputy leader, Ray, peered through his helmet's night vision and aligned his weapon's holographic sight with the laser dot, creating a dual aiming system and began a quiet countdown. 3, 2, 1. As Ray completed his final count, Brock, his partner of many years, instinctively pulled the trigger in perfect unison. The muted sounds of their suppressed firearms resonated simultaneously, each bullet striking its mark with deadly precision. The guards' heads exploded like ripe melons. Chapter 72. The marvelous technology of enemy recognition. Ray and Brock executed a synchronized shooting tactic, accurately dispatching their respective targets without the need for further commands, relying solely on their years of honed cooperation. They withdrew from the breach, maneuvering to the left between the walls, then alternately surged out, flanking the passageway to their sides. Jason maintained a vigilant stance, closely following the two men, firearm drawn. In front of the hospital entrance lay a concrete path, where the hunters advanced toward an abandoned vehicle at its edge, still aiming forward. The trio fanned out, one to the left, one to the right, and one at the front, effectively controlling the field of view in 3 directions. With the area beyond the breach secured, Jason raised his right hand in a signaling gesture, prompting Long John and Sonny to emerge from behind the wall. They positioned themselves behind Ray and Brock, each giving a reassuring squeeze to the shoulders of their comrades, a tactical signal indicating advancement. This conveyed that they were in position, allowing Ray and Brock to continue their forward momentum, shifting to either side of the road at the entrance, crossing their firearms to oversee the opposing lanes. The cross lines of fire maximized visibility while ensuring their safety. Long John and Sonny awaited the arrival of Trent and the others, who emerged from within to join the formation. The two men again moved forward, providing cover for Brock and Ray. Upon reaching their backs, they repeated the direct shoulder squeeze. Acknowledging the signal, the frontline soldiers, Ray and Brock, pressed onward, preparing to cross the road. The Hellhound, excited, trotted closely beside Brock, remaining silent and composed, with no unnecessary movements. What constitutes the military qualities of a military dog is perfectly exemplified in the Hellhound. A team of 9 maintains mutual cover while advancing in an alternating manner, with each individual directing their firearm towards a distinct area, effectively securing potential zones of danger without any overlap. Given the limited number of personnel, redundancy signifies a lapse in execution. Through this dynamic teamwork, Team B has coalesced into a flawless war machine, advancing at remarkable speed. In less than 30 seconds, they arrive at the entrance. The members of Team B require minimal hand signals to proceed seamlessly to the doorway, relying on the tacit understanding forged through years of collaboration. Dragon Battle's seamless integration into the team is entirely attributable to his formidable adaptability. Much like his innate ability to engage effortlessly with everyone he encounters, he exhibits a remarkable talent for acclimatization. Jason, with deft precision, ensures no detail is overlooked. As soon as he reaches the entrance, he promptly fires a follow-up shot into the 2 fallen security personnel. This act of ensuring completion precedes all tactical maneuvers, and both leaders and members must adhere to this protocol with utmost rigor. He then retrieves a gas detector from his waist, applying it gently against the sealed hospital doors, conducting a thorough scan from top to bottom. With no alarm sounding, Jason gives a thumbs up to indicate that it is safe to enter. The demolitions expert, Sonny, taps Dragon Battle on the shoulder. Receiving the signal, Dragon Battle stabilizes his stance, allowing Sonny to extract a bolt cutter from his tactical pack while maintaining his combat readiness. The typical hospital entrance in the country is grand, often towering 3 to 4 meters high and spanning 7 to 8 meters wide. However, this particular facility presents a stark contrast. The so-called hospital entrance is merely a 2-meter wide iron gate. The method of securing the hospital doors is far from sophisticated, consisting merely of a hefty iron chain and a robust padlock. With the bolt cutter's sharp jaws, the chain is effortlessly severed. After releasing the chain from the entrance, Dragon Battle and Sonny position themselves on either side of the door, grasping the handles to fully open it. The assault team, consisting of Lay and Block, enters in a staggered formation, continuing their pattern of crossfire. Jason follows closely behind to provide cover. Inside the hospital, no lights are illuminated, rendering the interior pitch black. Fortunately, equipped with high-tech night vision goggles, the 3 members of the assault team can perceive the situation within, undeterred by the darkness. The presence of the night vision goggles also facilitates friend or foe identification. Dragon Battle and his companions activate their IR laser indicators, illuminating a slim beam visible only through the night vision, which assists in discerning the positions of their teammates. The IR laser ahead allows for clear distinction between allies and adversaries, with specialized equipment available in other directions for recognizing friend from foe. On the rear of each member's helmet, on both sides of their shoulders, and on the back of their tactical backpacks, the B team has affixed enemy identification Velcro patches. These patches are invisible in normal light and do not emit any visible fluorescence in darkness. However, within the verdant realm of night vision goggles, the enemy identification patches become strikingly conspicuous, akin to a lit LED bulb. It is not only in close-quarters combat that they prove effective. Even from several dozen meters away outdoors, they are unmistakably visible, significantly reducing the risk of friendly fire. This seemingly inconspicuous, yet profoundly significant military technology for nighttime operations, while perhaps not classified as black technology, undoubtedly represents the cutting edge of modern advancements. A mere piece of Velcro embodies the essence of high technology. Chapter 73. The multifunctional tactical flashlight indoor combat is the forte of special forces, and for the elite B team, CQB night raids are truly their specialty. Even with the necessity of protecting 3 experts, the efficiency of their operations remains unhampered. Ray, block, Sunny, left side. Trent, Dragon, with me on the right. Trent, hold your position and secure the experts. Upon entering the foyer, there are 2 corridors on either side. Jason employs tactical gestures in lieu of verbal commands to swiftly assign specific operational tasks to everyone. The reason for not utilizing simpler commands is to prevent the enemy from realizing their entry. Okay. Upon receiving the order, the 6 members signaled, dividing into 2 operational teams. Under the leadership of Captain Jason and Deputy Ray, they maintained a 3-man CQB formation as they advanced down the left and right corridors. The 4-person squad is the most efficient and safest team configuration. Although a 3-man team poses a slightly greater challenge, it is manageable. Long John, having previously worked with the B team in a 3-man formation during the last HVT, high-value target capture, mission, finds this task familiar. As the 2 teams steadily advance, the sound of gunfire begins to emerge. The remaining 4 security personnel are systematically eliminated. Intelligence indicates a total of only 6 security guards. Each team clears their respective ends, confirming that the guards at the entrance indeed total 6. The CIA, being the world's largest intelligence agency, truly excels in information gathering. The entire hospital consists of a single floor. After completing the area sweep and ensuring the hospital's safety, Jason discovers no evidence of the required gas samples, which appear indistinguishable from a regular hospital. Split up and search. We must locate the toxin samples. Jason orders Long John and Trent. The 3 of them enter various rooms to conduct thorough searches. The television series does not provide an accurate map, leaving Long John uncertain of the exact location of the drug production site. Nevertheless, this does not pose a challenge for him. Despite having watched the series for over 7 years, most people would likely have blurred memories by now. However, Long John, endowed with exceptional memory since his arrival in this world, recalls pertinent details with clarity. Aware that the location of the drug manufacturing was concealed within the basement, accessible through an entrance behind a suspected abortion clinic, one could proceed along the narrow corridor to arrive at the objective, a securely locked iron door. Drawing upon these recalled memories, Long John, despite being a first-time visitor to this hospital, possessed an advantage that others lacked. In less than 2 minutes, he successfully located the iron door etched in his memory. He promptly reported to Jason, B1, this is B6. I have a situation. The location is in the 4th room on the left side. Proceed straight to the end of the corridor. B1 received. En route, Jason replied. His patience rewarded by Long John's report, which elicited a note of delight. Excellent work, B6. Received. Long John accepted Jason's commendation with modesty absent. Within 20 seconds, Jason arrived at Long John's position. Observing the sealed iron door illuminated by the tactical flashlight, combined with the CBRN nature of the mission, Jason's mind began to form conclusions. Notably, although the door was marked by rust, the recent shedding of rust from the crevices suggested recent activity, heightening suspicions. B2, new discovery, bring your team over. B4, maintain your position, Jason commanded through the noise-canceling earpiece. Hearing the directive, Lay, leading a search on the other side, swiftly gathered his team and proceeded. With all members of Team B reassembled, Jason produced a gas detector and pressed it against the door. Unlike the previous results at the main entrance, This time the detector emitted a faint alarm and the indicator light turned red. Jason's expression shifted to one of gravity as he gestured a thumbs down to indicate a precarious situation. He subsequently mimicked the action of donning a gas mask, placing his right hand over his face. The gas mask and the head-mounted night vision goggles clashed, each occupying substantial space in front of the face, rendering simultaneous use impossible. This underscored the necessity of the gas detector, which must be employed in every new environment. Given that the iron door had detected toxic gas, Team B was mandated to wear gas masks for the operation, thereby precluding the use of night vision goggles. Everyone was required to temporarily adjust their gear, and the tactical backpacks proved invaluable for this purpose. Upon receiving Jason's order to don gas masks, Long John first removed his tactical ballistic helmet, allowing for the proper fitting of the mask. Once secured, he replaced the helmet, employing the helmet's floodlight tactical flashlight as an alternative to the night vision device. The floodlight's advantage lay in its wide beam, illuminating a 120-degree field of view, extending no more than 10 meters ahead. This range mirrored the human eye's capabilities. However, its limitations included a relatively short illumination distance, rendering it ineffective outdoors, as it would transform the user into a mobile beacon, a living target in the sight of any adversary. Thus, its use was confined to close-quarters combat indoors, where visibility was significantly restricted. Even though Long John utilized Special Forces-grade equipment, its brightness, while significantly superior to that of an ordinary flashlight, still fell short when compared to night vision devices. To compensate for the visual void left by the absence of night vision, Long John activated the tactical spotlight attached to his firearm. This flashlight had a limited range, capable of illuminating only an area roughly the size of a basin, but its unique characteristics allowed it to project light over considerable distances. Beyond 20 or 30 meters, visibility remained exceptionally clear. With the combined effects of the floodlight and the spotlight, Long John was afforded a basic level of visual assurance regarding the area within his line of sight. Furthermore, the IR laser indicator underwent a transformation, switching from emitting laser light to infrared laser. In the absence of night vision goggles, the laser had become redundant. Jason and other formal members of Team B, like Long John, adapted to their new gear, relying on external illumination to substitute for the sight previously provided by night vision devices. The once pitch-black operating room was now brightly lit by a dozen lamps, illuminating every detail, including the lock affixed to the door. With all preparations complete, Jason signaled the team to commence action, with Sonny once again taking the lead to breach the door, employing the bolt cutter carried by Long John. With a sharp metallic clang and the grating sound of rusted metal, the heavy iron door was pushed aside by Long John. Before the members of Team B lay a staircase constructed entirely of concrete, spiraling downward into the depths of the underground chamber. Chapter 74. A change in circumstances within the structures of the Middle East. Access to subterranean areas often signifies the highest level of risk. Ray and Block were positioned as the frontline soldiers of the team. After Block, accompanied by the Hellhound clad in a gas mask, stepped through the door and began descending the staircase, Ray prepared to follow as usual. However, just as Ray approached the doorway, he was brushed aside by a robust figure. "Jason, leave this to me, Ray," Jason asserted, nudging Ray aside to take his place. As soon as he spoke, he joined Block, forming a new frontline duo. Typically, the team leader, as the commander, should not directly confront the initial risks of an operation. Yet, in this instance, it transpired differently. Observing this scene from the rear, Long John smiled, revealing a hint of envy. He understood that Jason was protecting Ray, not wishing to see Ray, soon to be a father, injured, or even face an untimely demise at such a critical moment. Jason, embodying the responsibilities of a leader, willingly assumed the risks in place of Ray. Even an outsider like Long John could discern the underlying reasons, and Ray, as Jason's closest ally on the battlefield and dearest friend in everyday life, also comprehended Jason's profound intent. Ray uttered not a single word, yet his gaze towards Jason was imbued with deep gratitude. With the two frontline soldiers having entered, Team B maintained a standard CQB formation, proceeding down the staircase towards the basement. The atmosphere in the basement was eerily silent, save for the heavy breaths escaping from beneath the gas masks of Team B. After descending approximately 1.5 flights of stairs and rounding the final corner, they were greeted by a sudden expanse. A spacious underground chamber lay before them. The room exceeded 100 square meters, illuminated by 6 lights, casting no dimness. It was cluttered with numerous elongated experimental tables, upon which various bottles and jars lay scattered in disarray. The floor was strewn with abandoned shells and experimental containers, indicating a long period of neglect and significant damage. There was a suspicion of evidence tampering. Safety was paramount. After a thorough inspection by Team B, it was confirmed that this underground hall posed no immediate danger. Jason turned to Long John and said, "B6, please bring the expert team down. It's time for them to begin their work." "Understood," Long John nodded, turning to head towards the staircase. A few minutes later, the expert team of 3, having been specifically reminded by Long John to wear gas masks, arrived in the seemingly complex underground chamber. "Damn," Dr. Lucien remarked as he descended into the basement. His brow furrowed. "The damage is even worse than I anticipated. Obtaining samples will be quite troublesome. We need to clean the equipment and organize this place first." "Will this affect our plans?" Jason inquired. "It's hard to say definitively, but it certainly isn't a positive development," Dr. Lucien replied with resignation. "All right then. I leave this to you, Lei. Come with me. The rest of you stay here and lend a hand while conducting a more thorough inspection of the surroundings." Since Jason was not an expert in biochemistry, he refrained from pretending to be knowledgeable and simply assigned the task to the expert team. The reason for summoning Lei was not for special attention. Rather, it was because Lei carried the team's communication equipment. Without him coming out of the basement, Jason would be unable to communicate with headquarters. Jason led Lei out of the basement and back to the first floor of the hospital, sealing the laboratory's door behind him. Removing his gas mask, he called out, "Operations Center, this is B1. We have secured the laboratory. The external experts are currently collecting samples, and we expect to evacuate within an hour." In Iraq, at the Sikhs Forward military base, Mandy, responsible for the team's evacuation, responded to Jason's communication, saying, "Operations Center acknowledges. We have procured some local transportation for your evacuation, but there's some bad news. Recent satellite night vision images indicate that the situation to your east is quite dire. The Federal Security Bureau's forces are in rapid retreat, while the Syrian army has not pursued them. Although they are currently inactive, this is not a good sign. If they turn to attack you, you may have only 20 minutes to escape before being encircled by Syrian forces. We advise you to proceed as quickly as possible. I will inform you of any new developments immediately." Upon hearing Mandy's grim report, Jason remained composed, merely furrowing his brow as he replied, "B1 acknowledges. It's not a significant issue. We will be far gone before that happens." Just as Jason concluded his conversation with headquarters, a call came through his earpiece. "B1, this is B6. You need to come to the 2nd floor. I've discovered something new." "The 2nd floor?" Jason paused, asking, "How did you get up there?" "The staircase leading to the 2nd floor has been destroyed. At the far end of the basement lies another exit, which leads directly to the 2nd floor. The situation here is rather dire, and your immediate assistance is required," remarked Long John. "I will be there shortly." Jason sensed the gravity of the situation from Long John's tone. Donning his gas mask once more, he re-entered the basement, traversing through the bustling laboratory of Dr. Lucien and passing through 2 doors until he reached the end, where he spotted an ascending staircase. Together, they ascended the stairs, passing through another sealed iron door, and emerged into the corridor on the 2nd floor. The scene in the corridor sent a chill down their spines. The floor, over a meter wide, was strewn with numerous corpses, some long deceased and already beginning to emit a foul odor, while others, recently deceased, had pale skin. Under the flickering corridor lights, one might easily mistake it for a horror film set. The dim illumination revealed that these lifeless bodies were all civilians, not armed militants or terrorists. The hospital had been completely evacuated, and the staircase leading to the 1st floor had been destroyed. 6 armed security guards were stationed at both the interior and exterior of the hospital. In such a thorough lockdown, how could there be so many civilians inside? Jason and Lei exchanged glances, their instincts warning them that the circumstances were far from simple. Chapter 75. VX Nerve Agent. As Jason and Lei traversed the corridor filled with the deceased, they eventually arrived at the entrance of a large room. Long John awaited them by the door, and upon seeing them, he gestured towards the interior, stating, "Boss, there are quite a number of individuals inside, and their condition is grave." Jason could already hear coughing and, frowning, approach the doorway. The room was devoid of any light, appearing exceedingly dim. As Jason swept his headlamp across the space, the sight was utterly harrowing. Elderly individuals, children, and women, All appeared extremely frail, exhibiting clear signs of poisoning. Upon the entrance of newcomers, the once vacant and numb expressions of the group transformed into an earnest plea for survival, devoid of the fear one would expect from strangers. A small child, no more than a few years old, with a pallid complexion, reached out with great difficulty towards Jason, pleading in Arabic, "Please save me. I do not want to die, I beg you." As a father himself, Jason found it unbearable to witness a child's desperate plea. He could no longer restrain himself. IMB-1, the Brock Protection Specialist Team. All others, proceed to the second floor. Urgent medical assistance is required here. He issued the command without hesitation, his tone heavy with the weight of his emotions. No matter how resolute a soldier may be, witnessing the plight of these innocent civilians would evoke compassion within anyone, especially considering that among them were vulnerable women, children, and the elderly. Upon receiving the order, the members of Team B arrived on the scene, collaborating to provide aid to the civilians and investigate how they ended up in such a predicament. Team B currently comprised 2 medics, Trent and Long John. They naturally assumed the role of paramedics, tasked with diagnosing the ailments of all the civilians within that room and providing care to the best of their abilities. Jason and others were responsible for comforting the distressed civilians and repairing the lighting system of the room, while also attempting to discern the events that had transpired. After nearly 10 minutes of fervent activity, each member of Team B had gleaned valuable insights. Through his conversations with the women and children, Jason learned of the civilians' identities and the circumstances that led to their abandonment. They were citizens of the nation, whose village had been seized by the Syrian army. All eligible males had been conscripted, forced to serve as cannon fodder in battles against rebel forces, thereby minimizing the casualties among the Syrian troops. The remaining children, elderly, and women were all brought to this hospital to perform menial tasks. Tragically, an incident had recently occurred. A gas leak had resulted in the deaths of numerous animals outside, and those within the hospital were not spared. Those working near the explosion succumbed immediately, while those indoors, though they initially avoided the first wave of gas, were still afflicted by the toxins that infiltrated the premises, leaving them to suffer the agonies of nerve gas exposure. Fearing the repercussions of mass civilian deaths due to the gas leak, the Syrian army undertook the most inhumane response. They cordoned off the entire hospital and confined all poisoned individuals to the second floor. On the first floor, security personnel were stationed to prevent any of the afflicted from escaping. No medical aid or sustenance was provided, leaving them to perish in solitude. After days of relentless torment, the majority of those on the second floor had succumbed, dwindling from hundreds to a mere 20 survivors. Those who remained had absorbed the least gas, yet their conditions remained dire. Their bodies continued to be ravaged by the nerve agent, and with several days without food, survival without immediate medical intervention seemed impossible. Upon absorbing all the information about these civilians, Jason's heart felt heavier than ever. However, he could understand the grim reality. He was well aware of the brutal nature of war. It was not uncommon for those in power to disregard human life for the sake of national pride. He had witnessed far more grotesque acts. The citizens of peaceful nations could never fathom the darkness that enveloped war-torn countries, nor the horrors that lay within. How was Long doing? Jason's greatest concern was for the little boy who had clutched his sleeve in prayer upon his arrival. The child's entire respiratory system was perilously compromised. Should the muscles in his throat continue to fail, he could very well drown in his own saliva, Long John remarked, drawing from both television portrayals and his personal observations. Long John was able to ascertain that the individuals here had been exposed to VX gas. This was a swift-acting nerve agent, with symptoms manifesting mere seconds after contact, including salivation, constricted pupils, and chest tightness. Like other nerve agents, VX disrupts the enzymes that regulate bodily glands and muscles. When these enzymes are blocked by the gas, the molecules incessantly stimulate the muscles, leading to fatigue from continual spasms, ultimately resulting in suffocation or cardiac arrest, culminating in death. The good news is that individuals exposed to VX agents have a considerable chance of survival, as its potency is significantly lower than that of sarin and ethyl compounds. However, the bad news is that without sufficient antidotes and subsequent detoxification efforts, the mortality rate for those poisoned remains alarmingly high. Jason, having undergone training in biochemical warfare, noted that the individual first aid kits carried by Team B contained emergency medications specifically for such toxins. How much atropine did you administer to him? In response to Jason's inquiry, Long John raised 2 fingers from his right hand and replied, "The medication I possess is limited, and the number of individuals requiring assistance is extensive. I could only administer 2 doses. Administering another dose is essential. His condition is dire, and 2 doses are simply insufficient," Jason asserted, retrieving a vial of atropine from his medical kit. In the individual medical kits of Team B, each soldier was allocated only 1 dose. By using his on the young boy, Jason effectively relinquished his own contingency for survival. "You should keep it. If you become infected, you might need to administer another dose." Jason interrupted Long John, forcefully placing the atropine against his chest, his resolve unmistakable. Chapter 76. Not a foolish do-gooder. Observing Jason's unwavering determination, Long John ceased to utter any more unnecessary words, accepted the atropine, and proceeded towards the boy. After all, he had retained 1 dose for himself. While saving innocent civilians is indeed a noble endeavor for a top-tier Special Forces operative, Long John refused to be a foolish do-gooder. He had not forgotten the primary reason he pursued medicine: to save himself in critical moments. Jason did not depart after retrieving the medication. As Long John prepared to inject the boy, he seized the opportunity to inquire, "How many individuals are here in total?" 23, all infected without exception," Long John replied while administering the injection. "Can we save them?" Jason pressed further. "It is uncertain at this moment," Long John stated, lifting his head after completing the injection. His brow furrowed. "Everyone requires urgent detoxification to stabilize their condition temporarily. For a complete recovery, they must be transported to a medical facility." This was disheartening news. Jason understood that the current withdrawal was already fraught with complications, and the original plan of transporting them for treatment was now impossible. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Do you know what type of chemical agent we are dealing with? I lack the necessary testing equipment, so I can only make a judgment based on symptoms. It is most likely VX gas," Long John shrugged, acknowledging the limitations of their situation. "How long will the detoxification take?" "VX virus infects through skin contact. Children have a smaller skin surface area, so the time will be shorter, approximately 10 minutes for adults," Long John explained. "Well, there are 5 hours until dawn. I hope you and Trent can complete this task before then." "Understood," Long John nodded, resuming his efforts. Simultaneously, it became increasingly evident that Jason was prepared to abandon the original evacuation plan in his quest to save these 23 innocent civilians. Although Long John believed that this course of action was rather ill-advised, thereby complicating the mission significantly, Jason, from a humanitarian perspective, felt compelled to proceed. He understood that failing to do so would leave him engulfed in guilt for the remainder of his life. Moreover, since the original plot had not encountered any issues, he could also showcase his capabilities. Consequently, Long John refrained from opposing Jason's impromptu alterations to the plan. He recognized that the modification of the original retreat strategy would, in fact, be more advantageous for him, and thus he did not hinder Jason. However, this did not imply that others would not voice their concerns. Lei, as the second-in-command of Team B, deemed it necessary to advise Jason. He specifically called Jason aside and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Are you aware of who invented VX gas? Is this approach truly meaningful?" "Sorry, what are you talking about?" Jason responded, wearing an expression of incomprehension, which was indeed accurate. "Fine." Lei, initially considering a more roundabout approach, chose to be forthright. The British were the first to discover VX, but their invention was merely accidental. Upon realizing its extreme toxicity, they immediately ceased production. Years later, the U.S. military began mass-producing it, and the VX prototype in this hospital was likely manufactured by American forces. "Do you believe we are the good guys?" The underlying implication of Lei's statement was clear. The U.S. military had employed this toxic gas on the battlefield, resulting in numerous casualties. And we are part of that military. Now, does it truly make sense to complicate our retreat in order to save these individuals? "We are the good guys, Lei." Jason's response was unwavering as he looked directly into Lei's eyes. "Because we have never used such a substance, and we never will, now or in the future." Jason provided a most explicit answer to what it means to embody the pride of the strongest Marines. Lei was ultimately persuaded by Jason's resolute stance. Indeed, DG had not engaged in the sordid deeds that characterized other U.S. military operations. However, Lei's acceptance of Jason's humanitarian intentions did not eliminate his concerns. He promptly asked, "Our original plan only accounted for 2 to 3 vehicles. How do you intend to bring them all back? The border's special forces should be warming up, shouldn't they? Jason raised an eyebrow. He then pressed the PTT to establish communication with the operations center, reporting the situation and his rescue intentions. At the Saxus Forward military base, Commander Eric, upon receiving Jason's briefing, immediately contacted the command headquarters. Sir, the situation has changed. The action team requires assistance to rescue a group of civilians. We currently only have 2 local vehicles, and there is insufficient space for 23 individuals. We hope to request support from the border's special forces, who possess the specialized operational vehicles necessary to ensure our successful retreat. Eric endeavored to communicate effectively with the higher-ups, but regrettably, the response was less than favorable. The Department of Defense was reluctant to leave any traces of American military presence in Xillia and was not keen on dispatching special forces across the border for the rescue. Nevertheless, Eric recognized that there was still room for negotiation and did not abandon his pursuit of an opportunity. Instead, they contacted the command center of DG, hoping that the squadron commander or even Colonel DG could persuade the higher-ups. Engaging in dialogue with the Ministry of Defense at a higher level would significantly increase the chances of success. Senior Intelligence Officer Mandy was also busy utilizing her capabilities to communicate with the CIA to lobby the Department of Defense and the Joint Special Operations Command. Whether the application would ultimately succeed remained uncertain. Everyone was striving to persevere, all awaiting the final response from the Ministry of Defense, destined to endure a long, arduous night. Chapter 77. Stepping up to save the situation at the Xillia Ahair Hospital, military medics Long John and Trent tirelessly detoxified 23 civilians without a moment's respite. Dr. Lucien was equally anxious, meticulously cleaning all laboratory instruments and equipment. 2 EOD experts assisted throughout, professionally neutralizing various discarded materials and shells used for producing toxic gas munitions, ensuring these unstable explosives posed no threat to Dr. Lucien. Simultaneously, remote-controlled timed explosives were strategically placed on significant equipment, preparing for an eventual retreat after the mission's completion. Meanwhile, Jason, Lay, Brock, and Sonny assumed the role of sentinels for the entire hospital, vigilant against any enemy incursions. Unbeknownst to them, dawn began to break in the east, marking the arrival of 4 a.m. Hey, buddy, get up and take a break. Jason approached to relieve Sonny of his watch. I'm not tired. You should replace someone else, Sonny replied hoarsely, having watched the desolate world outside through night vision goggles for 3 hours. Listen, the Syrian forces are still 20 kilometers away. You don't need to be so anxious. You need to conserve your energy to be in the best condition for the retreat at dawn, Jason urged, patting Sonny on the shoulder. Reluctantly, Sonny removed the night vision goggles and stepped aside, carrying his MK-46 light machine gun. He walked a few steps but then paused, furrowing his brow and asking, "Are we waiting here until sunrise to retreat, just so we can gather enough vehicles to transport everyone inside? I believe we can infiltrate any location and undertake any challenging mission, but I don't think we can withstand an entire army," Sonny expressed his concerns. Jason understood Sonny's reluctance and recognized the essence of his team. He countered with a rhetorical question, deep down. "You know better than I do what torment awaits if we abandon those inside. I only know that whatever happens has already been predetermined," Sonny defended. "It's not their fault they were born in such a country," Jason shook his head. "Nor is it our fault." Sonny stepped closer to Jason, continuing, "Jay, I hope you understand that some actions ultimately hold little significance. Suppose we manage to rescue them and hand them over to the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Then what? No one would send them back to such a war-torn region. They would simply become refugees, and if fortune favored them, they might be accepted by European nations. If luck was not on their side, they would spend the rest of their lives in refugee camps resembling prisons." Jason did not concur with Sonny's assertion and turned to him earnestly, asking, "Will you speak those words to the children directly? If necessary, I would. But I cannot bring myself to look into their faces while doing so," Sonny retorted, advising, "There are many wolves in this world. A shepherd dog can only ensure the safety of its own flock with utmost effort and has neither the capacity nor the energy to tend to others' sheep." Sonny's metaphor was profoundly insightful, yet Jason responded in kind. What honor remains in such words? Would it not be better to leave the military and write novels? Faced with Jason's piercing remarks and his torch-like gaze, Sonny realized he could no longer argue. Soldiers fight for their country and honor. Without honor, what is the meaning of continuing to fight? For Sonny, Jason, and the entire B team, The significance of honor was paramount. Without it, there would be no value in existence. Of course, this did not apply to Long John, the foreign aid of B Team. Soldiers exist for honor and their nation, with the core premise being that they fight for their own country to gain a sense of honorable mission. Long John's role in B Team resembled that of a soldier in the French Foreign Legion. Most foreign soldiers who join the French Foreign Legion do so for their own benefit, not for the sake of honor. They either seek to earn a living or hope to find a shortcut to French citizenship after completing a 5-year term. Sonny could not persuade Jason, so he took his equipment and returned indoors to rest, allowing the minor discord between the captain and his team member to fade. However, just as Jason had settled matters with Sonny, an unfortunate message arrived. Lay's wife had encountered a minor accident and went into premature labor, exhibiting irregular heart rates. An emergency cesarean section was imperative. The command center entrusted Jason with the decision of whether to inform Lay. Special operations demand a high degree of mental and physical integration. If one cannot concentrate during an operation, even a momentary lapse could result in irreparable consequences. To prevent any distractions for Lay during the perilous upcoming retreat, and knowing that even if he received the news, he would not be able to return in time, Jason chose to conceal the situation. It was as if he had left without consulting the calendar. Just as he made the arduous decision to withhold the information, the operations center delivered more bad news. The DG headquarters had rejected Eric's application, and the Ministry of Defense did not approve the new plan. Jason was compelled to continue with the original strategy, which involved assisting Dr. Lucien in collecting VX gas samples, then having 2 EOD specialists plant explosives in the hospital, with the intention of destroying all experimental facilities upon their departure. Eric expressed that he had exhausted all efforts, yet no department was willing to provide assistance. After striving for so long without effecting any change, Jason found it unbearable to accept the outcome and returned despondently to the dwelling where the civilians gathered. Gazing at the feeble forms of over 20 civilians, Jason felt utterly powerless, his heart aching with despair. His demeanor was noticeably unsettling, indicating that he had received a response from the command center. In stark contrast, Long John, who had toiled tirelessly for more than 5 hours, exhibited no signs of fatigue. Instead, he appeared invigorated upon seeing Jason's arrival. Realizing it was time to step forth and salvage the situation, Long John approached Jason without hesitation. "Hey, boss. May I have a moment of your time?" The sudden inquiry pierced through Jason's gloom, prompting him to lift his head and recognize the newcomer, Long John. Had it been any other rookie, Jason, feeling particularly disheartened, would likely have dismissed them. However, Long John was an exception. From their very first encounter, the unwavering confidence and unique approach of Long John left a profound impression on Jason. Perhaps influenced by this impression, or perhaps inspired by Long John's current self-assurance, Jason refrained from rebuking him, instead nodding in agreement. He gently caressed the small boy lying in bed, groaning in pain, and then rose silently, making his way towards the fire escape on the left. Long John followed closely behind, and as they entered the passage, he directly addressed the matter at hand. "If I am not mistaken, you are awaiting assistance from the Special Forces, yet your request has been denied, correct? Your powers of observation are commendable." Jason acknowledged Long John's deduction, his expression betraying no emotional fluctuation, still steeped in a profound sense of frustration and reluctance. Unfazed by Jason's indifference, Long John continued, "This is not an insurmountable predicament. We possess the means to turn this around. If your intention is to remain and confront the Syrian forces, compelling the Ministry of Defense to dispatch the special troops for support, I can assure you I have already resolved to take that course of action. Of course, everyone is free to choose to leave, including yourself." Jason's strategy was one of desperation, leveraging the Ministry of Defense's reluctance to leave American military footprints in Iraq. Knowing they would ultimately have to find a way to withdraw Team B, engaging a Special Forces team against an army was inherently perilous, with a high likelihood that the outcome would be the corpses of Team B. Yet, for the honor he had long pursued and the heroic dreams he harbored before enlisting, Jason resolved to gamble his life to pressure the Ministry of Defense, truly finding himself in a dire situation. "Do you aspire to be a hero?" Long John laughed unabashedly, his mirth causing Jason's expression to shift from dark to pale. "I have no desire to be any sort of hero. I simply wish to survive. We all need to return alive." Just as Jason was on the verge of erupting in anger, Long John suddenly ceased his smile, shifting the tone of the conversation with a mysterious grin. We have a far more effective method to compel them without incurring such immense risks. Oh, Jason, who was ready to unleash his fury, paused, realizing that Long John was not merely speaking idly. Out of a profound sense of responsibility for his team members' lives, coupled with a fervent desire to save the civilians, Jason eagerly exclaimed, "If you can truly accomplish this, the codename B6 will forever belong to you." Long John had boldly declared his intention to seize B6 the very first time he entered the Red Team's conference room. Jason's words were unmistakably clear. He indeed possessed the capability to achieve it, even if Long John had consistently ranked last in all trainings during the subsequent 5 months with the Green Team. However, given Long John's unparalleled T0 level prowess, such a scenario seemed improbable. Long John was brimming with confidence about entering DG, yet he harbored uncertainties regarding his placement in Team B. What he desperately needed was this assurance. After all, DG boasted 4 operational squads, comprising over 20 action teams in total. Who could predict where he would be assigned after graduation amidst the fierce competition among dozens of squad leaders? Now, with Jason's verbal guarantee, Long John felt liberated from all concerns and leaned in to whisper his brilliant scheme into Jason's ear. Upon hearing Long John's extraordinary plan, Jason's eyes sparkled, and a smile broke across his face, casting aside any previous despondence. He promptly returned to gather everyone from Team B, except for the 2 on watch, including Dr. Lucien, to relay the new plan and the tasks ahead. They required evidence of the Toxin S production. If they could not bring back samples, the civilians would become the sole evidence. "This is truly magnificent, Jason. You truly deserve to be the leader of Team B," Ray praised without reservation after hearing Jason's new strategy. If they could indeed bring in the special forces, having a unit escort them would not only render their revised retreat plan far superior to the initial one, but also significantly safer. Such a promising development eased the tension for everyone, allowing them to commend Jason for his ingenuity. Wait, Jason, overwhelmed by the compliments, felt reluctant to share the accolades with a newcomer. He patted Long John on the shoulder, grinning cheerfully. "You should direct these praises towards Long, our future new member of Team B, for this idea originated from him." Jason's statement was crystal clear, effectively signaling Long John's implicit endorsement to the group. Upon realizing that the one who could turn the tide of the situation was none other than the newcomer Long John, even the staunchest supporter of Clay had to concede. From the soles of his feet to the tips of his hair, he acknowledged that Long John was indeed the strongest rookie of this cohort. The relationships among the others and Long John were already quite cordial. Upon learning that Long John had once again salvaged the situation at a critical juncture, they showered him with accolades. "Remarkable. Well done. Truly deserving of the title bestowed by Sonny as the miraculous young man." Listening to this torrent of praise, Long John unabashedly accepted it all. In a world dominated by the strong, only the powerful can survive and earn the recognition and respect of other formidable individuals. Humility holds no value in such a realm. Having synchronized their narratives, Jason commenced his performance. "Command Center, this is B1. The biochemical expert has completed the collection of the toxin samples. The tests yielded a negative result. He suspects that the laboratory has been thoroughly cleansed, rendering the toxin completely diluted and making further sampling impossible. Please advise." Chapter 79. The advantages of the Behemoth. Long John's approach was somewhat opportunistic. Even if he had not proposed it, an hour later, the Syrian forces would launch an offensive, and Jason, upon observing the toxin sample in Lucien's possession, could have deduced this method. However, utilizing his prior knowledge of the narrative, Long John articulated the solution ahead of time, securing considerable benefits for himself. The operations center received Jason's report and promptly relayed the situation to the squad command. Upon hearing that samples could not be collected, Eric realized that the mission had effectively been in vain, which was unacceptable. He immediately contacted higher authorities. The information was communicated through various layers until it reached the highest echelons of the Ministry of Defense. The civil war in Zellia appeared to be an internal conflict, but in reality, it was a covert struggle between the United States and Russia, with implications far more intricate than they seemed. The Zellia anti-government forces, supported by the United States, needed to tarnish the image of the Syrian government forces to gain international legitimacy. Should the allegations of the Syrian army developing banned biochemical weapons be substantiated, the United States could wield this evidence to their advantage. At the very least, They could dispatch aircraft under the guise of international policing to bomb various so-called biochemical weapon research centers of the Syrian army. Russia would be powerless to intervene. More severely, they could mobilize international forces to impose global sanctions on Zalia through the United Nations and various international alliances established with the United States. The ramifications of sanctions on a nation can be devastating, leading to economic collapse and, at worst, suffering among the populace. The Ministry of Defense received this discrediting mission and dispatched the most elite special forces, determined to prevent any failure of the plan. Upon hearing that evidence regarding the biochemical toxin could not be collected, the higher-ups in the Ministry of Defense became restless. They couldn't continue to rely on washing powder as a substitute. Thus, they immediately issued a stringent order to DG, mandating that, regardless of the means or costs, the toxin samples must be retrieved. At this critical juncture, Jason fortuitously provided another report. Among the 23 civilians surviving in the hospital, all have been infected with VX toxin. They represent living samples that can yield the desired evidence of the toxin if taken back. I recommend that we bring them all with us. Commander Eric of the Action Group and Commander Blackburn of the Red Team had been longtime friends of Jason. Reflecting upon Jason's earlier proposal, coupled with this subtly intriguing suggestion, one could immediately discern the underlying complexities. Both individuals are pragmatic commanding officers, unlike the political posturing often witnessed within the Department of Defense. Therefore, they tacitly agreed to treat the proposal as genuine. Consequently, Jason's new request was faithfully communicated to the DG Command Headquarters, ultimately reaching the upper echelons of the Department of Defense. At that moment, the department was grappling with numerous crises, and the prospect of a solution invigorated them. Adhering to the distasteful bargaining tactics of politicians, they initially consented to evacuate only a couple of civilians, still neglecting to mention the dispatch of special forces for extraction. In response, Mandy, a senior intelligence officer from the CIA, offered her expert opinion over the phone. She expressed that the current level of civilian infection remained uncertain. The small number of individuals could yield insufficient samples, and ideally, all should be retrieved. The CIA's Bioweapons Division is renowned for its capability to extract ample samples, even from the most negligible sources. In the case of the VX virus, which is an exceedingly lethal biochemical agent, such extraction would be effortlessly accomplished. Regrettably, the personnel at the Department of Defense lacked this understanding. They were oblivious to the intricacies of bioweapon extraction and cared little for such details. Their sole focus lay on achieving their objectives and discerning the final outcomes, perhaps sensing that the DG had conspired. As it was inconceivable for individuals to ascend to such high ranks without acumen, they realized that further discussion would bear no fruit. The Department of Defense, in pursuit of obtaining samples of the toxin to potentially undermine Russia on an international scale, finally relented and agreed to deploy border special forces to assist in the evacuation. After an exhausting night of negotiations, Mandy, Eric, and the others felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing this news, the first genuine smile since the initiation of Operation Nighthawk. They swiftly contacted Team B, conveying the encouraging news of the Special Forces' imminent arrival to the anxious Jason. "Well done. Please convey to Eric that I owe him a favor." The operations commander, Eric, played a pivotal role in connecting the various elements of this entire affair, and Jason had not forgotten this. He requested Eric to relay his gratitude and then shouted to those awaiting results, "Hey, folks, we've E1. The Special Forces are en route and are expected to arrive in 30 minutes. We must finalize all preparations for the evacuation before their arrival. Time is short, but we must succeed. Dragon, Trent, you two are in charge of the civilians. Escort them to the main entrance on the first floor. And as soon as the convoy arrives, get them on board. The demolition team should expedite their wiring. You have 20 minutes to set all the explosives." Jason swiftly issued commands to everyone, and just as the orders were organized, the latest updates from the operations center echoed through his earpiece. Upon hearing the news, Jason's expression darkened, his previous elation at the support from the special forces dissipating entirely. "Ha ha ha, gentlemen, we have a new development," Jason declared, raising his voice to capture everyone's attention. With a serious demeanor, he continued, "I have just received new intelligence. The Syrian army is en route to the hospital. According to predictions from our satellite imagery analysts, they will arrive ahead of the Special Forces convoy. Everyone must expedite their efforts. We have 20 minutes to complete all preparations and then position ourselves on the rooftop to engage the Syrian forces, buying time for the civilians to board. Though 20 minutes may seem ample, in reality, it is scarcely sufficient. The civilians, having endured days of hunger and exposure to toxins, have largely lost their ability to move independently. In the best-case scenario, they require assistance to walk. The remaining 80 individuals must be carried or supported to reach the first floor. Furthermore, the staircase leading from the second to the first floor has been destroyed, necessitating that each civilian is fitted with a gas mask and traverses the basement to access the first floor. This convoluted process consumes a considerable amount of time with every civilian transported. At that moment, Long John's imposing stature proved invaluable for the task at hand. While Trent could only carry one civilian down at a time, Long John effortlessly managed to carry one on his back while cradling another in his arms. This capability allowed him to transport 2 civilians simultaneously, effectively doubling the efficiency of the operation. The most cumbersome aspect of B Squad's retreat was indeed the civilians. However, with Long John's formidable strength as a transport asset, this troublesome task became remarkably manageable. In merely a matter of minutes, all 23 civilians were successfully relocated to the main hall on the first floor. Long John completed his duties with time to spare, ascending to the rooftop of the hospital's second floor alongside Sonny, preparing to ambush the approaching Syrian forces. As the clock struck 20 minutes, a formation of infantry emerged in Long John's northern field of vision. With the aid of the EATEC G33 magnifier, he could discern each individual clearly, estimating their numbers to be around a company. Although the Syrian army's combat prowess does not rival that of major powers, they still numbered over 100. In this era of advanced weaponry, even the most formidable fighters would be hard-pressed to withstand an assault from more than 10 armed adversaries. Fortunately, the Quick Reaction Force, QRF, was en route, and their arrival was not expected to be significantly delayed. Moreover, benefiting from the advantageous visibility afforded by the arid terrain, there remained a distance of over 1 kilometer between the two factions, providing ample opportunity for Long John, Sonny, and their team to formulate a strategy for delaying the enemy, thus securing sufficient time for the QRF's arrival. The command of the Syrian government forces was undeniably astute, aware that engaging the U.S. military at night posed significant challenges. They chose to initiate their offensive just before dawn. While this strategy is sound in typical combat scenarios, they were unfortunately up against the elite DG squad. As the Syrian military company sprinted towards the outskirts of the town, poised to launch a direct assault on the hospital's location, a ferocious barrage of fire suddenly rained down upon them. The precision of Biulay's marksmanship was indisputable. A single shot felled an officer clad in military attire. This shot heralded the commencement of hostilities. Concurrently, the light machine guns of Long John and Sonny unleashed a hail of bullets, their 3 times magnification aiding in targeting the Syrian forces situated 300 meters away with relentless bursts of fire. Under the barrage of 2 high-precision light machine guns, compounded by the commander being swiftly neutralized, over 100 Syrian troops found themselves in dire straits. Within mere seconds, as they scrambled for cover, no fewer than 10 soldiers were struck and cried out in agony, with at least 5 succumbing immediately. Though such casualties might seem negligible against a force exceeding 100, the psychological impact of being blindsided by unseen foes was profoundly staggering. The Syrian forces, comprised of impoverished and ill-equipped anti-government militants, were oblivious to the brutal realities of warfare. However, the initial concentrated fire from Team B utterly shattered their misconceptions. The once fan-shaped encirclement was obliterated by Long John's first wave of fire, leaving the enemy in disarray. As everyone sought refuge within buildings or behind cover, they finally discerned the position of their assailants. Those daring enough to attempt a counterattack were thwarted by their own lackluster marksmanship, compounded by their reliance solely on mechanical sights. Against targets the size of grains at 300 meters, their efforts were woefully inadequate. A few audacious individuals ventured out to fire back, only to be met with devastating precision, leaving them bloodied and battered. The disparity in marksmanship left the remaining Syrian troops too intimidated to expose themselves any further. Yet, despite their reluctance to show themselves, the Syrian forces did not halt their advance. They were seasoned veterans of battle. Under the guidance of the second-in-command, the remaining soldiers opted for a more tactical approach, maneuvering through one building after another. This method significantly slowed their progress, but offered the advantage of evading all lines of fire emanating from the hospital, alleviating the threat of sniper fire. Simultaneously, The second-in-command ordered the artillery to seek advantageous positions for mortar deployment. In the face of distant sniper suppression, without comparable adversaries to counter, artillery fire emerged as the most viable solution. It is indeed a testament to the capabilities of a national military, even in their shortcomings. Their military acumen far surpasses that of terrorist organizations. The Syrian forces' responses to Team B undeniably posed challenges for Long John and his comrades atop the rooftops, rendering them unable to return fire. However, this was precisely what they required. Long John and Lei, while sniping at the Syrian troops, were not merely intent on eliminating their targets, but rather sought to delay the enemy's advance. The objective of buying time had evidently been achieved. Through a covert advancement within the confines of the building, the final 300 meters to the hospital would require no less than 10 minutes to traverse. In the midst of this silent standoff, 5 minutes had elapsed unnoticed by both parties. The guard on the eastern front block observed 3 vehicles emerging from the east and immediately reported, B1, the rapid response unit has appeared, expected to enter the town in 2 minutes. B1 acknowledged, stating that all evacuation preparations were complete and the sniper team could return. Upon receiving Block's report, Jason promptly ordered the rooftop team, led by Long John, to descend in order to regroup with headquarters before the convoy's arrival. As Long John prepared to withdraw, he suddenly heard a whistling sound from above. Incoming, he shouted, tackling Lei, who was unaware, to the ground. With a swift whoosh and a thunderous boom, a mortar shell flew at remarkable speed, striking the rooftop and creating a substantial hole. The explosion unleashed a whirlwind of debris and smoke, propelled by the shockwave that engulfed the entire rooftop. The deafening sound wave created by the explosion, occurring within a mere 10 meters, was overwhelming. Although the noise-canceling headphones provided some protection, the volume was so immense and sudden that the internal circuitry failed, rendering them useless. Chapter 81. An overwhelming retreat. Typically, the first artillery shell serves as a pinpoint strike, primarily to gather information for subsequent targeting, with accuracy often lacking. The Syrian army is not among the world's elite ground forces. Thus, it is remarkable that their first shell struck with such precision. One could only attribute this to sheer luck. In this inexplicable incident, despite Long John's timely response and his efforts to protect Lei, he still found himself disoriented, with nothing but a relentless buzzing in his ears. The shockwave had similarly affected his brainstem, causing him to lose his ability to maintain balance, making it difficult for him to rise. It felt akin to inebriation, where numerous intentions remained unfulfilled. Fortunately, Sonny and Block, positioned at a safer distance, were not significantly affected by the explosion and managed to assist, each supporting one as they descended from the rooftop. Throughout the descent, Long John remained dazed. He could see Sonny shouting at him, yet not a single word was comprehensible. His senses were inundated with a cacophony of buzzing and static. Simultaneously, his mind and body became disjointed, though his brain urged him to react. His body stubbornly refrained from obeying. Lei was in a similar state, temporarily incapacitated. In that moment, Long John fully grasped the condition of those caught in a close-quarters battle during a breach with directional explosives, facing the brunt of the explosive shockwave. It was as if the entire world had been rendered senseless, leaving them incapable of coherent response. Thus, the two remained in a bewildered state, being led from the rooftop to the second floor and subsequently returning to the first floor, ultimately compelled to sit in the hall to recuperate. Fortunately, the power of the mortar shell was rather limited, likely due to the small caliber designed for individual soldiers. As the rapid response unit entered the town and halted just outside the hospital's entrance on the roadway, Long John and Lei had somewhat regained their composure. Although they still experienced a mild ringing in their ears and a slight headache, it was not sufficiently debilitating to hinder their operational effectiveness. Before Lei immersed himself in the task of assisting civilians onto the vehicles, he approached Long John with a cordial invitation. "I truly appreciate your help earlier. If you find yourself free, I would be delighted to have you at my baby shower upon our return." Long John understood that this was a traditional American baby celebration, typically held before the child's birth, akin to a welcoming party for the newborn. Such gatherings are generally intimate affairs, reserved for close family and friends. Lei's initiative to invite him indicated a shift in his perception, likely due to Long John's earlier heroic act. As the second-in-command of Team B, Long John was eager to foster a closer bond with Lei. Despite being aware that, according to the narrative arc of the series, Lei's wife should have already delivered by now, rendering the baby shower moot, he nonetheless expressed his enthusiasm. Witnessing the birth of a child is indeed a delightful experience. Even if my schedule is tight, I will certainly find a way to attend. Agreed. Then, Lei replied, visibly pleased as he clapped Long John on the arm, solidifying their arrangement. The rapid response unit arrived with 3 vehicles, one of which was a standard military truck, ample enough to accommodate all the civilians. The other 2 vehicles were notably distinct, both being military-grade Humvees produced by the contractor GM, having undergone tactical modifications for special operations. These high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, HMWV, boasted armor capable of withstanding direct fire from 7.62 caliber rifles on doors, windows, and the body. The specially designed tires could endure gunfire without immediate deflation, allowing for travel distances exceeding 80 kilometers. Their robust construction ensured durability, while their offensive capabilities were equally formidable. Notably, a machine gun turret was affixed to the roof, enabling the gunner to operate an M2 heavy machine gun with a full 360-degree range of motion. Surrounding the turret were protective barriers over half a meter high, ensuring the gunner's safety while firing. The 2 modified HMWV tactical vehicles were equipped with 2 50 caliber heavy machine guns, perfectly allowing Long John and Sunny each to operate one. As the Syrian forces had been targeted by Long John and his team, they were too intimidated to advance along the main road. Under the cover of artillery suppression, when they finally reached the vicinity of the hospital, Team B had successfully utilized that critical window to evacuate all civilians onto the vehicles. The members of Team B boarded the 2 operational vehicles, one leading and the other following the truck as they sped away. Perhaps having witnessed Long John's selfless act to save Lei had entirely won Sunny's respect and admiration for him. The thrill-seeking Sunny surprisingly relinquished his favorite position and took a seat in the rear operational vehicle. As Long John took the lead in the first combat vehicle, an exhilarating opportunity presented itself. Indeed, it was a thrilling experience. The convoy had just surged onto the roadway in front of the hospital when they collided with the advancing Syrian forces, igniting an immediate clash. The Syrian soldiers emerging from the buildings resembled moles, popping up from various spots in an attempt to attack the convoy. Long John was akin to a hammer in a whack-a-mole game, testing his prowess with the heavy machine gun, as well as his keen eyesight and reflexes. Fortunately, he possessed all these attributes in abundance. His observational skills and reaction time had already amazed everyone during the Green Team's assessments. His robust physique exuded an unwavering presence, akin to a mountain steadfast against the winds. The recoil of the M2 heavy machine gun, which could leave an ordinary person trembling and disassembled, became docile in Long John's capable hands. This explains why American machine gunners tend to be powerfully built. The formidable recoil of such weaponry is beyond the grasp of smaller individuals. With a thunderous roar, the large-caliber machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, its turret spinning 180 degrees as lethal barges whistled through the air. Syrian soldiers, who had barely raised their weapons to launch an attack, were preemptively silenced by Long John. The devastating power of the 50 caliber heavy machine gun was terrifying. Any contact could result in severe injury or death. A shot to the leg could result in amputation, while a hit to the torso would cleave the body in 2. A strike to the vulnerable head would render the victim a headless corpse, their cranium exploding like a watermelon struck by cannon fire. As the convoy forged its way out of the town, the number of Syrian soldiers Long John eliminated increased exponentially. The streets were littered with the bodies of the fallen, none intact, presenting a gruesome tableau that would terrify most into submission. Even the battle-hardened Syrian regulars were utterly demoralized. In the face of Long John's overwhelming firepower and suppressive capability, no one dared to show themselves, leaving them cowering within the confines of their buildings, helplessly watching the convoy escape the town. Chapter 82. Attention from the DG High Command. The Syrian forces were powerless against the B team, unable to send pursuing troops. After enduring a series of tribulations, the B team finally resolved all dangers and entered Iraq unscathed. Upon returning to the Sykes Forward military base, Mandy, Eric, and others surprisingly awaited their arrival outside. Initially, Long John found this peculiar, as it deviated from their usual operational norms. However, his confusion dissipated when Mandy and Eric approached Lei, offering their heartfelt congratulations. It turned out that during the B team's retreat, Lei's wife had successfully given birth in the hospital, with both mother and child safe and sound, devoid of any complications. The cause of the difficult birth was merely an 8-pound, 7-ounce bundle of joy, playfully entangled in his own umbilical cord. Lay successfully navigated this perilous task and simultaneously ascended to fatherhood, a dual celebration that indeed warranted the warmest congratulations from all. Upon learning the entire story, Lay comprehended Jason's reasons for concealing the truth. A shared glance between them, accompanied by a knowing smile, spoke volumes. After years of camaraderie through life and death, unspoken understanding prevailed. 3 days later, having weathered the transitional period, Team B returned to the naval base in Virginia Beach. Life resumed its ordinary course. In daily life, there was little to distinguish them from the average citizen. Apart from their imposing physiques, there was nothing unusual about their presence on the streets. However, they would frequently vanish for periods, only to re-emerge in the public eye, such as the existence of the elite among special forces, the DG-level combatants of the naval units, living a life of relentless routine year after year. Following his second mission as an external aide, Long John similarly reaped significant rewards from his experiences. During his initial participation as an auxiliary member of Team B, the regular members regarded him as an extraordinary newcomer. The commanding officers of the Red Team had merely noted the arrival of this new talent from the Green Team, marveling at his individual capabilities. Yet, there remained a barrier. They had not fully embraced Long John as one of their own. Now, having participated in a second operation as an external aide, Long John once again showcased his intellect and skills, ultimately securing the recognition of all. This marked a profound transformation, signifying that Team B had fully accepted him as one of their own. Furthermore, through discussions with Jason and subsequent confirmations, it became evident in Eric's war reports submitted twice that Long John had distinguished himself remarkably. Consequently, this newcomer, who had only recently joined, began to attract the attention of DG's higher-ups. For instance, Major Commander Blackburn of the Red Team summoned Jason to his office immediately upon Team B's return to the base after disembarking from the aircraft. Following a tacit discussion regarding evidence of the toxin, which served as a unified dialogue, Blackburn intentionally inquired about Long John, seeking Jason's opinion on whether this newcomer would be suitable for the Red Team. Having served as captain for many years, Jason was acutely aware of his superior's intentions. Coupled with his own favorable impression of Long John, he provided overwhelmingly positive feedback on all of Blackburn's inquiries, even humorously stating, "I believe he is quite suited for Team B." Commanders naturally desire the strength of their soldiers, and Blackburn, enticed by Jason's words, responded with a smile. "I feel the same way. However, it remains to be seen if the other 5 captains concur." The leaders of Team B had essentially arrived at a decision, unbeknownst to Long John, the very subject of their deliberations. After returning to the Green Team and reporting in, he invited the enviously intrigued Clay and Brian to join him at a bar that evening, where they shared stories over drinks. Perhaps it was indeed true that alcohol brings forth unguarded truths. Whether it was spurred by the accomplishments achieved through a shift away from solitary endeavors or the time taken for reflection that led Clay to a profound understanding of the path toward becoming a first-rate combatant, he sincerely expressed his heartfelt apologies to Long John and Blake without the influence of inebriation. He lamented the errors of his past actions. At the moment he uttered the word sorry, both Blake and Long John beamed with genuine smiles, a reflection of their inner relief. For they both sensed that Clay had finally embarked on his journey toward maturity. He had come to grasp that self-improvement necessitated surpassing the previous day's self, rather than being preoccupied with the fear that aiding others might render them stronger, thus adopting a solitary wolf mentality to hoard all accolades for himself. Brian enhanced his own capabilities by uplifting his comrades, embodying the core essence of challenging oneself. Long John, with his unwavering self-discipline, commenced his rigorous fitness regimen each day at dawn, mastering 7 languages while continuing to learn new ones, also epitomized this philosophy of self-challenge. Their steadfast commitment to this practice enabled them to excel, and while they surpassed the majority, they were not ostracized for their formidable abilities. Rather, they cultivated excellent relationships, becoming highly sought after. Clay's acquaintance with Brian and Long John was both a misfortune and a fortune in his life. The misfortune lay in the realization that no matter how hard he tried, within the team-centric environment of SEAL Team 6, he could never eclipse the radiant light of little son Brian or the extraordinary talent of Long John. Conversely, the fortune resided in having encountered such remarkable friends, who guided him back from the brink of misguided paths, preventing irreparable mistakes. Throughout his extensive military journey, the presence of these two exceptional companions would undoubtedly enrich his life immeasurably. Clay fully recognized his errors, and Long John and Brian graciously accepted his apologies. This moment, laden with significance, imbued what was meant to be an ordinary outing at the bar with a unique vibrancy. Chapter 83. The Dawn of a Magnificent Transformation, the Most Powerful Duo. Clay's transformation brought immense satisfaction to Long John and Brian, creating a more harmonious drinking atmosphere and lightening the conversation. Last time you brought Stella over, yet you slipped away, and she didn't seem in high spirits. I think you ought to take some time to chat with her, or else you might lose the opportunity, Blake remarked. Clay understood whom Brian referred to and feigned a haughty demeanor, interjecting playfully, Stella is quite an admirable woman. I believe she would suit me well. If you're not interested, do feel free to pass along her contact information. Their conversation shifted to the topic of women, prompting Long John to recall the events of their last encounter. Reflecting on the last occasion when I picked up Stella, her spirits were remarkably high, and she engaged in delightful conversation throughout the ride. However, just as we arrived at the bar, and before the vehicle had even come to a complete halt, I received a sudden summons, compelling me to leave her at the bar while I rushed back to the base. Setting aside other external factors, it was rather inconsiderate to invite someone out only to abandon them shortly thereafter. Brian's timely reminder was indeed appreciated, and I felt it necessary to take the time to find Stella and present her with a gift as a gesture of apology. Yet, I had not pondered how to invite her out specifically, having been preoccupied with missions and lacking the opportunity to consider it. Regardless, having finally encountered a captivating woman with whom I shared such a delightful rapport, it would be a disservice to give up now, especially when we were so close to reaching that final pivotal step. Clay, I must kindly advise you, if you persist in your unrelenting pursuit, you may find yourself left out of any future interactions with Stella and her lovely colleagues. Wait, my friend, I concede. This drink shall serve as penance for my earlier indiscretion. Upon hearing my admonition, Clay, who had been rather boastful moments before, suddenly deflated, raising his glass and downing it in one swift motion, displaying remarkable efficiency. Brian couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. The following day, the formal members of Team B returned to their homes, rejoining the ranks of ordinary society. I resumed my training with Team Green, collaborating with Clay, who had begun to grasp the essentials of teamwork, as we continued our CQB training with just over 2 months remaining. The greatest advantage of being an astute individual is the remarkable ability to learn and adapt swiftly. Clay recognized what it truly meant to be at the core of special operations and how to elevate his capabilities. It took him merely 4 days to harmonize with me effectively. During the latest round of indoor CQB training, we successfully completed our exercises without a single error. Adam, the specialized training instructor who had spent nearly a decade with Team Green, possessed an astute perception that could only be described as deeply insightful. He observed Clay's growth keenly, coupled with my ever-bright presence. Adam was now fully convinced that this cohort of Team Green would yield the strongest swimming partnership in history. As an instructor dedicated to selecting exceptional students for other operational teams, he felt a sense of pride and anticipation. After 4 days of increasingly comfortable training due to Clay's development, I finally welcomed my first weekend back with the team. To ensure Stella's displeasure was assuaged, I resolved to surprise her. After completing my daily disciplined fitness regimen and spending 2 hours studying in the library, I enjoyed lunch at the base's dining hall. I then took my vintage motorcycle into the city to commence my shopping. My first stop was a jewelry store where I spent $2,000 on a necklace, having a couple's inscription engraved on the back of the pendant. Recently, following 2 high-risk missions with Team B, the combination of my hazard pay and several months' salary afforded me this opportunity. Once destitute, Long John now found himself with nearly $20,000 at his disposal, ample enough to secure the affection of Stella. After purchasing a dazzling array of jewelry beloved by women, he proceeded to a quaint bookstore. There, he intentionally acquired a semi-autobiographical novel, Villette, penned by Charlotte Bronte, and nestled the newly bought necklace within its pages. Exiting the store, he sought out a gift shop, requesting the staff to elegantly wrap the book. The young attendant, upon witnessing the splendid and extravagant combination, could not help but exclaim how romantic such a gift-giving gesture was. With Long John's striking appearance, height, and charm, the girl unabashedly remarked, "If someone were to surprise me like this, I would undoubtedly agree to be his girlfriend on the spot." Though the girl was not unattractive, she did not pique Long John's interest. Thus, he could only marvel at the boldness of Western women in matters of the heart, contrasting it with the more reserved demeanor often observed in his homeland. Disregarding her flirtatious overtures, he paid for the wrapping and hurriedly departed. With time to spare before Stella's school day concluded, Long John made a final stop at a flower shop, purchasing a bouquet of pure white roses, symbolizing innocence and nobility. Stella's essence embodied this purity, intertwined with a hint of youthful romance. The white roses were a perfect complement. Having meticulously prepared this thoughtful ensemble, darkness enveloped the sky, timing his arrival with precision. Long John rode his bicycle directly to Stella's home, waiting less than 10 minutes before she returned. Startled by his unexpected presence, Stella hesitated before alighting from her car. "I handpicked these for you. What do you think? Do you like them?" Long John smiled, offering her the flowers. "Is this how you express your apology?" Stella cradled the flowers, gently inhaling their fragrance. A mischievous glint flickered in her bright eyes as she frowned, stating, "You left me waiting all evening. A mere bouquet is far from sufficient." Long John, having studied micro-expressions, discerned the subtleties of Stella's demeanor. From her reactions, he was 100% certain that this beautiful woman was not truly upset. Her discontent was merely a facade, akin to playful coaxing. With this realization, Long John's heart settled. Then how about this? He revealed his second surprise, retrieving the wrapped book from his bicycle seat, and, feigning mystery, urged her to open it for a delightful surprise. Women's curiosity often surpasses that of men. Stella, intrigued by Long John's words, felt her heart racing uncontrollably as she carefully unwrapped the exterior. Villette. Upon seeing the prominent title on the cover, Stella's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Long John. This was her favorite novel, one she had never disclosed to anyone. Yet here was Long John presenting it to her. How could she not be taken aback by this unexpected revelation? "I have perused your scholarly article, which revolves around this very book, a work I hold in high regard. Your eloquence has left me utterly astounded. Should you pursue the path of writing, you are destined to become the next Charlotte Brontë," remarked Long John with utmost seriousness. The fame of Charlotte Brontë requires no elaboration. Her novel Jane Eyre alone has elevated her to the pantheon of literature, marking her as one of the most renowned female authors in history. To draw a comparison between himself and such a monumental figure, Long John's commendation was indeed a lofty praise that rendered Stella's heart aflutter. The radiant smile gracing her face outshone the white roses in her hand. Stella harbored a profound passion for writing and was keen on developing her talents in this realm. Long John's flattering words struck a chord deep within her heart. Coupled with the burgeoning romantic tension between them, it was impossible for Stella not to feel her heart dance with joy. It appeared that the prospects for the evening were promising. Long John sensed the shift in Stella's gaze, realizing that the preliminary overtures had borne fruit. He was poised to encourage her to delve into the surprises hidden within the book, seeking to win her affection with a charming smile, envisioning a night spent together. Alas, the all-too-familiar summons echoed from his pocket. "Damn it," Long John muttered as he glanced at his phone, unable to suppress an expletive. Regrettably, despite his irritation, he could only raise his hands in resignation and say, "I'm sorry, but I must take my leave. I had hoped for a romantic evening." Stella's eyes sparkled with delight. Unaffected by the news, if anything, she seemed even more elated than before. Given her suspicions, Stella felt a sense of certainty. With a playful smile, she remarked, "I understand your work demands, and I believe it is essential for me to acclimate to your spontaneous disappearances." This insinuation was not lost on Long John, who grasped her meaning instantaneously. What had initially soured his mood due to the unexpected summons was now transformed into a sense of lightheartedness. "I believe that such random disappearances can indeed add an element of intrigue," he replied, his spirits lifted as he playfully winked at Stella. "Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a grand feast, at the same time, in our usual place. We shall not fail to meet," Long John declared before revving his motorcycle and departing with flair. Until the very last moment before his departure, he refrained from revealing the secret hidden within the book, choosing instead to leave that delightful surprise for her to discover on her own. What a brazenly confident man. Stella watched him ride away, biting her lips softly as she murmured to herself, exuding a captivating charm. Meanwhile, the official members of the DG team received a random summons from the base, signaling that they were to embark on another mission, necessitating a meeting that would keep them occupied for some time. The new recruits, however, were merely undergoing training. And once they gathered at the base, they were promptly dismissed. As a newcomer in the green team, Long John's random summons could not possibly pertain to a mission, yet he found himself unable to leave today. He had received a notification from his instructor, instructing him to report to headquarters to meet Blackburn. After contemplating the unexpected maneuver of launching a surprise attack on Stella following the disbandment, Long John's idea has evaporated. Blackburn, the highest commander of the Red Team, had no prior direct contact with Long John. The sudden summons late at night left Long John feeling somewhat apprehensive, with fleeting doubts about whether his secret theft of the treasure map had been uncovered. In that moment, he deeply understood the meaning of the idiom regarding the guilt of a thief. Fortunately, having navigated the battlefield for over a decade in both his past and present life, Long John had mastered the art of emotional control. He adjusted his expression and mood slightly, burying his anxiety deep within. Upon entering the third-floor command center of the Red Team and stepping into the commander's office to face Blackburn alone, Long John exhibited no signs of unease. Their conversation ultimately revealed that Long John had overthought the situation. Blackburn had summoned him solely because he learned from Jason that the final strategy of the Nighthawk operation was conceived by Long John. While he admired Long John, he also harbored concerns about the young man's tendency to boast, worrying that he might inadvertently divulge sensitive information and attract trouble. In order to protect this promising talent, Blackburn had called Long John over for a cautionary discussion, ensuring alignment with Jason and others. Realizing it was merely a minor matter, Long John instantly relaxed, feeling a rush of excitement. To receive special attention from the highest commander of the Red Team at such an early stage in his career was exhilarating. While his face remained composed, inside he was elated, as he could almost confirm that his entry into Team B was assured. To put it bluntly, even if Long John wished to decline joining Team B, Jason would likely compel him to do so. After exhibiting impeccable performance in 2 external support missions, he had successfully navigated all the necessary steps to gain access to Team B, opening a direct green channel. What remained for Long John was to complete the upcoming training without incident, and to utilize all his abilities to save his good friend Brian, who met his demise during the parachuting assessment in the original storyline. Long John's greatest regret while watching the Navy SEALs was the sacrifice of the team's bright star, Brian. Given Brian's talent, character, and capabilities, it was highly likely that he would surpass Clay in future accomplishments, at the very least matching him. However, such a capable and good-hearted individual did not receive a favorable ending in the series, which was profoundly heartbreaking. Now that Long John had entered this world and possessed sufficient strength and capability, he was determined to find a way to prevent the tragedy from repeating itself. Chapter 85, Hellish Difficulty. The concern Long John once held about joining Team B is now virtually settled. Clay, having strayed down a misguided path, has timely returned to the right course, providing him with a proper swimming partner. Consequently, Long John's experience in the green team selection has begun to transform into a more comfortable journey. From Monday to Friday, there is a methodical engagement in training, enhancing various comprehensive capabilities in counterterrorism special operations. Once the weekend arrives, Long John invites his good friends Brian and Clay, while Stella brings along 2 female companions. And together they retreat to a bar for drinks and relaxation. This balance of work and leisure fosters a comfortable existence. Such days should not be too complacent. Painful moments can stretch time to an excruciating crawl, while joyful times seem to slip away in an instant. The 3-month CBQ training has passed almost unnoticed. In the 24th week of the Green Team's new training, the final day of the 3rd phase of training arrives. The most daunting assessment is upon them. The reason this 3rd phase CQB assessment is deemed the most terrifying is that it encompasses a comprehensive evaluation. It not only tests the trainees' combat abilities, but also their resilience under pressure and command skills, serving as a dual assessment of both physical and psychological fortitude. This final professional skills assessment also marks the last opportunity for elimination among the top 5 and bottom 5 participants. Those who successfully navigate this assessment will no longer need to worry about being the last and facing elimination in the subsequent 3 months of training. All new trainees will safely endure these months until the ultimate graduation assessment. Should a newcomer be eliminated in the first 6 months, it would be a mere disappointment, though not a cause for resentment, as the path ahead remains long, and one's lack of ability is not to be attributed to others. However, to be eliminated at this critical juncture, on the cusp of entering the gates of success, would be profoundly disheartening. Amidst this intense feeling of dissatisfaction and pressure, the trainees participating in the third phase assessment inevitably bear substantial psychological burdens. Whether they can withstand the pressure and successfully complete the assessment becomes a significant challenge. Beyond the formidable pressure, the unconventional assessment method employed in this CQB evaluation further tests the limits of the trainees' comprehensive combat abilities, elevating the difficulty level to a hellish standard. What kind of assessment model can be classified as hellish? The answer lies in the remaining 12 trainees, each promoted from team member to squad leader, tasked with leading 3 retired DG operatives to form a 4-person assault team. They must command the squad to execute a high-difficulty HVT mission under the CQB assault operation model. There are no absolute standards for this assessment, nor is there a restriction on the rescue methods employed. The final results will be determined by actual circumstances. Such an assessment, devoid of a singular standard, often represents the highest level of difficulty. It is akin to dining out with a woman who insists that any food is acceptable, yet is the most challenging to please. Regardless of the dishes ordered, one risks incurring her displeasure. In this assessment, any misstep or deviation from commands could lead to one trainee's complete failure, marking them as the unfortunate last eliminated from the green team. More troubling is the fact that Long Zhan and his group of newcomers have never previously led a first-tier DG team, nor have they undergone any preparatory training for leadership. It was only this morning, gathered at the slaughterhouse, that they learned from Instructor Adam about the assessment criteria. In counterterrorism operations, the roles of team members and leaders differ significantly, leading to distinct modes of thought and problem-solving approaches during missions. Simply put, a team member operates on a single-threaded basis, focusing solely on their own performance, whereas a leader must juggle multiple threads, ensuring their own performance while efficiently coordinating the team and communicating seamlessly with command. Excelling as a team member does not guarantee one's capability to lead a squad. If one cannot swiftly transition from the role of a team member to that of a leader within this exceedingly brief time frame, the likelihood of leading their squad into peril during the forthcoming assessment increases dramatically. Failure to accomplish the mission successfully may result in elimination. This abrupt shift in identity brings immense pressure. Not only the novices like Brian and Clay, but even Long Zhan, who was once the head of a mercenary team in his previous life, felt somewhat bewildered upon receiving this news. However, amidst their confusion, the remaining 12 trainees, including Long Zhan, understood well that the green team is not a place where reason prevails, and Instructor Adam would not show leniency simply because they had never held a leadership position, regardless of how convoluted the assessment rules or how abrupt the format. The only course of action for these newcomers is to rapidly scour their minds for every piece of knowledge and immerse themselves in the role of a leader. Even if the mission cannot be successfully completed, their performance must surpass that of others. It is akin to a popular dark joke in America that most people are familiar with. If you encounter a grizzly bear in the wild, you may not be able to defeat it or outrun it, but you must run faster than the others accompanying you. Those who can endure to this point are all exceptionally capable. Faced with the current high-stakes assessment, no one possesses absolute confidence in achieving perfection, leaving the only option to outshine their fellow newcomers. The atmosphere of competition began to ignite, with a palpable tension enveloping the slaughterhouse. Chapter 86. Reverse Blessing. Clay's previous thoughts were misguided, yet he did not err in stating that DG indeed requires all-star candidates, demanding not only individual excellence, but also the ability to cultivate an exceptional team. One must be prepared to rise to the occasion and shoulder the responsibility of a squad under any circumstances. Selecting trainees with leadership potential may very well be the essence of this assessment. Having clarified the regulations and requirements for this round of evaluation, Instructor Adam provided no respite for Long Zhan and the others before commencing the formal assessment. The manner in which the trainees enter remains unchanged, still determined by their own fate through a draw. In the previous 2 stages of assessment, Long Zhan consistently found himself behind Clay and Brian. However, this time, a shift has occurred, placing him in the middle. All 3 participants enjoyed a stroke of luck as their turns fell towards the latter part of the lineup, with Brian drawing the 6th slot, Long Zhan the 7th, and Clay the 10th. The pressure on the early entrants is comparatively greater, as they have less time to prepare. Yet, fortune itself is an intrinsic aspect of skill. There is little cause for lamentation. Regardless of the challenges posed by one's draw, one must face them head-on. Each newcomer who has reached this stage is a paragon of strength and capability, and none would falter at such a critical juncture. As the first candidate arrived at the waiting area, he teamed up with 3 companions adorned in balaclava hats. The third stage of the assessment officially commenced. Each member is allotted a mere 5 minutes to execute their infiltration and capture, subsequently retreating with the hostage through a distinct exit. Moreover, those who complete the assessment cannot return to the assembly area, rendering the entire process swift and enigmatic. The cohort of candidates, including Long John, who would commence their assessment later, could glean little information from the unfolding events. They could only discern fragments of the situation through the cacophony of gunfire and the occasional detonations of grenades and plastic explosives, employing their specialized analytical skills to glean insights and prepare mentally for what lay ahead. The necessity for grenades and explosives underscored the complexity of the assessment setting. In this frenetic pace of evaluation, less than an hour had elapsed, and nearly half of the candidates in the assembly area had already diminished. The 6th candidate stepped forward, with a preparation time of 1 minute. Upon hearing the guide call his number, Brian emerged from the ranks, his slightly furrowed brow revealing his lingering tension. "You've got this, buddy," Clay encouraged, giving him a vigorous pat on the chest. "I know you can do it. This is your forte." Long John remained composed, hoping that his calm demeanor would impart positive energy to Brian. In truth, Long John's sentiments were not misplaced. Brian is inherently a team-oriented player. Throughout the past 6 months of training, he has consistently taken the initiative to assist his fellow newcomers, a process akin to orchestrating a team. This approach has allowed Brian to develop a unique multi-threaded training regimen. If it were to be determined that only one candidate could succeed in this assessment, Long John would undoubtedly have the highest probability, closely followed by Brian. Affirmation from someone stronger often holds the greatest persuasive power. Encouraged by Long John's words, Brian's initial trepidation began to stabilize. After exchanging fist bumps with Long John and Clay, he confidently advanced towards the waiting area. 1 minute later, the assessment commenced in earnest as Brian led the charge through the door into the arena, soon greeted by the familiar sounds of gunfire and explosions. The overall rhythm is notably more stable than that of the previous candidates, clearly advancing at a normal pace, in contrast to the somewhat chaotic tempo exhibited by earlier participants. Rhythm, an intangible and elusive element, assumes paramount importance in special operations. Brian's ability to master the combat tempo of his squad signifies that there are fundamentally no significant issues. Long John and Clay may disregard the other candidates, yet they cannot help but be concerned for their good brother Brian, fervently wishing to ascertain his current evaluation status. However, without the ability to witness the assessment firsthand, their anxious curiosity is rendered futile. They can only cast envious glances at the examiners holding file folders along the suspended walkway, while they patiently suppress their impatience. Over 7 minutes have elapsed when the guide receives the notification for the next candidate. Pressing the earpiece to respond and addressing the assembly in the gathering area, candidate number 7 stepped forward, 1 minute to prepare. Hearing this, Long John, with the number 7 patch affixed to his shoulder, rises and takes a deep breath, exhaling slowly. He casts aside all distracting thoughts, his gaze now solely reflecting calmness and steadiness. "Long, let us not say too much. With your monstrous capabilities, I'd rather worry about myself than fret over you," Clay remarks with a hint of resignation. "Ha." Amused by Clay's dry humor, Long John extends his right fist, stating, "After all, we have fought on the battlefield together. We should at least exchange greetings." "Of course," Clay replies, bumping fists with Long John, raising an eyebrow and grinning, "though I cannot wish you well. I believe you can preemptively wish me good fortune." "Wait, is that even allowed? Can you really flip the script on blessings?" Long John is momentarily flabbergasted by Clay's unconventional logic, rolling his eyes and giving him a universal sign of disdain before striding toward the waiting area. Chapter 87. An exhilarating experience upon arriving at the waiting area. Long John finds 3 role-playing training partners already in place. Each of the trio stands over 6 feet tall, donned in balaclavas and standard CQB tactical gear, exuding an imposing presence. Their stances and movements reveal them to be seasoned Special Forces veterans, fully qualified to serve as assessment partners for newcomers. Given that Long John is unfamiliar with these 3 trainers, and due to regulations prohibiting additional communication beyond tactical commands, he can only engage them through such directives. This striking sense of familiarity evokes a surreal sensation in Longzhan, reminiscent of the initial moments in a role-playing shooting game when player characters are accompanied by NPCs. The bizarre overlap of virtual and real experiences, though tinged with a strong sense of dissonance, inexplicably grants Longzhan a profound sense of immersion. Any initial apprehension about assuming the role of captain dissipates entirely in that moment. Now brimming with confidence, Longzhan receives the guide's command to move and promptly issues the order to advance, leading his squad to the starting point. The door to the assessment arena is locked, and the first action is to breach the door. "Prepare for breach," he commands. As the captain, Longzhan restrained his instinct to charge ahead and instead issued the second command for the current operation. The flimsy plywood door did not necessitate the use of explosives for a precise breach. His orders were executed with remarkable accuracy. Instructor Adam, observing from the overhead walkway, promptly marked an A. Upon receiving their captain's directive, the three accompanying trainees seamlessly coordinated their efforts. One of them wielded a specialized pry bar, positioning its end at the door's seam, while another stood by with a hefty sledgehammer. After a silent exchange of understanding with the pry bar bearer, the latter struck decisively. With a sharp clang, the pointed end of the pry bar effortlessly slid into the crevice of the door. Following this, a resounding crash echoed as the pry bar was forcefully leveraged, snapping the lock with tremendous force. At that precise moment, the third team member, who had been poised nearby, kicked the door open and charged in with his firearm drawn. Their synchronized movements resembled a fluid dance, the entire operation unfolding within mere seconds. The proficiency exhibited by the trainees, even in a secondary role, underscored why DG was renowned for its unparalleled combat prowess. Longzhan, witnessing the flawless execution, reflected on his years as a mercenary and his 2 years with the Navy SEALs, feeling a surge of admiration. The exhilaration of issuing a command and witnessing its perfect execution was a sensation incomparable to his previous leadership roles. The latter experiences paled in comparison to the former. Fully embracing the exhilaration of leading a top-tier team, Longzhan came to understand why Jason and Blackburn offered him special consideration. The disparity in the strength of team members profoundly influenced the sensation of leadership. It could even be asserted that the experiences were fundamentally different concepts altogether. It became evident to him that, when the time came to embark on his own ventures, it would be essential to gather elite individuals from various fields to form a formidable team capable of achieving remarkable feats. Inspired by the allure of this elite team, Longzhan found himself unable to suppress this burgeoning thought, as he experienced the unique joy of being a captain of a premier team for the first time. A cascade of ideas surged forth. Meanwhile, the team members who had breached the examination venue executed their actions with meticulous precision. Safety. The first member to enter the examination area exhibited no extraneous movements, swiftly securing the terrain and establishing control over the visual corridors while promptly relaying signals to the outside. This command jolted Longzhan from his reverie, compelling him to gather his scattered thoughts. Move. As the captain, Longzhan maintained his position in the center of the squad, issuing the advance command while stepping into the assessment area in a third-person perspective. The assessment venue was none other than the notorious Kill House where Longzhan had undergone 3 months of training. He was intimately familiar with its layout, capable of navigating it even with his eyes closed. This represents the sole advantage of the new recruits. What transpires within the assessment venue remains shrouded in uncertainty. The number of simulated adversaries deployed, the obstacles designed to heighten the difficulty, the hiding places of high-value targets, and so forth. All of these elements are indeterminate. Even if Longzhan were to hazard a guess, he would be acutely aware that this evaluation would be anything but straightforward. Consequently, he deliberately sets aside his familiarity with the surroundings, treating the assessment area as if it were his inaugural entrance, lest his subjective recollections cloud his judgment. His sole focus is to maintain a sufficiently clear mind, issuing every command with precision and timeliness. Under the imperative of ensuring the safety of all team members, he meticulously inspects every corner of the assessment venue, aiming to uncover the concealed high-value targets and facilitate their safe extraction to conclude the evaluation. Of course, while striving for stability, speed must also be pursued. After all, operational efficiency is one of the cornerstones of special operations. The assessment area spans over 1,000 square meters, featuring more than 10 variously sized rooms. and 5 minutes for action is hardly ample. Should one become overly hesitant or cautious, exceeding the allotted assessment time would render all prior efforts futile. Chapter 88. The Calm Violence. As Long John's team entered the building, a target brandishing a weapon and donning a bandit hat suddenly emerged from the corridor ahead. This was not a mere training dummy but a role-playing companion, elevating the standard of the exercise. The lead soldier maintained visual control. And although the role-playing assailant was a retired Special Forces operative with significantly diminished capabilities, he charged forth with his weapon drawn, only to be swiftly neutralized. The immediate presence of an assailant upon entry, compounded by the continuous gunfire experience during previous assessments, led Long John to recognize that he would undoubtedly encounter numerous simulated enemies. Observing the corridors that branched to the left and right within 5 meters ahead, he approached the situation with utmost caution, prioritizing the safety of his team and the successful execution of their mission. Long John opted against a more efficient division of the team, instead forming 2 pairs to systematically clear each side. He designated one individual to guard the T-junction, while the remaining 3 advanced in a cohesive group to assault the right side. With a dedicated lookout at the junction, the 3 operatives could concentrate solely on addressing threats from one direction. Long John adopted a more aggressive clearing tactic to compensate for the time lost by foregoing division. He would breach with grenades. Having formulated the operational plan and methodology, Long John, as the team leader, need not articulate the entire strategy. His role was to direct the actions of his teammates based on his devised approach. Move, Long John commanded, and the team advanced in a CQB standard formation. As they reached the junction, 2 more enemies emerged. Yet they too were swiftly dispatched by the alert Long John's team, causing no disruption to their advance. Alert! Long John issued a command to one of the frontline soldiers, accompanied by 2 tactical maneuvers, indicating that he was to take charge of the left side of the intersection. Proceed, he commanded, then directed 2 other team members to enter the right corridor. After advancing less than 3 meters, they arrived at the entrance of a room. Long John tapped the shoulder of the teammate in front, signaling him to halt and control the line of sight from the other side of the door. The remaining soldiers, following Long John, prepared to breach and clear the room together. Before proceeding, Long John needed to assess the situation, so he slowly reached for the spherical doorknob and turned it left and right. He discovered that the door, while closed, was not locked, allowing for movement to the left. Stun grenade. To prevent the occupants from hearing, Long John signaled to his team with a tactical gesture. The alerted soldier promptly retrieved a training stun grenade from his tactical vest and handed it to Long John. This training device possessed minimal power, merely emitting a flash and a sound akin to a firecracker, posing no threat to the practice partner. However, within the context of training, its impact was comparable to that of a DG Special Operations stun grenade, capable of producing an intense flash equivalent to approximately 9 million candle flames and a deafening noise of around 180 decibels. Due to the persistence of visual cells in the human eye, akin to the principles employed in filmmaking, encountering such an enhanced stun grenade in a confined space would require at least 5 to 10 seconds for recovery of vision. Moreover, without soundproofing equipment, the noise could potentially incapacitate an individual. Long John recognized that clearing a room without visibility using conventional methods would be time-consuming and perilous. Conversely, utilizing a stun grenade simplified the task significantly. Taking the stun grenade with his right hand, Long John nodded at the soldier who had handed it to him, implying a readiness for a swift entry. He then secured his firearm at his chest to free his hands, biting down on the grenade's pin. With his left hand, he grasped the doorknob, twisting it while simultaneously pulling the pin from the grenade. As he pushed open the door, he deftly positioned the grenade through the opening. When the door was ajar by about 20 centimeters, the grenade reached the threshold. Long John smoothly inserted the grenade through the crack, then swiftly pulled back the doorknob to close the door once more. The coordination between his hands was seamless, with no delay whatsoever. 2 seconds later, the CQB-specific grenade, designed for indoor operations where engagement distances are relatively short, features a quicker delay fuse than standard grenades, rendering the act of picking one up and throwing it impractical. Boom. As the explosion erupted within the room, Long John immediately twisted the doorknob to unlock it. Upon receiving the command issued by Long John, the team member who had been poised for a surprise assault forcefully kicked open the door and charged inside. Within the room, 2 armed assailants stood by, exhibiting no reaction to the intruding team member. The impact of training rounds would not incapacitate them. In truth, had it been a genuine special operations stun grenade, its effects would have been devastating. The two assailants were either rendered unconscious or had collapsed to the ground, curled up and groaning in pain, unable to defend themselves. The team members swiftly subdued both adversaries with minimal effort. All clear. Upon hearing the signal from the team inside, Long John crossed the threshold and gently squeezed the shoulder of the guard on duty. Together, the guard and Long John formed the vanguard, advancing toward the next door, with the team from within promptly following suit. The entire operation, from the initiation of the assault to the final tally, took less than 10 seconds in total. Observing the highly efficient and forceful command style of Long John, the specialized training instructor Adam and nearby mobile advisors nodded in acknowledgement. While brute force is often associated with recklessness, Long John exemplified a composed form of aggression. This uniquely effective command approach astonished Adam and the other instructors, revealing the boundless potential within Long John. DG desperately required such vigorous energy to address the shortcomings of its members, who were predominantly older and increasingly conservative in their combat strategies. Chapter 89. The vital blood of aggression. DG's selection process is exceedingly rigorous, requiring candidates to have served a minimum of 2 years in the Navy SEALs. Additionally, U.S. non-commissioned officers must complete 20 years of service to qualify for retirement benefits. Unlike their domestic counterparts, who receive substantial severance pay regardless of their rank upon discharge, this has resulted in DG's operatives being generally older. At just over 30, Sonny is considered relatively young, while officers like Jason, an E8 team leader, are often in their 40s, akin to relics of a bygone era. In the context of domestic military service, such senior non-commissioned officers would have long since transitioned to logistics or professional research roles. Yet within the U.S. Special Forces, they remain engaged on the front lines. While older officers possess invaluable combat experience, a common adage suggests that with age comes a diminishing of vigor. They often lack the fervor and passion of youth, leading to a rigidity and overly cautious approach that cannot be overlooked. To transform DG's current situation, the responsibility naturally falls upon the Green Team as a source of revitalization. Training instructor Adam has tirelessly endeavored towards this goal, and Chief Instructor Malcolm is equally seeking solutions, with members like Lay and Jason collaborating in this effort. In the original narrative, Clay's frequent missteps were often mitigated by others stepping in to support him, a reflection of this very dynamic at play. Clay's youth, vitality, innovative thinking, and willingness to take risks represent the attributes that the older cohort of DG so desperately lacks, thereby justifying the unwavering commitment to his development. Regrettably, a more exceptionally gifted individual has emerged, one brimming with the vigor and courage of youth, possessing a distinctive and creative approach that evidently surpasses that of Clay. The accolades that once belonged to Clay have naturally shifted to Long John. The specialized training instructor, Adam, has become increasingly convinced that DG requires the audacious spirit embodied by Long John, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming performance. Unbeknownst to him, Long John has unwittingly ascended to the top seed in the instructor's esteem. He continues to lead the team with methodical precision. The first room, which had an unlocked door, was effortlessly handled by Long John using a stun grenade. The second room, however, presented a different configuration. Although it too had a door, it was ajar, seemingly favoring action. Yet it posed a greater danger than a fully closed door. The previous room had erupted in explosions and gunfire, granting the bandits ample time to prepare for an assault, regardless of their sluggish reactions. Should the gunmen within the room have their sights trained on the doorway, anything that appeared within their line of vision would become their target, affording them sufficient time to retaliate. Anyone rushing in would be at a disadvantage against the ambush awaiting them. Moreover, the open door barred Long John and his two companions from effectively executing their strategy as they found themselves confined to one side. Fortunately, Long John's combat style leaned towards aggression, dismissing any concerns regarding the potential collateral damage to high-value targets. He decisively opted for a forceful approach from the outset. This intentionally orchestrated scenario of an open door ultimately saved him considerable time. Once again, he initiated the assault with a stun grenade, to leave no opportunity for the enemy. He ensured that not even a hand was exposed, employing a subtle technique. Instead of directly tossing the grenade inside, he angled it to strike the half-open door. The gunman inside failed to perceive any movement, They only heard the sound of a metal canister striking the door, which then ricocheted into the center of the room. The metallic clanging echoed as it bounced around, landing right at the feet of the assailants. Had this been a genuine stun grenade, the explosion at such close proximity, even if classified as a non-lethal weapon, would have produced sound waves powerful enough to incapacitate him. Even if he survived, he would certainly be left severely impaired. This illustrates why, during high-value target missions, one does not typically adopt such a reckless approach as Long John's, as there is always the risk of inadvertently harming the target, leading to mission failure. The familiar sound of an explosion resounded, and the scene unfolded once more. The entering team members effortlessly subdued the bandits, who stood frozen in place, rendered incapable of resistance due to the blast. The entire clearing process proceeded with remarkable ease, though regrettably, they still had not encountered the high-value target intended for capture. Secure. Move forward, Long John commanded, responding to the feedback from the team inside, and immediately directed them to continue advancing. Utilizing the same meticulous approach, he swiftly cleared all the houses on the right side in under 2 minutes, eliminating a total of 7 assailants. Among them, 2 had charged out and met their end in the corridor. Long John glanced at his wristwatch. The 5-minute task timer he had set at the outset now displayed only 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Time was of the essence. Fortunately, the right side had been entirely cleared, indicating that the target was undoubtedly located within the rooms of the left corridor. There were merely 3 rooms on the left, 1 on either side, and 1 at the end of the corridor, making the situation considerably less complex than that of the right side. Long John estimated that he had just enough time and promptly led his team towards the left corridor. The first and second rooms on the left were quite similar. One was open while the other lacked a door altogether, making the situation manageable. Once again, he initiated with 2 stun grenades before swiftly breaching the interior to neutralize any threats. Secure. Secure. Having confirmed that the 2 external rooms bore no sign of the target, only 1 room remained in the entire assessment area. The high-value target's location was now definitively known, residing without a doubt in the last remaining room. The position of the HVT was often the most fortified. Long John steeled himself, commanding his team to advance. Chapter 90. A deceptive incident. The final room lay at the end of the corridor, its door facing directly towards the hallway, easily visible from the entrance. Long John and the lead soldier pressed against the walls on either side, swiftly reaching the door's flanks. The soldier on the right grasped the doorknob, only to find it locked from the inside, rendering it immovable. He signaled to Long John with tactical gestures. As verbal communication at the doorway was not an option to avoid alerting those inside, it was certain that the target was within. However, with the door locked, the use of stun grenades was unfeasible. Charging in without knowledge of the situation inside would be perilously reckless, leaving him no choice but to revert to a tried-and-true method. Long John consolidated all known intelligence, rapidly formulating an operational plan in his mind. Ultimately, he decided to implement directional breaching. He adhered the familiar plastic explosives on either side of the door from top to bottom, designed to blast the entire door from its frame. Of course, these explosives were the training version, their potency diminished by several magnitudes, layered only thinly against the door, perhaps to curtail training expenses or to elevate the challenge. The detonation device provided for this assessment was not the wireless remote type used in operations, but rather a wired detonator requiring a pull cord to be extracted from the blasting cap. This complication was minor. For Long John, who was equally proficient in demolition, he was confident that his skills were on par with any low DG level operator. He swiftly set up the directional breaching charges, pulling the detonation cord to a safe position by the door. Long John looked up and called out in a loud tactical voice, "Ready?" The implication is that one is on the brink of detonating a bomb. Have you found a safe position to evade the explosion? Are you prepared to immediately breach the room? Ready, ready, ready. The 3 team members, positioned on either side of the door, simultaneously confirmed that Long John was prepared. Detonate. Upon hearing the responses, Long John shouted the command signifying the commencement of action while pressing the button on the detonator in his hand. The explosion did not produce an overwhelmingly thunderous sound. Rather, it was a crisp noise, akin to a board striking the ground. On both sides of the door frame, a long, narrow breach approximately 7 centimeters wide was created from top to bottom. In actual combat, had explosives been installed on both sides of the door, it would have undoubtedly been blown inward. The intense shockwave and sound generated by the explosion would inflict substantial non-lethal damage on anyone inside the enclosed space, particularly the target directly facing the door. However, since this was merely a training explosive, its power was limited, serving primarily as a demonstration. Nonetheless, the door's lock and bolt were now blown apart, leaving no primary support. Thus, in the next moment following the explosion, the lead soldier easily kicked the door open and rushed into the room, weapon drawn. Inside, there was a target that needed to be captured alive. And since one person would be difficult to manage, Long John and another team member chose not to remain outside on guard, but also charged in with their weapons drawn. Long John had originally anticipated that the location of the high-value target, HVT, would be heavily guarded by numerous assailants. However, upon entering, he discovered that only one assailant remained, already subdued by the lead soldier who had entered first. The only individual left was clad in an elaborate Middle Eastern robe and a face covering, clearly playing the role of the high-value target. The tasked target bore no weapons and was not bound with familiar homemade explosives, significantly reducing the difficulty of the capture. Like the other trainees who had entered before him, Long John exhaled in relief upon witnessing this scene. Yet, this was precisely where Instructor Adams' cunning lay. Just as Long John's vigilance began to wane and he prepared to apprehend the individual, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as he approached within 2 meters. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a round blue object rolled out from beneath the voluminous Middle Eastern robe. This was a training device, signifying a defensive fragmentation grenade. The instant Long John spotted the grenade, he was taken aback, and his body, which had just begun to relax, tensed once more to its utmost. He quickly recognized that this was the final lethal test meticulously devised by Instructor Adam to challenge the trainees. In essence, the mission to capture the HVT was merely a facade. The cumulative points from all the preceding evaluations accounted for only half of the total assessment score, while this grenade, which appeared for a mere 2 seconds, constituted the remaining half. The true objective of this evaluation was to test whether the trainees could react correctly in a life-threatening situation. The forest court serves as the core of the team, and as the leader, if one does not react promptly, it could jeopardize the entire squad. In normal circumstances, when confronted with such an urgent situation, Long John understands that as the captain, it is imperative to alert all team members immediately and issue the appropriate tactical commands. Grenade. Take cover. These 2 succinct tactical commands were shouted by Long John without hesitation. Upon hearing the commands, the 2 team members did not foolishly rush outside, as time was far too limited for escape. Instead, they sought nearby furniture for cover. If none was available, they dropped to the ground, folding their arms over their heads to create a human shield for their neck and head. This was the most effective method of evasion, the textbook answer for such a scenario. However, there was also a high-value target to protect, and to achieve a perfect score in this assessment, the captain must safeguard the mission objective. This meant getting the HVT to take cover alongside them, ensuring their safety while also protecting the target. Long John had completed the first step by promptly alerting his 2 teammates inside the room. With his swift reflexes and formidable physical prowess, he had ample time to execute the remaining steps. On the overhead walkway, Instructor Adam and the other instructors held absolute confidence in Long John, even considering awarding him full marks in advance. Yet, just as the 2 team members complied with the command and dropped into a defensive position within a second, all eyes turned to Long John, whose subsequent actions left everyone astounded. In the collective gaze of the spectators, Long John moved with the swiftness of a striking leopard, taking a large stride over the grenade on the ground and rushing to the mission target. Thus far, his actions seemed normal. However, when those on the walkway, including Adam and the 3 teammates training with Long John, anticipated that he would secure the HVT, he instead unleashed an elbow strike, accurately hitting the target in the face. Seizing the moment while the target was momentarily dazed, he placed his hands on the target's shoulders and, using his overwhelming strength, hoisted him up. With a powerful thrust, he executed a back slam, sending the target crashing to the ground in a position that effectively shielded the grenade. The target's body served as the ideal energy-absorbing barrier, mitigating the blast's lethal effects. Dazed from the elbow strike and then slammed to the ground, the target was left disoriented, struggling to regain his composure, immobilized for several moments. Had this been a real grenade, he would have been unable to escape its deadly embrace, surely suffering grievous injuries. Fortunately, It was merely a training electronic simulation, emitting only a recorded explosion sound. Long John's actions were executed with remarkable efficiency, completed in less than 2 seconds without a hint of hesitation or delay. There remains even a fleeting moment to secure a secondary layer of protection. With a swift motion, he lunges towards the lifeless body of the assailant, attempting to use it as a human shield, ensuring that he is utterly devoid of danger. The preservation of his own life has always been regarded by Long John as of paramount importance. The myriad techniques for self-preservation are as familiar to him as the back of his hand. Regrettably, while his intentions are commendable, time does not permit such luxuries. Just as Long John propels himself into the air, a grenade detonates. Witnessing this, a wave of trepidation washes over him. Fortuitously, he did not venture far to retrieve the body to shield against the grenade. Had he done so, within the scant 2 seconds before the explosion, he might have merely begun the task of moving the body, leaving him with no time to place it over the grenade. Within the confines of the narrow room, facing the explosion of the grenade in a standing position, the consequences are too grim to elaborate upon. The likelihood of survival is almost negligible. The outcome, as it unfolded, left instructor Adam utterly astounded, his mouth agape, eyes wide in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless. The other instructors shared his astonishment. The simulation results were starkly apparent. The blast shrapnel was wholly absorbed by the high-value target, leaving Long John and his 3-man team unscathed. In terms of the survival rate of his squad, Long John had outperformed all previous trainees. However, the target intended for capture had been obliterated on the spot, indirectly due to Long John's actions, thereby marking a contentious point in the assessment. Among the 6 trainees who successfully completed the evaluation, a variety of scenarios had unfolded. Some novices, upon encountering the explosive, were momentarily paralyzed by fear, neglecting to issue commands to their teammates, focusing solely on their own safety, resulting in grievous injuries to both their teammates and the high-value target. Others, while timely alerting their comrades, failed to prioritize the mission objective, leading to equally disappointing outcomes. Then there were exemplary students like Brian, who flawlessly executed the training plan, issuing a warning command while simultaneously safeguarding the high-value target. Although he incurred minor injuries, the result was deemed optimal, with all parties surviving. This outcome was regarded by Adam and the other instructors as the most reasonable resolution. Conversely, there existed an extreme and controversial approach, one that was neither endorsed by instructor Adam nor accepted by anyone within the DG, the sacrificial tactic. This involved, in a moment of impulsive bravery, shielding a teammate by throwing oneself atop the explosive. Such acts of physical heroism had occurred multiple times within U.S. military ranks and were often celebrated as valorous, with posthumous awards granted thereafter. Yet, this behavior, lauded at the grassroots level, is strictly forbidden within the DG. As Chief Instructor Malcolm succinctly put it, the U.S. government has invested in your exceptional training not to have you laid to rest beneath a flag adorned with medals, but to ensure you execute missions and bring back hostages or objectives. You are not obliged to make sacrifices for anyone, nor do others require you to sacrifice for them. Your primary responsibility is to safeguard yourself. While this notion may seem excessively rational, it indeed carries a kernel of truth. The advancements in individual soldier gear are remarkable, with bulletproof helmets and vests designed to protect vital areas of the body. If one promptly takes cover to avoid the direct blast radius, the likelihood of suffering critical injuries from shrapnel is minimal. In the case of unprotected limbs being struck, it is unlikely to pose an immediate threat to life. Moreover, within elite special forces such as DG, each member possesses the competence to react appropriately to the sudden emergence of a grenade, rendering the needless anxieties of others quite superfluous. What you may perceive as a heroic attempt to save everyone could merely be a delusion of your own making. Others may have already taken cover effectively. Perhaps for these reasons, such behavior is strictly prohibited by DG. Among the 6 trainees preceding Long John, 2 developed a habit of leaping onto grenades during exercises, only to be harshly reprimanded by instructor Adam for their reckless actions. Apart from these 4 scenarios, no additional variations have emerged. In fact, over decades of selection processes for DG's Green Team, all evaluations within this context have invariably fallen into these 4 categories, regardless of the differing approaches of novice trainees or the presence of various subjective and objective factors. Ultimately, All assessment results have remained confined within these four classifications. However, today marked a departure from history. Long John's peculiar method of using the mission objective as a shield, ostensibly to protect his own life, was an extraordinary exception that set a precedent for the Green Team. Chapter 92. Truly unfortunate fellow Long John's unconventional approach rendered the situation momentarily frozen in silence. The only sound came from the mission target, pinned beneath the grenade, groaning uncomfortably against the spherical explosive. The cloth covering his face had fallen away at some point, revealing a familiar African-American visage. As Long John prepared to rise and continue the mission, intending to secure the high-value target and lead his team to the extraction point, a sudden voice pierced the air. "Stop! It's over." Instructor Adam abruptly halted the exercise, commanding everyone to exit their roles. "Cooper, do you require medical assistance?" "No, cough. Cough. No need, sir." The unfortunate Cooper struggled to push himself off the ground, pressing painfully against his chest while casting a disapproving glance at Long John. Were it not for his remarkable physical condition, standing nearly 6 feet tall with a muscular build, he might not have survived Long John's antics. "Holy shit. I've only sparred a few times, yet every time I get hit, you're there. I mean, buddy, you're incredibly unlucky." Upon recognizing the familiar face, Long John nearly burst into laughter. The unfortunate Cooper was equally disheartened, yearning to unleash a torrent of grievances. It was one thing to be assaulted while playing the role of a marauder, but now, as a high-value target requiring protection, was it truly absurd to endure such violence? Alas, his resolve was strong, yet his strength was lacking. After enduring a combination attack from Long John, he found himself painfully jarred by a grenade, leaving him breathless and struggling to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, he managed to utter a few words. "You must treat me to a drink as an apology, otherwise, this matter is far from settled." While the literal interpretation of his words suggested immense anger and dissatisfaction with Long John's violent actions, the reality was quite the opposite. It seemed to affirm the saying that one cannot truly know another without first clashing. After being struck multiple times by Long John, Cooper found himself developing a favorable impression of him, even contemplating a friendship. Thus, he made this demand, threatening to coax Long John into offering him a drink to smooth over their differences. Long John, not the type to lack emotional intelligence, promptly grasped the underlying meaning of Cooper's words and readily signaled his agreement with an okay. He replied, "I think tonight works perfectly. I'll meet you at the camp entrance at 8. Just then, someone expressed their discontent. "Excuse me for interrupting, but should I not take my leave and allow you this space to converse?" Instructor Adam furrowed his brow, clearly displeased, delivering his words with a subtle sarcasm that reached a high level of sophistication. "My apologies, sir. I shall step outside," Cooper replied, winking at Long John as a silent acknowledgement of their arranged meeting time. With the assistance of the fallen marauders and a teammate from Long John's squad, he unsteadily exited the room. As these role-playing companions departed, the once vibrant room grew desolate. Long John understood that his cautious approach to self-preservation would inevitably lead to a debate with the instructor, yet he felt no apprehension. He was confident in the righteousness of his actions, armed with ample justification. Thus, he tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, standing tall, and addressed Adam. "Mr. Khalil, are you not aware of the nature of this assessment task?" Adam, expressionless, looked down at Long John, making it impossible to gauge his judgment on the matter. "It is clear, quite evident, that the objective is to capture a high-value target and return him safely, sir," Long John responded, his voice resolute and unwavering. "Then tell me, have you accomplished this?" Instructor Adams' inquiry was not only incisive but also cunningly set a trap, intricately concealed, that would elude the average person, should one stumble into it. The ensuing situation would become exceedingly disadvantageous. However, Long John's intellect was exceptional. His memory, intelligence, and reaction time far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, rendering Adams' tactics somewhat juvenile. "I believe that no matter how valuable a terrorist may be, they pale in comparison to an elite soldier trained over nearly a decade at the cost of millions of dollars. Therefore, I must take responsibility for my life. And for each member of my team, I see no fault in my actions." Long John's response was remarkably astute. Not only did he ingeniously evade the traps set by Adam, but he also affirmed his actions on a subjective level, allowing the greater good of the nation to bear the cost for him. "No, I do not share that sentiment." Instructor Adam was not so easily swayed. He continued to exert pressure on Long John, asserting, "I believe you are merely a mad egotist. You regard your own life as more significant than anything else, willing to forsake everything for it. You are a quintessential lunatic." These harsh words were intended to intensify the pressure. However, his admonition, which sounded like an accountability measure, backfired. Long John did not perceive anger or dissatisfaction in Adam's eyes. After a brief moment of rapid contemplation, Long John quickly discerned Adam's intentions. He was likely testing his resilience. Should he falter under pressure and admit to wrongdoing, the outcome would be dire. The DG required a first-tier operative with independent thought and unwavering will, not someone easily swayed by others. Long John was acutely aware of this. Having grasped Adam's underlying thoughts, he felt a surge of confidence. With a slight smile, he transformed passivity into initiative and countered. When a fragmentation grenade detonates in a confined space, hundreds of shrapnel projectiles strike the walls, creating countless ricochets. "Sir, may I inquire? If we were to follow the conventional response outlined in the training manual, could you guarantee the survival of everyone involved?" "You cannot assure that, can you? In the event of a hit to an unprotected carotid artery or a critical bone artery, given that first-tier operatives constantly operate in extreme conditions, effective medical intervention would be impossible. The mortality rate would exceed 90%, and that is a conservative estimate. Yet here we are. My team and I have all survived unscathed, with only a notorious criminal dead. Is that not correct?" Upon concluding his impassioned discourse, the instructors began to murmur amongst themselves, clearly affected by Long John's words. Ultimately, the final arbiter, the special training instructor Adam, remained silent, reflecting for an extended moment. However, the previously expressionless visage of his face could not conceal a hint of satisfaction at the corners of his mouth.